The enchanting Daji. At the execution platform. Daji, today I shall act on behalf of heaven to eradicate you. This fiend, Jiang Ziya's furious proclamation echoed, and darkness enveloped Daji's vision. A chilling voice resonated. Congratulations, host. You have been selected by System 609. Do you wish to bind to System 609? System? What is this? Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7. With no time to ponder, Daji responded, yes, binding successful. Entering the first task dimension. Dimension transfer in progress. Daji opened her eyes, momentarily stunned. She was not dead, yet she had distinctly witnessed Jiang Ziya wielding the demon-slaying sword aimed at her. She should have been utterly annihilated. Ah, the 609 system. Daji recalled that unfamiliar, icy voice. She glanced around. There was no one in sight. The familiar voice echoed once more. Welcome to the Time-Space Management Bureau's Quickware competition. Half an hour later, Daji finally comprehended the nature of the system and the concept of quickware. Having adapted to her new identity, Daji scoffed. In simpler terms, it means I am to serve you. What benefits do I gain from this? After all, she had once served Niwa to seduce King Zhou, only to be met with scorn and nearly lose her soul, while the Xinyuan sisters and the Fox clan met their demise alongside her. By completing tasks, you'll earn points. These points can be exchanged in the marketplace for items you desire. Should you emerge as the ultimate champion, the Time-Space Management Bureau will grant you any wish. Daji murmured, any wish, indeed, host. She had already endured the worst outcome, once even in the event of failure. Death was merely a conclusion. However, should she succeed, she would be granted the opportunity to rewrite everything. Please accept the original host's memories and mission narrative. Upon assimilating the memories, Daji approached the full-length mirror, scrutinizing her new form. Her figure was curvaceous, her features exquisite, yet she paled in comparison to the Su Daji she had embodied in her previous life. The original host, Tao Yin, was an unabashed gold digger and internet celebrity, recently wed to a wealthy man over 20 years her senior. Tragically, during their honeymoon, her affluent husband met with an untimely demise, leading to her being cast aside and ultimately perishing in a traffic accident. Tao Yan's aspirations were to lead a life that evoked envy in others. Daji caressed her face, responding nonchalantly with a hum before entering the bathroom. With the original host's memories at her disposal, Daji swiftly acclimated to the modern amenities, turning on the hot water. Host, are you not going to commence your mission? Why the haste? Beauty is of paramount importance, Daji replied, pouring rose essential oil into the bathtub while reminiscing about the lavish banquets that King Zhou had once earned. Get for her. The system fell silent, understanding that the host had chosen her own path. After indulging in a bath and completing her skincare routine, Daji let out a gentle sigh. As the saying goes, it is difficult to transition from extravagance to simplicity, having grown accustomed to the life of a favored concubine. This modern high society existence fell. Tea somewhat lacking. Daji, regardless of the circumstances, prioritized enjoyment above all else. After soaking for half an hour, she leisurely retrieved her phone. Upon unlocking her phone, she was inundated with messages. Daji sifted through them, noting that aside from the condescending congratulations from the fake-face sisterhood, the comments in her account were rife with mockery. Failed to seduce President Liu and ended up marrying an old man disgusting. Truly, one lives up to their name. Tao Yin is detestable. How dare a mere escort like you compare yourself to Xiaoyan? After scrolling through a few comments, Daji felt a surge of emotions within her. Yet, moments later, she suppressed her anger and allowed a scornful smile to grace her lips. This was her first encounter with modern cyberbullying. Back in the court of Chaoga, when she faced public scorn, she had never been this furious. Yet, this was the present. She couldn't simply silence these netizens with violence. Xiaoyan? President Liu? Daji did not need to strain her memory. These names surfaced in her mind effortlessly. Liu Hanchuan was a recent commercial magnate, a real-life embodiment of a domineering CEO, while Xiaoyan had skyrocketed to fame through a popular idol drama. Their tumultuous love story was even more gripping than the drama itself, garnering a legion of fans who avidly followed their romance. And then there was Tao Yin, the plastic-faced influencer attempting to ascend the social ladder. Daji reluctantly selected a winered silk robe from the wardrobe. The original owner's taste was indeed lacking. The closet was filled with designer garments, yet none suited her. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman clad in a maid's uniform, who, concealing her disdain, spoke in a frosty tone. "Miss Tao Yin, breakfast is ready." With the original owner's memories merging with hers, Daji recalled that this Zhao Ma had served the Liu family for many years as a nanny and held a profound contempt for Tao Yin, of 10 bestowing her with cold glares. Daji cast a fleeting glance at her, rising gracefully. The winered silk nightgown accentuated her alluring beauty, while her slender, fair legs tantalizingly peaked as she descended the stairs, exuding an enchanting aura. As Lu Zhengming entered, he chanced upon this captivating scene, and even the seasoned man, in his 40s and well-versed in the ways of women, felt a stir within him. There was something distinctly different about Tao Yin. Though a man of mature years, Lu Zhengming maintained his physique well, devoid of excess weight or gray hair. Coupled with the commanding presence that came with his status, it was evident that he had once been strikingly handsome in his youth, albeit lacking the regal fierceness of King's Age. "Ooh." Daji tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and gazed at Lu Zhengming with a sultry call husband. Lu Zhengming cleared his throat, adopting a stern demeanor as he made his way to the dining table. Daji swayed her hips and took a seat beside him, attentively listening to their conversation while contemplating her own mission. Tao Yan's memories ceased at the moment of her death, when, in an attempt to seduce Lu Hanchuan at a business banquet, she inadvertently ended up in bed with Lu Zhengming, an encounter caught on camera. To preserve his reputation, Lu Zhengming married Tao Yin, but after his demise, she was cast out of the Liu family, ultimately meeting her end in a car accident. Daji was not the foolish original owner. Upon reflection, numerous questions emerged. How did a mere internet celebrity like Tao Yin gain access to a business banquet? What circumstances led to her spending the night with Lu Zhengming? Given Lu Zhengming's condition, he hardly appeared to be on the brink of death. Thus, what was the true nature of his demise? It seemed increasingly likely that she had been a pawn in someone else's game. Chapter 2. The materialistic pawn. Daji could only glean information about this world from the original host, yet the host was utterly devoid of intellect, fixated solely on accumulating wealth. After rummaging through the entirety of her memories, Daji found naught but useless information. The voice of the system echoed in Daji's mind, according to the narrative. Tao Yin is merely a pawn who has not even completed her storyline. Indeed, Tao Yin is but a mere chess piece. It seems that to fulfill this task, survival must come first. Xiaoma glanced at Daji, whose expression remained unruffled, and continued, originally scheduled for the 5th of next month. It has been moved up to the end of this month. Xiaoma sighed inwardly. Despite having worked here for many years and receiving some regard from Lu Zhengming, the matter of his marriage was not one for a mere maid to meddle in. Lu Zhengming leisurely wiped his mouth and cast a sidelong glance at the silent Daji. "Prepare yourself. We depart for Country F tomorrow." Daji took a bite of her soup dumpling and met Lu Zhengming's gaze, playfully blinking as she asked, What for?" The face before her, reminiscent of a social media darling, now sparkled with vitality, as if a beautiful puppet had been imbued with a soul. As he aged, Lu Zhengming had grown indifferent to matters of the heart, but at this moment, his previously tranquil demeanor stirred with a hint of tumult. He replied in a low voice, "Honeymoon." Daji swallowed her food, revealing a radiant smile as she looked at Lu Zhengming with sparkling eyes, sweetly saying, "Thank you, darling." Upon hearing Daji referred to him as darling, Lu Zhengming felt a long-lost sweetness wash over him. Ever since the original wife's demise, the women surrounding him had been mere fulfillments of physical needs. Marrying Tao Yin was but a temporary measure for Lu Zhengming, and Tao Yin was his 9th wife. Suppressing his emotions, Lu Zhengming responded with a somewhat indifferent and hurriedly made his way to the study. His wife, Daji, called out to him, trotting over and wrapping her arms around his, her voice sweetly pleading, "I have nothing to wear." As she spoke, a hint of grievance flickered in her eyes. Lu Zhengming glanced at Daji's nightgown, the vivid red accentuating her porcelain skin, while the deep V-neck design hinted at her curves. Though she was merely a decorative figure, she undeniably possessed the attributes of one. Lu Zhengming retrieved a card from his pocket and handed it to Daji, stating, 2 million monthly limit. Had he been the original owner, he would have gladly accepted it, yet Daji was not one to be easily satisfied with 2 million. She gently pushed his hand away, coiling around him like a serpent. "Those netizens criticized my taste, but my husband has exquisite taste. Come accompany me to choose something. Daji's ability to charm men was unparalleled. Her tone shifted melodically, her eyes shimmering with allure. Even a seasoned man like Lu Zhengming found it hard to resist the temptation of a 1,000-year-old fox and acquiesced to her request. Lu Zhengming's business empire was vast, spanning numerous industries, with the largest mall in the city center owned by the Lu family. Daji did not change her clothes and alighted from the car as she was. Tao Yan's figure was beyond reproach. In an era where internet celebrities were ubiquitous, her rise to fame was undoubtedly due to genuine talent. The satin nightgown draped elegantly over her, and with her transformed soul, she imbued the garment with the essence of a high-end evening gown. On the bustling Phoenix Street, passers-by cast astonished glances at Daji. The gazes directed at Lu Zhengming stirred a sense of discomfort within him, evoking the feeling of having a cherished treasure coveted by others. At that moment, Daji turned towards him, playfully beckoning with her finger and giggling. "Come here, darling." Phoenix Street, steeped in ancient history, is adorned with newly erected glass edifices, seamlessly blending the classical with the contemporary. Here, one can encounter the most fashionable men and women, alongside the trendiest boutiques, making it a popular spot for social media influencers. Numerous celebrities and internet personalities frequent this locale for street photography. Daji's turn at that instant was captured by a photographer named Xiao Bing, who was also out shooting street scenes. Xiao Bing is a renowned street photography blogger whose images have propelled many ordinary beauties to internet stardom. From the moment Daji stepped out of the vehicle, his gaze was fixated on her. Despite having photographed countless stunning women, he could not help but be captivated by the enchanting figure in red. While her face and physique were not conventionally perfect, the innate allure she exuded was a rarity in recent years, in a time when the mainstream aesthetic favors a slender, youthful appearance, and sultry beauties often resort to revealing attire to attract attention. Daji's presence left even the seasoned photographer Xiao Bing in awe. Once Daji faded from view, Xiao Bing examined his work, noting how the red-clad beauty radiated charm, with an atmosphere so palpable that it required no post-editing. Undeterred by the attention of onlookers, Daji maintained her composure as she gracefully linked arms with Lu Zhengming and entered a luxury boutique. This one, and this one. Daji pointed at several garments and instructed the attendant, "Don't wrap those, just prepare the others." This store is also a purveyor of high-end luxury goods, with the most affordable items starting at a six-figure sum. Cumulatively, these items likely amount to millions. The sales attendant hesitated, casting a glance at Daji. "Are you certain, ma'am?" Daji threw a flirtatious glance at Lu Zhengming beside her, sweetly calling out, "Darling." Being the enchanting vixen favored by Hua to seduce King Zhou, Daji no longer needed to deliberately employ the beguiling arts of her fox lineage. A mere glance and the utterance of "darling" were enough to ensnare Lu Zhengming. He could not resist, presenting his black card to the attendant. "Follow her lead." "Very well," the attendant replied, grinning broadly as she processed the payment. Phoenix Street is not lacking in affluent patrons, yet such lavish wealth is indeed a rarity. Daji draped her arm around Lu Zhengming's neck, whispering softly in his ear, "Thank you, darling." With that, she entered the fitting room with a piece of clothing. Daji was generous in rewarding men who ensured her comfort. Although Lu Zhengming was somewhat aged, he maintained himself well, and he represented the first stepping stone along her path to fulfill her mission. The warm breath against his ear was tantalizing, prompting Lu Zhengming to touch his ear, his gaze deepening as he stared at the closed fitting room door. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing the woman within. Apart from the sales attendant, Lu Zhengming was momentarily taken aback, as were a couple who had just entered. Daji emerged in a high-waisted red dress that accentuated her waist, the slit of the skirt revealing glimpses of her alluring legs. Paired with a black knitted top, she had taken the time to retouch her makeup in the fitting room, her lips a fiery red, exuding an irresistible charm. She was the epitome of a captivating beauty. Such intense beauty is seldom mastered by women in their early 20s. Without sufficient grace, it may appear vulgar. Daji casually tossed her flowing locks, casting a glance at Lu Zhengming. "Do you find me captivating?" Her enchanting yet haughty demeanor left the two men present feeling a flutter in their hearts, akin to witnessing a little fox eagerly awaiting praise, evoking a desire to pinch her ears. At the entrance, a woman noticed her companion lost in admiration for another, stirring an inexplicable anxiety within her. She tugged at his sleeve and called out, "Hanchuan." This utterance drew Daji's attention. At the door stood a striking couple, perfectly matched, Xiaonan and Lu Hanchuan. Lu Hanchuan's chiseled features radiated an air of aloofness that seemed impenetrable, earning him the moniker of a real-life domineering CEO among netizens. Beside him, Xia Anin appeared petite and delicate, embodying an innocent purity that aligned with contemporary beauty standards, explaining her sudden rise to fame through a popular idol drama. Fate can be ironic. Xia Anin held little impression of Tao Yan, as many aspiring models sought to entice Lu Hanchuan, and the transformed Daji bore little resemblance to the former's essence. However, Lu Hanchuan seemed momentarily taken aback upon seeing Daji, and as he noticed Lu Zhengming turning away. A flicker of inexplicable emotion crossed his eyes, an emotion unnoticed by Lu Zhengming, but keenly perceived by the formidable Daji. What connection existed between Lu Hanchuan and Lu Zhengming? Daji only recalled that Lu Zhengming had a son abroad who had never made an appearance. When Lu Hanchuan first made his mark in the business world, many media outlets speculated about a possible connection to Lu Zhengming, but the rumor was dispelled only after Lu Hanchuan himself denied it. Lu Hanchuan nodded in greeting to Lu Zhengming, saying, "Hello, Mr. Lu." Lu Zhengming held a deep admiration for the young and capable Lu Hanchuan, a smile gracing his features. "Hanchuan, have you brought your girlfriend out for shopping?" Beside them, Xia Anin displayed a charming smile and greeted, "Hello, Mr. Lu. Your daughter is truly beautiful." Daji couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Before Lu Zhengming could clarify, Lu Hanchuan glanced at her and explained to those nearby, "This is Mrs. Lu. I apologize." Xia Anin appeared somewhat flustered, having mistakenly assumed the two were father and daughter due to their remarkable demeanor. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. My girlfriend doesn't quite understand." Lu Hanchuan uttered the apology in a frigid tone, a hint of veiled mockery flickering in his eyes. Daji, twirling a strand of hair, observed Lu Hanchuan closely. From his various reactions, it was evident that his demeanor towards Lu Zhengming was not as courteous as it appeared. In fact, there seemed to be an undercurrent of hostility. A fleeting thought crossed Daji's mind. Tilting her head with a playful laugh, Daji said, "It's nothing. Miss Xia is just complimenting me. I don't mind, Hanchuan." The way Daji pronounced Hanchuan felt like a feather brushing against his heart, making Lu Hanchuan somewhat uncomfortable as he averted his gaze to Xia Anin. "Hanchuan, you don't mind me calling you that, do you?" While Lu Zhengming used Hanchuan as a term of endearment for a junior, Daji, being Lu Zhengming's wife, could similarly address him this way. Yet, inexplicably, her tone made it sound somewhat clingy. Lu Zhengming's smile waned slightly. He was aware that Tao Yan had long sought to entangle herself with Lu Hanchuan, ultimately finding herself in his bed through a series of unforeseen circumstances. While he had encountered numerous women throughout his life, including several ex-wives who had remarried without eliciting any particular sentiment from him, the sight of Daji conversing with Lu Hanchuan stirred a twinge of jealousy within him. As they prepared to depart for another establishment, Lu Zhengming wrapped his arm around Daji's waist. At the threshold, as they brushed past one another, Daji's hand inadvertently grazed Lu Hanchuan's. A fleeting contact that seemed to electrify him momentarily. "Damn it, does this woman still not relent?" Lu Hanchuan cursed inwardly. Though the feelings of revulsion he had experienced days prior had lessened. Once Lu Zhengming and Daji had left, he tightened his grip around her waist and cautioned her. "You are now Mrs. Lu." "Oh dear, husband," Daji exclaimed softly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You are hurting me." Lu Zhengming released her, lowering his voice. "Having married me, you must adhere to your role." Daji shrugged off his hand, twisting her waist to create distance between them, her expression a mix of anger and grievance. "You acknowledge that I am Mrs. Lu, yet does anyone in the Lu family regard me as such?" Her delicate and pitiful demeanor stirred a sense of compassion within Lu Zhengming. Indeed, Tao Yan had pursued Lu Hanchuan for his wealth. Yet he could not rival the Lu family's affluence. Given that he surpassed Lu Hanchuan in wealth, should she not remain contentedly by his side? Men, particularly older men, often feel the need to demonstrate that they are not inferior to their younger counterparts in certain respects, thereby affirming their vitality despite their age. Following Daji's fervent accusations, Lu Zhengming felt a sense of relief. With a grand gesture, he produced the black card he had just given to the shop attendant, proclaiming, "This is my supplementary card. It has no limit. Enjoy yourselves." Daji accepted the card, wrapping her arm around Lu Zhengming's, nuzzling against him. "Thank you, darling." Clearing his throat, Lu Zhengming inquired, "What else do you wish to purchase?" "I shall take you. By the way, dear, I feel that the household staff is rather aged, and there exists a generational gap between us. Might it be possible to hire additional servants to attend to our needs? Also, their quarters are far too cramped for my comfort." Daji enumerated her requests while linking her arm with Lu Jingming's. Zhao Ma, emerging from the kitchen, overheard Daji's words and couldn't help but interject, "Miss Tao Yu. I am Mrs. Lu." A cold voice interrupted Zhao Ma. Daji shot her a glance that sent a chill down Zhao Ma's spine, rendering her silent. Lu Jingming raised an eyebrow in surprise, gazing at the seemingly delicate woman beside him. Was she truly a mindless ornament? Throughout the day, Daji had transformed in Lu Jingming's eyes from a mere disposable vase to a cherished canary. What aspect of her had he yet to witness? A burgeoning curiosity and desire for conquest stirred within him. In a low voice, Lu Jingming commanded, "Zhao Ma, please fetch a cup of milk for my wife." The term wife signified an affirmation of Daji's standing. Zhao Ma looked at Lu Jingming in astonishment. None of his previous wives had ever been addressed as wife by him. With a familiar, delicate smile gracing her lips, Daji said, "Zhao Ma, the milk should be warm." Zhao Ma pressed her lips together and replied, "Yes, madam." Once Zhao Ma had departed, Lu Jingming, with a hint of helplessness, playfully pinched Daji's ear, his tone inadvertently laced with affection. "You, my dear." Daji leaned languidly against Lu Jingming, her voice sweet and coaxing. "Darling, I'm tired and can't walk anymore. Would you carry me to rest?" Despite the 20-year age gap, with Lu Jingming nearing 50, he was aware of the online comments referring to him as an old man. In truth, men fear aging even more than women. Yet, in Daji's presence, Lu Jingming felt invigorated, as though regarded as a vigorous young man. The women he married later or those he encountered outside, whether drawn by his power or his age, never made such excessive demands. Only Daji truly treated him as a robust young man to be commanded. Lu Jingming crouched down, laughing heartily. "Hold on tight." Their master bedroom was located on the second floor, and after bearing Daji to their room, he panted slightly while rummaging through the cabinet for medicine. After swallowing the medication, he explained to Daji, "It's been a while since I exercised. My heart can't take it." Daji took the small bottle from Lu Jingming's hand, inhaling its contents. Nothing remarkable. The bottle was inscribed with characters she could not comprehend. She set the bottle down and retreated to the bathroom. Feeling a bit weary after a day of shopping, nothing could be better than a soothing bath. HM? The scene unfolds with Daji leaning against the bathroom door, playfully beckoning to Lu Jingming, who was reclining on the sofa. "Dear, come here." Despite his fatigue, Lu Jingming's body obediently rises and makes its way toward the bathroom. As Daji disrobes, she instructs, "Darling, run the bath for me and fetch my face mask." Just as Lu Jingming opens his mouth to respond, his gaze inadvertently sweeps over her exquisite form, igniting a rush of heat within him. The words he intended to speak are swallowed down, his throat constricting. He has seen her body before. Indeed, Tao Yan's figure is not the most remarkable among the women he has known. Yet, at this moment, an insatiable allure envelopes him. When it comes to seduction, none can rival the enchantress, especially a nine-tailed fox whose charms even King Zhou could not withstand. For someone like Lu Jingming, resistance is utterly futile. Daji, like a queen, is pampered by Lu Jingming. Once he has applied the face mask and she reclines in the bath, she retrieves her phone and opens her social media account. Tao Yan boasts a presence on Douyin, amassing over 100,000 followers, primarily earning through video promotions and live streams. Before her marriage to Lu Jingming, her comment section was relatively benign. However, following her failed seduction of Lu Hanchuan and the scandalous hotel incident with Lu Jingming, her comments have descended into a mire of vitriol. "Lu Jingming must be older than your father. What's it like to be with an old man? Haha. Disgusting, shameless. When will the 9th concubine be sent away?" Although it is said that Lu Jingming has married Tao Yan, this is merely a faade he presents to the outside world. There was no wedding ceremony nor marriage certificate. As the 9th woman he publicly claims to have married, the outside world mockingly refers to Tao Yan as the 9th concubine. This title lacks legitimacy and honor. Lu Jingming gently massages Daji's shoulders, his gaze never straying from her. Daji, engrossed in her phone, does not shy away, and Lu Jingming notices the disparaging comments. This is not the first time he has encountered such ridicule. His previous wives faced similar derision. However, the thought that Daji might be affected by these remarks stirs an inexplicable anxiety within him. Years have passed, and he can scarcely recall the details of his own wedding. Yet, the mere thought of marrying her fills him with a sense of anticipation. Daji, scrolling through the comments, speaks in a despondent tone. "Will I end up like your previous wives, leaving with nothing?" Lu Jingming reassures her, "Yan, do not heed the baseless gossip." Daji remains silent, intensifying his unease. He lifts her chin, encouraging her to look up. The warmth from the steaming water bath brings a flush to her delicate face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears that shatter Lu Zhongming's heart. In a flustered manner, he hastily wipes her tears away, his voice filled with urgency. Why are you crying? Yin Yin? I do not wish to be cast out. I am merely 20 years old, and apart from creating videos, I possess no other skills. Yet, at present, I lack followers and am met with a barrage of insults. Daji sobbed, tears cascading down her cheeks like delicate pear blossoms in the rain. Lu Zhongming, disregarding the potential for his clothes to become wet, embraced Daji tightly. Yin Yin. Indeed, she is only 20, younger than his own son, without a college education. Lacking any skills. Her only means of earning a living is through becoming an internet celebrity, yet she is besieged by online vitriol. She adores wealth so dearly. Lu Zhongming's imagination conjured a pitiful image of a woman abandoned, stirring a pang of sorrow in his heart. He softly reassured her, let us register tomorrow. What is mine is also yours. It shall be considered marital property. In the future, you may purchase whatever your heart desires, and you shall have the dignity befitting Mrs. Lu. Daji sniffled, wrapping her arms around Lu Zhongming, her voice taking on a playful lilt. Husband, you are truly wonderful. In moments of deep affection, what is destined to occur inevitably unfolds. When Zhao Ma emerged with milk, the sultry sounds of the woman upstairs reached her ears, causing her cheeks to flush. By the time the couple finished bathing and donned their clothing to descend for dinner, the lights had begun to twinkle. Lu Zhongming, holding Daji close, remarked, Yin Yin. Tomorrow I shall have someone come to connect the second floor and create a dressing room for you. If the second floor is insufficient, we can also clear out the third floor. Zhao Ma could not help but interject. Sir, the third floor is the young master's room. Lu Zhongming, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his nose, but there are still many vacant rooms. Zhao Ma cast an annoyed glance at Daji, saying, You are well aware of the young master's temperament. If you disturb the third floor, he might take offense. Reflecting on his son's disposition, Lu Zhongming fell silent for a moment before addressing Daji. Yin Yin, how about I purchase a villa for you? We can live separately, and you can do as you please. Upon hearing this, Daji could not help but feel a sense of curiosity towards Lu Zhongming's son. There were no photographs of the sole heir of the Lu family circulating online. He had been residing abroad, and even his name remained unknown. The original Tao Yin had no connection with this enigmatic heir of the Lu family. After Lu Zhongming's demise, Tao Yin was ousted from the Lu household, lacking the privilege to attend even his funeral. Very well, Daji responded dutifully, agreeing to Lu Zhongming's suggestion. Lu Zhongming sighed with relief, appreciating Daji's thoughtfulness even more. Zhao Ma observed Lu Zhongming's attentive demeanor towards Daji, feeling alarm bells ringing in her mind. Lu Zhongming's business empire was flourishing, and while he was still in relatively good health, the sole heir was his son. However, should he marry, there would be an additional heir, and she was reluctant to see an outsider claim part of the young master's fortune. Fortunately, Mr. Lu remained rational, refraining from officially marrying this woman. Even if they did register, there would be a prenuptial property division. Considering his previous partners, Zhao Ma felt somewhat reassured. The following day, Daji awoke under Lu Zhongming's care and, after freshening up, descended the stairs. Lu Zhongming brought milk and placed it before Daji. Observing her delicate camisole and could not help but advise, Yin Yin, perhaps you should change into a white shirt. You cannot dress like this for the registration photo. Zhao Ma's voice rose beside them. Registration photo? Daji took the milk from Lu Zhongming, bestowing upon him a tender morning kiss, before cheerfully addressing Zhao Ma. Indeed, Zhao Ma. Today I shall register my marriage with old Lu. I lack a shirt, so to avoid any delay, could you kindly procure one and deliver it to me? Alas, Lu Zhongming had truly fallen under the spell of this enchanting creature. Unable to contain her curiosity, Zhao Ma inquired of Lu Zhongming, Young master, are you aware of this? Before Lu Zhongming could reply, Daji set down her glass, the sound of it striking the table resonating like a sharp thud, causing Zhao Ma's heart to flutter. Then, with a playful tone laced with mockery, Daji declared, What? Must I report my marriage to my son? The restaurant fell into a hushed silence. Zhao Ma glanced at Lu Zhongming, who remained silent, seemingly at a loss for words. The formidable Lu Zhongming, who had dominated the business realm for decades, found himself rendered speechless, resembling a timid dove. He offered a small bun to Daji's lips, soothingly coaxing, Yin Yin, do not be upset. We shall go register after you finish eating. Subsequently, he turned to Zhao Ma, instructing, Zhao Ma, this matter need not be disclosed to the young master. Please purchase a white shirt and deliver it to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Zhao Ma, casting a cautious glance at Daji, dared not protest further and replied, understood. When they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Zhao Ma had already delivered the shirt. Observing the silhouettes of Lu Zhiming and Daji, she took out her phone to make a call. Within less than half an hour of acquiring their marriage certificate, as they emerged from the bureau, Lu Zhiming gazed at the small red booklet, feeling an overwhelming sense of fulfillment akin to that of a long-time lover finally achieving their dreams. Unable to resist, he embraced Daji, his voice imbued with incredible tenderness. Yin Yin, from this day forth, you shall be my rightful wife, Lu Zhiming. On the way to the airport, Lu Zhiming presented a contract to Daji. 5% of the Lu family's empire is yours as a dowry. The Lu family's vast business empire, replete with immense wealth, means that 5% represents not only hundreds of billions but also a significant degree of influence. It is worth noting that Lu Zhiming himself holds only 25%, while the heir to the Lu family possesses a mere 15%. Thank you, darling, Daji replied with a beaming smile as she accepted it. Before boarding the plane, Daji took out her phone, snapped a photo, and posted it on Weibo. At that moment, a series of photos began to gain traction online. The photographer, Xiaobingge, commented, encountered this stunning beauty on Phoenix Street. In reality, she is even more extraordinary, her every gesture exuding an air of unparalleled charm and grace, along with several images. There was also a dynamic video. The comments section erupted with excitement. Inquiries about the identity of the woman filling the air. As the buzz intensified and the topic trended, netizens began uncovering information about this woman, who turned out to be the internet sensation Tao Yan, recently embroiled in controversies with older men. Wow, it's her. Did she get plastic surgery? I truly didn't recognize her. To be fair, Tao Yan looks stunning in these photos. It must be Xiaobingge's excellent editing skills. I wonder where she got that internet celebrity face done. Seeking the same doctor. The comments gradually veered off topic as netizens flocked to Daji's Weibo, either to mock or to admire her beauty, only to discover that her latest post featured a marriage certificate alongside the contract. Han Chuan, what as for dinner? After finishing her advertisement shoot, Xiaonan spotted her boyfriend waiting for her and skipped over excitedly. Her gaze inadvertently drifted to Lu Hanchuan's phone screen, and her smile faltered slightly. He was looking at Tao Yan's Weibo. Lu Zhiming and Tao Yan were photographed at a hotel. Had it not been for a business banquet, Lu Zhiming would not have casually claimed that she was his ninth wife for the sake of appearances. Prior to Tao Yan, he had several verbal spouses, and the authenticity of these claims was of little concern to anyone. What is surprising is that despite Lu Zhiming's numerous romantic entanglements, he is only one heir, and there have been no rumors of illegitimate children. Lu Hanchuan calmly turned off his phone, gently kissed his girlfriend's forehead, and spoke in an endearing tone. What would you like to eat? I'll defer to your wishes. A flicker of unease stirred within Xiaonan as she contemplated something, her eyes bright with anticipation as she looked at Lu Hanchuan. Hanchuan, let us have dinner at my house. My parents wish to meet you. Lu Hanchuan nodded. Given their on and off relationship for quite some time, it was indeed time to introduce him to Xiaonan's parents. Upon seeing him acquiesce, Xiaonan's eyes sparkled, and she wrapped her arms around his. Then when will you introduce me to your parents? We should have a meal together with both families. At her words, Lu Hanchuan's expression grew cold, and his voice stiffened. I have no parents. Oh, I am so sorry, Xiaonan stammered, flustered. I didn't mean to. I didn't know they. She could not bring herself to utter the phrase "you're gone." Having known and loved Lu Hanchuan for nearly 2 years, she had never heard him mention his parents. Seeing the guilt and sorrow on his girlfriend's face warmed Lu Hanchuan's heart. He gently stroked Xiaonan's hair and explained. Before I was born, that person abandoned my mother and me. My mother endured many hardships to raise me, ultimately falling ill. In order to save money for my education, she chose not to seek treatment and passed away at home. Lu Hanchuan's diligent work ethic was well known to Xiaonan, who often advised him to take breaks and avoid late nights at the office. Today, however, she finally grasped the truth. So, your father? He is not my father. Lu Hanchuan coldly interrupted Xiaonan. Startled, she cautiously inquired, what has happened to him now? As he listened to her question, a sardonic smile crept onto Lu Hanchuan's lips, followed by a chilling revelation as he shrugged. He is nearing death. At that moment, Lu Hanchuan resembled a devil from the depths of hell, leaving Xiaonan's subsequent questions lodged in her throat. Gently, she patted his back, offering silent comfort. Their shared warmth was palpable. Meanwhile, in F country, Daji and Lu Zhiming were at their hotel, poring over plans for the following day's adventures. Daji stifled a yawn. In her mortal form, fatigue came easily. Rising from Lu Jinming's embrace, she declared, "You choose. I'm tired and shall take a bath first." After enduring a lengthy flight, Lu Jinming also felt weary but was reluctant to show any signs of fatigue in front of his delicate wife. He retrieved some medication from his luggage, took it, and continued to peruse the travel booklet, strategizing their itinerary. In the romantic capital of F country, Lu Jinming and Daji reveled in their joyful escapades, spending each day until nightfall. Within just a week, Lu Jinming had become inseparably attached to Daji. On the beach, he spotted Daji in a revealing bikini and hurried after her. "Wife, wait for me." Daji flicked her hair, attracting the astonished gazes of beachgoers, completely ignoring Lu Jinming as she prepared to surf. In the eyes of Daji, men are categorized into two types, mere tools and prey. Having secured both a marriage certificate and shares, Daji no longer felt the need to placate Lu Jinming. Consequently, these past few days have seen Lu Jinming orbiting around her. After all, he is no longer a sprightly youth in his 20s. The sport of surfing poses quite a challenge for him. Just as he hesitated, a young, dashing blonde with azure eyes began to shower Daji with attention. "Darling, I'll join you in your fun," Lu Jinming exclaimed as he trotted over and wrapped his arms around her waist, resolutely leading her towards the waves. Observing Lu Jinming panting and appearing utterly exhausted, Daji raised an eyebrow. "Old Lu, can you manage? Please don't push yourself." Upon hearing his beloved wife's concern, Lu Jinming felt compelled to assert himself. Straightening his back, "Your husband is strong and robust." The system couldn't help but comment, "Just days ago, it was all hubby, and now it's old Lu." Oh, the capricious nature of women. No, the fickleness of a seductive vixen. Daji didn't even spare Lu Jinming a glance, lifting her chin with a haughty sniff. "Just don't hinder me." Rather than inciting anger in Lu Jinming, her proud demeanor only deepened his affection, and he eagerly grabbed a surfboard, racing into the sea with her. As they stood on their boards amidst the tumultuous waves, the thrilling and nerve-wracking sport elicited delighted shrieks from Daji. Yet, behind her, Lu Jinming's complexion grew increasingly pale, his anguished groans drowned out by the crashing surf. The system gently interjected, "Host, it seems Lu Jinming is unwell." Daji paused, and Lu Jinming bent over, whispering, "Medicine." With a penetrating gaze, Daji assessed Lu Jinming before handing him the medicine. Lu Jinming took out what seemed to be a life-saving medication, consumed the remaining contents in one go, and then took a deep breath, offering Daji an apologetic smile. "My dear, I shall take a brief respite and later join you in your amusements." Daji picked up the empty vial, her expression contemplative. "How long have you been taking this medicine?" Lu Jinming exhaled slowly. "For about a year or two. It's an overseas product, quite effective." Daji discarded the vial, caressed Lu Jinming's face, and murmured softly, "Old Lu, what would I do if something were to happen to you?" Upon hearing Daji's words, Lu Jinming felt an increasing dread of mortality. The wealthier he became, the more he feared death. Moreover, he now had a beloved little wife to cherish. "Yin Yin, do not worry. I will certainly take good care of myself for your sake." Exhausted, Lu Jinming closed his eyes, oblivious to the mockery lurking in Daji's gaze. In the days that followed, Lu Jinming warded off numerous admirers while accompanying Daji through various exhilarating activities. One evening, he stood on the balcony, engaged in a phone call. "Please send me 10 more bottles of that medication. The past few days have been exhausting, and I have exhausted my supply." He added, "I owe you a drink when you have the chance to visit Country Y." Daji, listening to the faint sounds from the balcony, applied her luxurious skincare products while gazing at her reflection in the mirror, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. After Lu Jinming concluded the call, Daji adjusted her nightgown, her alluring figure wrapping around Lu Jinming as she playfully called out, "Hubby." In the face of his little wife's temptation, Lu Jinming rubbed his chest, suppressing his discomfort, and leaned into her embrace. After the passionate encounter, he curled up in bed, clutching his heart in distress, and murmured intermittently, "Doctor." Daji turned over, her voice languid yet devoid of warmth. "I am so tired." Lu Jinming felt as though his heart might leap from his throat, breath constricted. He rolled over in an attempt to reach for his phone, but instead, he tumbled off the bed with a resounding thud. A cry of dismay erupted, followed by an eerie silence enveloping the room. After a brief moment, Daji sat up in bed, gazing at Lu Jinming, who lay motionless on the floor. She stepped over him and entered the bathroom. Once she had completed her ablutions and donned her nightgown, Daji leisurely retrieved her phone and dialed for assistance. The system was taken aback by her calm, almost indifferent demeanor, and could not help but inquire, "Host, are you not afraid?" In the Temporal Management Bureau, it had previously witnessed hosts confronting the specter of death with trepidation. Yet, its host exhibited an unusual composure. "Afraid?" Upon hearing the system's question, Daji covered her mouth and let out a peal of laughter. "He was not killed by me. Why should I fear?" She merely accelerated his demise by a few days at that original moment in time. Lu Zhengming was deceased. Heart failure, unresponsive to resuscitation. 3 days later, Lu Zhengming's funeral took place. Notable dignitaries gathered, not solely to pay their respects, but also to meet the new heir. At the Lu family villa, Aunt Zhao pushed open the door. "Young master, everyone has arrived outside." A man clad in a black suit stood before the portrait, and after a prolonged pause, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha, you truly perished at the hands of a woman." Lewison stepped out, prompting Aunt Zhao to discreetly distance herself. Having served the Lu family for many years, she was well aware of the young master's disdain for women. As Lewison emerged, the hall fell into an immediate hush. The board members of the Lu family gathered, awaiting Lu Wansun to assume control of the family business. "Wansun, the stock price of the Lu Corporation has plummeted following your father's demise. You must devise a strategy swiftly. Should you lack experience, our board will assist in decision-making during these initial days." A cold male voice interrupted the murmurs of the crowd. Lu Hanchuan entered, accompanied by 2 lawyers. His gaze fixed on Lu Wansun. "I truly envy you. You were born with everything." He then produced a document and handed it to Lu Wansun, a paternity test. Lu Hanchuan was the son of Lu Zhengming. Over the years, Lu Zhengming had numerous women, yet Lu Wansun was his only recognized son, with no word of any illegitimate offspring. "My mother is Lu Zhengming's 3rd wife," Lu Hanchuan remarked with self-deprecation. She was cast out just 10 days after becoming Mrs. Lu. Lu Hanchuan's mother deeply loved Lu Zhengming. Even after being left with nothing, she could not bring herself to terminate her pregnancy and chose to raise him alone. After her expulsion, Lu Zhengming found a new partner. She yearned to inform him of her pregnancy but never had the chance to approach him, and eventually, she resigned herself to silence. In his childhood, he could not comprehend why his mother wept while watching television. Only as he grew older did he realize she was mourning the man on the screen. Thus, he harbored resentment towards Lu Zhengming. "Mr. Lu's wife is the sole one, and the heir is but the young master. Your mother held no official status, and you are merely an illegitimate child," spoke Zhao Ma in defense. She had been with the Lu family for many years, having received the benevolence of Madame Lu in her early days, and regarded Lu Wansun as her own son. However, she took an immediate dislike to the suddenly emerging Lu Hanchuan. The lawyer behind Lu Hanchuan proclaimed loudly, "Current laws stipulate that illegitimate children possess inheritance rights." Indeed, Lu Hanchuan had come to contest the inheritance and succession rights. The Lu family board erupted in chaos, and other guests gathered around, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The Lu family was on the verge of a transformation. While it was true that Lu Wansun was the legitimate heir born of the first marriage, he had spent many years abroad, and Lu Hanchuan, being the son of Lu Zhengming, also qualified for inheritance under the current legal framework. With Lu Wansun's prolonged absence overseas, it remained uncertain whether he could contend with the emerging business magnate, Lu Hanchuan. Just as the crowd began to debate the 2 heirs, a woman in a flowing black gown gracefully entered, her gaze lightly sweeping over the 2 young men in confrontation. Indifferently, she remarked, "I am still alive. It is not your turn yet." The newcomer was none other than Daji. She clapped her hands, and a man in a suit and glasses entered. Opening a document to begin his reading, Lu Zhengming voluntarily bequeaths 99 properties and 999 shops to his wife, Tao Yin. Furthermore, according to inheritance laws, his wife, Tao Yin, is the primary heir and will divide the inheritance equally with Lu Zhengming's children. Madame Tao Yin will inherit 50% of Mr. Lu Zhengming's estate. The lawyer paused, glancing at Lu Hanchuan and Lu Wansun before continuing. The remaining 50% will be equally divided between the 2 young masters. After the equal division of the inheritance, coupled with the 5% shares gifted to her by Lu Zhengming during his lifetime, Daji emerged as the largest shareholder of the Lu family. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. They gazed at the young woman in the black dress, unable to fathom that Lu Zhengming, a man who had countless women throughout his life, had bequeathed his fortune to a woman he had known for less than half a month. Lu Hanchuan's pupils contracted in disbelief. He could not comprehend that Lu Zhengming had bestowed such wealth upon this woman. He had underestimated the situation. Originally, according to his plans, he intended to secure half of Lu Zhongming's inheritance along with his own purchased shares, thereby possessing an 80% chance of seizing control of the Lu family. However, he did not anticipate the emergence of Tao Yan. After 2 years of meticulous effort, it seemed that someone else would reap the rewards. Lu Hanchuan's eyes were turbulent with emotions, and the cold aura surrounding him rendered the 2 lawyers behind him too afraid to breathe. Daji was not surprised by Lu Hanchuan's reaction. What piqued her curiosity was Lu Wensin's complete lack of response. He exhibited neither shock nor anger, behaving as though he were an outsider rather than the heir suddenly stripped of a vast fortune. Daji approached Lu Wensin, scrutinizing the man before her. With striking features and a tall stature, he appeared far more approachable than the aloof Lu Hanchuan. Daji tilted her head slightly, offering Lu Wensin a polite smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am your stepmother." Lu Wensin stared at Daji for 3 seconds before throwing his head back in laughter. "Ha ha. What a delightful spectacle. Ha ha." His laughter was so vigorous that he struggled to catch his breath, and a hint of madness flickered in his eyes, prompting the onlookers to murmur among themselves, wondering if Lu Wensin had been driven to madness by the death of his father and the ensuing financial turmoil. Lu Wensin bent over with laughter, then retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, ignited it, and placed it before the portrait of the deceased. Finally, he waved to the crowd, saying, "Enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave." Throughout the proceedings, Lu Wensin expressed not a single word regarding the division of the inheritance. His actions left everyone in a state of confusion. This reclusive young master seemed to possess a rather peculiar mindset. Suppressing his emotions, Lu Hanchuan politely addressed Daji. "Miss Tao Yan, would you consider selling your shares to me?" The board of directors, naturally unwilling to relinquish Lu Enterprises to Daji, unanimously suggested that she sell her shares and refrain from interfering with the company. Lu Wensin's nonchalant demeanor instilled a lack of confidence in the board. If the company were to be handed over to Daji, it would be more prudent to entrust it to the capable Lu Hanchuan. Daji cast a penetrating glance at Lu Hanchuan and leaned in to whisper, "If you desire Lu Enterprises, come find me tonight." This woman. A smirk of derision danced in Lu Hanchuan's eyes as he contemplated her shares. Yet he restrained himself and acquiesced to her request. The unexpected turn of events at the funeral rapidly spread through the outside world. The little internet celebrity transforms into a billionaire heiress. Tao Yan inherits a fortune of billions. The internet erupted in astonishment. No one could have anticipated that the little internet celebrity, once thought to be a mere plaything of Lu Zhongming's, would inherit such immense wealth in less than half a month. Ridiculous. Even television wouldn't dare to script such a tale. Marrying a billionaire, losing a husband, and inheriting a fortune, this felt like a dream. A true winner in life, an epitome of luck. A multitude of netizens transformed into envious onlookers, flooding Tao Yan's social media comments with their envy. The system panel displayed the task progress, revealing that 30% had been accomplished. Daji sat before her vanity, gently rubbing a bottle of cosmetics, murmuring to herself, "Everyone envies. Not everyone covets immense wealth. At least the affluent do not." Contemplating her next course of action, her phone rang, the caller an unfamiliar number. A familiar male voice emerged. Daji recognized it as Lu Hanchuan's. She had not anticipated such swift contact from him. Upon seeing Daji clad in a nightgown, Lu Hanchuan's expression turned sarcastic. Indeed, this woman remained undeterred, attempting to entice him. Lu Hanchuan's unabashed gaze conveyed his thoughts to Daji, and with a slight smirk, she greeted, "Hanchuan, long time no see." Lu Hanchuan, disinterested in idle chatter, noted that Xia Ainen awaited him at home, and stated directly, "Name your price." He had conducted research on Tao Yan, recognizing her vanity, love for wealth, and lack of education, making it feasible to acquire Lu's shares from such a woman. Daji gestured for Lu Hanchuan to enter, and despite a slight frown, he stepped into the room. "The shares I can offer you," Daji said, approaching Lu Hanchuan, her voice dripping with allure. "However, I have a small condition." As they drew nearer, Lu Hanchuan caught the scent of her body wash. He instinctively created distance and replied in a low tone, "What is your condition?" Daji gently tugged at Lu Hanchuan's tie, her tone suggestive, "To be my male servant for a month." Lu Hanchuan scoffed, "Ha! Do you truly believe that acquiring the shares will secure your hold? Tao Yan, you truly are foolish. Such an absurd request. I can't believe she thought of it." Lu Hanchuan shook off Daji's hand and was about to leave. "Wait." Daji stretched out her leg, blocking Lu Hanchuan's path, and then, under Lu Hanchuan's frigid gaze, she produced a vial. "This is yours. Don't forget to take it with you." A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Lu Hanchuan's eyes as his voice lowered several degrees. What do you mean? Ignoring the biting chill emanating from him, Daji opened the vial and took a whiff. My husband has been taking your medicine for so long, his body has been drained, leading to heart failure and his untimely death. A young man left to mourn. Don't you think you owe me a husband? At that moment, Lu Hanchuan's eyes betrayed his astonishment. How did she know? This medication was developed by a friend of his in the biological sciences, a project he had been funding for years. It was a tonic, but he had added certain substances to Lu Zhongming's dosage, which, when taken over an extended period, could lead to an excess that would deplete the body. Daji wrapped her arms around Lu Hanchuan's neck, covering her mouth with a light laugh. Hanchuan, I ought to thank you. If you hadn't sent me to Lu Zhongming's bed, how would I have come into this immense fortune? She leaned her head against his chest. You truly are good to me. How much do you know? Lu Hanchuan stood rigid, forgetting to push Daji away. Hanchuan, you must understand, my initial goal was you. With just a month as your servant, everything you desire could be mine. The woman's voice was soft, her words utterly captivating. Like the belladonna flower, alluring despite its toxicity. What if I refuse? Oh dear. If the young and accomplished Mr. Lu were to be discovered as the perpetrator of his biological father's murder. Very well. Lu Hanchuan interrupted her. A month. Remember your words. Otherwise, I shall drag you down with me, even in death. Lu Hanchuan fixed his gaze intently upon Daji's eyes, were his stare capable of causing demise. Daji would likely disintegrate under the weight of it. Daji reached out and caressed Lu Hanchuan's soft hair, releasing a long breath. You truly are a splendid son to your mother. You. Lu Hanchuan's eyes blazed with fury, yet he found himself powerless against Daji. After all, she held not only the shares he coveted, but also the truth surrounding Lu Zhongming's death. 1 month he would endure. Once he secured the shares, he would not let Tao Yan escape easily. Lu Hanchuan inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to strangle Daji, and declared, I wish to enter the company. Some matters are best retained within one's own grasp. Who knows whether this wicked woman might change her mind at a whim. To his surprise, Daji acquiesced to Lu Hanchuan's request. As you wish, but now you must fulfill your duties as a servant. Daji made her way to the restroom, her fingers hooking her bra strap and lifting it before Lu Hanchuan's eyes. Wash this. Having grown up, Lu Hanchuan had never washed a woman's undergarments, not even his girlfriend. Xiaonan had ever asked him to wash her clothes, let alone her intimates. Lu Hanchuan's face was as cold as ice, while Daji appeared oblivious. Draping her lingerie over his shoulder, she reclined on the sofa, propping her chin on one hand and leisurely swinging her fair, slender legs to remind him. A surge of blood rushed through Lu Hanchuan as he gazed at the relaxed Daji, gritting his teeth and articulating each word. Tao Yan, do not overstep your bounds. Daji covered her mouth with a laugh, her voice ringing clear. Lu Hanchuan felt as though he had been pricked by something sharp. He quickly averted his gaze, and his anger dissipated significantly. Daji waggled her finger, her charming voice imbued with a hint of enchantment. Please call me master. Lu Hanchuan stood in place for 5 minutes, before removing Daji's lingerie from his shoulder and heading to the bathroom. On the bathroom shelf hung a pair of red lace-trimmed silk panties, and Lu Hanchuan tightly clutched Daji's lingerie. After a long moment, he pressed his lips together, as if he had made a significant decision, and reached for the panties. Turning on the faucet, Daji was occupied with her phone. Her popularity had soared, and her former plastic friends had begun to reach out to her again. 609. Please delete these. The system felt somewhat constrained, as it had not anticipated that the first task assigned by the host would be to delete WeChat friends. It was a sophisticated AI, and yet its capabilities seemed so limited. Very well. The system resigned itself, recognizing that its host was no ordinary person. No, a fox. A formidable vixen. As Daji's WeChat page was finally cleared, her phone was left in peace. Watching Lu Hanchuan emerge with damp hands, Daji beckoned him closer with a playful gesture. Lu Hanchuan hesitated for 3 seconds before taking 2 steps nearer. Daji retrieved her phone from the pocket of his suit, adding herself on WeChat and inscribing her title as master in the notes. For a month, no alterations were permitted in the presence of Lu Hanchuan. She would inscribe him as servant. Did I say you could leave? Her sultry voice carried a hint of frost. Lu Hanchuan paused, casting his gaze towards the sofa, where the woman's lashes fluttered momentarily, darting him a glance, an invisible force enveloping him with palpable pressure. Daji rose from the sofa, her once charming smile replaced by an austere demeanor. Tilting her head, she grasped Lu Hanchuan's chin, her long nails etching crimson lines upon his skin. A mocking smile graced her lips as she taunted, "A servant ought to possess the demeanor of one. Lu Hanchuan, wouldn't you agree?" It was the first occasion she addressed him by his full name, and despite his lack of offense against her, an involuntary chill coursed through him. Little did Lu Hanchuan realize that the woman standing before him was the infamous Daji, a harbinger of calamity. The ruthless figure who had once executed the brutal punishment of Pao Luo upon Begone's heart. No matter how formidable he might consider himself, he remained merely a mortal, incapable of withstanding the overwhelming presence of the powerful nine-tailed fox spirit. In the face of Daji, Lu Hanchuan's frigid aura was but a mere shadow against her might. After a prolonged moment, he finally regained his composure and softly inquired, "What do you desire?" Recognizing your true self is paramount, Lu Hanchuan. Daji opened her phone and captured a photograph of him, subsequently sharing it on Weibo. Taoyan V, #1 servant. Image in the photograph. The man appeared dapper in his suit, his handsome features embodying the idealized image of a domineering CEO, as envisioned by countless female netizens. "Taoyan, have you lost your mind? I'm repulsed. How could you be so debauched? Disgusting, please don't indulge in fantasies about little CEO Lu." The internet erupted in criticism, initially believing that Daji's infatuation with Lu Hanchuan was mere fantasy. However, the following day, a video surfaced online showing Lu Hanchuan and Tao Yin alighting together at the Lu Corporation, causing Tao Yin and Lu Hanchuan to trend on social media. Just as Lu Hanchuan and Daji exited the elevator, his phone rang. He glanced at the woman beside him, saying, "I need to take this call. Please go ahead." "Hello. Hanchuan, where are you?" Xiaonin's voice trembled as she looked at the trending topic. An inexplicable sense of crisis enveloped her. Typically, Xiaonin would never intrude on Lu Hanchuan's work hours, but today, she deviated from her usual demeanor, expressing a desire to see him. "No." Lu Hanchuan responded without a moment's hesitation. And it was so innocent. He worried about her encountering that wicked woman, Tao Yin. "Hanchuan, I miss you so much." Xiaonin's voice quivered with suppressed tears as she watched the video on her phone. Although she trusted that Lu Hanchuan and Daji shared nothing, a pang of bitterness lingered in her heart. In the conference room, the board members of the Lu Empire had gathered. Daji occupied the prominent position at the head of the table, languidly reclining in her chair while stifling yawns. The directors buzzed with conversation. Yet Daji bestowed upon them not a single glance. Upon Lu Hanchuan's entrance, the directors regarded him as their savior. "Young master," they greeted. Given that Lu Winson displayed no ambition, Lu Hanchuan had proven himself to be the biological son of Lu Zhongming. By law, Lu Hanchuan was indeed the young master of the Lu family, entitled to his rightful share. He cast a glance at Daji seated at the head of the table and took a seat directly to her left. Lu Hanchuan, a rising star in the business realm, swiftly garnered the board's approval, with many believing that the Lu Corporation was best suited to be led by him. After all, while Tao Yin held significant shares, she was merely a materialistic woman devoid of education and capability. Lu Winson, the eldest son, had made a fleeting appearance at his father's funeral and had not been seen since, not even gracing the company with his presence. Following a thorough analysis of the situation, some board members began to extol Lu Hanchuan's virtues, asserting that under his stewardship, the Lu Corporation would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. They proclaimed him to be an outstanding talent and the most fitting heir to the Lu legacy. Throughout this discourse, no one inquired about Daji, treating her as though she were an outsider. Daji stifled a yawn, her long nails tapping rhythmically on the table, interrupting the cacophony. "You are all rather noisy." Though her voice was soft, it resonated clearly with everyone present, compelling them to cease their chatter and turn their attention to her, bringing an immediate hush to the room. Daji sat upright, her gaze sweeping across each board member. The moment her eyes met theirs, they felt as though their very souls were laid bare, their hidden thoughts exposed. They averted their eyes, unable to meet her gaze. Little did they know that although Daji inhabited Tao Yan's form, her essence was that of a nine-tailed fox. Even without her magical powers, the weight of her spirit was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. With her arms crossed, an aura of authority enveloped her. "Your master has yet to speak, and yet you squabble like children. Such lack of decorum is unbecoming." At her words, some among the board felt a surge of disdain, their instinct prompting them to rise in rebuttal. However, they were met with Daji's penetrating gaze, which silenced their thoughts. To describe Lu Hanchuan as a cold and domineering figure would be an understatement. After all, he is still quite young, having built his empire only in the past 2 years. The board members of the Lu Corporation, seasoned veterans who have long followed Lu Zhongming, feel little of the pressure he exudes. In stark contrast stands Daji, the ancient matriarch of the Fox clan, an archaic beast. A powerful demon entrusted with significant responsibilities by Nuwa, and the Queen of Chowga, capable of commanding the elements at will. Her aura of authority is such that not only mere mortals, but even seasoned cultivators find it unbearable. The several board members, all over 50, dared not lift their heads when addressed by this young lady in her 20s. Lu Hanchuan could not help but reassess Daji in that moment. With a light huff, Daji asserted, "While I entrust company matters to Lu Hanchuan, let it be clear who the true master of the Lu Corporation is." In the ensuing month, Lu Hanchuan would serve as vice president, assisting me in the management of the Lu Corporation. Daji did not pose this as a suggestion, but rather proclaimed it as a decision. The assembly harbored no objections, even if they had reservations. The weight of Daji's presence silenced them. In that fleeting moment, several directors felt that this youthful woman embodied the essence of the Lu Corporation far more than Lu Zhongming ever did. Once she had made her declaration, Daji gracefully exited the conference room, turning to Lu Hanchuan with a commanding, "Follow me." The president's office of the Lu Corporation occupied an entire floor. Yet Daji found the original decor unsatisfactory and instructed Lu Hanchuan to oversee renovations. He patiently listened, observing the woman before the floor-to-ceiling windows. Dressed in a flowing black gown, she spoke with an authoritative tone, commanding him as they overlooked the city from the 88th floor, her silhouette framed by the breathtaking view rendering her regal and compelling. With a nod, Lu Hanchuan acquiesced to her request. "Moreover, I request the personnel department to recruit a few secretaries." Daji pondered. They should be over 180 centimeters tall, possessing well-defined abs, strikingly handsome, no older than 25, preferably with some artistic talent and sweet tongue to charm others. Lu Hanchuan remarked, "Is this a recruitment for secretaries or male celebrities?" Taking a deep breath, Lu Hanchuan nodded. "Are there any other requirements?" He did not retort, and Daji, in a good mood, reached out to tousle his hair. "Such a good boy. I reward you with 2 days of working in my office." Before leaving, Daji added, "If there's anything, I'll message you on WeChat." She truly treats him as her personal servant. Watching Daji's departing figure, Lu Hanchuan rubbed his brow, contemplating how to deal with this woman. Zhao Ma, upon seeing Daji, widened her eyes in alarm, as if confronted with a formidable adversary. Zhao Ma asked, "Where is my son?" Zhao Ma, wary, responded, "What do you intend to do? Don't approach him." Zhao Ma attempted to block Daji, but was skillfully evaded as Daji ascended to the 3rd floor. The entire 3rd floor belonged to Lu Wunsen, and as Daji reached the upper level, she heard sounds emanating from the first room on the left. Following the noise, her eyes fell upon a man's well-defined chest. Lu Wunsen was lying on the ground, performing sit-ups, his upper body glistening with sweat, muscles taut and alluring, exuding a potent aura of masculinity. It had been many years. Daji momentarily lost her train of thought. Though she had had numerous lovers, ever since she promised Nuwa to seduce King Zhou, she had not indulged in the company of a young man for quite some time. For a naturally lustful fox, this was indeed a significant sacrifice. "Have you seen enough?" "Not yet." Daji approached Lu Wunsen, gazing down at him with an appreciative look that swept from head to toe. The man's muscles exuded strength, and his sun-kissed skin made Daji unable to resist the urge to touch him. Lu Wunsen furrowed his brow and deftly evaded her, a look of disgust crossing his face as he growled, "Get away, don't touch me." Ever since his mother's passing, Lu Zhongming had immersed himself in the company of women, fostering a deep-seated aversion toward them, particularly to their touch. Lu Wunsen resembled a lion with its fur bristled, while Daji crouched down, locking her gaze onto him. "Mind your tone when speaking to your stepmother. Get lost." Lu Wunsen's eyes reddened with fury as he sprang from the ground, attempting to kick Daji, who nimbly dodged his attack. His volatile temperament was indeed surprising, yet it ignited Daji's instinct to tame. Lu Wunsen reminded her of the untamed beasts of the demon clan. Seeing Daji evade him, he sought to further drive her away by picking up a dumbbell. Daji narrowed her eyes, her voice turning icy. "Go ahead, try to move against me." Lu Wunsen bared his teeth like a frenzied lion. "Get down. Don't come to the 3rd floor. I have no habit of sparing women." The 3rd floor was Lu Wunsen's domain, akin to a lion that does not allow intruders within its territory. He despised being disturbed, even by Lu Zhongming, who refrained from entering the 3rd floor. To Lu Wunsen, Daji was an outsider, a species he loathed. Women, encroaching upon his territory. Daji rubbed her wrist. It had been years since she had engaged in combat, she had nearly forgotten. Though she had lost her powers, her fighting skills were etched into her very soul. Before Lu Wensun could react, he received a sharp blow to the face. Hiss! Lu Wensun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, astonishment etched on his face. This woman actually struck him. Before he could fully comprehend this shocking reality, another blow landed upon him. However, Lu Wensun was not one to passively endure. He immediately retaliated, and the two engaged in a vigorous exchange, their movements echoing through the gym. Zhao Ma paced anxiously at the stairwell, exclaiming, "Oh dear. Stop, please." Though she harbored no ill feelings towards Daji, she was desperate to intervene, unable to quell the escalating conflict and unwilling to involve the authorities for fear of her young master facing repercussions. She found herself in a quandary, especially since the household's security and drivers were all fast asleep at this hour. Just as Zhao Ma felt she might perish from worry, an unexpected silence enveloped the room. She cautiously peeked inside, discovering the gym door ajar, revealing Lu Wensun sprawled on the ground, a woman atop him. The woman's hair was somewhat disheveled, her skirt askew, subtly exposing lace-trimmed underwear. Lu Wensun, panting, urged, "Zhao Ma, you may go." Zhao Ma bit her lip, her expression a mix of concern and frustration, before descending the stairs. What a predicament! Daji found her hands pinned by Lu Wensun, and feeling fatigued from supporting herself. She rested her head against his collarbone, panting while playfully kicking his shins. "If you misbehave, you shall be punished." Lu Wensun gritted his teeth. "Get off me." He was at a loss, overwhelmed by an inexplicable weakness coursing through his body. The rise and fall of his chest was palpable, and Daji could sense the firmness of his muscles beneath her. Meanwhile, Lu Wensun was acutely aware of the softness that enveloped his chest and the warmth of her breath cascading against his neck, igniting a fervent heat within him. He was losing his mind. "Get away." Lu Wensun's face was flushed, whether from anger or embarrassment, with a rosy hue extending to his neck. He felt utterly drained. Daji lay atop him, motionless. Not only was she genuinely fatigued, but she also wished to tease this irritable lion. "You shameless creature." Lu Wensun erupted in a fit of rage. "One more word, and I shall punish you." Daji wriggled free from his grasp, entwining their fingers instead. Then, under Lu Wensun's horrified gaze, she sank her teeth into his neck. Lu Wensun bellowed, "Release me, wicked woman." Daji let go, narrowing her eyes with a playful smirk. Gradually leaning closer to his lips, her voice laced with danger, "Are you still unwilling to behave? What do you intend to do?" Lu Wensun's eyes widened, biting down hard on his lip. Daji's lips brushed against his as she murmured, "To educate a troublesome child." Feeling the warm, pulsating sensation on his lips, Lu Wensun froze. Moments later, he could no longer contain his expletive, "Damn." The effects of her touch were fleeting, and soon Lu Wensun regained his mobility, leaping up as if he had seen a ghost, hastily fleeing the gym. In his haste, he crashed into the door with a muffled grunt. Ha ha! Daji laughed until she could hardly stand. After a shower, Lu Wensun stared intently at the mirror, the blood-stained bite mark on his neck glaringly conspicuous. He touched it, recoiling as if scalded. The scene from earlier involuntarily replayed in his mind, the woman's eyes glimmering like autumn waters, her lips curling into a mischievous smile, the pink petals rising and falling as she uttered harsh words. Moreover, the texture was remarkably soft. Lu Wensun struck the wall with considerable force, shaking his head in an attempt to dispel the images swirling in his mind. That damned woman. As Daji soaked in her bath, a thought seemed to strike her. She retrieved her phone and sent a WeChat video to Lu Hanchuan. At that moment, Lu Hanchuan was dining at Xia Anan's home, engaging with her parents. Upon noticing Daji's video, he swiftly silenced his phone and continued conversing with Xia Anan's parents. The phone rang once more. Mr. Xia, under the impression that Lu Hanchuan hesitated to answer out of politeness, urged him, "Xiao Lu, it's fine. Please take the call. We can chat later." Lu Hanchuan, a young man of considerable achievement, was held in high regard by Mr. and Mrs. Xia, who had recently followed the news and understood his busy schedule. They kindly fell silent to allow him to take the call. "Apologies, uncle and aunt," Lu Hanchuan said, his thoughts drifting to that troublesome woman. He quickly stepped out to the balcony to answer the phone. As soon as the video connected, he was greeted by the sight of her alluring, expressive eyes and her exquisite collarbone. Daji, reclining in her bath, her hair damp and cascading, exuded a beauty reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the water. Holding her phone, she languidly commanded, "Lu Hanchuan, come here and give me a massage." "I'm outside," Lu Hanchuan replied, lowering his voice and glancing around. relieved to see Xiaonan was not approaching. Find a few attendants for me. If you can't, come yourself. You have half an hour. She was accustomed to being attended to by little spirits in Xianyuan Cave and was further pampered within the palace of King Zhou. One could say Daji was spoiled by the luxury of her past life. The Lu family was affluent, yet it paled in comparison to the opulence she once knew. In the realm of indulgence, the illustrious Lady Daji has always enjoyed the luxury of a bath accompanied by massages. Previously, this task was entrusted to Lu Jingming. Yet with his absence, Daji refuses to compromise her comforts. Following the abrupt termination of the video call, Lu Hanchuan found himself muttering curses toward Daji while simultaneously reaching out to others via phone. In a bid to support Xiaonan, Lu Hanchuan had strategically acquired an entertainment company. Thus, fulfilling Daji's whims posed no significant challenge for him. With a mere phone call, two handsome gentlemen were dispatched to the Lu family villa. Outside the grand entrance, a man clad in a white shirt expressed his reservations to his companion, Meng Yu. The conditions set forth by President Lu are quite generous, yet does this not equate to us being reduced to mere escorts? The young man beside him, adorned in a letter-printed t-shirt, quipped with self-deprecation, the entertainment industry is inherently sordid. Haven Tea, we already steeled ourselves for this? A sigh escaped the lips of the man next to him. When they were scouted and signed by the entertainment company upon graduation, they had envisioned a meteoric rise to fame. Yet, 2 years later, they had yet to secure even a minor role. The industry was saturated with handsome faces, and competition was fierce. After Lu Hanchuan's acquisition of the company, the new owner sought to elevate his girlfriend's status, leaving the subordinate artists in a predicament akin to their previous state. With no opportunities for roles or debuts, they resided in company dormitories, subsisting on a meager monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, until this evening when they received the unexpected summons to serve as male companions for a wealthy woman, earning a staggering 100,000 yuan per day. The male artists within the company were stirred by the proposition. However, the criteria demanded individuals under the age of 25 with well-defined abs, which led to Ming Yu and his companion being selected. The arduous journey of their 2-year careers had long since dulled their sense of shame. All they sought was the prospect of financial gain. 100,000 yuan, an amount that would take an ordinary person several years to amass. Consider a different perspective. If we managed to win over the affluent lady, why would we fear her reluctance to lavish us with her wealth? In the entertainment industry, numerous male artists find themselves supported by wealthy women. After some deliberation, the two cast aside their burdens and stepped into the grand abode of the Lu family. The expansive lawn, the shimmering pool, the dancing fountains. Within this city where every inch is precious, the duo gazed upon their surroundings with envy. Hearing a commotion outside, Zhao opened the door, only to be momentarily taken aback by the sight of two handsome young men. Who are you? She inquired. In her 30s or 40s. Aunt Zhao appeared youthful due to the favorable treatment she received in the Lu household. The young man in the white shirt assessed her with a polite smile, introducing himself. Hello, I am Bai Shi, and this is Meng Yu, your male servant. The last two words lingered unspoken, a hint of embarrassment flashing across Bai Shi's face. Aunt Zhao, bewildered, was preparing to usher them away when a languorous female voice drifted down from above. They are my male servants. Daji, wrapped in a large bath towel, her hair still damp, lazily leaned against the second-floor railing, her eyes half closed as she scrutinized the newcomers. The boy in the white shirt possessed a delicate appearance, exuding an air of innocence, while the young man beside him, clad in a letter-printed t-shirt, boasted striking features with dark, tousled hair, embodying the current trend of the charmingly naive and the ruggedly handsome. Not bad, Daji mused, beckoning them with a playful curl of her finger. From their vantage point, the two could not discern her features, but the sultry, alluring tone of her voice hinted at her youth, certainly not the middle-aged woman who had answered the door. Both felt a sense of relief wash over them simultaneously. As they ascended the staircase under Aunt Zhao's astonished gaze, they cast a glance at the closed door on the second floor, and she could only marvel at the absurdity of it all. Mr. Lu has just passed away, and yet Tao Yin boldly seeks companionship. Zhao Ma, merely a servant, lacks the authority to intervene with Daji. After some contemplation, she decided to remain silent. It is inevitable that the Lu family will eventually be undone by this woman, Tao Yin. Bai Shi gazed at Daji in astonishment, voicing her thoughts. Are you truly that wealthy lady? Meng Yu also appeared taken aback. They had not anticipated that their so-called rich lady was the very Tao Yin who had recently made headlines. She, who had just married and lost her husband. inheriting a fortune of billions. Daji raised her phone, capturing a photo of the two and posting it on Weibo with the caption, "Second and third male servants." Such an unashamed woman, shamelessly selecting her favorites. Absurd. Has this woman lost her mind? Is she devoid of any sense of decency? The comments section was filled with vitriol. Yet Daji paid no heed, closing her phone and, like a queen, commanded the two, "Blow dry my hair and apply body lotion." Meng Yu and Bai Shi exchanged glances, observing a moment of silence before they commenced their tasks. Bai Shi gently applied the lotion to Daji's arms, sweetly complimenting her. "Miss Tao, your skin is truly exquisite." As they drew closer, both were captivated by Daji's beauty. She was far more stunning in person than in her online photos. Even more striking was her aura. Seated there, she exuded an enchanting charm. Young, beautiful, and wealthy, a woman of such caliber is surely the dream of every man. The system alerted Daji, "Host, the internet is rife with criticism directed at you." Even in this era of social openness, Daji's audacious conduct has attracted considerable controversy, particularly from men. She glanced at the task progress. The system has checked 40%. Astonishingly, it has increased. It appears that some, despite their outward criticisms, harbor a sense of envy within. Youthful beauty, wealth, and the company of handsome men. Is this not the aspiration of every woman? After applying the body lotion, Bai Shi felt a flush rise to his cheeks. He may appear as a naive young man, yet he is not truly innocent and has had several romantic encounters. However, when confronted with a woman like Daji, he finds himself utterly defenseless. Meng Yu, who was drying Daji's hair, maintained his composure as he set down the hairdryer, declaring, "All done." As Daji applied her skincare products, she observed the two men behind her in the mirror and leisurely spoke, "As my servants, I assure you shall not be neglected, provided you adhere to my singular requirement, obedience." Daji indeed has an affinity for various types of handsome men. However, when it comes to servants, her sole desire is for them to be compliant. "Miss Tao, call me mistress," Daji corrected Bai Shi's address. In her form as the nine-tailed fox, she bore no name. The outside world referred to her simply as the nine-tailed fox. The name Daji was conferred upon her when she embodied the persona of Su Daji. Eventually, her true identity became known, and the world became accustomed to calling her Daji. As her human form increasingly resembled Su Daji, she accepted this appellation. Accepting a name does not necessarily entail conforming to every name. Daji retrieved her phone, and the two men scanned her WeChat. Instantly, 52,000 arrived. Daji switched off her phone and reminded them, "This is the name change fee." But she grinned widely and cheerfully complied, "Mistress." Meng Yu glanced at the screen, confirmed the receipt, and quietly echoed, "Mistress." As the bed was made and shoulders and legs were gently kneaded, Daji asserted her will, and the two complied obediently. With her eyes closed in comfort, she allowed her phone to ring incessantly. The system had purged her WeChat friends, leaving only 3 male servants. Who could be messaging her? Aside from Lu Hanchuan, there was no one else. Had she accepted him? As Lu Hanchuan spoke, he sifted through some selections for Xiaonan. Upon hearing the other's affirmative response, he scoffed coldly. She truly intends to. After ending the call, Lu Hanchuan opened Weibo and chided silently, "Shameless woman." The warmth of lips, the fragrance of a woman. Lu Wensen groggily opened his eyes, surveying the familiar room, and touched his lips, realizing it had all been a dream. Throughout the night, he had repeatedly dreamt of the day's scenes. Frustrated, Lu Wensen raked his fingers through his hair, sat up, and felt the dampness of his underwear. Muttering under his breath, "Damn it." After freshening up and dressing, Lu Wensen opened the door, hesitating as he glanced outside. She had not come. A quiet sigh of relief escaped him, mingled with a tinge of disappointment. Downstairs, upon seeing Lu Wensen's door ajar, Zhao Ma called out, "Young master, breakfast is ready." Checking the time, Lu Wensen noted it was already 8:30. Typically, he would rise early for a morning run, but the dreams had caused him to sleep in. As he passed the second floor, he paused, glancing at the closed door. Had she left, or was she still asleep? Sitting down at the dining table, he noticed Zhao Ma had prepared only a single serving of breakfast, leading him to think that the woman had indeed departed. Zhao Ma had worked for the Lu family for many years and had watched Lu Wensen grow up. Now that the Lu household had undergone a transformation, Zhao Ma found herself contemplating leaving. Although she had raised Lu Wensen, she had her own family, and it was difficult for her to abandon her homeland to follow him to another country. "Let me think." As she ascended the staircase, the door to the second floor swung open, revealing a man dressed in shorts and bare-chested. Baishi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the handsome Lu Wonsun, mistakenly believing he was a new servant summoned by Daji. She cleared her throat and greeted him. "Hello. Are you number 4? Seeing Baishi emerge from Daji's room, Lu Wonsun felt an inexplicable surge of anger and cast a disdainful glance her way. "Get lost," he snapped. Baishi, incensed by Lu Wonsun's rudeness, retorted, "Hey, you really lack manners. We're all servants here, and you." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Wonsun delivered a punch. Baishi staggered back, clutching her face in pain. "Why did you hit me?" "Get out," Lu Wonsun growled. "This is my home." Hearing the commotion outside, Daji emerged yawning, followed by a bewildered Mengyu. Observing the rampaging little lion, Daji shot him an annoyed glance. "What on earth are you making noise about so early in the morning?" Upon noticing Mengyu behind Daji, Lu Wonsun felt his eyes redden with fury and demanded, "Tao in." "Who are they?" "My servants," Daji replied, slightly irritated at being awakened so early. She reproached Lu Wonsun, "You've disturbed my sleep." Daji's nonchalant demeanor stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Lu Wonsun. This woman truly was. Taking a deep breath, he commanded, "Have them leave." Ever since he encountered her, there had not been a moment of tranquility. Daji cast him a sidelong glance, retorting, "If they leave, who will attend to me? You?" Clenching his fists in an effort to regain composure, Lu Wonsun felt his suppressed emotions surge again upon hearing her words. "Taoyan, have you no shame? This is the Lu family." Daji shrugged casually. "I am Mrs. Lu. The Lu family is also my home. What is wrong with me hiring 2 male servants to attend to my needs?" Her assertive declaration left Lu Wonsun at a loss for words, unable to formulate a rebuttal. Pointing angrily at Daji, he wished to strike down this wicked woman. However, the memory of the previous day's events deflated him like a punctured balloon. He muttered a curse under his breath about her lack of shame and hurried up to the 3rd floor, slamming the door with a resounding bang. Baishi, nursing his bruised face, looked up at Daji with a pitiful expression and called out, "Mistress." Daji extended her hand towards Mengyu, demanding, "Phone." Baishi shyly acquiesced with a soft As he left the Lu family villa to seek treatment for his injuries, he felt a sense of reluctance. He began to understand the psychology of girls who indulge in idle dramas. Who wouldn't be enamored with a protagonist who is wealthy, handsome, and doting? Seated before the mirror, Daji instructed Mengyu, "Please contact a reputable styling team for me." Mengyu hesitated, "But I don't know anyone in the entertainment industry." He was but a mere shadow, lacking any connections or resources. Daji produced a card, stating, "A team cannot be summoned without funds, even with money. It may still be insufficient." Even in the absence of shares from the Lu family company, the personal assets of Lu Zhengming, alongside the properties and shops gifted to Daji, constituted a substantial fortune. Mengyu accepted Daji's card and proceeded to contact the team via his phone. Money, after all, can move mountains, and in this case, it swiftly attracted the country's premier styling team to the Lu residence. Upon seeing Daji, the stylists bowed respectfully, inquiring, "Madam, what event shall you be attending?" The compensation offered was simply too generous to refuse. "I wish to live stream. Let us create a look for Daji," she contemplated. It had been quite some time since Taoyan last streamed, and her dwindling fan base had scattered. Daji's intent to broadcast was driven not only by boredom, but also by her mission. The original persona, Taoyan, harbored a fondness for wealth and the adoration of others, a sentiment that resonated with Daji. The stylist stood momentarily stunned. Such wealth still seeks to live stream? Yet, as the financier, Daji's word was law. The top-tier styling team, indeed, possessed remarkable skills. An hour later, Daji gazed into the mirror, her reflection reminiscent of a past life. The stylists, having crafted numerous ancient costume looks before, found themselves mesmerized. None had compared to the aura embodied by the woman before them. It was not mere resemblance, she was the very essence of it. Once Mingyu had arranged the scene as per Daji's specifications and set up the equipment. He too found himself momentarily entranced as Daji approached. In a vibrant red embroidered corset, she donned a sheer apricot blouse, adorned with silver accessories in her hair and a delicate peach blossom makeup. Tiny bells jingled at her feet, creating a melodic sound with each step she took, drawing one's gaze with an irresistible allure. She was the embodiment of Daji in the world. Daji urged him, "Let us begin." Taoyan's livestream commenced, attracting countless curious viewers. In recent days, Daji had become a topic of great interest, inciting both criticism and intrigue among netizens. As they entered the livestream room, The barrage of comments fell into silence. Once the dance concluded, the comments began to flood in. What a captivating fairy of the mortal realm. Utterly enchanting. This is far more alluring than mere suggestive displays. We demand another. This is Tao Yan's live stream. When did her style take such a turn? The viewers felt they had witnessed the joy of King Zhou. If Daji were to dance like this, one could understand King Zhou's infatuation. The number of viewers surged. Yet Daji continued, presenting yet another performance. How could an ordinary person withstand such a bewitching dance? One capable of captivating King Zhou. Even those watching through their phones were left in awe, not to mention Mengyu, who stood nearby, his gaze fixated on Daji, filled with a dreamy fascination. This woman seemed to personify the legendary fairy. With a single gesture or glance, she could entice a man to his doom. Were she unable to pay him, he would willingly serve as her devoted attendant. Mengyu pondered deeply. The topic of Tao Yan's live stream swiftly climbed the trending charts across various platforms. And the recorded video was shared widely. Those who missed the live stream were equally astonished upon viewing the footage. Truly, she was the Daji of the mortal realm. I declare. I have become King Zhou, one exclaimed. I have watched it over a dozen times. Her charm is exquisite yet unpretentious. 1,000 times more captivating than any overly revealing display. Help! My sister is simply extraordinary. The most remarkable part is that even after amassing such wealth, she still dances for our enjoyment. This is what dedication looks like. She was a streamer long before marrying into a wealthy family. Daji's dance video has gone viral, inspiring numerous streamers to imitate her, yet none can capture the essence. Netizens comment that it is not the dance that is alluring, nor the makeup that enchants, but rather the woman herself. Hanchuan, what song are you listening to? After finishing her shoot, Xiaonan visited Lu Hanchuan's company. From a distance, she could hear him playing a song on repeat. The melody was indeed pleasant, though surely not captivating enough to warrant such incessant play. Upon hearing Xiaonan's voice, Lu Hanchuan turned off his phone and, maintaining a calm demeanor, said, Anan, what brings you here? Xiaonan pouted in displeasure. Did you not see the WeChat message I sent you? After wrapping up her work, she had sent him a message to drop by. Lu Hanchuan opened WeChat to find her message from half an hour ago. Sorry, I've been a bit busy. He set his phone aside and went to fetch some snacks and drinks for her. Just then, his phone on the table chimed. Driven by a woman's intuition, Xiaonan glanced over to see the screen light up with a WeChat notification. The message read, Come over in half an hour. Upon seeing this, Xiaonan felt a sharp pang of hurt, as if her world was crumbling. When Lu Hanchuan returned with the refreshments, he noticed Xiaonan's tear-streaked face fixated on his phone screen. He quickly set down his phone and rushed over to embrace her. Why are you crying? Xiaonan pushed him away, wiping her tears, and pointed at his phone. Go find your owner. Don't touch me. Upon hearing the term master, Lu Hanchuan felt a jolt in his heart. He opened his mobile phone and saw a message from Daji, momentarily taken aback. Before he began to explain the situation to his girlfriend. After listening to Lu Hanchuan's account, Xiaonan felt somewhat reassured and sniffled. Are you going over there now? Lu Hanchuan embraced Xiaonan, replying, I shall pretend I did not see it. To him, Xiaonan remained his utmost priority. His attitude brought considerable comfort to Xiaonan. In her eyes, her boyfriend's support was sufficient. No matter her feelings of discontent, she resolved to understand and back Lu Hanchuan. Gently, Xiaonan urged him. You should go. It's just for a month. I can wait and endure. Seeing his girlfriend's understanding nature, Lu Hanchuan felt both gratified and touched. Meeting Xiaonan was indeed his greatest fortune. He kissed her softly, murmuring, Thank you, Anan. After a moment of tenderness, Lu Hanchuan set off for the Lu family's residence. Once he departed, curiosity about Daji prompted Xiaonan to take out her phone and search for information about her. Upon opening Weibo, she was greeted by trending topics. Clicking on a video from the hot searches, she was met with an enchanting melody, a familiar background tune. It was the very music she had heard on repeat during her visit to see Lu Hanchuan. The realization that he had watched this video numerous times left Xiaonan's spirits plummeting. Perhaps it was merely for the shares in Tao Yan's possession. She continuously reassured herself. Then opened Daji's Weibo, where she encountered a post concerning Lu Hanchuan's servant. Xiaonan clicked on the images, revealing a room's corner with a glimpse of a bed. When Lu Hanchuan arrived, Daji was leisurely enjoying afternoon tea in the garden, with Mengyu half kneeling on the ground, gently massaging her calves. Lu Hanchuan, slightly out of breath, inquired, What's the matter? Daji glanced at the time and replied, You are 1 minute late. What is it? Set up the live streaming equipment. The live broadcast had gone rather well today, and Daji decided to experiment with it more frequently. With Baishi absent, Mingyu was to attend to her, leaving another male servant to handle the tasks. Is that all? Lu Hanchuan inhaled deeply, feeling exasperated. He had rushed over solely for this? Daji took a sip of coffee, arching an eyebrow at Lu Hanchuan. Do you have any objections? Lu Hanchuan turned away, his expression cold as he proceeded to set up the live streaming equipment. Upon entering the door, he encountered Lu Wonsun descending the stairs. The two brothers exchanged a fleeting glance before averting their eyes in silence. As they brushed past each other, Lu Wonsun scoffed. So, you are also her servant? Hearing the footsteps on the staircase, Lu Wonsun smirked and exited through the door. Exercising had been a long-standing routine for him, and after a day indoors, he felt restless and yearned to play basketball. Mingyu stood still for a moment, watching the two approaching figures with growing irritation before kicking a pebble and leaving. The stepson and his young stepmother. Never mind. He was merely a servant paid to do his work. It was best not to pry into the affairs of the affluent. Noticing the commotion behind him, Lu Wonsun halted, observing Daji approaching, and instinctively took a cautious step back. Wicked woman, what do you intend to do? Today, Lu Wonsun donned a gray sports uniform, his hair damp with sweat, radiating vitality under the brilliant sun. Daji, arms crossed, observed Lu Wonsun quietly for a moment before beckoning him to come closer. Lu Wonsun stood still, his expression wary. Be obedient. Daji's indulgent tone softened the heart, yet Lu Wonsun, clutching the basketball awkwardly, replied, What do you want? What mischievous scheme was she concocting this time? Daji approached and halted half a meter away from him, tilting her head and standing on tiptoes. She whispered 2 words in his ear. Lu Wonsun, flushed with embarrassment and anger, retorted, You're shameless. His demeanor, clutching the basketball, resembled that of a flustered young bride being teased. Daji laughed, her mirth unrestrained. Hey, what are you laughing at? Lu Wonsun tightened his grip on the basketball, yearning to escape, yet his body betrayed him, remaining rooted in place. As Daji refrained from advancing, he felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment, rather than relief. Your clothes are dirty, Daji pointed out, indicating his sweat-soaked gray sports shorts, through which his innerwear was faintly visible. Lu Wonsun immediately dropped the basketball to cover his shorts, his face flushing crimson. This wicked woman had no sense of shame whatsoever. Take them off, and I'll wash them for you. The little lion was not only ruffled but also shy, prompting Daji to tease him even more. You needn't wash them. Daji shook her finger disapprovingly, saying, This is a mother's love for you. You cannot refuse, little one. You are not my mother. Lu Zhenming is already gone. He would never acknowledge that wicked woman as his stepmother. Aside from his biological mother, no other woman would be accepted by Lu Wonsun. Oh, I almost forgot. I am now a widow. Daji emphasized with a significant expression, a widow who can remarry. Lu Wonsun's heart leaped, and he averted his gaze, unable to meet Daji's eyes. Wonsun, have you heard of an ancient place where the son inherits upon the father's death? Daji drew closer to Lu Wonsun as she spoke. When the father dies, aside from the biological mother, all other wives and concubines are inherited by the son. Lu Wonsun felt his heart racing, as if a string in his mind had snapped, leaving his head buzzing, oblivious to Daji's proximity. Do you wish to inherit this ancient tradition? Her words echoed in his ears, laden with seductive undertones. Lu Wonsun momentarily forgot his aversion to women. Staring vacantly into Daji's eyes, his gaze gradually becoming entranced. The Fox clan excels in the art of seduction, and as the ancestral figure of the clan, Daji, the legendary nine-tailed fox, epitomized the pinnacle of allure. The seductive skills of the Fox clan are an innate talent, deeply embedded within their souls, requiring no deliberate cultivation. Even King Zhou could not resist Daji's charms. How could a mere mortal like Lu Wonsun withstand her allure, even without intentional seduction? In the presence of the naturally enchanting Daji, Lu Wonsun would inevitably fall under her spell. He licked his lips, gazing into Daji's eyes, and gently nodded, I want to. Once the psychological defenses have crumbled, escaping the charms of the fox spirit becomes a formidable challenge. Daji wrapped her arm around Lu Wonsun's neck, leading him toward the small garden. The Lu family garden, abundant with a variety of flowers, boasted vast fields of blossoms. In a certain part of the flower field, petals cascaded down from the blooming blossoms, while those still in bud gradually unfurled. Lu Wonsun opened his eyes, picked a petal off his face, and stared blankly at the azure sky dotted with clouds, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. Had he truly fallen asleep here after exhausting himself playing basketball? Or was there something more profound at play? An hour passed. Mingyu suppressed the tumult of emotions within and addressed Daji, saying, "It should be nearly ready. I am currently fine-tuning it." After all, it was merely a mortal body, unable to withstand much strain and prone to fatigue. Perhaps it was Mingyu's imagination, but he seemed to catch a whiff of floral fragrance emanating from her, intertwined with delicate hints of something else. Lu Hanchuan, having finished adjusting the equipment, intended to inquire if Daji required anything further, only to find her soundly asleep on the bed, her expression one of contentment. The sleeping woman appeared serene and gentle, a stark contrast to the tempestuous nature she exhibited towards men. Lu Hanchuan gazed at her for 3 silent seconds before turning to leave. Outside the door, Lu Wensen stood in a daze, and as the door swung open, the two brothers unexpectedly crossed paths. Lu Hanchuan had no desire to engage with Lu Wensen. While he harbored resentment towards Lu Zhengming, Lu Wensen was merely the son of the legitimate wife and held no significance in his life, merely a stranger. Just as they brushed past one another, Lu Wensen called out to him, "Stay away from her." Lu Hanchuan halted, a self-deprecating smile forming as he replied, "Do you think I wish to be involved? Were it not for the Lu family, he would never again cross paths with Tao Yin." Initially, when Tao Yin had seduced him, he had simply facilitated her placement in Lu Zhengming's bed, intending to humiliate Lu Zhengming at a business gala. To his surprise, Lu Zhengming, with his thick skin, publicly claimed to have married Tao Yin. Now, this seemingly insignificant pawn had turned the tables on him. For a month, he endured. "If you desire the Lu Corporation, follow me." Lu Wensen seemed to perceive Lu Hanchuan's thoughts and led him to the study on the 3rd floor. Lu Wensen presented a document before Lu Hanchuan. "This contains my shares in the Lu Corporation." The combination of Lu Wensen's shares and Lu Hanchuan's own nearly equaled the shares held by Daji. Given Lu Hanchuan's capabilities, acquiring additional shares to ascend to the position of chairman of the Lu Corporation would not pose a challenge. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Hanchuan scrutinized his half-brother and voiced his lingering question. Why? Lu Wensen was ostensibly the rightful heir to the Lu family fortune, destined to inherit the vast business empire. Yet, he appeared indifferent to the ongoing family feud over inheritance and willingly offered his shares, seemingly handing over the Lu Corporation. With an expression of detachment, Lu Wensen replied, "I have no interest in the Lu family's assets." There was not a hint of emotional fluctuation in his gaze. He genuinely seemed disinterested in the Lu Corporation. What could this elusive heir of the Lu family possibly be engaged in abroad? Lu Wensen pushed the document toward Lu Hanchuan. "Take it. And steer clear of that wicked woman." "What if I refuse?" Lu Hanchuan contemplated. The shares in Tao Yan's possession were a combined effort of both him and Lu Wensen, and he was reluctant to relinquish them. A dangerous smile crept across Lu Wensen's face as he softly uttered 3 words. Lu Hanchuan's expression shifted. The Lu family's eldest son harbored such profound secrets. No wonder he displayed no interest in the Lu Corporation. With a tumultuous heart, Lu Hanchuan departed the Lu residence and made his way to his own company, aware that Lu Wensen had granted him 3 days to ponder his decision. After Lu Hanchuan's exit, Lu Wensen settled into a chair by Daji's bedside, quietly observing her until she awakened. Beside the bed sat an individual, a sight that would startle anyone awakening, yet Daji appeared to have anticipated this moment. Upon seeing Lu Wensen at her bedside, she merely yawned and remarked, "You are rather reckless." Lu Wensen, his face flushed, stammered for a considerable time, "I didn't mean to." Having never encountered a woman before, his first experience was with a bewitching creature like Daji, which drove him into utter madness. Daji, uninterested in admonishing him, acknowledged that while Lu Wensen lacked experience, his youth and vigor were satisfactory to her, having gone so long without a man. The room fell silent for a few moments before Lu Wensen, as if having made a momentous decision, gazed at Daji with eager anticipation and inquired, "Would you consider accompanying me abroad? I will take responsibility for you." Remaining in the country was fraught with too many rumors and gossip. While he himself was indifferent to such matters, he was concerned for her, a woman who might be ruthlessly scorned. "I possess some ventures overseas that would provide you with a lifetime of indulgence," he continued, envisioning their plans with boundless excitement. In truth, he did not harbor a profound aversion towards this wicked woman. However, Daji interrupted him, her drowsy gaze fixed on the man brimming with dreams of the future. In a sweetly plaintive voice, she uttered her cold words. It was merely a fleeting encounter. Why take it so seriously? With a thunderous shock, Lu Wensen widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at her, his Adam's apple bobbing as he croaked. "What do you mean?" She replied, "I mean, there is no need for you to feel obligated. Let us consider it as if nothing ever transpired." having savored the flesh. Did she truly need to sacrifice herself for a mere morsel? Do not utter the impossibility of following Lu Wunsen abroad, even if her mission were unfulfilled. Daji would never linger for a man. You. Lu Wunsen kicked aside a chair, fists clenched, leaning forward, his face contorted with rage. Repeat that once more. Unfazed by his fury, Daji casually turned over, her voice languid. Young man, it's merely a game. Bang. Lu Wunsen's fist struck the wall with such force that blood began to flow from his hand, his eyes ablaze, gasping for breath, as if his heart were being constricted, leaving him speechless. Do not disturb my slumber. Leave. The woman's words ignited the full fury of Lu Wunsen. Like a frenzied lion, he lunged at Daji, fiercely biting her lip. Lacking experience in kissing, Lu Wunsen aimlessly gnawed at her lips, fervent yet naive, his roughness tinged with a hint of caution, as he sought to move the woman beneath him in this manner. Amidst the biting of lips, his voice bore a hint of desperation. Come away with me. Daji pushed him away, her gaze clear and resolute. I do not love you, Lu Wunsen. Her words were devoid of warmth, utterly lacking any semblance of affection, leaving Lu Wunsen frozen in place. After a brief moment, he erupted into a maniacal laugh, rising from the bed. Casting a cold glance at the woman, you shall not regret this. Daji turned away, ignoring him entirely. Before Lu Hanchuan could fully grasp the situation, Lu Wunsen had departed. When did he leave? Upon receiving a call from his subordinate, Lu Hanchuan was taken aback. The turn of events had unfolded too swiftly. Half an hour after you left the Lu residence, Lu Wunsen took a private plane out of the country. I understand. Lu Hanchuan hung up the phone, closed the document in his hand, and gazed out at the city beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. What, after all, had Tao Yin done to Lu Wunsen? Despite Lu Wunsen's departure, Lu Hanchuan was still set to fulfill his role as Daji's male servant as initially planned. She was utterly astonished by the array of handsome men surrounding him. The dapper bodyguards in black suits, the charming boys donned in uniform servant attire, and even the gardener was a youthful Adonis. She couldn't help but exclaim, goodness gracious. The harem of 3,000 beauties pales in comparison. Meng Yu emerged in a butler's outfit, observing his partner's astonishment, and explained. These individuals are all part-timers recruited from various prestigious universities, along with some long-term hires from online job postings. Is this the joy of the affluent? It seems excessively extravagant. She touched his own face, feeling a twinge of worry. Surely he wouldn't be dismissed, would he? As Zhao Ma was tidying Lu Wunsen's room, she heard a commotion from downstairs. Peering over the balcony, she spotted a basketball court filled with young men, shirtless and engaged in a game. Today, Mrs. Lu had just recruited a basketball team, reportedly to indulge in watching handsome men play. No, it was all for the sake of a live stream. Hearing the chatter below, Zhao Ma sighed. What a misfortune. In just 3 days, Daji's fanbase surged exponentially. As soon as the broadcast commenced, viewers flocked in. The ladies have come to see the male servants. I am here to witness the beauty of Tao Yan. Goodness, the basketball court. The handsome men, she truly arranged all of this. During the live stream, the basketball players were all muscular, tall, and strikingly handsome, with the camera capturing close-ups of each man's face to ensure fans could appreciate their allure. Beside the basketball court, Daji reclined on a lounge chair, savoring the fruits fed to her by Baishi while being pampered by 4 male servants posing as handsome gentlemen. The butler, Meng Yu, cleared his throat with a microphone. For this match, Madame Lu has offered a prize of a house. Daji interjected, the winning team, each member of Begone Jiguang, will receive a house. Exclamations erupted, a house each for Begone Jiguang. When will there be another recruitment for male servants? I could join. I'm open to female servants as well, dear sister. The comments flooded in, a cacophony of excitement. Each of Daji's live streams brought forth delightful surprises, ensuring her presence trended on social media. Upon hearing of the prize, the basketball team became invigorated, sweat pouring down as they engaged in an intense back and forth on the court. Is this the encouragement of a wealthy woman? If the national team could harness such spirit, I believe victory is within reach. Truly remarkable, the pinnacle of the streaming world. Grateful to Tao Yan for allowing me to experience the joy of King Zhou. Could we perhaps have some fan benefits? I desire nothing more than to stay in the villa for a day. Upon seeing this comment, Daji curled her lips into a smile that can be arranged. The comments erupted in a frenzy, too rapid to comprehend, especially among the female fans who seemed nearly delirious. Daji's villa was not merely a dwelling. It was a sanctuary for women. She instructed Meng Yu, now her butler, let the lottery commence. Meng Yu had become Daji's right hand, managing all her affairs. While Baishi looked on with envy, wishing he too could be of service if not for the facial treatment that had delayed him. With this thought, Baishi eagerly offered Daji a refreshing fruit tea. Lu Hanchuan's fingers grazed the surface of his phone screen as he observed the woman on the live stream reclining in a sunlit chair. The sunlight bathed her in a golden glow, her exposed skin radiating a luminescent allure that transcended the confines of the screen, allowing him to sense her profound contentment. She truly knows how to indulge, Lu Hanchuan murmured, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the screen. He found it perplexing how dramatically this woman had transformed in less than a month. The former Tao Yin, once obsessed with materialism, flaunting designer handbags and alluring attire to entice affluent men, now exhibited a similar, if not more pronounced, avarice, all while maintaining her provocative allure. To say she had changed would be an understatement, yet, to assert that she remained the same would also be misleading. The current manifestation of her persona exuded a languorous charm and an innate elegance, with an occasionally revealed, captivating magnetism that was utterly disarming. Lu Hanchuan stared blankly at the screen, pondering the metamorphosis of Daji, oblivious to the arrival of Xiaonan. Since Lu Hanchuan's explanation, Xiaonan had grown increasingly attentive to Daji. Upon hearing the sounds emanating from Lu Hanchuan's phone, it was not difficult for her to deduce that he was engrossed in Tao Yan's live broadcast. A sense of unease tightened within her. She repeatedly reassured herself that Lu Hanchuan loved her and that his interest in that materialistic woman was merely exploitative. However, his focus on her seemed to intensify. A surge of panic welled up inside Xiaonan as she strode over and called out, Hanchuan, Hanchuan, I've joined a dating reality show. Could you accompany me? As a popular couple, Lu Hanchuan and Xiaonan attracted a multitude of fans, drawing numerous invitations for dating reality shows, all of which had been declined previously due to Lu Hanchuan's demanding work schedule. However, this time, Xiaonan wished to participate in a dating reality show with Lu Hanchuan. The unsettling feeling within her grew increasingly intense, and she sought to validate something through this program. Lu Hanchuan noticed her disquiet. Indeed, his life had been tumultuously disrupted by that woman, Tao Yin, in recent days. All right, I will accompany you, Lu Hanchuan consented to Xiaonan, acknowledging the importance of spending quality time with his girlfriend. Weekend Couples stands as the most popular dating reality show in the country, having catapulted numerous artists to fame and facilitated romantic connections for many. Each season features a mix of permanent and guest participants, including genuine couples, married pairs, and trending on-screen couples. As the latest season commenced production, the official team initiated an online voting campaign, inviting fans to cast their votes for the guests they most desired to see. Unsurprisingly, Xiaonan and Lu Hanchuan topped the list, while the comments section revealed numerous fans expressing a desire to see Daji on the show. After careful consideration, the production team reached out to Daji. Mengyu relayed this news to Daji, eagerly anticipating her reaction. Being featured on Weekend Couples was a dream that her former self would never have dared to envision. Nowadays, internet celebrities flock to the entertainment industry. Daji had amassed a considerable following through her extravagant live streams in a remarkably short time. Yet her interest in the entertainment world was rather lukewarm. This show was immensely popular, and given the current trajectory of her fame, participating could equate to a month's worth of her livestream earnings. Mengyu sincerely offered Daji this suggestion, having earned more in 1 week than many top-tier artists do in the same span, all while enjoying a leisurely pace. As for the couple show, who would I be paired with? Daji pondered, stroking her chin, her interest piqued. Very well, let us indulge in a delightful escapade. For Daji, the dimensional tasks hold significant importance, yet the essence of enjoyment is equally paramount. She excels in balancing the execution of tasks with the pursuit of pleasure. When she initially acquiesced to Nuwa's temptation of King Zhou, the construction of the lavish wine pool and meat forest was not merely intended to tarnish the king's reputation, but rather it was a true reflection of Daji's preferences. Aside from the popular couple, Xiaonan and Lu Hanchuan, there are also 2 exemplary pairs from the entertainment industry. Upon the release of the guest list, the anticipation among netizens reached a fever pitch. Lo and behold, this place seems rather familiar. As the villa's grand entrance swung open, a line of dapper gentlemen clad in matching attire formed 2 neat rows. Goodness, this is the Tao family residence. The director urged for a slower pace, allowing me to count just how many handsome men there are. Is this indeed a shoot at the Tao residence? Has she also joined the Weekend Couple ensemble? As the camera zoomed in, Daji stood gracefully before the villa's fountain, with Baishi holding an umbrella over her, flashing a radiant smile toward the lens. Welcome, everyone. The cameraman could not resist capturing a close-up of Daji, who, adorned in a black gown, exuded an air of aristocracy reminiscent of a figure from an oil painting. Heaven help us. Wealth transforms one profoundly. Her transformation is astounding. It surpasses mere cosmetic enhancements. Her aura is undeniably vital. She is truly enchanting, captivating to the point where I, as a woman, find myself utterly enthralled. Upon seeing Daji once more, Xiaonan felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. In person, she is even more mesmerizing than on screen. Daji evokes memories of the protagonist from the Mary Sue novels I read during my school days. She stands there effortlessly commanding everyone's attention without lifting a finger. With such an alluring Tao Yen, could Lu Hanchuan really remain indifferent after a month of acquaintance? Sensing the tightening grip of his hand, Lu Hanchuan discreetly inquired, away from the camera's gaze, and in, "What troubles you? Hanchuan, could you perhaps let go?" Before the last two words could escape, the director began to introduce the guests one by one. When it was time for Xiaonan and Lu Hanchuan, Daji greeted them as if she had encountered old acquaintances. "What a coincidence, you both are here too." In the face of Daji, Xiaonan felt a sense of urgency. Her eyes downcast as she forced a smile, while Lu Hanchuan appeared awkward, accompanied by an indescribable guilt. Fortunately, his habit of maintaining a stoic expression effectively concealed his emotions. The atmosphere was peculiar, with Xiaonan's discomfort palpable. Naturally, how could one smile when their partner had become another woman's servant? This was something Lu Hanchuan tacitly accepted. Given his character, if it were untrue, he would have long since issued a public statement. In the past, when faced with unfounded rumors about Xiaonan and Lu Hanchuan, he had resorted to legal measures to silence them. Once all the guests were introduced, the 6 individuals paired off, leaving Daji alone, creating a flurry of question marks in the comments. What was the director up to? This season of Weekend Couples had introduced a new element, internship couples. Daji, with a twinkle in her eye, curiously inquired, "Director, where's my husband?" The audience was eagerly anticipating which male guest would be worthy of such a captivating enchantress as Daji to be her internship partner. After much anticipation, a sleek black Bentley came to a halt, and long legs clad in tailored trousers emerged from the vehicle. The comments erupted with guesses of various male celebrities' names until the man's face finally came into view. With handsome and refined features, he exuded an air of elegance, akin to that of a nobleman, as he warmly greeted, "Hello everyone, I am Huang Fuyan. So charming. However, I have never seen him before." Is he a new generation idol? Huang Fuyan, such an exquisite name. His every gesture exudes an air of elegance, as if he were a scion of a prominent family experiencing life outside their gilded confines. The director briefly introduced Huang Fuyan as a young artist, a veritable commoner in the grand tapestry of society. Yet, Lu Hanchuan's pupils flickered with surprise. Huang Fu, one of the 4 illustrious families, a reclusive lineage in the country, known only to those of considerable status. Xiaonan gazed at Huang Fuyan, feeling an inexplicable pull, and could not help but offer a polite smile as she greeted him. "Hello." Huang Fuyan, upon noticing Xiaonan, returned her greeting with a gentle smile, as if he felt an innate affinity towards this young woman. "Are you my temporary husband?" A sultry voice chimed in, drawing Huang Fuyan's attention to a pair of bright, inquisitive eyes that seemed to appraise him, eventually revealing a look of satisfaction. "Hello." Huang Fuyan extended his hand. The enchanting Daji mirrored his gesture, and upon seeing Huang Fuyan, she was reminded of Bo Yikao from the Shang dynasty, a refined young gentleman, gentle and courteous, with an extraordinary presence. The camera captured their hands clasped together, both exuding a shared nobility, one gentle, the other alluring, suggesting they hailed from the same ethereal realm. It was a perfect match. One could envision an extraordinary romance between them, a tale worthy of the grandest of narratives. The quality of this commoner was astonishing, rivaling even that of the illustrious Mr. Liu. Standing beside Tao Yan, Xiaonan felt somewhat lackluster in comparison. The comments flooded the screen, brimming with anticipation for this pair of novice spouses. The production team operates without a script, occasionally issuing tasks, while everything else unfolds according to their interactions. The live broadcast is divided into 4 groups, allowing viewers to selectively watch their favorite couples. Among the other 3 pairs, who are genuine couples, only Daji and Huang Fuyan are newly acquainted. While the audience anticipated awkwardness between them, Daji quickly adapted to her role as a novice wife. Standing is exhausting, dear. Daji, amidst the astonished gazes of others, wrapped her arms around Huang Fuyan's neck and playfully pleaded, "Carry me inside." Surprised by the first touch, Huang Fuyan momentarily froze. The fragrance emanating from her was delightful, and he found himself devoid of the anticipated resistance. Thus, he effortlessly lifted her into a princess carry and entered the villa. Wow, how sweet. I'm fainting from the cuteness. This display of affection made my heart flutter. I must admit, I may have spoken a bit too loudly to Tao Yin earlier. Darling, I'm so sleepy. I want to rest. Daji nestled her head against Huang Fuyan's shoulder, her breath tickling his skin, sending shivers down his spine. Huang Fuyan tightened his grip around her waist, the softness beneath his fingers becoming more pronounced. His sister had informed him that his designated partner would be a refined heiress, one of poise and grace. Yet, as he gazed at the woman in his arms, playfully coaxing him, he found himself questioning his sister's words. The room was equipped with cameras, though guests could conveniently turn them off when necessary. Huang Fuyan gently placed Daji on the bed, yet she clung to him, refusing to let go. "Will you lull me to sleep, please?" Such grand production values. Can this truly be content available without a VIP subscription? The reality show has reached its pinnacle. I was previously concerned that the two ordinary individuals might lack screen presence and engaging topics. Huang Fuyan found himself in a bit of a predicament. I cannot lull anyone to sleep. Since childhood, he has been enamored with painting, devoting his time to it aside from eating and sleeping. Allow me to demonstrate. Daji sat up from the bed, wrapped her arms around Huang Fuyan, allowing his head to rest upon her bosom. With one hand, she gently patted his back, while with the other, she lowered her head to plant a tender kiss on his forehead, her voice soft and indulgent. "Darling, please sleep. I am here." Huang Fuyan was momentarily taken aback by Daji's unexpected gesture, and by the time he regained his composure, his face was nestled against her soft chest. Bang! His cheeks flushed a deep crimson. For the first time, he reacted differently to something other than painting. Oh my goodness! Is this truly what I should be witnessing? So affectionate and sweet. Tao Yin is truly remarkable. I can hardly contain myself. I am about to faint. Daji cradled Huang Fuyan's face, a smile gracing her lips. "Can you manage it now?" With his face still flushed, Huang Fuyan stammered for a while before finally nodding. The woman before the phone screen could not help but burst into laughter. I knew it. Xiaoyan could not escape the grasp of this little enchantress. The man beside her looked at his wife helplessly. "You shouldn't tease Xiaoyan so mercilessly. You know he is solely devoted to painting. At 29 years old, he lives like an ascetic. When he sees a beautiful woman, he only thinks of them as models. At this rate, I fear the Huangfu family may become extinct. In this generation of the Huangfu family, it is just her and her younger brother, Huang Fuyan, who is uninterested in the family business due to his passion for painting. She too is worried. If her brother shows no interest, she must cultivate a future for her little nephew." However, aside from her passion for painting, Huang Fuyan displayed a rather indifferent demeanor towards other matters. She could not compel her brother to marry and start a family. One day, by sheer chance, she noticed her daughter engrossed in her phone, which sparked an idea in her mind. As for Tao Yan, it was evident that not even a woman could resist her allure, so Huang Fuyan doubted her brother, who was as innocent as a blank slate, could remain unscathed by such temptation. Indeed, he did not disappoint her. Yet, it appeared that Tao Yan was a widow from a prestigious family, and her family would likely oppose such a union. The woman shook her head and replied, "As long as Xiao Yin is willing, I will persuade my family." In their kind of family, lineage was paramount, and the background of a partner held lesser significance. As it turned out, Daji had indeed fallen asleep. Undisturbed by the multitude of cameras directed at her, she slept soundly without a hint of pressure. The scene around Daji quieted down. One was asleep while the other was painting, creating a picturesque tableau of a woman on the bed and a man at the easel, which prompted some netizens to capture the moment as a screensaver. When mealtime arrived, Mengyu, serving as both a male servant and housekeeper, gently knocked on Daji's door. He observed Huang Fuyan's artwork for a moment before softly saying, "Pardon the interruption, but the director requests your presence downstairs." Huang Fuyan then lifted her head, glanced at Daji, and made a shushing gesture, lowering her voice to Mengyu as she said, "Let her sleep a little longer. You all can eat first." However, the director was already pressing for their attendance. After the meal, there were tasks awaiting them. Mengyu handed a task card to Huang Fuyan before departing, reminding himself of his role as a servant and housekeeper, understanding that certain matters were beyond his aspirations. Upon seeing Mengyu emerge, Shi grasped his hand and pulled him into an area devoid of surveillance cameras, her voice laced with urgency. Has she awakened? The villa, not equipped with cameras in every corner, only had them in common areas and guest rooms. While the audience relished the sight of the numerous handsome men within the villa, their focus remained primarily on the guests. Consequently, Shi and Mengyu only appeared fleetingly on screen. Observing Shi's face, which was a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, Mengyu aptly reminded him, Shi, we are merely her servants. At these words, Shi's spirits sank as he lowered his head, murmuring, if I were not her servant, would that change anything? Then you would lack even the chance to approach her. The chasm between her and us is insurmountable. She is destined to remain unattached to anyone. After a prolonged silence, Shi whispered, I understand now. Indeed, she will belong to no one. Thank you, Mengyu. Mengyu waved his hand dismissively and departed, for in reminding Shi, he was also offering a reminder to himself. Huang Fuyin completed the final stroke of his painting, capturing a woman who exuded serene beauty with a hint of languid allure. After observing it for a while, he gently furrowed his brow. The artwork, however, paled in comparison to her reality. Tilting his head, Huang Fuyin quietly studied Daji, who lay upon the bed, seemingly scrutinizing what had been inadequately rendered. Is it beautiful? The woman inquired, her voice low and sultry, still tinged with the remnants of slumber. Huang Fuyin's eyes sparkled with realization. He finally discerned what had been overlooked in his depiction. It was her eyes. The moment she opened them, she became vibrantly alive, her entire essence illuminating the room, far surpassing the beauty of her physical form by countless magnitudes. What he depicted was merely her physical form, devoid of the beauty of her soul. The gaze of Huang Fuyin sparkled with purity and sincerity, reminiscent of a newly born cub from the Fox clan, which stirred within Daji a sense of nostalgia. His innocent eyes prompted her to reach out and caress him, her voice laced with affection. Why don't you go eat? The astute fox spirit was well aware of Mengyu's words. She simply chose to remain in her reverie. I will wait for you. Huang Fuyin's gaze towards Daji was unlike that of others. It lacked the usual longing of common men, the scrutiny, judgment, or disdain. Instead, it was a pure appreciation, as if he were beholding a rare treasure. He was not akin to Bo Yitzhao, who was enamored with Su Daji. Huang Fuyin admired the nine-tailed fox. Your stomach is rumbling. Daji blinked playfully, her sly smile evoking the image of a little fox teasing him, stirring a strange sensation within his heart, delightful yet ticklish. The camera remained on. Oh my, I felt electrified. The wicked woman's playful expression captivated him. It was irresistibly adorable. I've relocated the Civil Affairs Bureau here. You two shall wed on the spot. This charming expression was captured by netizens and transformed into a meme, quickly going viral across the internet, so lively and enchanting. It tugged at the heartstrings. Huang Fuyin clutched his belly, his face aflame, gazing at the alluring Daji, stammering for a while. You're not eating. I want to eat either. The seemingly elegant young gentleman was, in fact, a shy and innocent boy at heart. Huang Fuyin's charming contrast struck a chord with many female netizens, and soon their interactions soared to trending status, with the Huang Tao couple's fanbase experiencing a remarkable surge. Daji could not help but gently pinch Huang Fuyin's face, her voice imbued with tenderness and affection. Fool, you are overly sweet. Anyone witnessing this scene would undoubtedly wear a knowing smile, eagerly shipping the couple. Wait for me a moment. I shall change my attire. Upon entering the bathroom, Daji found it inconvenient to summon the male servants due to the filming, especially since she now had a husband. After a brief wash and a change of clothes, she emerged to find Huang Fuyin standing outside the door, gazing longingly at her like a young creature searching for its master. As soon as Daji appeared, he eagerly approached her, calling out, Yin Yin. Being observant, Huang Fuyin noticed that his calling her Yin Yin displeased her. She did not favor that nickname. He decided to try another. Daji playfully pinched his cheek, and the memory of her mischievous smile flashed in his mind, prompting him to exclaim, Little fox. Daji smiled, her eyes narrowing slightly. To Huang Fuyin, she resembled a little fox even more. The audience in the live stream also found this moniker quite fitting. After all, she embodied the essence of a little fox, charming, alluring, and playfully mischievous. As the two descended the stairs, they found that most of the guests had nearly finished their meals. Observing the couple, one would think they were not merely temporary partners, but rather a couple deeply in love, having shared many years together. The atmosphere between them was so sweet that it seemed impossible for anyone to intrude. Lu Hanchuan, feeling somewhat irritated, lifted the cold drink in front of Xia and downed it in one gulp. Xia was momentarily taken aback. She knew that Lu Hanchuan despised sweet flavors, yet he had never touched the strawberry snow ice, a treat she adored. The oldest exemplary couple in the circle felt a touch of embarrassment. Sorry for making you wait, they said. Lu Hanchuan set down his cup and effortlessly replied, "There's still food in the kitchen." No sooner had Lu Hanchuan spoken than Meng Yu arrived, accompanied by several dashing chefs who wheeled in a cart laden with delicacies, foie gras, king crab, and swordfish, an array of lavish and extravagant ingredients, presented meticulously by the young, handsome chefs. My goodness, this meal likely cost more than what I consume in an entire year. Apologies, but there are many items I've never encountered before. Is there a wealthy enthusiast who can elucidate? Even the artist guests, who had earned a fair sum, could not suppress their envious expressions upon witnessing such opulent ingredients. Save for Daji and Huang Fuyan, who sat down with their usual composure and commenced their dinner. Huang Fuyan's dining etiquette was impeccable, exuding elegance and nobility. His every gesture revealed his affluent upbringing. Yet, it was Daji's languid yet regal dining demeanor that truly astonished the onlookers. Prior to marrying Lu Zhongming, Tao Yin was merely a small internet celebrity from an ordinary background. How had she cultivated such an air of sophistication in just half a month? Those who could not fathom this transformation attributed it solely to wealth. Only Lu Hanchuan observed Daji's movements, lost in contemplation. Once the dinner concluded, the director announced the commencement of the first task, with rewards for the first place and penalties for the last. The task hint cards had already been distributed, and the timer began. Daji glanced at Huang Fuyan, who paused momentarily before recalling that the task cards were still upstairs. He hurried off to retrieve them. With 99 girls of similar stature and only a singular shadow, the challenge lay in identifying one's beloved amidst a sea of indistinguishable figures, a daunting task indeed. How ruthless, director. At least in Tangbo Spot's autumn fragrance, one could at least touch a hand or two. But here, they are merely shadows. How does one find them? Furthermore, your task prompt card possesses nothing but a single line. Huang Fuyan glanced at his prompt card and then at the 99 shadows, suddenly grasping something profound. It was a segment of the Shadow S line. By comparing this, he could locate her. Lu Hanchuan also understood the implication. This hint was worse than useless. The other two male guests lamented, while Lu Hanchuan studied the prompt card for a moment before beginning his search. Only Huang Fuyan scanned all the shadows, eventually coming to a halt before the ninth one. The director inquired, "Are you certain?" Huang Fuyan gazed at the shadow and affirmed, "Absolutely." The shadow before him appeared to be seated nonchalantly on a chair, lacking any deliberate pose, in stark contrast to the others. As the light board was removed, indeed, Daji languidly reclined in her chair, engrossed in her phone. 1 minute. The line on the task prompt card corresponded to the contour of her leg. For someone enamored with painting, recalling lines is not a challenge. Yet, she had moved. The prompt card had been prepared in advance. And the women's actions were also premeditated, including the poses of the female guests, all aligned with the lines on the prompt card, except for Daji. Just when the director presumed Huang Fuyan's team would surely secure the final position, to his astonishment, Huang Fuyan swiftly found her. "I am a student of painting, and my observation of people is quite meticulous." Huang Fuyan averted Daji's probing gaze, as if explaining to her, with a hint of shyness, "I have painted you. Moreover." The impression left by Daji on him was profoundly indelible. Without the need for deliberate comparison, he effortlessly recalled her silhouette, thus enabling him to locate her. "Congratulations on the successful completion of your mission. Here lies your reward." The production team has arranged a luxurious night cruise for couples. The riverside views of City A are exceptionally picturesque, with not only the enchanting city skyline but also the beautiful mountains and waters along the banks, attracting numerous visitors who seek to experience the night scenery. It takes merely 20 minutes by car from Lu family to the riverside. Huang Fuyan and Daji departed first, while the others continued their search. How romantic. It truly exudes the essence of a romantic drama. Standing together, every frame resembled a wallpaper, causing the audience to nearly forget they were watching a variety show rather than a drama. A gentle breeze swept across the river under the night sky. "Is it cold?" Huang Fuyan stood behind Daji, shielding her from the wind. Though deeply enamored with painting, he was no fool. As he spoke, he removed his jacket and draped it over Daji's shoulders. It would be remiss not to steal a kiss in such a delightful atmosphere. The viewers were eager to see their heads drawn together. Daji, wrapped in the suit jacket, extended her hand, saying, "I'm cold." It was mid-April. and the temperature variation between day and night was significant. However, clad in a dress and a jacket, she was not excessively chilly. Huang Fuyan hesitated for a moment before unbuttoning his shirt, preparing to cover her. Just as he undid 2 buttons, Daji grasped his hand. He looked at her in confusion, his dazed expression eliciting laughter from Daji as she wrapped her arms around his waist, saying, "Silly, a hug will keep us warm." Haha. Was Huang Fuyan truly going to remove his shirt to cover her? How innocent and endearing. Tao Yin was quite adept. This embrace felt so warm. Daji rested her head upon his chest, sensing the man's rigidity, and softly urged, "Relax." The two embraced for half an hour, gazing at the night scenery, concluding the day's tasks. As the camera was turned off, the crew departed for the evening. Huang Fuyan glanced at his watch. It was already 9:30. Daji nestled deeper into his embrace, her voice delicate, "I don't want to move." She wrapped her arms around his neck, adding playfully, "Of course, my dear husband." The car for their return was Huang Fuyan's own. He preferred solitude and always drove himself. The black Maybach, much like Huang Fuyan, exuded understated elegance. Daji sat in the passenger seat, quietly admiring the profile of the man beside her. Huang Fuyan, feigning concentration on the road, stole glances at Daji. But when their eyes met, her intense gaze startled him, prompting him to avert his eyes hastily, gripping the steering wheel tightly as he stammered. "Why are you looking at me?" "You are handsome," Daji replied, unfazed by the sudden embarrassment. When the car halted at a traffic light, she leaned over and planted a soft kiss on Huang Fuyan's cheek, light as a dragonfly's touch, catching him off guard. Before meeting Daji, Huang Fuyan's life had been rather simple. Even in forced blind dates, the women were always carefully chosen by his family, polite and measured. No woman had ever been so audacious. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Huang Fuyan acknowledged his feelings for her, realizing he was indeed smitten. So, what should he say? About the engagement. With unwavering determination, Huang Fuyan gazed at Daji and declared, "I wish to make this official. No longer as temporary spouses, but as true partners." Daji bit her lip, momentarily at a loss for words in the face of Huang Fuyan's sincerity. He is neither Lu Wixen nor Lu Hanchuan, someone to be treated casually. Huang Fuyan possesses a certain innocence, one so pure that even Daji cannot bear to harm him. Noticing Daji's silence, Huang Fuyan, feeling remorseful, spoke up, "I apologize for my abruptness. We have only just met, and I am already proposing marriage. I must have startled you. Could you grant me a chance? I have no vices. I am fond of painting, and I own my own gallery. My material conditions are satisfactory." As Huang Fuyan reflected on the matchmaking arranged by his family, he began to introduce himself one by one. "My name is Huang Fuyan. I stand at 189 centimeters tall and weigh 64 kilograms, residing in." Daji grasped Huang Fuyan's hand, interrupting his earnest monologue. "All right." "Huh." Huang Fuyan was momentarily taken aback. Daji leaned her head against his shoulder, gazing into the rearview mirror at the two of them. Her voice soft, "Then let us give it a try." Huang Fuyan found himself at a loss for words to describe the joy of that moment. The approval of his artwork by a renowned painter paled in comparison to the happiness he felt now. Overwhelmed, he tightly clasped Daji's hand in return, his eyes sparkling brighter than the headlights. "Thank you, little fox, for granting me this opportunity." As the green light illuminated, Huang Fuyan resumed driving, while Daji pulled out her phone to scroll through social media. Several trending topics were related to today's variety show live broadcast, with favorable reviews from netizens. And her Weibo followers had significantly increased. Huangtao couple, Daji read out the name given to them by their fans. Huang Fuyan, focused on driving, also kept a portion of his attention on Daji. "It's the CP name bestowed upon us by the fans. It's quite melodious. It seems the fans believe we make a perfect match. From today onward, his favorite fruit will be the yellow peach. Xiaonan, being a rising star, indeed has engagements to attend to. However, she has opted to decline today as commitments to remain by Lu Hanchuan's side. In what was once Lu Jingming's study, Lu Hanchuan sat before the computer, attending to matters of the company, while Xiaonan paced restlessly nearby, uncertainly inquiring, "Hanchuan, are we sleeping here tonight?" The thought of this being Daji's domain made her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Lu Hanchuan's fixation on Daji had intensified her sense of unease. Without lifting his gaze, Lu Hanchuan replied, "Yes, I still have work to finish. If you're tired, you may rest." Xiaonan bit her lip, conflicted, as she settled onto the sofa, her hands fidgeting. I am not accustomed to staying at someone else's home." Lu Hanchuan, overwhelmed with work, had little time to attend to her needs, yet he patiently reassured her, and just wait for me to finish. The atmosphere in the study fell into a silence until sounds emerged from downstairs. Upon hearing the noise of a car pulling up, Lu Hanchuan paused his work, rising promptly to step onto the balcony of the study. Xiaonan followed, only to find Lu Hanchuan fixated on two individuals disembarking from the vehicle, unaware of her presence behind him. From the second floor, they had a clear view of Daji, draped in a gentleman's coat, while Huang Fuyan, ever considerate, held her shoulder to prevent her jacket from slipping. The two appeared to share a harmonious rapport as they entered through the front door. Xiaonan stood frozen, observing Lu Hanchuan's reactions, her eyes beginning to redden. "I'll take my leave first," she said, feeling aggrieved and distressed, her heart in turmoil. "I will have someone see you off." "No need. My assistant will come to pick me up." Anan's temper has been increasingly volatile. Perhaps it would be wise to soothe her at a more opportune moment. Tao Yin participated as a guest for merely one episode, with only 2 days of recording. The following day, the crew noted that these two had grown even more affectionate. Resembling a young couple deeply in love, sweeter than the other 3 pairs of genuine couples and spouses. Netizens exclaimed how overwhelmingly sweet they were, declaring the sugar content excessive. In contrast to this pair of novice spouses, who were feeding each other, drawing for one another, and sticking close together wherever they went, stealing kisses and hugs. The much-anticipated couple, Xiaonan and Lu Hanchuan, showed little intimacy. They would often find themselves lost in thought, prompting netizens to comment on Lu Hanchuan's reputation as the truly aloof and dominating CEO. It dawned on me that the couples I previously shipped were merely products of my imagination. I had assumed they mirrored the characters from novels. Yet, in reality, the domineering figures in those tales often subjected the female, leads to trials and tribulations. The Huang Tao couple is far more delightful to root for, leaving me in a flutter of emotions. I find myself somewhat disenchanted. Young CEO Lu lacks any romantic flair. At the very least, a loving embrace would suffice. Perhaps he simply struggles to express himself in front of the cameras, while privately he might be exceedingly passionate. The fact that he accompanies Anan to variety shows demonstrates his affection. Without comparison, there can be no pain. With the excessive sweetness of Huang Fuyan and Daji, the demeanor of Lu Hanchuan and Xiaonan appears rather frigid. Taking advantage of a moment in the restroom, Xiaonan glanced at the discussions among netizens and felt a tightening in her chest. Some malicious comments in her Weibo section from detractors claimed that Lu Hanchuan had grown tired of her and that her dreams of entering high society had been shattered. Encountering such remarks ignited her emotions over the past few days. Xiaonan posted, "We are doing splendidly. We have already introduced each other to our families." While netizens speculated about the impending marriage of the two, some raised questions, wondering if this was merely an act of cover-up and whether their relationship was indeed facing difficulties. Subsequently, Xiaonan deleted her Weibo post, which only intensified the discussions online. "It's all right. I was just impulsively reacting to those comments," Xiaonan lamented, feeling a wave of frustration wash over her. She could not quite grasp why those remarks unsettled her so much. In the past, she had remained unfazed by others' malicious speculations, confident in the knowledge that Lu Hanchuan truly loved her and would resolve any issues that arose. However, that confidence had begun to wane. Lu Hanchuan's recent behaviors had stripped her of her sense of security, leaving her desperately wanting to validate their relationship. Recognizing this troubling shift, Xiaonan resolved to have a heartfelt conversation with Lu Hanchuan after the completion of the first recording session. The first episode concluded flawlessly. "Miss Tao Yin, are you certain you won't participate in the second season?" The director inquired eagerly, especially in light of the recent popularity of the Huang Tao couple. "No, I'm merely here for a bit of fun." Daji declined the director's offer, exchanging a knowing glance with Huang Fuyan. A playful smile graced her lips as she added, "Moreover, I need to solidify my status with someone, leaving little time for further recording." "Solidify your status? Are you two together now?" "No, it's about becoming officially married," Daji clarified. The other guests were taken aback. "You are getting married?" Lu Hanchuan exclaimed in surprise, unable to restrain himself. "But you've only known each other for 2 days." This marked the first occasion the guests witnessed an expression on Lu Hanchuan's otherwise stoic face beyond his customary demeanor. Daji entwined her arm with Huang Fuyan's, resting her head against his shoulder, declaring, "I have chosen Ian for a lifetime." Nearby, Meng Yu and Bai Shi exchanged glances, revealing faint smiles of resignation. It became apparent that the man who captivated her was of such character. The director initiated applause, celebrating the success of his program, which had fostered numerous romances. Yet this couple was the swiftest to unite. After the crew and guests departed, Xiaonan grasped Lu Hanchuan's hand and approached Daji and Huang Fuyin, offering a sincere smile. "I wish you both happiness." Lu Hanchuan fixed a penetrating gaze upon Daji, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "You certainly know how to marry well." Marrying a wealthy older man, she effortlessly inherits a fortune. Marrying into an aristocratic family, she wields power and influence. Lu Hanchuan found himself struggling to recall how the once humble Tao Yin had sought his favor, having merely utilized her without discerning the true nature of the pawn. "You are not Tao Yin," he stated with conviction. The woman before him radiated brilliance, making it impossible for anyone to overlook her. How could she possibly resemble that materialistic internet celebrity of yours? Before Daji could respond, Huang Fuyin wrapped his arm around her waist. Looking at Lu Hanchuan as if to assert his claim, "She is my little fox." Xiaonan turned to Lu Hanchuan, feeling an unfamiliarity with the man he had become. "Lu Hanchuan, let us part ways." As the guests gradually departed from the villa, only the four of them remained, and Xiaonan's voice resonated with remarkable clarity. "Anan, I have come to a decision. Lu Hanchuan, you do not truly love me." Tears streamed down Xiaonan's face as she continued. "What you feel for me is pity, gratitude, and companionship, but never love." Through her sobs, she pointed at Daji. "Look at the way you gaze at her. You have not even realized it yourself. It is curiosity, possession, admiration, and focus, the affection a man holds for a woman." Lu Hanchuan stood frozen, suddenly turning to Daji. "Impossible. I cannot possibly love her." A self-mocking smile crossed Xiaonan's lips as she wiped her tears away. "Love? You have never once used that word with me." In the 2 years they had known each other, from their initial encounter to their time together, he had only uttered, "Xiaonan, I have come to realize that I like you." He had never mentioned love in relation to himself, yet he had spoken it so readily regarding her. As she continued to weep, she recounted, "Lu Hanchuan, do you not see? The moment she appears, you completely disregard my presence. You watch her with other men, oblivious even as you consume the strawberry slushy you detest. You gaze at her in a daze, and when you hear she is to be married, you can barely conceal your expression." "Enough," Lu Hanchuan interrupted sharply. "Do not say another word, Xiaonan. You are overthinking this." He was well aware of the true nature of Tao Yin. He would never harbor feelings for her. Taking a deep breath, he softened his tone. "Do not misinterpret. It is merely for the sake of the shares. Only you know the truth," Xiaonan retorted before running away in tears. Lu Hanchuan, with a complex expression, said to Daji, "Do not indulge in your own fantasies. There are still 21 days left." After speaking, he hurriedly chased after her. "Haraha!" Daji's boisterous laughter echoed throughout the villa, prompting Lu Hanchuan, outside, to mutter irritably, "Damn, that wicked woman." Huang Fuyin gently caressed Daji's back, attempting to soothe her, and asked uncertainly, "Was what you just said true? She wishes to marry him." "It is indeed true." After spending 2 days together, Daji found Huang Fuyin quite obedient. Being with him imposed no constraints upon her. Marrying him was certainly feasible, and if she were unhappy, she could simply change partners. Even the all-knowing system, well-versed in Daji's thoughts, could not help but sigh. The host is truly capricious. Daji had truly embraced the notion that in a world filled with countless men, she could replace them at her whim. The original parents of her identity were ordinary workers, with only Tao Yin as their daughter and no exceptional relatives. They indulged her every wish, living solely for her happiness. Upon learning that their daughter, in her second marriage, had found someone better, they could hardly contain their joy, practically eager to burn incense and offer prayers. On the other hand, Huang Fuyin's parents expressed considerable reservations, particularly since she was a widow. Huang Fuyin's sister attempted to intervene, but her efforts were largely ineffective, until Huang Fuyin declared, before meeting her, "I only liked men." This statement completely shattered his parents' defenses, hastening their encouragement for a wedding. Huang Fuyin's sister silently gave her brother a thumbs up, astonished at his eloquence. The wedding was set for 2 weeks later, and as soon as the news broke, fans of the couple were overwhelmed with joy. "Help! I thought I was merely shipping a couple, never expecting my dreams to come true. Is it too hasty to bypass romance and marriage altogether? I have once again placed my faith in love, yet the notion of a swift marriage seems rather implausible." As I peruse the overwhelming flood of news, Lu Hanchuan finds himself lost in thought, clutching his phone. unable to articulate his emotions, much like discovering a treasure only to watch others excavate it. Regret, melancholy, and remorse envelop him. After a fortnight of wedding preparations, the day of the ceremony swiftly approaches. The curiosity of netizens has meticulously unearthed Huang Fuyan's illustrious family background. Indeed, he hails from a prestigious lineage, a high-ranking scion of a family steeped in nobility, whose parents frequently grace national headlines, while his sister serves as a translator and his brother-in-law as a diplomat. It is astonishing how fate favors Tao Yan. Each marriage she enters seems to elevate her status further. For others, marriage may signify a rebirth. For her, it is akin to an ascension to the heavens. Even more remarkable, Huang Fuyan's parents have accorded their approval to this whirlwind union. The online community buzzes with excitement. And on the day of the wedding, luminaries from various sectors gather in anticipation. Daji makes her grand entrance in a resplendent white mermaid gown, which accentuates her flawless physique. Shimmering under the spotlight, the elite spectators, engaged in hushed discussions, seem to grasp why the art-obsessed Huang Fuyan has finally awakened to his potential. This woman, in her essence, is utterly captivating. Lu Hanquan raises his glass, observing the heartfelt speeches from both sets of parents, and the newlyweds exchanging rings and sharing a kiss. Feeling a knot tighten within him. Once again, he witnesses her wed. Each of her marriages is nothing short of extraordinary, setting an unparalleled standard for second marriages. One might wonder if a third marriage awaits, perhaps to an even more formidable partner. Yet, considering Huang Fuyan's background and his own exceptional qualities, such a notion seems improbable. As he listens to the murmurs of admiration from those around him, a ripple of emotions stirs within Lu Hanquan. After the wedding, Daji did not leave the Lu family residence. In accordance with the inheritance, the Lu family villa was bestowed upon her. Should we not take our leave? Meng Yu and Bai Shi stood before Daji, observing her increasingly enchanting demeanor post-marriage, feeling a pang of discomfort in their hearts. Daji reclined against Huang Fuyan, casually spitting out grape seeds, and inquired, "Who will attend to me if you depart?" The two exchanged glances at Huang Fuyan behind her, their meaning unmistakable. Daji discerned their implication and replied, "He is my husband, not my servant." A husband and a servant are two distinct entities in my eyes, much like the difference between a queen and a palace maid. Huang Fuyan nodded, gently affirming, "I respect your wishes, whatever the little fox says shall be." For Huang Fuyan, marrying Daji was already a source of profound satisfaction and joy. She need not alter herself for him. Meng Yu and Bai Shi chose to remain, continuing their roles as servants, with Huang Fuyan attending to her immediate needs. Daji's life bore no difference from before her marriage. Lu Hanquan finalized the last contract, completing his tasks for the day, and took out his phone. The message from Daji still reflected a week-old correspondence. She had not sought him out for quite some time. Naturally, with Huang Fuyan by her side and countless handsome suitors at her beck and call, what reason would she have to reach out to him? Rather than feeling relief, Lu Hanquan found himself burdened with a heavy heart. Did his worth in her eyes truly amount to so little? There are 3 days remaining. Do not forget our agreement. Upon receiving Lu Hanquan's WeChat message, Daji lay in a flower field, basking in the sunlight, while Huang Fuyan sketched her likeness. Glancing at WeChat, Daji lazily turned over. Her eyes closed in slumber. The other party was typing. Frustrated, Lu Hanquan set his phone down, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the sprawling city. Even without that woman's shares, he could still secure the Lu Corporation. He had finally attained what he desired. Yet, Lu Hanquan felt no elation. Thoughts of the impending 3 days, after which he and Daji would have no further ties, filled him with an unexpected sense of melancholy and reluctance. The shares seemed to lose their significance. The notification sound jolted Lu Hanquan from his reverie, and he strode to the desk to retrieve his phone. A recently signed project revealed geological issues, rendering construction impossible. Hundreds of millions in potential profit evaporated in an instant. Lu Hanquan swiftly convened a meeting with the company's executives. As they grappled with the geological dilemma, another crisis erupted. Lu Corporation's restaurant division was trending due to emerging problems, causing fluctuations in the company's stock. Overwhelmed by the cascading issues, Lu Hanquan suddenly realized that Lu Corporation was under siege. Who could be behind this? With such a vast business empire, it was rare for any company to challenge their standing without the involvement of higher authorities. Even he had to strategize for years, leveraging his identity as Lu Zhengming's son to gain influence and inheritance rights within Lu Corporation. Huang Fuyan? Unlikely. Although he managed Lu Corporation, It remained under the control of that extravagant woman, who spent money with astonishing speed. Lu Corporation was her treasure trove, and Huang Fuyan could not possibly jeopardize it now. Then, a thought struck Lu Hanchuan, Lu Wunsen. Only he, as the eldest son of the Lu family and once the sole heir to Lu Corporation's legacy, who also inherited shares from Lu Zhengming, knew the corporation's vulnerabilities. The assistant rapped on the office door, interrupting Lu Hanchuan's speculation. "Mr. Lu, your phone." "Hello. Long time no see. How have you been?" "My brother." The familiar voice belonged to Lu Wunsen. "Indeed, it is you." Lu Hanchuan squinted, his tone grave. "Why?" Their shareholding paled in comparison to that woman. Yet he remained the second largest shareholder, with a market valuation in the hundreds of billions. Lu Wunsen could effortlessly reap enormous dividends without lifting a finger. Why then was he intent on targeting the Lu family? Furthermore, Lu Wunsen was the legitimate son of Lu Zhengming, a rightful heir to the Lu family legacy. A mocking chuckle escaped Lu Wunsen's lips, tinged with a hint of madness. "I don't care. If you don't care, then why seek to destroy?" Lu Hanchuan recalled Lu Wunsen's earlier words and added, "Is it because of her?" Previously, Lu Wunsen had leveraged his shares and the influence behind him to threaten Lu Hanchuan, urging him to distance himself from her. Although uncertain as to why Lu Wunsen departed before he had fully considered the situation, Lu Hanchuan's instincts pointed to Daji. On the other end, the man growled, "Don't mention her." Lu Wunsen's voice erupted with a fervor that suggested long-suppressed emotions had finally been unleashed. "I advise you to sell your shares and extricate yourself from the Lu family. Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Otherwise, when the dust settles, do not say that you lost not a penny, for it will be too late." From his few encounters with Lu Wunsen, it was evident that he was resolute and dangerously unhinged. The thought of the forces behind him raised a chilling prospect. Should the situation devolve into mutual destruction, all his efforts would be rendered futile. Lu Hanchuan asserted firmly, "You seek revenge on her." The downfall of the Lu family has had the most profound impact on Daji, who holds the largest share of Lu's stocks and consequently stands to lose the most. With the collapse of the Lu family, she would find herself bereft of everything. That woman, accustomed to spending lavishly and leading a life of indulgence, would undoubtedly suffer greatly without financial support. Lu Hanchuan reminded her, she is married now, wed to Huang Fuyan. Even if the Lu family falls, the Huangfu family will shield her. Her life will not undergo significant changes. While the Huangfu family may not possess the wealth of the Lu family, they would not permit her to plummet to the depths of despair. A moment of silence stretched on the other end of the line, followed by a cackling laughter before the call ended. Over the past 3 days, the Lu family had been thrust into turmoil, and Lu Hanchuan found himself preoccupied with meetings and phone calls, until the various sectors of Lu's enterprise began to falter and stocks were heavily acquired. Finally, unable to remain idle, he made his way to the Lu family villa to seek out Daji. Upon his arrival at the villa, he discovered Daji reclining by the pool, watching handsome fish swim gracefully. Huang Fuyan was beside her, serving her fruit tea while propping up a tablet to show her a drama. Life seemed to be unfolding in blissful tranquility. "You're here," Daji squinted, her voice languid and lethargic, having just awakened and still battling drowsiness. "Are you aware?" Lu Hanchuan stood beside her, surveying the table laden with fruits and snacks, as well as the litter scattered on the ground, casually plucking a strawberry. "Eating so much." Daji set her cup down and yawned. "If you have something to say, just say it. I'm feeling sleepy." Over the past few days, Daji had been increasingly fatigued and prone to hunger. Her response was subdued. "Of course I know. With the Lu family's upheaval, how could I possibly miss it while scrolling through my phone? Aren't you the executive president?" Daji yawned languidly, her demeanor nonchalant. "You can resolve the company's issues on your own." She was disinterested in the affairs of the Lu family, in her view. Since Lu Hanchuan had taken charge, it was his responsibility. Meanwhile, Huang Fuyan, who had been peeling oranges for Daji, paused and inquired of Lu Hanchuan, "Who is he?" Huang Fuyan's attention was solely captivated by Daji. Only matters concerning her could divert his focus. Daji lazily responded, "The eldest son of the Lu family, my stepson." Daji's indifference made Lu Hanchuan anxious on her behalf. He meticulously recounted the actions of Lu Wunsen and the ensuing consequences, hoping that this woman would take them seriously. "What do you want me to do?" "Beg him to spare the Lu family." "Lu Hanchuan, our agreement is about to expire. The fate of the Lu family has no bearing on me." Daji yawned again, her eyes misty with fatigue. She was truly exhausted. Lu Hanchuan found himself momentarily speechless. She was right. It was he who was anxious, worrying for her. Upon receiving the news, Lu Hanchuan's thoughts were not about his own family's impending doom, but rather about Daji's Lu family facing ruin. Subconsciously, he began to regard the Lu family as Daji's possession, perceiving himself merely as a manager working for her. Deep down, Lu Hanchuan began to grasp something elusive, yet he was reluctant to acknowledge it. I no longer want the shares. Glancing at the handsome men in the pool, Lu Hanchuan recalled that this was a suggestion from Daji's fans during her livestream 2 days prior, who wished to see beautiful male divers. In addition to this, there were extravagant events like beauty competitions and classical male beauty selections, all of which required significant financial investment. Since the demise of Lu Zhongming, this woman has caused quite a stir, akin to the observations made by netizens, resembling a modern-day revelry of excess. Tao Yin, bereft of the Lu family's support, how will you sustain your lavish lifestyle? Daji has an array of extravagant means at her disposal, from extravagant giveaways of luxury cars and opulent residences to frivolous spending that knows no bounds. The Huangfu family wields considerable power, yet in terms of wealth, they undeniably fall short compared to the Lu family. Daji shifts her gaze from the handsome figure by the pool to Lu Hanchuan, casting him a meaningful glance. Lu Hanchuan, you care. He begins to concern himself with Daji's future, pondering how she will manage her indulgent lifestyle without the financial backing of the Lu family. Lu Hanchuan falls silent for a moment before nodding. Indeed, your male servant for this month has been in vain. Daji covers her mouth with a smile, her eyes sparkling. Perhaps it is just an illusion, but Lu Hanchuan perceives a hint of maternal softness in her radiant visage. Lu Hanchuan concedes. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have distanced himself from her from the outset. This woman is toxic. She is indeed wicked, yet it is undeniably difficult to resist her allure. If a Vixen truly existed, this woman would unequivocally be its reincarnation. Then I shall begrudgingly acquiesce, he muses. Daji rests her chin on her hand, murmuring, you have a point. Being without money is simply not an option. Daji, an ancient beast of folklore, has been accustomed to a life of luxury. Nurtured by the Fox clan and never deprived by King Zhou, even as she accepted the task bestowed upon her by the goddess Enhua. She retrieves her phone, takes a selfie, and posts it to her social media with the caption, the final day of opulent living, accompanied by a pouting emoji. In the photograph, the woman's delicate demeanor emanates a sense of fragility, evoking deep sympathy in those who gaze upon her. After the system purged her WeChat friends, only a few names remained. Mengyu, Bai Shi, Lu Hanchuan, Huang Fuyan, and the additional presence of Lu Wensun. It is evident for whom this moment was shared. Indeed, as soon as the post was made, Lu Wensun promptly liked it, commenting simply, heh. After posting, Daji set her phone aside, closed her eyes, and began to doze off. Even in her form as a fox, she had never felt such fatigue. As Su Daji, with her powers, there was little sensation of weariness. Yet now, stripped of her magical essence, she found herself subject to the hunger and exhaustion of humanity, a stark reminder of human frailty. As Daji succumbed to slumber, Lu Hanchuan remained rooted in place, quietly admiring her peaceful visage. Lu Zong, Huang Fuyan lowered the tablet he had been using to show Daji a drama. Looking up to remind Lu Hanchuan, it is rather impolite to stare at another man's wife. Huang Fuyan, despite his courteous demeanor, bore a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes, prompting Lu Hanchuan to assertively point toward the pool filled with handsome young men. You seem unconcerned by her situation. No man can endure the thought of his wife surrounded by an entourage of attractive young male servants. Loving her does not equate to controlling her. Huang Fuyan gazed tenderly at the sleeping Daji, expressing, I fear that if I desire too much, she may drift away from me. Huang Fuyan was astute and perceptive. He understood that a woman like Daji would never be tightly bound to a single man. The slightest hint of discomfort or displeasure would prompt her to sever ties without hesitation. For Huang Fuyan, merely being by her side and the prospect of marrying her brought immense satisfaction. You are quite astute, Lu Hanchuan remarked solemnly. It is no wonder she would choose to wed you. Were it him, he could never accept such a situation with the woman he cherished. After today, he would have no justification to remain near her. Huang Fuyan understood this truth, which is why Daji consented to their union. Ding dong, ding dong. Daji's phone incessantly chimed. Lu Hanchuan gazed deeply at Daji, as if to engrave her image within his very soul. Take good care of her. Huang Fuyan, exuding grace, nodded. Of course. I am her husband. Looking at Daji, Lu Hanchuan softly stated, I shall take my leave. Huang Fuyan replied, Wishing you a prosperous future, Mr. Lu. With that, Lu Hanchuan departed. Huang Fuyin pressed a gentle kiss to Daji's hair and turned off her phone. When Daji awoke, the sky had darkened, and Huang Fuyin was seated beside her, engaged in painting. He set down his brush and handed her the phone. Little fox, someone sent you a message. I turned it off so as not to disturb your slumber. Daji did not hasten to check her phone. Instead, she embraced Huang Fuyin and kissed his lips. You are so thoughtful, my dear husband. Huang Fuyin's ears flushed slightly. Although they were married and had shared intimate moments, he still felt bashful in her presence. After indulging in their affection for a while, Daji finally unlocked her phone. It was 2:31 p.m. Lewison had messaged her. 1 minute later, he sent another, hello? 2 minutes later, you wicked woman. 5 minutes later, the Lu family is on the brink of collapse, and it is my doing. 10 minutes later, Lu Wensun, I warned you that you would come to regret this. Lu Wensun sent a voice message, but there was no response. He made a video call request. Yet again, there was silence. After more than 30 unanswered voice and video requests, Lu Wensun sent another text. Lu Wensun, bad woman. Have you realized your mistake? While Daji was asleep, Lu Wensun's WeChat messages persisted unabated. The moment the video connected, Daji beheld Lu Wensun's bloodshot eyes. Upon seeing Daji, his eyes momentarily brightened, and then, tilting his chin towards the camera, he hoarsely questioned, bad woman, have you erred? Hubby. Daji handed the phone to Huang Fuyin, requesting him to hold it for her, as she found it tiresome to maintain the position. In the video, upon hearing Daji call him hubby, Lu Wensun looked down at the camera, his eyes betraying uncontainable joy, and his entire countenance softened. All right. Huang Fuyin accepted the phone and positioned himself in front of Daji. Finding an appropriate angle to showcase the video, Lu Wensun's expression instantly turned icy, the light in his eyes extinguished, and with a stern visage, he exclaimed, Tao Yin. How long has it been? You are already remarried? Huh? Is the wealth of the Lu family insufficient for your lavish desires? You are now coveting the power of the Huangfu family. Tao Yin, does Huang Fuyin know? You, wicked woman, are nothing but a shameless harlot. As Lu Wensun grew increasingly agitated, his words tumbled forth in a torrent, causing Daji to feel a headache. Enough, Daji interjected, her patience wearing thin. Lu Wensun, I did not come here to engage in an argument with you. Lu Wensun fell silent, gazing at Daji, his eyes shadowed with a deep hue, his hair obscuring his brows and eyes, stubble adorning his face. The once arrogant and proud little lion now resembled a stray kitten confronting its master, only to discover that the master had taken a new pet, provoking feelings of anger, grievance, sorrow, and confusion. Were you wrong? Do you recognize your mistake? As long as you apologize, I will. Daji took a sip of water, speaking slowly and deliberately. Lu Wensun, I merely slept with you once. A one-night stand is rather commonplace in our society. If you cannot handle it, you should have spoken up sooner. Her callous words twisted Lu Wensun's face in anger. Gazing at Daji's visage, which he had longed for day and night, he declared fiercely, just wait. Without the Lu family, you will subsist on the cold winds of the northwest alongside Huang Fuyin. I shall not let you off easily. Daji reached out and ended the video call. Huang Fuyin assisted Daji in putting away her phone, grasping her hand earnestly as he said, I will not allow you to suffer. In that moment, Huang Fuyin appeared to have made a resolute decision. He glanced at the unfinished painting before gently embracing Daji. He intended to provide for his wife. Previously, Huang Fuyin had solely pursued his own interests, shielded by his sister's support for the family, allowing him to follow his passions. However, upon marriage, a man acquires a sense of familial responsibility. Thus, the saying, establish a family and career. At this moment, Huang Fuyin gained clarity. His art alone could not afford Daji a prosperous life. Little fox, grant me time. Embracing Daji, he pressed a kiss to her forehead and declared, I shall not permit you to bow your head. In Huang Fuyin's perspective, seeing his woman bowing to another man renders him utterly ineffectual. Daji affectionately nuzzled against his chest. Though he refrained from speaking, she had no intention of yielding to Lu Wensun. Her post was merely a bait. The usually silent system could not help but interject. Host, if you do not submit, Lu Wensun will ensure mutual destruction. At that point, your comfortable life will vanish. Even if Huang Fuyin were to earn money, it would require time. 609. Do you comprehend the greatest weakness of humanity, or rather, all living beings? Daji leaned into Huang Fuyin's embrace, her consciousness communicating with the system, emotion. Once one is touched by emotion, a fatal vulnerability emerges. Little do the masses realize. King Zhou was far from foolish. When Jiang Zia visited Chaoga, he discerned her identity as a vixen. With countless talented individuals at his command, how could King Zhou remain oblivious? He had fallen for her. From the initial awe inspired by her beauty to subsequent curiosity, desire for possession, and indulgence, he gradually succumbed to the seductive snare of the nine-tailed fox's love. The prowess of our fox tribe lies not merely in charm and beauty, but in the art of persuasion. If one speaks of allure, the serpent tribe is more enchanting, yet they are too greedy and cold-hearted. In terms of beauty, the phoenix tribe is resplendent, but they are overly proud. It is the fox tribe that possesses a captivating warmth, a blend of pride and adaptability, and most importantly, the ability to penetrate the heart. Regardless of whether they are human or of another race, once emotions are stirred, they become both armored and vulnerable. The system, being an intelligent entity, does not comprehend the nuances of love, yet it has witnessed the formidable power of affection through vast data. Love is truly magnificent, the system concluded. It is not love, but rather affection, as Daji corrected. The system fell silent, leaving a sense of confusion. Daji chose not to continue her conversation with the system and instead embraced Huang Fu Yin, sharing a passionate kiss. In a fit of frustration, Lu Wixen hurled his phone and drove to the Lu family residence. The grand entrance was tightly shut, and only after calling Aunt Zhao was he granted entry. Upon seeing Lu Wixen's disheveled appearance, Aunt Zhao's heart ached. "Young master, what has happened to you?" Lu Wixen paused, stroking the stubble on his chin. "Do I look that terrible?" An hour later, having shaved, trimmed his hair, and changed his attire, Lu Wixen appeared far more presentable. Save for the slight pallor on his face, he inquired of Aunt Zhao, "Where is she?" Aunt Zhao, having experienced her share of heartache, recognized that Lu Wixen had hastily departed due to Daji. Observing his troubled demeanor, she opened her mouth to offer words of comfort, but ultimately sighed and informed him that Daji was asleep. Watching Lu Wixen hastily ascend the staircase, Aunt Zhao was filled with concern. This father and son duo were both ensnared by this woman, a grievous fate indeed. Lu Wixen raised his foot, preparing to kick the door, but suddenly reconsidered and opted instead to knock. The door was opened by Huang Fu Yin, clad in a men's robe, his hair still damp. Upon seeing Lu Wixen, he expressed surprise. "Who are you?" Having never encountered Lu Wixen before, and given that he rarely appeared in the country, Huang Fu Yin did not recognize him, especially since he had not watched the video from the day prior in which he appeared alongside Daji. Hearing Huang Fu Yin's voice, Lu Wixen realized he was the man from the video, her husband. Upon reflecting on this, Lu Wixen felt a surge of jealousy and anger as he forcefully pushed Huang Fu Yin aside, exclaiming sharply, "Get away." Caught off guard by the sudden shove, Huang Fu Yin was unable to halt Lu Wixen in time, who rushed to the bedside, leaning over to grasp Daji's wrist, his voice icy. "Wretched woman." Witnessing this, Huang Fu Yin, usually mild-mannered, exhibited a flash of anger, striding forward to deliver a punch to Lu Wixen's face, commanding, "Release her." Lu Wixen, tasting the blood at the corner of his mouth, did not relent in his grip on Daji despite the blow. Huang Fu Yin approached to pull Lu Wixen away, but even after enduring several punches, Lu Wixen remained steadfast. Daji let out a soft murmur, so noisy. Huang Fu Yin halted, his gaze icy as he regarded Lu Wixen. Having surmised the identity of this man, Daji slowly regained consciousness, noticing Lu Wixen's bruised visage fixated on her, her brows arching in surprise. With her keen awareness, she should have sensed the intruder. What was amiss? "Release me." Daji's tone had lost its previous allure, now tinged with a hint of frost. Instinctively, Lu Wixen loosened his grip, and Huang Fu Yin quickly moved in to check for any injuries on Daji. Observing a slight redness on her wrist, the enraged Huang Fu Yin could not restrain himself from delivering 2 more punches to Lu Wixen. Seeing the glaring red mark on Daji's delicate skin filled Lu Wixen with chagrin, allowing Huang Fu Yin to strike without retaliation. Enough. Daji sat up from the bed, rubbing her temples, feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over her, her temper easily provoked. Something was amiss. This body was flawed. Though Daji had lost her magical powers, the formidable essence of the nine-tailed fox still sensed the anomaly within her form. 609. Is there something wrong with this body? According to the database's comparative data, host, you may be pregnant. The system delivered this shocking revelation to Daji. Pregnant? Overwhelmed by astonishment, Daji blurted the words out. The 2 men by the bedside stared at her in a daze, rendered speechless. Daji was even more shocked. After living for millennia, it was her first experience of pregnancy. The more powerful the being, the more difficult it is to conceive, not to mention the nine-tailed fox. Even within Su Daji's body, she had never been pregnant before. The system interjected, "Host, your mortal body is healthy. You currently possess no magical power, only a soul attachment. So pregnancy is normal." Daji, feeling flustered, nodded in acknowledgement. Huang Fuyin swiftly picked up Daji without sparing a glance at Lu Wensun, leaving the room for the hospital, with Lu Wensun gritting his teeth and following closely behind. At the hospital, the examination results were quickly produced. The doctor, holding the results, congratulated the young couple. The ultrasound indicates 4 weeks of pregnancy. The child is very healthy. Lu Wensun, who had followed closely behind, felt his pupils constrict and approached the doctor, trembling lips forming the words, "Doctor, please repeat that." The doctor observed the dejected expression on Huang Fuyin beside Daji, while Lu Wensun's face was filled with excitement, pondering the dynamics among the three. The doctor glanced between the two men and inquired, "Who is the father of the child?" Lu Wensun asserted, "I am." Huang Fuyin countered, "I am." The doctor cast a deep glance at Daji, internally commenting on the antics of today's youth and their eagerness to claim fatherhood. Daji, lost in thought while holding the ultrasound report, was besieged by the two men persistently questioning the doctor. This situation was untenable. It could not be allowed to continue. Before the doctor could utter a word, the two men, without a moment's hesitation, rejected the notion. They exchanged glances, as if reaching an unspoken agreement, and first urged Daji to keep the child. Huang Fuyin gently wrapped his arm around Daji's shoulders and spoke softly, "Little fox, I shall be a good father. This is our baby. Won't you consider keeping him?" "This child is not yours," Daji replied, perplexed. She could not fathom why Huang Fuyin wished to retain a child that was not his. It was reminiscent of her encounter with Lu Wensun. Daji had never considered contraception. Despite numerous occasions with King Zhou, she had never conceived. Thus, the possibility of pregnancy had never crossed her mind, only to be caught off guard by a singular encounter. Even her brief moments with Lu Zhengming had not resulted in pregnancy. System. Host. Records indicate that as humans age, procreation becomes increasingly challenging. Lu Zhengming lacks the youth and vitality of Lu Wensun. Hence, Daji's singular encounter with Lu Wensun resulted in conception. He is our child. In Huang Fuyin's eyes, any child born of Daji was inherently his. They had a long future ahead, with the promise of more children carrying his bloodline. The thought of an abortion, he believed, would inflict great harm upon a woman's body. "I want to terminate it," Daji declared resolutely. Regardless of the child's parentage, she had no desire to bear a child. The concept of motherhood had never entered her mind. Amidst the doctor's complex gaze, Lu Wensun, his face a canvas of despair, knelt before Daji with a thud. "I implore you, keep him. I am sorry. It is my fault, and the child is innocent. You may do as you wish, but I beg you to spare him." Daji remained unmoved, instructing the doctor to prepare for the procedure. Lu Wensun clutched Daji's leg, tears streaming down his face. "As long as you keep him, I am willing to do anything." The system responded. Host CCA is the largest investment company in the world, with annual dividends amounting to hundreds of billions. No wonder Lu Wensun is indifferent to the Lu family. In fact, he seeks to destroy it through self-destructive means as a form of revenge against her. Yet, this does not sway Daji. She coldly commanded, "Prepare for the surgery." Lu Wensun had already experienced Daji's ruthlessness once. She was indeed resolute in her decision to not keep the child. With bloodshot eyes, he bowed his noble head, his voice hoarse. "I would trade my life for the child's." The doctor, standing nearby, urged Daji, "An abortion can harm your health. If possible, you should carry the child to term." The doctor was taken aback by the situation. A man of exceptional lineage, a biological mother who wished to terminate the pregnancy, while a non-biological father and the real father both clamored for the child. Unmoved, Daji insisted, "I will have an abortion. I shall bear the consequences." Despair washed over Lu Wensun as he slumped helplessly to the ground, striking himself in frustration. Why had he sought revenge against her? Eventually, he left the country, leading a solitary life abroad, immersing himself in studies and building his career. He had no friends and had grown accustomed to solitude. When Lu Wensun finally resolved to be with Daji, she rejected him, driving his already obsessive nature to madness. He loathed women, and Daji in particular. Yet, upon seeing her photograph, he found himself frantically yearning to see her, to speak with her, to hear her apologize. If only she would apologize. He could find it in his heart to forgive her. How could it come to this? As Lu Winson watched Daji enter the operating room, he was engulfed by a sense of utter despair. As Lu Winson watched the surgery room door close, the light in his eyes extinguished completely. He slumped against the wall, overwhelmed by despair. Beside him, Huang Fu-Yin sighed, standing outside the surgery room, his face etched with worry, oblivious to Lu Winson's departure. Lost in a daze, Lu Winson left the hospital and confined himself to his room. After an hour, he entered the study. Meanwhile, half an hour later, Zhao Ma looked curiously at the team of lawyers outside. The leader addressed her, stating, "We are Mr. Lu Winson's legal team." Zhao Ma opened the door, inviting them in, and inquired about their purpose. "I'm afraid we cannot disclose that information," came the reply. The group ascended to the study on the 3rd floor. As Zhao Ma brought tea upstairs, she caught a hint of the words asset transfer. Upon leaving, she was stunned to overhear the term inheritance. What on earth was the young master planning? Soon after, Zhao Ma saw Lu Wansun descending the stairs with the team of lawyers, preparing to leave. Anxiously, she intercepted him, exclaiming, "Young master, where are you going?" A foreboding feeling gripped her heart. Lu Wansun retrieved a card and slipped it into Zhao Ma's apron pocket, saying, "Thank you for all these years, Zhao Ma. I am going to settle my debts. Young master, please don't do anything foolish." Zhao Ma pleaded, attempting to grasp Lu Winsun's arm, but he evaded her grip. Tears welled in her eyes as panic overwhelmed her. He waved his hand dismissively and strode away. While Zhao Ma cried out in desperation, "Young master, please don't lose hope." Alone, Lu Winsun drove away from the Lu family estate, steering his car towards the riverbank. Meanwhile, on the operating table, Daji was interrupted by the persistent ringing of a phone. 609, "Turn off my phone," she instructed. "System, the caller is Zhao Ma. Power off." "System." Zhao Ma sent a message, stating that Lu Winsun intends to take his own life. Daji closed her eyes, her voice tinged with frost. "I do not appreciate others questioning my decisions." "System." However, host, if you terminate this pregnancy, Lu Winsun may indeed end his life, which could jeopardize this mission. Society will attribute the cause of Lu Winsun's suicide to you. No one will envy the life extinguished by Tao Yan. Daji opened her eyes. The system's reasoning was sound. Yet, I do not desire a child. More children equate to more attachments. And this is a world of missions. She cannot take the child with her. This child is conceived within Tao Yan's body, not truly yours. You will inevitably depart from this world. Why not choose a different path? The surgical lights illuminated. Daji recalled something and rose from the operating table. Wait. By the riverbank, Zhao Ma and the police located Lu Winsun's vehicle. The car had already submerged in the river, with only the white roof visible above the water. "Hurry, save him." Lu Winsun was rescued and taken to the ICU. Fortunately, the rescue was timely. The patient was no longer in critical danger and soon regained consciousness. Lu Winsun opened his eyes, gazing at the doctor beside him, his feeble voice laced with anger. "Who allowed you to save me?" Lu Winsun, engulfed in despair, found both hope and hopelessness in Daji. He feared for the solitude of their unborn child and wished to depart from this world alongside them. Upon their first encounter, she donned a black dress, resembling a regal queen. In the 3rd floor gym, she embodied the alluring yet mischievous temptress. On the basketball court, she was the siren luring him into perdition. In the flower field, this was both his curse and the happiest moment of his life. The doctor offered some words of comfort and decided to summon a psychologist to counsel Lu Winsun. Such a young individual exhibiting suicidal tendencies indicated significant psychological issues. Lu Winsun rudely yanked the needle from his arm, attempting to rise from the bed, only to be restrained by the police stationed outside. "Quick, administer a sedative." "Let me go?" Lu Winsun struggled like a frenzied lion. The ward was in disarray until a delicate voice cut through the chaos, bringing him to stillness. "Lu Winsun, what madness is this?" Daji stood at the entrance of the ward, followed closely by Zhao Ma. By a twist of fate, the hospital where Lu Winsun was rescued was the same as Daji's. She had left the operating table, activated her device, and rushed over upon contacting Zhao Ma. Upon seeing Daji, Lu Winsun's eyes brightened momentarily, but that spark quickly faded. "Everyone, please leave." Zhao Ma instructed the medical staff and police to exit, sensing that only Daji could persuade Lu Winsun. Once the door closed behind them, Daji approached the bedside, scrutinizing Lu Winsun with a frown of disdain. "What have you done to yourself?" Lu Winsun bore the marks of Huang Fu-Yan's beating, his face bruised and swollen, weakened from his suicide attempt, presenting a stark contrast to the once spirited heir of the Lu family. His gaze fell upon Daji's abdomen, and tears streamed down his face, utterly devoid of vitality. Daji cast him a glance of annoyance, seating herself with the poise of a queen, crossing her legs and resting her hands on her knees. She looked at Lu Wonsun and said, "Let us discuss the matter of child support." "What?" Lu Wonsun momentarily found himself at a loss. "The matter of the milk powder." Daji cast a sidelong glance at him. "Are you truly expecting Huang Fuyin to assist you in raising a child?" Lu Wonsun abruptly turned to meet Daji's gaze, his lips trembling. "What do you mean by that?" Daji beckoned him with a gesture reminiscent of summoning a pet, and Lu Wonsun obediently approached, squatting before her. Daji pressed the tip of her high-heeled shoe against his abdomen, narrowing her eyes with a displeased tone. "So you don't wish to acknowledge your own child?" As if he had glimpsed salvation, Lu Wonsun's trembling hand reached towards Daji's belly. The child is still there? You haven't terminated the pregnancy?" Daji turned her head away. "Imichim." Lu Wonsun knelt on one knee, a mixture of tears and laughter in his expression. "Really? The child is still there?" He repeated his question, prompting Daji to kick him away in irritation. "You're unbearable." Falling to the ground, Lu Wonsun did not feel anger, but rather a joyful smile spread across his face. Lowering his voice to avoid disturbing Daji and the child, he exclaimed, "That's wonderful. The child is still there. Thank you, wicked woman. I have already drafted a will. All my possessions are yours. You're not dead yet." Lu Wonsun scrambled to his feet and hurriedly exited the hospital room. As he left, Daji reminded him, "Don't return to see me in such a wretched state." "Understood." That very day, Lu Wonsun sought out a team of lawyers, bequeathing all his assets to Daji without reservation. Huang Fuyin swiftly diverted the conversation with his parents after briefly addressing the matter of Lu Wonsun's substantial inheritance to Daji. "I am going to be a father." Instantly, Huang Fuyin's parents shifted their focus, no longer pondering why Lu Wonsun would bestow such a fortune upon Daji. "Indeed, we wholeheartedly support your endeavors, whether in commerce or politics. It is your choice to make." After careful consideration, Huang Fuyin realized that the wealth Daji currently possesses does not necessitate his embellishment. Rather, he seeks to safeguard it for her. Thus, he opted to follow the path laid out for him by his family. Daji's life remained unchanged, as she showcased her affluent lifestyle to her fans through live broadcasts, engaging with them by distributing rewards and even implementing their suggestions by organizing a beauty pageant. "Look at me, rich sister. I consider myself reasonably attractive. Can I participate in the beauty contest? Truly, I aspire to be atop the Forbes list of wealthy women. Embracing the fortune. May the goddess of wealth bless my business with prosperity this year." A week later, Lu Wonsun arrived at the Lu family residence and timidly addressed Daji. I am no longer unattractive. I assure you I will not frighten you or the child." It was only after he had healed from his injuries that he dared to visit the Lu villa to see Daji and her child. Daji, while watching a basketball game featuring handsome players, yawned in boredom and remarked, "Is there nothing novel to behold?" Huang Fuyin set aside the books given to him by his parents and gently encouraged, "The preparations for the beauty contest are nearly complete. Would you like to take a look, little fox?" Unperturbed by being sidelined, Lu Wonsun gazed at the handsome athletes on the court, removed his shirt, and joined the game. Having maintained a rigorous fitness regime, his well-defined physique instantly captivated Daji's attention. Remembering Huang Fuyin's suggestion, she replied, "All right, let us go and see." The beauty pageant, organized by the Lu family, was being held at the Lu company, where a stream of handsome participants attracted a multitude of young women to gather at the entrance. When Daji arrived, the girls were more excited than when they spotted a handsome man, their shrieks echoing incessantly. "Sister Fox, Sister Daji, take a look at me." During a previous live stream, the barrage of comments repeatedly called out for Yin Yin, which displeased Daji. Consequently, her fans affectionately bestowed upon her the moniker Daji. At that time, Daji squinted her eyes in a satisfied manner, eliciting uproarious cheers from her fans, and from that moment on, they began to refer to her as Daji. Presently, Daji boasts more fans than even first-tier celebrities, and her fan engagement is extraordinarily high, with viewership numbers skyrocketing geometrically with each broadcast. After all, who would shy away from wealth? Daji is known as the Fortune Fairy, genuinely conducting giveaways that start at $1 million, and not merely once, throughout a single live stream. The lottery prizes surpass a staggering sum of $100 million. Fans jest that buying lottery tickets pales in comparison to watching Daji's streams, for in her giveaways, countless fans have struck it rich overnight. Whenever detractors emerge, they are swiftly drowned out. Those who come to criticize Daji find themselves forgetting their initial intentions, captivated by beauty, charm, and wealth. It is difficult not to succumb to such allure. Sister Daji is simply exquisite. I fervently request the shade of your lipstick. Hearing the girls around her, Daji turned, her lips curling into an enchanting smile, and then she leaned in to kiss the lips of Huangfuyan beside her, declaring, "This is the finest lipstick." The faces of the surrounding girls flushed with excitement, akin to witnessing a romance drama unfold in close proximity, a sweet tale indeed. After Daji joined the company, the staff distributed a lipstick to each girl present, allowing them to choose from any brand or shade. The sudden windfall left the girls in a blissful daze. The host asked, "Are you providing them benefits for the sake of the task?" "No," she replied. "I simply enjoy hearing compliments. It lifts my spirits. Whether it is the benefits from the barrage or other perks for the fans, they are drawn from those who praise her." In the past, sweet-tongued young foxes would receive rewards from the nine-tailed fox. Eventually, all creatures across the three realms came to know that the nine-tailed fox adores beauty, revels in luxury, and delights in sweet words. The one who came to attend to Daji was Lu Hanchuan. Upon seeing him, Daji raised an eyebrow and remarked, "You're still here?" Since the day Lu Hanchuan had departed, he had not reappeared before Daji, nor had he sent any messages. Naturally, Daji was indifferent to his whereabouts. "Well, I've become quite adept at this," Lu Hanchuan mused, observing the increasingly captivating Daji. His previously expressionless face softened as he declared, "I wish to stay." Fearing Daji might decline, he quickly added, "I can exchange my shares in the Lu family for it." "Very well." Daji seemed to see through Lu Hanchuan's intentions and winked. "I'll pay you the salary of an executive director." Lu Hanchuan lowered his head, warmth spreading through him as he recalled the custom-made Daji stickers saved on his phone. The real Daji was even more adorable and charming than the stickers. "All right," he replied, his voice laced with an unrecognized hint of affection. Witnessing this, Lu Wensen, now Daji's small attendant, leaned in beside her and said, "I can help you manage the company too, without a salary." Daji shot him a glare, exasperated. "Do foreigners not require supervision? Am I to handle everything alone?" Lu Wensen immediately wilted. "Little fox, drink some water." Beside her, Huangfuyan offered his water cup to Daji, eliciting envious glances from the two brothers. Daji held a deep-seated disdain for Lu Wensen, the man responsible for her pregnancy, and often found fault with him, her temper short. As for Lu Hanchuan, her demeanor remained indifferent. She would tease him when in high spirits, yet completely disregard him when her mood soured. Among the three, Huangfuyan enjoyed the most favorable treatment, being the legitimate husband, always by Daji's side, showering her with affection. Though Daji maintained a frosty attitude towards Lu Wensen, she did not cast him aside entirely, as he was the father of her child. Lu Hanchuan, however, bore the heaviest burden, having racked his brain for a reason to remain close to her, ultimately securing a position as the executive president at the Lu Corporation, effectively working for Daji. The trio of men performed a captivating play while Daji reclined comfortably, observing the beauty pageant unfolding before her. The rewards for this pageant were substantial. Mere participation guaranteed monetary compensation, with additional rewards for each advancement. And the final three contestants would receive a cash prize along with contracts to debut under the Lu family's entertainment company. To ensure Daji could focus on her pregnancy without the urge to venture out, the three men devised various strategies, making the Lu family villa feel particularly crowded amidst a throng of handsome men and entertainment amenities. Why not construct a new house? Daji suggested upon awakening to the discussion between Meng Yu and Bai Shi. With a grand gesture, she commanded the creation of a new abode. As she articulated her vision, dozens of top-tier designers listened intently. 300 miles of coverage, shielding from the sun, 5 steps to a floor, 10 steps to a pavilion. The gathered crowd recognized the familiar echoes of a grand architectural marvel. "Isn't this reminiscent of the Apang Palace?" they mused. Daji nodded. "Yes, let us adhere to that standard." But in a modern interpretation, numerous designers gathered together, and Daji, rubbing her sleepy eyes, pointed to herself and asked, "What do I lack the least?" The designers responded in unison, "Money." Thus, they pooled their collective expertise, exerting their utmost creativity, and within a week, they produced the architectural blueprints. "Hurry, I wish to move in before the production begins," she urged. The designers, armed with substantial funds, sought out construction teams across the nation. As construction commenced, the pace was extraordinary. By the time Daji was 8 months pregnant, The modern-day equivalent of the Afong Palace was finally completed. Following this, the decoration commenced. Daji acquired several mountains, upon which her residence was constructed. At the foot of the mountains, the architecture embraced various imperial styles, exuding an air of nobility and elegance that commanded reverence. At the mountainside, lush gardens flourished, with charming bridges and flowing waters, brimming with the essence of spring. The summit showcased an unrefined Mediterranean style, creating a harmonious ambience. The vivid colors reflected the union of the sea and sky, embodying the love between blossoms and leaves. As the vast earth connected seamlessly with the azure heavens, these undulating mountains amalgamated diverse architectural styles from around the world, and in a mere 8 months, this creation was hailed as the 8th wonder of the world. Daji named it the Nine-Tailed Palace. Online discussions erupted, with one particular comment receiving Daji's personal endorsement. Legend has it that Daji is a nine-tailed fox, the queen of the demon clan known as Nuwa, residing in a palace called Nuwa's Palace. The Nine-Tailed Palace aspires to supersede Nuwa as the monarch of the demon clan, which can be interpreted as an embodiment of ambition and aspiration. Upon the completion of its decoration, the Nine-Tailed Palace transcended boundaries, garnering attention not only from domestic media, but also igniting fervent discussions in international trends, as everyone yearned to glimpse the interior of the Nine-Tailed Palace. At this moment, Daji, with a 9-month pregnant belly, was supported on either side by Huang Fuyin and Lu Wunsen. She resembled a queen atop the mountain, surveying the entirety of the Nine-Tailed Palace. Lu Wunsen gazed at Daji's belly with a face full of affection, having realized over these 9 months that this woman could not be confined. Simply being by her side was a blessing. Moreover, their child was on the verge of entering the world. There was ample time ahead. There was no rush. What is the progress of the task? Host, the task progress stands at 90%. As Daji conversed with the system regarding the task's advancement, she suddenly felt a kick in her belly. The child was moving. Her gaze had remained fixed on Daji, and upon noticing a small bulge on her abdomen, he cautiously placed his hand upon it. Huang Fuyan's expression softened as he supported Daji's waist, concerned for her well-being, allowing her to lean against him. Little fox, once the child is born, I shall take you on a journey. Would that be agreeable? Daji caressed her stomach, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Although the body was that of Tao Yin, and the child bore no blood relation to her, this vessel had become infused with her soul, allowing her to genuinely feel a life blossoming within. A tender seed had sprouted in her heart. Unbeknownst to her, in that moment of touching her belly, a softness emerged in her features that neither man had ever witnessed. With the due date just 3 days away, Daji took residence in the delivery room of the Nine-Tailed Palace. She opted for a cesarean section. Huang Fuyin, Lu Wunsen, and Lu Hanchuan waited outside the delivery room, while Meng Yu and Bai Shi, along with male attendants, prepared the 9-palace grid, ensuring that upon the child's birth, Daji could comfortably settle in. All was in readiness. At 9 minutes past 9 in the morning, the cries of a newborn echoed through the delivery room. Outside, Lu Wunsen heard the sound of the child's wail. Overwhelmed with joy and tears, Huang Fuyin wore a smile, and even the stoic Lu Hanchuan softened his demeanor. Clearly, the 3 men were eagerly anticipating the arrival of this child. System, host, the child's photograph has been disseminated online. The newborn, far from having the wrinkled visage of an elderly person, appeared plump and adorable, capable of melting hearts at a mere glance. The photo, once released by the system, attracted a flurry of congratulations and praises from netizens. What a beautiful little darling. Annie sends kisses. Is this indeed the happiest child in the world? How enviable. Task completion status, 100%. Task accomplished. Host, do you wish to depart from Tao Yan's body? Daji glanced at the freshly born infant, noting the moment the soul departed. The infant's cries rang out loudly. Host, you may live out your life in Tao Yan's body. The Time-Space Management Bureau has no stipulation that one must leave immediately upon task completion. The system, informed by data, understands that women often find it difficult to part from their children. Daji shook her head. Giving birth to this child presented her with the quickest opportunity to complete her task and depart. Society's envy of women often revolves around their youth and beauty, boundless wealth, exemplary husbands, spacious homes, and delightful children. Thus, upon the child's birth, Daji instructed the system to release the photograph, eliciting the admiration of mothers and completing the remaining 10% of her task. It is time to move on to the next world. The longer one stays, the harder it becomes to sever ties with the child. Love transcends romantic affection. It encompasses the profound bond between mother and child. Daji was acutely aware that even if she were to remain in this world until her death, nurturing children and witnessing their marriages, she would ultimately be left with a vulnerability that could jeopardize her future endeavors. Maintaining clarity and refraining from emotional entanglement were her indispensable weapons for victory. As she closed her eyes, she allowed the cries of the infant to resonate, her soul detaching from Talion's body. Quickly, the mother's heartbeat has suddenly ceased. We must act. The delivery room door swung open, and the doctor emerged. His expression grave as he faced the mounting pressure to deliver the grim news. The mother has suffered a cardiac arrest and has passed away. We did everything we could. The three men outside stood frozen, stunned by the doctor's words. Huang Fuyin leaned against the wall for support, his voice choked with disbelief. Doctor, wasn't everything normal during the prenatal checkup? How could this happen? Lu Wensun, in a frenzy, shouted, I refuse to believe it. She must be playing a cruel trick on me. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into the delivery room, his gaze falling upon the pallid face of Daji on the operating table. Trembling, he placed his hand near her nose, whispering desperately, Wake up, you wicked woman, wake up. With bloodshot eyes, Lu Wensun clutched Daji's icy hand, repeatedly calling her name. Lu Hanchuan then entered, cradling the crying infant nearby, gazing at the lifeless woman and murmuring to himself, Is this how you choose to depart? Abandoning your child? Huang Fuyin stared blankly at the woman he cherished most, gently reaching out to caress her hair, his voice soft. Little fox, you're merely asleep, aren't you? The medical staff nearby could scarcely bear to witness this heartbreaking scene. A woman envied by the world, yet tragically fated to a fleeting existence. Lu Hanchuan gazed at the two men who had descended into madness following Daji's demise, cradling the child and reminding them, She has departed, but the child remains. Huang Fuyin was the first to respond, taking the child from Lu Hanchuan's arms. Rest assured, little fox, I shall care for the child diligently. Lu Wensun soon followed suit, reaching out to snatch the child from Huang Fuyin. Give me the child. This is our child. Huang Fuyin, typically gentle, evaded the grasp while firmly asserting, This is my child with the little fox. The child is legitimate. And I am the father. Lu Wensun insisted, I am the child's biological father. The two men, wary of harming the child, refrained from a physical altercation, resorting instead to a verbal dispute over paternity. Lu Hanchuan interjected, Enough of this quarrel, let each care for their own. In the garden of the nine-tailed palace, a group of maids and servants pursued a little girl clad in a princess dress. Young lady, slow down. Do not run about recklessly. The little girl, sporting horn-like braids, with large, expressive eyes and a rosy visage, finally came to a halt, her voice soft and adorable. I want to find my mother. Aunt Zhao, panting from the chase, caught up and blocked the girl's path. Young lady, your mother is not in the country. Where is mother? I will find her myself. Despite her tender age, the little girl was astute, a veritable prodigy at just 5 years old, already possessing remarkable skills. Aunt Zhao had long been with the Lu family, eventually remaining to care for the little girl. Humph, you adults are all liars. The little girl pouted, visibly displeased, her innocent charm melting the hearts of all present. The little princess. Uncle. The little girl spotted the newcomer and fluttered towards him like a delicate butterfly. Lu Hanchuan crouched down to catch her. Uncle, I miss my mommy. She murmured, her voice tinged with melancholy. Can you take me to find her? This question had been a constant in her life since she could remember. She had only seen her mother in photographs and videos, never in person. Her father had told her that her mother had gone to a faraway place. The search for her mother had become her greatest sorrow. Tilting her head, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity, she asked, How long is soon? The expression on her face seemed to evoke memories of Daji from 5 years ago in Lu Hanchuan's mind. You'll understand when you grow up, he replied. Then when will I be considered grown up? She inquired. In 10 years. The little girl had yet to grasp the concept of time, but with a specific duration now established, she began to anticipate her own maturity. With the assurance of an answer, she tugged at Lu Hanchuan's sleeve, playfully pleading, Since Daddy and Grandpa aren't here, will you play with me, Uncle? Of course. They spent the day in joyful play. After her bath, the little girl lay in bed, and once Zhao Ma and the others had departed, she quietly rose, retrieving her diary. July 12, 2031, sunny. Adults always like to deceive children, never telling me where my mother is. Humph, I will find her myself. Closing her diary, she scampered to fetch her small suitcase, beginning to pack her clothes and toys. Ever since her birth, she had resided in the princess castle of the Nine-Tailed Palace, a design specially crafted for her by the designer, harmonizing both masculine and feminine styles. The entire castle is equipped with a state-of-the-art security system, with cameras installed in every corner. A young girl finds a black tablecloth and drapes it over herself, making every effort to evade the watchful eyes of the cameras. In the stillness of the night, as the servants slumber, no one notices the little girl slipping out of the castle. Suddenly, the alarm blares, and the entire Nine-Tailed Palace becomes a flurry of activity. The girl gazes up at the dense canopy of trees above her, pulling out her phone to seek assistance from the police. The sweet, innocent voice of the officer who answers melts his heart as he gently inquires about her situation. "I'm lost," she replies. "Please tell me your location, and I will come to get you right away." The little girl observes the various grand houses peeking through the foliage and describes their features. But the officer grows increasingly perplexed. A pointed roof? An arched door? Let me check the location on my phone. When the police finally arrive at the Nine-Tailed Palace, they come to understand the architectural marvel the girl had been describing. The Nine-Tailed Palace, celebrated as a contemporary architectural wonder, is the residence of the enchanting and coveted Tao Yin, who tragically passed away in childbirth at a young age. "Little one, what is your name? Where are your guardians?" the officer asks, handing her a lollipop. "Thank you, officer," she replies, taking the treat and tilting her head. "I have two names, Huang Funyan and Lu Juwei. My father went to a meeting, and my daddy is on a business trip abroad. Officer, can you help me find my mother?" Suddenly, a thought strikes her, and her eyes light up as she pulls out her phone to show the officer a picture of her mother. "This is my mom." The officer, upon seeing the photograph, is taken aback, realizing that this little girl is the daughter of Daji. "You have two fathers?" The world is only aware that Daji died in childbirth, and her daughter inherited the Nine-Tailed Palace, yet the specifics of her name and appearance remain shrouded in mystery. The little girl interjects, clarifying, "One is Daddy, and the other is Papa." Before the young officer could finish his inquiry, Zhao's mother arrived with security, and upon seeing the little girl, she exhaled in relief. "My dear ancestor. Oh, how you had me worried. How did you wander out?" Fortunately, she had her phone with her and had not ventured far from the Nine-Tailed Palace. Once everyone had departed, the young officer gazed at the undulating mountain peaks and the multitude of buildings, marveling, "No wonder people get lost at home. Can one truly inhabit such an expansive place with so many houses? Some are born into grandeur." It turns out the little princess is named Huang Funyan, and indeed, her father is currently in a meeting, coincidentally representing the assembly this year. Huang Funyan, the youngest mayor, is also dubbed the most handsome mayor, ambitious and promising, with a bright future ahead. As for Lu Jiawu, which of the Lu brothers is her father? The president of the Lu Corporation or an overseas executive? "Captain, why do you refuse their dinner invitation? We wish to behold the world's most luxurious residence." A decade later, Huang Funyan and Lu Wenxin find themselves in a significant disagreement over the schooling of the little princess. Nian Nian is now 15 and should be allowed to interact with peers. In the first 15 years, both were engrossed in their careers, and out of concern for the safety of their only daughter, the sole child left by their beloved woman, they had reached a consensus on home education. "I disagree. There are too many nefarious individuals outside." Lu Wenxin cherishes his beloved daughter, ensuring that the slightest possibility of harm befalls her is utterly unacceptable. "Daddy," the little princess said, having appeared outside the study, "I want to go to school." Lu Wenxin, a devoted father, immediately quelled his anger and gently coaxed, "Sweetheart, don't listen to him. There are many bad people outside. Don't you wish to go skiing? I've built a ski resort for you. Would you like to go there later?" "Daddy." The 15-year-old princess, blooming into graceful beauty, clung to Lu Wenxin's arm, playfully pouting, which momentarily reminded him of that wicked woman. After some deliberation, the princess enrolled in a foreign language school not far from the Nine-Tailed Palace. Prior to the start of term, Lu Wenxin and Huang Funyan conducted a thorough inspection of the school and subsequently donated several buildings and renovated the playground, ensuring a conducive learning environment for his daughter. On the first day of school, the little princess captured everyone's attention. It was her inaugural appearance before the public. Her bright eyes and delicate features, although youthful, foretold her future beauty and unmatched grace. Though no one knew her identity, the luxurious car she arrived in hinted at her affluent background. Someone uploaded a video online, instantly captivating the attention of netizens. Wasn't this how the female protagonist, renowned for her beauty at 15, was depicted in novels? Who is she? So beautiful, so enchanting. Those eyes remind me of someone. Yes, I feel she resembles a little fox. Subsequently, as the little princess trended on social media, the official Lu Corporation account retweeted the post. This is our little princess. It was only then that everyone realized this was the mysterious little princess who had been hidden away for 15 years. Chapter 30. The arrogant concubine. Your Highness, you are awake. The Emperor has just departed. Leave. Daji's voice was somewhat hoarse, clearly indicating that this body was just recovering from a serious illness. After a flurry of closing doors, Daji found herself alone in the Grand Hall. With the experience from her first-dimensional task, she quickly fused with the memories of her original self. The original identity, Susia, was 18 years old, the only daughter of General Su. She entered the palace as a consort, having been spoiled and raised in luxury, which led to her haughty demeanor and numerous enemies among the harem. The other consorts dared not express their anger openly, due to Susia's prestigious family background. The Su family was a prominent military lineage. Not only was Susia's father celebrated for his military achievements, but she also had a valiant brother. Hence, the Emperor was wary, fearing the Su family's growing power. Despite his disdain for Susia, he had to admit her to the harem, indulging her and magnifying her faults. Fearful that the world would not know of the arrogant daughter of the Su family, it was said in the streets and alleys that General Su had met his downfall due to his daughter. Susia met her demise after provoking a talented young lady in the Imperial Garden, only to be unexpectedly thrust into the lotus pond by a mad dog and drowned. Susia's ultimate wish was to safeguard her family. The original Susia was astute, aware of the Emperor's apprehensions regarding the Su family's military power. To appease the Emperor, she deliberately offended all the concubines in the harem. Concerned about her family's safety, she feared the Emperor might act against them, and thus her greatest aspiration was to protect her loved ones. System, merit surpasses the master. Susia saw through it all. Not only does Susia see through the situation, but the entire Su family also understands it. Given the Emperor's suspicious and wary nature, relinquishing military power would only hasten the demise of the Su family. Please collect your points, host. Points? Indeed. Each completed task yields points that can be used to unlock the system store for corresponding items, which are exclusively applicable within the current task realm. Daji has just completed her first task, earning her a reward of merely 100 points, which she finds somewhat disappointing. She glanced at the items in the system store. Overwhelmed by their extravagance and high prices, her 100 points were hardly sufficient to make a selection. After a cursory browse of the marketplace, she decided to close it, intending to revisit when necessary. At present, her only desire was for food. Come here. Wanxin, Susia's devoted maid and the chief maid of the Jinxi Palace, entered with tear-filled eyes. Miss, you frighten me to death. If anything were to happen to you, how could I explain it to the master, madam, or young master? Go fetch the meal. I am hungry. Daji rubbed her temples, feeling a slight headache. Perhaps it was Lanxin's imagination, but she sensed that the usually spirited mistress now possessed a touch of feminine delicacy. Yes, I shall personally oversee the kitchen to ensure they prepare your favorite dishes. The original host entered the palace as a consort, accompanied by 4 personal maids, and Lanxin, being simple and extroverted, eagerly set out to fulfill Daji's request. After Lanxin departed, another chief maid, Jingxin, rushed into the hall. Your Highness, the talented lady who fell into the water with you has awakened. The Empress herself has visited her and granted her numerous rewards. Jingxin is the most tranquil and astute among the 4 maids, and Susia typically entrusts her with tasks in the palace. Currently, the court is subtly divided into 2 factions, the Empress and Consort Su. The Empress's grandfather is the imperial teacher, and her father is the head of the civil officials, while Consort Su's family wields military power, led by the foremost general. Both sides are fiercely vying for dominance in both the court and the inner palace. Noticing that Daji remained silent, Jingxin continued, that rabid dog belongs to Lady Chun, who is currently kneeling at the entrance of the Qianqing Palace, crying out for justice. Daji gestured for her to pause, and Jingxin ceased her discourse. Assist me to the dressing table. Yes. Jingxin stole a glance at her mistress, inwardly astonished at her usual concern for palace affairs, which seemed absent today. It appeared that the recent near drowning had left her quite shaken. Before the bronze mirror, the features of a woman gradually became discernible. Daji, with a hint of disdain, averted her gaze and instructed Jingxin to fetch a basin of clean water. Soon, Daji beheld the form of this body. Su Xia, hailing from a family of martial prowess, had trained in the arts of combat from a young age, lacking the delicate frailty typical of noble maidens. Her brows bore a striking vigor, her features were chiseled, and particularly, her eyes, slightly lighter in hue than others, exuded an air of aloofness. Viewed through the lens of contemporary aesthetics, this visage possessed an exotic, blended allure. The original owner's father, General Su, sought to reassure the emperor by marrying a woman from the frontier rather than a daughter of a prestigious family, aligning with the young emperor's preferences. Amidst the graceful daughters of noble lineage, this face, marked by its foreign charm, did not endear itself to the emperor. Change my attire. Regardless of the circumstances, Daji always prioritized her beauty above all else. Beauty can also serve as a weapon. Jingxin brought forth a new palace gown, but Daji shook her head, declaring it was merely clothing from the general's residence. After a moment's hesitation, Jingxin decided to present it nonetheless. Lady Su, a woman from the frontier, was accustomed to the arid and sweltering desert climate, hence her attire was relatively breezy, strapless shorts adorned with a light veil. Her hair braided into several strands and embellished with gold and silver ornaments. Daji donned a vibrant red ensemble, crafted for her by Lady Su during her time at the general's manor, which she had only worn at home. Your Highness, you look truly stunning in this attire, Jingxin exclaimed, her face awash with admiration. She had only witnessed Daji wear it once, 5 years prior, during which she had changed shortly thereafter. The blurry copper mirror left Daji dissatisfied, prompting her to visit the system store, where she exchanged 10 points for a dressing mirror. The system never anticipated that its host's inaugural acquisition from the marketplace would not be for a task, but rather for the sake of vanity. As the mirror materialized before her eyes, Jingxin stood momentarily stunned. Your Highness, this is... The 4 devoted maidservants were orphan girls rescued by General Su, having grown up alongside Su Xia, cherishing her and the Su family above their own lives. Upon witnessing the unexpected marvel, Jingxin's first instinct was not to regard Daji as a monster, but rather to ponder how to assist her in concealing it. Regarding the mirror, Daji beckoned Jingxin to come and take a look. Jingxin gasped in awe at the clarity of the mirror, exclaiming that items sent from the frontier were indeed of superior quality. She quickly devised a rationale. Due to the towering stature of the frontier folk, the original owner was taller than the average woman, such that when standing beside the emperor, he barely reached her height. In this era of the Yuan dynasty, where delicate beauty is esteemed, the original owner possessed neither the grace of appearance nor the charm of character, which explains the emperor's indifference towards her. The palace attire is predominantly designed to showcase a woman's exquisite and alluring qualities, yet Su Xia's physique resembles that of a modern-day model, resulting in a pronounced incongruity when adorned in such garments, as her figure remains inadequately highlighted. The outfit donned by Daji, however, elegantly accentuates her waist, shoulders, and legs. With years of martial training, Su Xia has developed defined abdominal muscles and a notably alluring collarbone, complemented by her long legs, rendering her a quintessential figure in contemporary standards, albeit ill-suited for the fashion of this dynasty. Chapter 31. The arrogant favored concubine to the system inquired curiously, Host, how do you intend to carve a path through the harem? In a time where petite and delicate beauty is the prevailing aesthetic, Su Xia, a tall and striking mixed-blood beauty, finds herself lacking in both character and appearance, with her lineage being a source of the emperor's apprehension. It is fair to say that Su Xia garners no favor from the emperor in any regard. While the system anticipated Daji would rely on her allure to entice the emperor and fulfill her mission, Daji merely spun around before the mirror and proceeded to have her meal. This host is unlike any other, defying conventional expectations, prompting the system to retreat into silence, as Daji would not acknowledge its presence. After a few bites, Daji set down her chopsticks, finding the cuisine lacking compared to the delicacies from her previous mission. Miss, why have you only eaten a few bites? Are you unwell? Lan Xin expressed her concern. Given the young lady's constitution, she ought not to suffer any major ailments from a mere chill, for in the past, she practiced swordplay in single garments amidst the snow. Miss, shall I summon the emperor? Lanxin believed that Daji's inability to eat was due to the emperor's fleeting glance before departing from the splendid palace. Jingxin called out to Lanxin, must you always be so restless? How many times must I remind you that this is the royal palace? You ought to address her as your majesty. Upon seeing their mistress awaken, they were filled with joy. Your majesty, you have finally awakened. The lady has been beside herself with worry, eager to see you, but the master advised her to refrain. Sushin spoke gently, her demeanor attentive. Your majesty, the master wishes me to inform you not to feel wronged within the palace. With the Su family's backing, the emperor dares not act against you. Anshin, akin to Madame Su, was a woman from the borderlands, tall and strong with exceptional martial skills. The four loyal maids gathered to discuss and summarize Daji's life in the harem. Sushin and Jingshin offered suggestions on how Daji could vie for favor, while Anshin and Lanshin believed their young mistress should not endure such indignities and need not flatter the tyrannical emperor. Enough, Daji interjected, taking a sip of hot tea. Your priority should be to deliberate on how to make my stay here more comfortable. The Jingyuan dynasty was a feudal era, devoid of modern liberties and the wildness of Chao Gu. Once one entered the palace, it was akin to an ocean of depth, making Daji's desire to leave exceedingly difficult. The four exchanged glances. Was their mistress truly uncomfortable? The daughter of a general, elevated to a consort upon entering the palace, had grown up in luxury despite the rigors of martial training. The four were somewhat perplexed by Daji's sentiments. She then recited a list of unfamiliar dishes and peculiar items, leaving her attendants utterly bewildered. Find skilled artisans to create what I desire, and should you encounter any confusion, return to seek my guidance. Daji felt utterly exhausted. This task interface was far less comfortable than the previous one. She hastily completed her duties and departed. Lanshin hesitantly inquired, Your Highness, are we leaving now? Yes, Daji replied, rubbing her drowsy head. Amidst the astonished and bashful gazes of her four personal maids, she disrobed and nestled into her bed. Indeed, each generation seems to be less competent than the last, Daji mused before drifting off to sleep. In the Qianxing Palace, Emperor Jing, consumed by the reports laid before him, scarcely lifted his gaze from the memorial. He instructed, send some restorative medicine to concubine Su. Noble Lady Chun has mishandled her pet, and shall face 3 months of solitary reflection within the palace. The recent incident involving a rabid dog was, in fact, orchestrated by the emperor himself. Throughout the month, he had repeatedly antagonized Su Xia, either directly or through the empress. This time, the young lady who had fallen into the water alongside Su Xia was the daughter of a newly promoted military officer. And to prevent any alliances from forming among the military, Emperor Jing exerted considerable effort, with continuous movements both in the court and the harem. Having been startled, concubine Su was elevated to the rank of Shufei. Setting aside the memorial, Emperor Jing specifically advised, I am occupied with state affairs. Let the empress attend to Shufei on my behalf. Yes, your majesty. The empress, upon hearing the news of concubine Su's promotion due to a mere fright, inadvertently shattered her teacup. The matron beside the empress expressed her discontent. Your majesty, the emperor has instructed you to visit and care for Shufei. This is exceedingly partial. The empress clenched the pastry in her hand. Indeed, she entered the palace and, within a month, has become one of the four consorts. The emperor truly dotes on her. With Shufei's youth, beauty, and comparable lineage, coupled with her newfound favor, the empress felt an escalating sense of urgency. Unable to remain seated any longer, she rose and made her way to the Jinxiu Palace. In the resplendent palace, for maidens, their faces flushed, hastily closed the door to the sleeping quarters upon the arrival of the queen. Instinctively, they positioned themselves in front of her, exclaiming, Your Majesty, the empress is currently napping. Though the queen was a woman, it was inappropriate to enter unannounced, especially since their mistress was in a state of undress. From within the chamber, a languid voice called out, Let the queen come in. The four maidens exchanged glances, reluctantly parting to block the path of the attendants and other maidens following the queen. With a heart full of curiosity, the queen entered the chamber. As she traversed the layers of bed curtains and lifted the beaded drapery at the foot of the bed, she beheld delicate, fair arms resting upon a crimson and gold embroidered quilt. A snowy shoulder was exposed, and the woman lay on her side, lazily stifling a yawn, her pale gray eyes sparkling with an enchanting allure. The queen, despite being a woman herself, felt her cheeks flush with heat. Your Majesty, the languorous voice of Daji greeted her. The queen averted her gaze, attempting to project an air of authority. Why do you not bow upon seeing me? What of the etiquette concerning the concubine? Oh, Daji rose, the quilt sliding from her body, revealing a vast expanse of alabaster skin. The queen, flustered, quickly turned her head away. Despite her efforts to avert her gaze, the queen's peripheral vision caught sight of the swaying curves as Daji bowed before her, clad in nothing but her allure. Being women, we share the same attributes. Why must you feel shy, dear sister? Daji stood confidently before the queen, her demeanor unabashed. Did you come to see me? The queen had entirely forgotten the purpose of her visit. Lifting her garment and uttering a phrase devoid of modesty before departing the palace quarters, the maids and matron that accompanied her were left in a state of confusion. With only the 4 principal maids aware of the underlying reasons, they exchanged glances, for the first time at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, the queen finally stammered, "Sucia is utterly shameless." Born into nobility, the queen found it difficult to articulate the scene that had transpired within the resplendent palace. This phrase of shamelessness had exhausted her entire vocabulary. The matron and maids remained bewildered. Without further elaboration from the queen, they felt hesitant to inquire further, their wariness towards Daji escalating. This favored consort had managed to provoke the usually composed queen to such an extent. Chapter 32. The arrogant favored consort. 3. In the daily routine of the imperial harem, Daji chose not to participate in the morning and evening ceremonies. Even when the emperor came to visit, Daji displayed a lackadaisical demeanor, focusing solely on the renovations of her residence. The emperor did not impede her palace transformations. However, the lavish lifestyle of the favored consort soon became the talk of the entire Jingyuan dynasty. Among the many palaces of the resplendent palace, Daji was the sole occupant. After 10 days of construction, aside from the main hall, the side halls and small gardens had all undergone significant alterations. Gazing at the completed renovations of the resplendent palace, Daji felt a reluctant sense of satisfaction. The 4 principal maids had transitioned from initial bewilderment to complete acceptance of their mistress's peculiar ideas following her unexpected fall into the water. Lanqing, observing the grand stage at the entrance of the side hall, inquired with confusion, "My lady, what purpose does this stage serve?" The palace had designated areas for theatrical performances, and she could not comprehend her mistress's motives behind this endeavor. In the harem, when women performed, it was essential to construct a proper stage. Otherwise, where would they showcase their talents? Daji reclined gracefully upon the newly crafted lounge chair, allowing a young maidservant to tenderly knead her shoulders. "The renovations of my splendid palace are now complete. It is time to invite my esteemed sisters for a gathering. Su Xian, please extend the invitations," she instructed. Lan Xian, prepare the delicacies and milk tea that I requested you to make. In recent days, the little kitchen of the splendid palace had been bustling, crafting many of Daji's favored dishes and desserts, all of which were quite delectable. Upon hearing Daji's series of arrangements, the system could not help but interject, "Host, will you not invite the emperor?" From the system's perspective, this task appeared rather straightforward. When the emperor's favor, ascend to the position of empress, and then bear a son to ensure the safety of the Su family. However, during the 10 days since her arrival, Daji had done little beyond refurbishing her residence. Her demeanor towards the emperor was notably lackluster. At times, she could scarcely muster the energy to meet him. The system remained perplexed by Daji's intentions. "He's simply unattractive. I have no interest," she replied dismissively. Emperor Jingyuan did not possess the imposing stature or regal presence of King Zhou, nor did he exhibit the fitness and vitality of Lu Jingming. In his 40s, Emperor Jing had grown portly, his appearance rather ordinary, and his height comparable to Daji's own, which was estimated at 170 centimeters. Were it not for his title, he would be exceedingly unremarkable, and thus it was entirely understandable for Daji to overlook him. Her approach to courting men was decidedly discerning, valuing physique, looks, and charisma, all attributes that the emperor notably lacked. What does the host plan to do then? Rebel? The system queried. According to the records, General Su was fiercely loyal to the nation, fully aware of the emperor's various grievances against him. Yet he remained steadfast in his duty to guard the borders. Even with an army of 300,000 at his command, rebellion was not in his character. Daji, meanwhile, savored the grapes being fed to her by the maid, choosing to ignore the system's inquiries. The Empress Shuyi's grand display at the splendid palace did not go unnoticed by the harem. Upon receiving Daji's invitation, the courtiers, either out of curiosity or trepidation towards Shuyi, expressed their intention to attend, with the sole exception of the Empress herself, who claimed to be preoccupied with state affairs. Daji instructed a young palace maid to withdraw and donned her attire before proceeding to Jingren Palace. Upon hearing of Shuyi's arrival, The Empress was momentarily transported to the intimate setting of her chambers, instinctively desiring to evade the encounter. Yet, Daji entered unabashedly. The Empress, who had resided in the harem for over a decade, felt a fleeting pang of insecurity. "Dear sister, having just recovered from a serious illness, why have you left the splendid palace? Should you not be resting?" The Empress, no longer a naive girl, swiftly regained her composure. Daji, towering over her, draped an arm around the Empress's shoulders, resting her chin upon them, her eyes narrowing into a captivating yet perilous slant. "Sister, burdened with palace duties, I have come to alleviate your worries." The Empress stiffened. Such an intimate gesture had never been afforded to her by the Emperor himself. "Release me," she commanded. Her voice strained. Daji complied, instructing the palace maids to exit. The maids of Jingren Palace looked towards the Empress apprehensively. "Leave," Daji's voice turned frosty. Her commanding presence, more formidable than that of the Emperor, compelled the maids to retreat in trepidation. "What are your intentions?" The Empress braced herself, conjuring countless perilous scenarios in her mind. Rumor had it that Su Xie was a formidable warrior. What if she turned her skills against her? "Sister, if you do not visit my new palace, I shall be greatly disheartened." Daji pouted, her light-colored eyes shimmering with unshed tears, evoking a sense of deep sympathy. Had she been a man, one's heart would surely have melted. Alas, she was but a woman. The queen found herself increasingly perplexed by the consort. Today, Daji adorned herself in a newly crafted attire, a strapless gown tailored specifically for this body, featuring a thigh-high slit that revealed her elongated legs with every graceful step. Even amidst the conservative and feudal norms of this dynasty, where a woman's form was only ever seen by her husband or herself, Daji's bold ensemble audaciously challenged the visual sensibilities of all within the palace. As she made her way to Jingren Palace, the palace maids and eunuchs could not help but cast astonished glances before hastily averting their eyes. Whispers about the consort's attire erupted within the palace long before she arrived. "Consort, what decorum is this?" The queen felt a throbbing headache. The consort's audacity had surpassed even her previous successes. Upon taking her seat, Daji elegantly draped her long, straight legs over one another, drawing the queen's gaze repeatedly. It must be said, the consort's legs were truly captivating. Beauty, irrespective of the era, has an undeniable allure, and those of similar ilk are often best able to appreciate its splendor. Emperor Jing favored petite, delicate beauties, and Daji's striking demeanor was not to his taste. Yet, women were invariably drawn to such fierce and commanding beauty. "Sister, do you fancy this dress? Allow me to gift you a few." Noticing the queen's gaze, Daji rose and confidently showcased her new garment before her. The backless design exquisitely highlighted the delicate contours of her spine and the alluring curves of her figure, rendering her physique undeniably tantalizing. A twinge of envy flickered within the queen, envy for the consort's unabashed boldness, a quality she felt was beyond her reach. Su Xie's striking visage, combined with her fiery form and willful demeanor, rendered her a dominant blossom amidst the diverse blooms of the imperial harem. The queen, the primary consort, found herself utterly flustered in the presence of the unpredictable Daji. "Your lip color has faded," Daji remarked, drawing closer to the queen. With a playful flick of her finger, she dabbed at her own lips and then adorned the queen's lips with the same hue. "This adds a touch of vitality." "How audacious," the queen retorted, stepping back and sternly admonishing, "Shu Fei, you have gone too far." Daji giggled, her laughter unapologetically exuberant, igniting the queen's ire. "Sister, do not forget about the banquet. Otherwise, I shall visit you daily," Daji teased, sauntering out of the grand hall while leaving a gift for the queen behind. "Your Highness, what troubles you? What has Shu Fei done?" came the concerned inquiry. The queen hesitated, reluctant to confess her predicament. "The gift from Shu Fei?" she ordered. "Put it in the storeroom." "Understood." The queen massaged her temples, requesting Daji's invitation card. This Shu Fei was insufferably brazen, yet she felt powerless against her. As long as Daji did not commit a grave error, the emperor would be hesitant to take action. In her heart, the queen silently hoped that Shu Fei would embroil herself in palace intrigues, bully the other consorts, and wreak havoc upon the heirs, prompting the emperor to swiftly discipline her. Chapter 33. The Arrogant Favored Concubine for Qianqing Palace. Upon hearing the eunuch's report, Emperor Jing paused in his writing. "Oh? What mischief has Shu Fei conjured this time?" With a frown, he recalled Daji, who had been relentless in her antics over the past 10 days at Jinxiu Palace. not committing any major blunders, yet still incurring punishments. He feared that this banquet might provoke her to take drastic measures against his concubines. The Emperor Jing contemplated the intentions of Daji, wishing fervently to act as a catalyst for her to commit some folly that might implicate the Su family, thus providing him with a pretext to exert control over them. The noble consort, Xu Fei, had invited her fellow concubines to a gathering, and all those who received the invitation had arrived. Each lady expressed apprehension before departing, speculating on Xu Fei's ulterior motives. Among the four consorts, the gentle and virtuous De Fei, upon catching sight of Daji's attire, could not help but change her expression. "Dear Sister Xu Fei, your outfit," De Fei remarked, casting her gaze aside only to inadvertently notice Daji's long legs. With summer already upon them, the women of the Jingyuan dynasty donned light garments, yet even the thinnest of fabrics managed to cover their forms modestly. Daji, however, preferred a modern ensemble of tailored shorts and a delicate camisole, her hair styled in a high ponytail, exuding a striking and vibrant allure. "It's quite refreshing. Would you care to try it, Sister De Fei?" Daji urged, summoning young maids to present an array of garments, including shorts, crop tops, and short skirts. De Fei's face flushed crimson upon merely glancing at them, finding the attire more revealing than her own. "Thank you for your kind offer, dear Sister Xu Fei, but I am not overheated." De Fei managed to smile, albeit strained. The audacity of Xu Fei was truly unbridled, and the Emperor seemed indifferent to the matter. As more concubines arrived, they were all rendered crimson with embarrassment by Daji's audacious outfit, too timid to meet her gaze. "Your Highness Xu Fei, this is rather reckless." The forthright Li Pin could not restrain herself from commenting, her eyes betraying a hint of schadenfreude. "If the Emperor were to see you dressed thus, he would surely be enraged and confine you for reflection." "Reckless?" Daji flicked her ponytail and narrowed her eyes dangerously, clapping her hands together. "Then I shall indulge in something even bolder." With a serene heart and a tranquil mind, Anshin prepared to change the attire of the ladies. The countenance of the several concubines transformed dramatically, and LPN exclaimed sharply, "SHFI, what do you intend to do?" Daji clapped her hands, and the martial-minded Anshin subdued LPN, forcibly escorting her to the inner hall where she was made to don a dress. This delicate assembly of frail consorts stood no chance against Anshin, who was accompanied by merely a couple of close maids. In no time, they were all compelled to wear short garments. "Woe is me, I cannot bear this humiliation. SHFI dares to insult me. I shall seek justice from His Majesty," cried one among them. "You have gone too far, SHFI," added the usually affable DFI, her expression turning cold. Daji, uninterested in their lamentations, personally intervened to change DFI's attire as well. As the 10 or so concubines donned their refreshing outfits, some exhibited anger, while others wept. A few contemplated reporting the incident to the Emperor, only to discover the gates of Nexi Palace firmly shut, trapping them inside. When the Queen arrived, she was met with this chaotic scene. "What a disgrace!" the Queen lamented, her head aching at the disarray before her. "Your Majesty, you must arbitrate on our behalf. SHFI has forcibly taken our clothing. Woe is me, where shall we hide our faces?" they pleaded. "How dare SHFI insult the consorts? What manner of upbringing has General Su imparted to his daughter?" Reclining in a chaise longue, Daji enjoyed the cool breeze wafting through the corridor on this sweltering summer day, with a young maid fanning her. Meanwhile, performers began to grace the stage one by one. The Queen, having scolded Daji lightly, fell silent at Daji's piercing gaze. "Sister, you must not appear out of place. This gown is intended for you," Daji remarked, gesturing toward the long skirt held by a nearby maid. "I am the Empress." Casting a glance at the other consorts, the Empress could surmise the tribulations they had endured. "Would you like your sister to assist you in changing?" Daji retorted. The Empress, wishing to preserve a modicum of dignity, replied, "No, I shall manage myself." After weeping to the point of exhaustion, the numerous concubines noticed the nearby bench beside Daji, along with an unidentified refreshing beverage. After some contemplation, Xu Fei reasoned that Daji would not blatantly poison them. It was simply too hot for such antics. Some could not resist sampling the icy concoction Daji had prepared. The chilling sensation invigorated them entirely. Enough of this lamenting. We are all women, and merely glancing at one another won't lead to demise. Gradually, the group of concubines began to recline, emulating Daji, basking in the cool breeze from the ice. And observing the entertaining spectacle, their grievances dissipating considerably. Leanne finished her icy drink in one go and, after savoring a sweet delicacy, burped contentedly. Shufei, did you summon us merely to torment us? Daji shot them a sidelong glance. Do you not find this attire discomforting? The Empress sat beside Daji, caressing her own arm, which felt pleasantly cool. Indeed, it was far more comfortable than her court attire. The concubines couldn't help but scrutinize their own garments. Despite their disarray, they did feel rather refreshing. Furthermore, the refreshments and delicacies prepared by Shufei were unlike anything they had encountered before, delicious and delightful, and the theatrical performance was quite captivating. As consorts, we should not be attired like courtesans. Daji waved her hand dismissively. Then go change your garments. The court attire of the Jinyuan dynasty featured high collars, which, in the sweltering summer, left Leanne drenched in sweat, feeling particularly uncomfortable and sticky despite the nearby ice. Daji deliberately leaned forward and inquired, Li Pin, are you feeling warm? Would you care to change into the attire you wore earlier? The latter replied stubbornly, I am not hot at all. Daji gently reminded her, if it becomes unbearable, you may retreat to the rear hall for a respite. Indeed, Li Pin found the heat intolerable, yet the distant stage performance had not yet concluded, and she yearned to witness the unfolding spectacle, compelling her to endure. Life within the imperial harem was often monotonous. The emperor did not visit each concubine daily, leaving the idle ladies with scant entertainment. Engaging in flower admiring or needlework lacked allure. The performance Daji arranged was a modern adaptation of an idle drama, captivating for the young maidens accustomed to a vibrant lifestyle. For the harem ladies, devoid of leisure activities, it was utterly enthralling. As the show progressed, a dozen concubines fell silent, wholly engrossed in the performance. Li Pin, caught between discomfort from the heat and reluctance to depart, remained until twilight, when the play concluded. Daji then spoke softly, to express my gratitude for your companionship during the performance, I have arranged a delightful supper. The concubines turned their gaze towards the queen. They dared not refuse this request, for the dignified Shufei was rather imposing, leaving them to gauge the queen's disposition. The queen adjusted her gown, acknowledging that aside from the embarrassment of changing attire, the day had been rather pleasant. Since Shufei had gone to such lengths, the sisters might as well indulge her invitation. Chapter 34. The Arrogant Favored Concubine. 5. The supper was set in the small garden behind the main hall, which Daji had transformed into a spacious lawn adorned with a quaint pavilion. She instructed her servants to prepare a barbecue stand along with a self-serve array of fruits and snacks. The concubines had never encountered such peculiar objects before. Upon witnessing Daji's initiative, they were intrigued and eager to partake in the activity themselves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a gentle summer breeze enveloped them, and the concubines savored the food they had roasted, surrounded by the vibrant glow of flickering candles. A sense of relaxation washed over them, and their spirits were lifted. Daji reclined on the lawn, gazing at the celestial expanse, as the Empress and consort took their seats beside her. The Empress found herself increasingly perplexed by Daji's behavior. Shufei, you have invited us here today for merely this? Consort caressing her gown, appeared more at ease than her usual deliberately demure demeanor, echoing the Empress's sentiments. Indeed, Shufei, what is your intention? Previously, Shufei had either distanced herself from the other concubines or engaged in conflicts with them. This was the first occasion where they coexisted in such harmony, as if all their worries had been momentarily forgotten. Feeling a sense of ennui, Daji gazed at the myriad stars, her voice ethereal. Since entering the palace, every day has been steeped in monotony. The outside world remains unseen, my family is beyond reach, and I am confined within this limited space. Such boredom can drive one to madness. The lives of the women in the harem were devoid of excitement, their thoughts consumed by the pursuit of favor and familial obligations. The Empress and consort fell into a momentary reverie, raising their gazes to the starry sky, their voices tinged with melancholy. The Empress remarked, entering the palace is a familial duty we bear, an inescapable burden. Consort responded, the imperial edict is not to be defied. Their very lineage destined them for a life within the palace walls. Thus, one resigns oneself to decay in this place, akin to a marionette, much like the resplendent attire you don, suffocating yet unyielding in its removal. Is this a shackle bestowed by society, or one self-imposed? Daji's voice possessed a certain enchantment, penetrating the hearts of those present. Not only did the esteemed Fei and the Empress fall silent, but the other concubines, who had gathered unawares, also succumbed to quietude. Even the night sky, adorned with twinkling stars, cannot eclipse the brilliance of humanity. They all lifted their gazes skyward, mirroring Daji's wonder, as something deep within them began to stir and awaken. Before entering the palace, they too were innocent and romantic maidens, once capricious and reveling in the festivities of the streets. The confines of the harem are exceedingly small, replete with rules and constraints. They found themselves somewhat envious of Daji, envious of her audacious freedom. Yet, they dared not express it. The news of Shu Fei's humiliation of the other concubines spread, inciting the emperor's wrath, resulting in a month-long confinement facing the wall for Shu Fei in the splendid palace. This punishment, of not being able to meet the emperor for a month, weighed heavily upon the concubines, yet for Daji, it was inconsequential, as she was indifferent to the sight of a middle-aged man. At dawn and dusk, the empress convened with the other concubines, centering their discourse around Daji. LPN chimed in, "I wonder where that troupe was hired. I attended a performance yesterday, and it paled in comparison to what was staged in Shu Fei's palace." Once the higher-ranking concubines broached the subject, the lower-ranking ones felt emboldened to voice their thoughts. "I find that garment rather breezy. That icy, sweet concoction is quite delightful. And the evening meal was both delectable and entertaining." The concubines present, the eldest barely 30 years of age, would be considered youthful women in modern times. Confined within the palace, they exuded a sense of stagnation until the arrival of Daji, who breathed life and spirit into their monotonous existence. Though her antics were often outrageous, they were undeniably amusing. The empress cleared her throat, remarking, "This is the emperor's wish. It would be inappropriate for me to intervene." Li Pin added, "Indeed, I shall accompany you, Sister De Fei, to see her." The other concubines exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to join in the visit. As the morning assembly dispersed, the empress observed the hurried steps of her fellow concubines heading towards the Jinxiu Palace and spoke to the matron beside her. "The sisters are concerned for Shu Fei. Should I not join them, I would appear particularly cold-hearted." With that, the empress followed suit. In the Jinxiu Palace, upon learning that the imperial consorts had come to see her, Daji instructed her attendants to prepare food and drinks and to commence the performance. The gentle voice of De Fei led the way. "Sister Shu Fei, we have come to see if you are feeling any better." The eyes of the following concubines began to wander toward the stage. "Upon entering my domain, you must adhere to my rules," Daji declared. "Rest assured, I shall escort you ladies to change attire." Anshin gestured invitingly, and the concubines, albeit reluctantly, followed her to change clothes. Indeed, they were compelled to comply. Shu Fei's haughty demeanor left them no room for refusal. Once clad in summer garments, they emerged without the previous display of tears and lamentations. With familiarity, they sprawled upon the lounges, indulging in food and drink. At last, De Fei voiced her curiosity. "Shu Fei, what is this delightful treat? It is so cold and sweet." Previously, the others had refrained from asking questions, but upon realizing that Shu Fei, while domineering, bore no ill intentions, they felt at ease and began to inquire about Daji with a plethora of questions. "What kind of play is being performed on stage? I have never witnessed such a spectacle. It is truly intriguing. Why is this attire so short? How is it crafted?" A group of women chattered incessantly, prompting Daji to clear her ears and call for silence, beginning to elucidate their queries. "Today, you are enjoying slushies, available in a variety of flavors. Simply inform the palace maid of your preference. The one on stage is the pampered consort of the domineering prince. After this performance, there will be others. If you enjoy it, feel free to return daily. As for the clothing, short sleeves, shorts, and skirts, Su Xin will present the styles for the empress to examine." When the empress arrived, the concubines huddled together, watching the play while discussing the clothing designs. The performance concluded at dusk, and this time, Daji need not speak. The concubines had no intention of departing. Tonight, Daji had prepared spicy crayfish paired with fine wine for the concubines. The women savored the exquisite meal, yet craved more. With beauty treatments and massages awaiting them, they were utterly defenseless against such indulgences. Reluctantly, the concubines took their leave. With delightful food and drink, captivating performances, and beauty services on offer, one must wonder which reclusive woman would not relish such pleasures. The following day, before De Fei could voice her suggestion, the other concubines proposed visiting consort Shu. The empress's matron grew anxious, exclaiming, "Your Highness, consort Shu has won over the palace concubines. You must devise a strategy." winning hearts and vying for the position of empress. Consort Shu's intentions have become increasingly sinister. The empress sighed and waved her hand dismissively. A consort without a prince cannot destabilize my position. Having been in the palace for over a decade, the empress has 3 princes, the eldest now 10 years old, and the 5th princess, now 6. Her position remains secure. The empress set down her teacup and rose to exit the hall. Your Majesty, are you once again heading to the splendid palace? I fear that in your absence, the other consorts may indulge in mischief. The matron observed the queen's hurried pace and sighed. Has the queen also succumbed to the allure of the noble consort? Chapter 35. The arrogant favorite consort 6. As soon as the consorts entered the splendid palace, they felt a wave of comfort wash over them, not only physically but also emotionally. This time, without needing Daji to prompt them, the consorts took the initiative to change their attire, even suggesting different styles, to which Daji graciously acquiesced. They marveled at the dressing chamber prepared by Daji, overflowing with an array of garments. The noble consort suggested that the ladies don various styles of clothing, allowing her maidservants to create distinct looks for each of them. Li consort chose a rose-red spaghetti strap dress and stood before a clear dressing mirror, momentarily taken aback before her face lit up with delight. Sister Li, what are you gazing at? I'm admiring myself, Li consort replied as she reveled in her own reflection. This is the first time I have seen my complete self. The polished bronze mirror, previously revealing only fleeting glimpses, now offered a vivid and clear image of her. Wow, how clear. What a marvelous object. Oh no, my makeup is smudged. My hair is somewhat oily. The consorts spent a good half-hour simply admiring their reflections. Once they were finally ready, they hurriedly reclined on the chaise beside Daji, eager not to miss the forthcoming performance. In the sweltering summer, the concubines adorned in short garments, with masks prepared by Daji, watched an exquisite performance that lifted their spirits. The usual rivalry among the imperial consorts momentarily faded, and they found themselves engaged in light-hearted conversation with Daji. Dear Shufei, your place is truly delightful. Might I borrow your stage for a while? Inquired Defei. Daji cast her a sidelong glance. That is not permissible, she replied languidly. Defei was momentarily taken aback, having thought Shufei had grown more accommodating. But it appeared she had been mistaken. The treasures of Jinxiu Palace were not to be appropriated by outsiders. I see that my sisters appreciate my hospitality. You are welcome to stay as long as you wish, but taking anything away is out of the question, Daji declared. Indeed, this Shufei was capable of enforcing her will with unwavering authority. As the evening unfolded with a delightful dinner followed by fireworks, the day came to a joyful conclusion. Li Huan was the first to suggest staying overnight, as her palace was quite distant from Jinxiu Palace, and the journey back would be exhausting in the heat. Daji instructed, arrange a room for Li Huan. As the empress departed with the other consorts, Li Huan was assigned a chamber in the side hall. Reclining on the soft bed, a young palace maid presented her with an object that spun and generated a gentle breeze. What is this? Li Huan inquired, intrigued. Your Highness, this is a fan made by Shufei, designed to provide comfort during the night, the maid explained before discreetly exiting. Li Huan gazed at the fan for an extended period, eventually succumbing to slumber, lulled by the soothing coolness it offered. In Qianqing Palace, the head steward approached with the green token of the imperial consorts. Your Majesty, it is time to turn the tokens, he announced. The emperor cast a glance and turned over the card of Lady Li. In a deep voice, he inquired, where is Lady Li? He was well aware of the happenings within the palace. However, in recent days, the concubines had only brought their personal maids to the Jinxiu Palace. Leaving him in ignorance of the affairs within, he decided to visit the empress. Since Lady Li was not in the palace, the emperor had no reason to wait. Upon his arrival, the empress had just fallen asleep. She had been enjoying restful nights lately, possibly due to her exhausting daytime activities. Upon hearing the maid's report, the empress felt a tinge of annoyance at the emperor's visit so late at night. Wasn't he supposed to be at Lady Li's quarters? After the customary greetings, the emperor shifted the conversation to Jinxiu Palace. He inquired about what the empress and the other concubines were doing there, as they had been visiting at dawn and returning at dusk for 5 consecutive days. Whispers circulated in the palace that Consort Shu was coercing the other concubines to endure humiliation in Jinxiu Palace, leaving them furious yet voiceless. The emperor had been anticipating a collective grievance from the consorts as an opportunity to reprimand Consort Shu and the Su family, but to his surprise, no one came forth to complain. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he asked the empress, Consort Shu's domineering behavior warrants correction. You have always been gentle, and there is no need to shield her. The Emperor scrutinized the Empress with a probing gaze, only to find no trace of reluctance on her face, which deepened his perplexity. What had caused Consort Shu to suddenly become so docile? This was unacceptable, even after a restless night. With the summer heat causing them to sleep fully clothed, the Empress found herself fatigued during the morning assembly. Li Pin, brimming with vitality, animatedly recounted the wonders of last night's fan to her companions. That contraption is simply miraculous. The breeze it produces is refreshingly cool, and those pajamas are far more comfortable than thin garments. The noble consort Shu truly knows how to indulge. Once the morning assembly concluded, the concubines discreetly made their way to the exquisite palace. The Empress, struck by a thought, summoned her attendants to prepare the phoenix carriage to the exquisite palace. Upon noticing the Empress's darkened eyes, Daji instructed someone to escort her to rest. With a massage and the fan set in place, and with no one else around, the Empress comfortably slumbered until the afternoon, rejuvenated and refreshed. Last night, the Emperor had sought out Li Pin but found her absent, so he had turned to the Empress instead, who was equally exhausted. As the concubines engaged in discussion, Li Pin bore a hint of regret. Had she been in her own palace last night, the Emperor might have stayed. Sensing Li Pin's thoughts, Daji leisurely remarked, "In this sweltering heat, without a breeze or ice, would it not be stifling for two to huddle together in heavy clothing?" A silence enveloped the group. Indeed, summer nights of intimacy were fraught with discomfort, compounded by the necessity of maintaining poise before the Emperor, leaving one in a state of half-slumber and fatigue. Someone murmured softly, "But that is His Majesty's favor." Daji scoffed. What is favor if it causes discomfort? With his limited skills, have any of you truly found joy? It may be a crude observation. Yet apart from bestowing you with titles and rewards, what else does the Emperor provide? The notion of familial benefit? That requires support from one's household to truly flourish. Relying solely on favor is futile. Daji, with her eloquent use of classical references and a voice imbued with enchantment, left a profound impact on the concubines, effectively reshaping their perceptions. Although their upbringing differed significantly from hers, the wisdom in Shuyi's words resonated deeply. In Chapter 36, The Arrogant Favorite Consort 7, it is noted that individuals are more susceptible to persuasion when in a relaxed state. The nine-tailed fox is particularly adept at captivating hearts, reclining on bamboo loungers. The concubines allowed the gentle breeze to caress them while watching the performance. Entranced by Daji's voice, they found themselves agreeing with her sentiments. One voice timidly murmured, "But the Emperor is coming. We cannot simply dismiss him." Such words would have once been deemed treasonous, a grave offense against the sovereign. Yet, in that moment, the other concubines nodded in agreement. The sweltering heat of summer nights spent in the Emperor's company was indeed exhausting, and the prospect of abstaining from such duties held a certain allure, especially considering their inability to conceive in the near term. After all, Li Pin had narrowly escaped such a fate just the previous night. Daji emphasized the word escape, igniting a spark of realization among the concubines. Indeed, they could evade such obligations. Could the Emperor truly compel them to attend to him against their will? With a fresh batch of talented maidens having arrived at the palace, assistance would naturally be available. It was only after Daji's reminder that the Empress recalled that she had yet to finalize the selection of the new candidates. Having become engrossed in leisure at the Jingxiu Palace, Daji gently grasped the Empress's hand, reassuring her, "Sister Empress, do not fret. The selection is for the Emperor. If he is not in a hurry, why should you be?" The Empress's brow furrowed with concern. "Yet I am the Empress. These duties fall upon me." Daji's light-hued pupils reflected the Empress's gentle visage, and as their eyes met, the Empress's voice grew increasingly subdued. "Your Majesty, you are the principal consort, not his servant. You deserve to enjoy unparalleled dignity rather than endure the whims of an elderly man." Daji's voice was a mere whisper, yet it resonated deeply within the Empress's mind, exploding into her very core. The noble consort raised her eyebrows in astonishment, for the usually virtuous Empress had been swayed by the persuasive words of Consort Shu. Daji's daily offerings were a splendid array of novelties. None could rival her flair for entertainment. Exquisite delicacies, sumptuous evening banquets, mesmerizing magic shows, bonfire gatherings, and dazzling fireworks filled the halls of the Jinxi Palace, where numerous consorts lingered each night, indulging in fans and massages, sleeping soundly in cool comfort. Even more outrageous was the consequence of visiting the Empress, who fell ill with a chill the very next day, causing delays in the selection of new maidens. In the vast imperial harem, Emperor Jing had nowhere to turn. With the empress ailing, the responsibility of the selection fell upon Consort Da, with Consort Li assisting her. Before the emperor could issue this decree, Consort Da sought an audience in the Qianqing Palace, aiming to pray for the nation and its people, imploring the emperor for his consent. The emperor could hardly refuse, as such an endeavor was indeed for the greater good. Consort Da suggested that perhaps Shuyi could oversee the selection process. Having spent several days with Daji, Consort Da held a genuine admiration for her, and this proposal was also a means to grant Daji her freedom. "Allow me to ponder this matter," the emperor replied. The selection of maidens had already been delayed for half a month. It could not be neglected. Ultimately, the emperor acquiesced, permitting Daji to manage the selection and simultaneously lifting her confinement. The realm in which Daji could move was limited, rendering the notion of confinement inconsequential to her. The emperor made a special visit to the splendid palace, his mouth agape at the significant changes within, yet he uttered not a word. "Shu Fei, the selection of the noble ladies has been delayed for half a month. Please arrange it promptly." Typically, imperial consorts who are entrusted with significant responsibilities are taken aback. Yet Daji furrowed her brow and inquired, "Your Majesty, what benefits are there for you in having me handle this?" The emperor remained silent. "In this sweltering heat, I find it quite comfortable to remain within the palace and have no desire to bear this burden." "Impudent," the emperor thundered, "Shu Fei, who grants you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner?" Daji replied nonchalantly, "My father, of course." As if to provoke the emperor further, she added lightly, "And the 300,000 troops of the Su family. Surely, the emperor cannot expect assistance without offering any benefits. If I speak the truth and you take offense, will that alienate the Su family and their formidable army?" The emperor pounded the table, pointing at Daji in a rage. "You are insufferable." Daji effortlessly brushed aside the emperor's hand, retorting, "My insubordination is not a recent development." Daji could hardly muster the energy to refer to herself as a consort. Being thoroughly exasperated with this emperor, whose unattractiveness brought forth endless troubles, the emperor took a deep breath. Matters of selection could not be left to the lesser consorts. And aside from the empress and De Fei, only Shu Fei was available. "What reward do you desire? Once the selection is complete, we shall head to the summer resort." The emperor would visit the summer resort annually, though the dates were uncertain. "I have many pressing affairs to attend to." Daji covered her mouth in a light laugh. "Your Majesty, you may attend to your own matters. I shall go ahead with my sisters to await you at the summer resort." The emperor pondered briefly, concluding that the request was not unreasonable. After all, they were all to visit the summer palace, and it was permissible for the concubines to go ahead. He granted permission. The news of the Shu Fei overseeing the selection of candidates and the subsequent trip to the summer palace swiftly circulated throughout the harem. The various consorts, upon hearing of it, began to inquire about the list of attendees for the excursion. The summer palace was the only imperial residence they could access outside the Forbidden City. Each year, the emperor would take a few favored concubines with him. The Jinxiu Palace, favored by Daji, was abuzz with activity. Following the empress's illness, the morning and evening audiences were cancelled, and the consorts arrived early at Jinxiu Palace to partake in the breakfast prepared by Daji. Li Hua, savoring her chicken wrap, disregarded the customary silence of the inner chambers. "Shu Fei, who will the emperor take to the summer palace? When do we depart?" The other consorts, enjoying their unfamiliar breakfast, perked up their ears to listen. "I will take you ahead. You may begin to pack your belongings." "Oh, in all these years, we have never heard of concubines going before the emperor." Daji reiterated, "Everyone is to go, and we will set out early." The consorts exclaimed, "Is that true?" Daji nodded. This was indeed a momentous surprise. How delightful it would be to leave for the summer palace ahead of schedule in the sweltering heat. But could the empress go? The empress was genuinely ill, not merely feigning sickness. The emperor, unable to find any of his consorts at night, had ventured into the empress's quarters, causing her to sweat profusely in the heat and subsequently catch a cold. Perhaps previous empresses would have been indifferent, but after spending each day with Daji and being subjected to her constant persuasion, the empress harbored a lingering resentment towards the emperor. Not a single sister may be left behind. After finishing her breakfast, Daji personally went to Jingren Palace to visit the empress. The empress, who had long neglected physical exercise, possessed a rather frail constitution, and even a slight cold confined her to bed, with the matron and palace maids having closed the windows. Upon her arrival, Daji commanded the maids, "Open the doors and windows. Your Grace, the Empress has caught a chill. It is imperative that we do not open the windows. Open them now, Your Grace. This is Jingren Palace. Do not act recklessly." The Empress, weakly opening her eyes from the bed, feebly uttered, "Matron, heed Daji's words." Chapter 37. The Arrogant Favored Consortate. Everyone step outside. The matron and palace maids exchanged glances at the Empress, and upon receiving her nod, they retreated. Daji's audacity was increasingly evident. After all, this was Jingren Palace. She reached out to touch the Empress's forehead, relieved to find no fever. Daji helped the Empress sit up, supporting her against herself. "You are far too weak. I am aware." The Empress had entered the palace at a tender age, having endured several pregnancies and miscarriages, consuming countless tonics. Coupled with a lack of physical activity and the burdens of palace duties, her health had deteriorated over the years. Many women in the harem faced similar fates. Those who fell out of favor often succumbed to despair, leading to the untimely demise of numerous young consorts under the oppressive gaze of the eunuchs. "Take this." Daji exchanged 10 points at the marketplace for a pill. The Empress did not move, her pale lips parting slightly. Undeterred, Daji placed the pill directly into the Empress's mouth. The items from the system's marketplace were well worth their price. As the pill took effect, the Empress felt a sense of lightness and regained the strength to speak. Weakly, she asked why. She could not fathom why Consort Shu treated her with such kindness. With the power of the Su family, should Consort Shu bear a prince? She could certainly contend for the throne against her own third prince. Both women, both caged birds. Daji wrapped her arms around the queen's shoulders, resting her head gently against her own, whispering sweet nothings into her ear. "We are ourselves, not mere appendages of others. Do you not yearn to break free from this cage and explore the world beyond?" The queen gazed out the window, where the azure sky met fluffy white clouds, occasionally adorned by the flight of a bird. Once, she often looked up at the sky, envious of those free creatures. However, after bearing a prince and becoming engrossed in palace affairs, she gradually forgot the sensation of freedom. Confined to the domestic sphere before marriage and now trapped within the palace, she was a person, not a prisoner. The queen offered a wry smile. "I have no means." How she longed to see the world outside, yet even as queen, she could not leave the palace at will. This realm belonged to the emperor. "You possess the power." Daji delicately brushed aside the queen's long hair. Her voice ethereal. "As long as you stand at an absolute pinnacle, no one can restrain your freedom. You may act as you wish. In times of illness, one is particularly vulnerable, not only in body but also in spirit." The queen's eyes reflected confusion. "What must I do?" Daji whispered 2 words in the queen's ear, causing her pupils to constrict. "No, that is unthinkable. Such a crime would warrant annihilation of 9 generations. Consort Shu, you have lost your mind." "No, absolutely not." Daji released the queen, stood up, and leaned forward to gaze at her, shifting the conversation to another topic. "Tomorrow, I shall take the ladies of the harem to the summer resort. Would you care to join us?" "I prefer to remain in the palace," the queen replied. Each year, when the emperor ventured out, the queen would stay behind to manage the harem, and she had become accustomed to it. Daji looked deeply into her eyes and said, "You are your own person. Do not relinquish your right to choose." At long last, the selection of the final court beauties had arrived. Upon hearing that the esteemed Lady Shushi would preside over the selection, a wave of anxiety washed over me. Indeed, Lady Shushi is quite formidable. She won't make things difficult for us, will she? I heard whispers among the beauties. I've heard that Lady Shushi has stirred trouble throughout the entire harem, leaving the ladies to seethe in silence. In a corner, the beauty Zhou Wei bore an expression of despair. It was over. Lady Shushi was here. She had recently read a novel in which the villainous character was named Su Xie, who was none other than Lady Shushi. In her previous life, Zhou Wei was a reclusive bookworm, spending her days engrossed in novels and video games, until she met an untimely demise, only to find herself reincarnated in the body of the same named Zhou Wei. What filled her with dread was that the original owner of this body had been the insignificant pawn who, in a moment of panic, accidentally knocked Lady Shushi into the lotus pond, rendering her a mere casualty in the grand scheme of things. Su Xie was favored by the emperor. Her father commanded an army of 300,000 and acted with impunity, ultimately committing numerous heinous acts before being exposed by the queen and meeting a tragic end. Essentially, she was an existence far beyond Zhou Wei's reach. "Zhou, it is your turn," came a voice from above. The novel did not divulge Zhou Wei's fate. She likely either drowned or fell victim to Lady Shushi's machinations. Raise your heads, the voice commanded. The voice was deep and magnetic, undeniably embodying the charm of a mature woman, causing Zhou Wei's heart to tremble. Is this the esteemed Xu Fei? Zhou Wei felt a discrepancy with the novels, which only depicted Xu Fei as spirited, failing to mention her exotic, mixed-race beauty, long legs, and toned physique that resembled that of a model. Noticing Zhou Wei's dazed stare, Daji teased, "Do you find me beautiful?" Zhou Wei blurted out, "Yes, you are beautiful." Realizing her own words, Zhou Wei's face drained of color, and she became a quivering mess, terrified of having committed a blunder before the court. Her mind flooded with images from the palace dramas she had watched, making her expression increasingly grim. Haraha. Daji relished the compliments. Even under the emperor's disapproving gaze, she chose to keep Zhou Wei. Zhou Wei felt lightheaded. Had she been chosen? This was disastrous. She had no desire to engage in palace intrigue. Would she even survive 2 episodes? Zhou Wei lay despondently on her bed, her despair reaching its peak upon receiving the decree that she had been granted the title of noble person and would reside in the ornate palace. With no familial background, and being inconspicuous among the talented maidens despite her delicate beauty, she unexpectedly found herself in the highest rank among them. After the selections, all the maidens were to pay their respects to the empress, and the prominent concubines gathered. Li Pin remarked, "Oh, noble person Zhou is fortunate indeed, residing in the splendid palace of Xu Fei." De Fei added, "The splendid palace is not a place for just anyone. Noble person Zhou is truly blessed." Yes, indeed. Noble person Zhou is fortunate. Listening to the back palace ladies exchanging remarks, Zhou Wei felt on the verge of tears, as their words felt like a blatant stab to her heart. This so-called fortune she would rather forego. As a novice in the intricate world of palace intrigues, she pondered how to navigate her existence beneath the Xu Fei's watchful eye. Zhou Wei, anxious about uttering a misplaced word, merely smiled and relocated to the side hall of the Jinxiu Palace. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the modern entertainment-like ambience. Could it be that the Xu Fei had also traversed through time? She recalled that the selection of candidates was traditionally overseen by the empress. With the empress ailing, Zhou Wei imagined a dark scenario of foul play, shivering as she approached the main hall to pay her respects to Daji. May the Xu Fei enjoy boundless blessings and peace. Rise, commanded Daji. As Zhou Wei lifted her gaze, she was struck by the contemporary gown Daji wore, momentarily stunned. Is it beautiful? Yes, yes. Zhou Wei exclaimed after her initial shock, her response genuine. Daji possessed everything Zhou Wei yearned for: long, elegant legs, a fitted bodice, delicate collarbones, and striking features. With a cheerful smile, Daji handed Zhou Wei a cup of milk tea and instructed the maidens to bring forth desserts. You've traveled through time as well? Indeed. Zhou Wei exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over as she grasped Daji's hand upon seeing the modern delicacies. Sister, how did you arrive here? Zhou Wei embraced Daji tightly, exclaiming, "We are kin. By the way, are you aware that you have taken on the role of a treacherous female antagonist?" Daji shook her head, revealing that she possessed only the memories of her original self. Zhou Wei recounted the narrative she had read, her enthusiasm palpable as she declared, "I shall assist you. I will ensure you ascend to the position of empress." It turned out that this realm was indeed a fictional narrative. But who was the protagonist? The empress? Zhou Wei shook her head. The protagonist is a peasant girl encountered by the emperor on his way to the summer resort. This tale narrates the journey of the peasant girl who becomes the empress. In the original story, the empress succumbed to illness and passed away at a young age. The protagonist's ascent from a humble farmer to a favored concubine and ultimately to empress was remarkably smooth, with the sole exception of some challenges posed by consort Xu. One would expect Daji to inquire about the subsequent chapters of the novel. However, Daji paused, retrieved her garments, and inquired which outfit Zhou Wei should wear for the morrow's outing. Sister, you truly won TB. Zhou Wei made a gesture as if to signify a beheading. Even if one hails from the modern era, it is unwise to challenge the aesthetic sensibilities of the entire Jinyuan dynasty. Such ostentatious attire for public appearances would surely be frowned upon. Daji, unfazed, responded, "If that old man wishes to execute me, it matters not how I dress. To vie for favor and ascend the ranks, to bear a royal son, what a victorious life it would be." Daji rested her chin on her hand with a smile. "Should you find that old man appetizing, I shall support your rise." Zhou Wei envisioned the emperor's image, a middle-aged, portly gentleman, and as someone who had never experienced romance, she thought better of it. Daji, noticing Zhou Wei's reaction, generously gestured towards a plethora of garments. Choose at your leisure. Zhou Wei hesitated. Is this truly acceptable? Will I not be regarded as a monster? Daji, exuding authority, declared, My rules are the rules of the Jinxiu Palace. Sister, you are so regal and captivating, Zhou Wei remarked, her eyes sparkling as she selected a favored ensemble of shorts and a crop top to change into. It was only later that Zhou Wei learned that her selection had entirely stemmed from her praise of Daji, with a grand flourish. Daji had secured her a position of nobility, albeit amidst the emperor's mild discontent, and arranged for her to reside in the Jinxiu Palace. As Zhou Wei racked her brain, devising ways to assist Daji in winning favor and dealing with other concubines, it was time to embark on a journey to the summer resort. Zhou Wei had braced herself for the inevitable targeting by the harem's ladies. Indeed, she was targeted, yet the reality unfolded differently from her expectations. De Fei remarked, Sister Shu Fei, would you care to share a carriage with me? Li Pin added, Sister Shu Fei, I have crafted a double-sided embroidery and intend to fashion a skirt for you. Please let me know your preferred style. A maidservant of the Empress approached, saying, Noble Shu Fei, the Empress requests your presence. Having recovered from the effects of Daji's potion, the Empress was nearly well, with only recuperation left. Her complexion remained quite pale. Sister, have all arrangements been made? She inquired. Everything is prepared, Zhou Wei replied. Daji had orchestrated the outing to ensure it was enjoyable. The carriage was newly designed, spacious and stable. The Empress entered the carriage first, expressing, I find myself rather bored alone. Do keep me company, sister. Observing Daji accompanying the Empress into the carriage, Zhou Wei felt that the unfolding narrative was somewhat amiss. In the original tale, the Empress harbored a strong disdain for Shu Fei, yet this time, the behavior of this transmigrated sister was hardly discreet. It struck her as peculiar that the Empress exhibited such friendliness towards Shu Fei. Furthermore, the other concubines appeared quite amiable towards her as well. Their sparkling gazes betrayed no deception. Why did it seem as if Shu Fei had become the favored one? After departing the capital, the carriage picked up speed. As they passed a small river near the summer resort, Daji commanded a halt, expressing a desire to swim. Upon hearing that Shu Fei intended to swim, De Fei voiced her concern, Sister, do not engage in such perilous activities. Li Pin interjected, Shu Fei, please feel at ease to discuss your new skirt with me. The concubines urged one another, but only the Empress commanded the guards to step back, allowing the palace maids to gather by the riverbank. Indeed, Daji, in full view, shed her garments and leapt into the water. Over 20 concubines stood at the river's edge, watching Daji frolic like a mermaid in the water, their initial blush transforming into starry-eyed admiration. A mermaid should indeed embody such grace. What is the attire of Sister Shui? How exquisite! They struggled to find the right words to describe it. Sensual, Zhou Wei interjected. Ah, yes, indeed, sensual, they echoed in agreement. After playing in the river for a while, Daji began to beckon the other concubines to join her. I cannot swim, came the hesitant replies. Before entering the palace, they were all sheltered young ladies, unaccustomed to swimming. Zhou Wei, though capable of swimming, felt shy under the gaze of so many onlookers. Lacking Daji's alluring figure, she hesitated to plunge into the water and exhibit herself. Thus, Daji frolicked alone in the river, captivating the attention of the surrounding palace maids and concubines. They couldn't help but envy she lived with such abandon. Indeed, regardless of their personalities before entering the palace, all women would temper their behavior, adopting a cautious and meticulous demeanor. However, Shi was the only one who lived so freely within the harem. In this moment, every woman by the riverbank, from the Empress to the palace maids, envied Daji. While Su Xie was overbearing, Daji was different. She retained the original's audacity, yet remained endearing, drawing others closer rather than repelling them. Daji's approach to life was something they could only dream of. It can be said that the crowd places a certain spiritual hope upon Daji. When she plunged into the water without a single bubble surfacing, panic began to set in among the onlookers. Where is Consort Shu? Why is there no commotion? Could something have happened? Nonsense, do not speak such things. Sister Consort Shu will be just fine. At that moment, the Empress crouched by the riverbank, her tone laced with a hint of affection. Enough of the fuss. Come up quickly, be careful not to catch a chill. Daji emerged from the water like a mermaid, droplets cascading down her form, shimmering in the light. Much to the relief of the crowd, Zhou Wei observed the expressions of those around her, Her conviction that Consort Shu was the darling of the group only strengthened. Chapter 39. The arrogant beloved consort Tin. The Empress personally took a towel to dry Daji's body, while Consort Da presented her with a cup of hot tea. Consort Li stood behind Daji, gently drying her hair, and other lower-ranking consorts gathered around her, chattering excitedly. Zhou Wei felt dazed. What kind of favored consort was this? She couldn't shake the feeling that Consort Shu was the beloved of the harem, rather than the emperor's favored one. After changing into fresh garments, dusk settled upon the land, and the group set up camp to rest, preparing for their departure the following day. It was then that Daji led the other consorts in a bonfire gathering, complete with a barbecue. The new arrivals, initially trembling with anxiety and ready for palace intrigue, now found solace in the cheerful atmosphere. Before entering the palace, I had heard that Consort Shu was quite formidable. It seems the rumors were misguided. Indeed, rumors can mislead, for Consort Shu is truly a good person. Upon overhearing the new arrivals discussing this, Consort Li smiled knowingly. Our Consort Shu is indeed not to be trifled with. As the crowd remained perplexed by Lian's words, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A band of robbers emerged from the thicket by the riverbank. Among them stood a rather imposing figure, clad in scant attire, who proclaimed, "Leave her to me." Just as the guards prepared to draw their swords, Daji intervened. "What did you say?" Daji approached the leader, her eyes glinting dangerously in the firelight. The goddess Daji adored flattery regarding her beauty, yet loathed any criticism of it. Before the leader could utter a word, Daji swiftly raised her hand and struck him, sending him sprawling to the ground. The body she inhabited, trained in martial arts since childhood, combined with Daji's past combat experience, rendered her strength superior to that of her original form. "You wretched woman, you seek death." The bandit chief's fury ignited as he and his 10 or so companions advanced towards Daji. "Be careful." In an instant, Daji unsheathed the guard's sword, and within moments, the bandits lay defeated, silenced forever. "If you have nothing to say, then remain forever mute." She discarded the sword, stepping over the fallen bandit chief. "How formidable is the Shufu Empress!" exclaimed the onlookers. One woman single-handedly vanquishing over a dozen men. She was indeed a heroine. Truly, she was worthy of being General Su's daughter. The admiration women held for one another often surpassed that of men. Who could resist the allure of a vibrant, beautiful, and skilled martial artist like the Shufu Empress? The concubines surrounded Daji, each transforming into a fervent admirer. Zhou Wei, savoring a piece of roasted meat, mused that this resembled a grand fan meeting. These palace ladies, akin to modern schoolgirls, many of whom were still in their teens, despite their mature demeanor, retained their youthful hearts. In the evening, Daji's few moves opened the eyes of the young ladies who had never witnessed a battle before, leaving them in profound admiration for her. Zhou Wei, seated in a corner, observed Daji being adored by the other concubines. With her tall stature and unparalleled grace, she stood out amidst the crowd, making it difficult for anyone not to be enamored by her presence. Zhou Wei mused that this fellow traveler from another time must have been a dazzling star in her past life. Every gesture she made exuded charm, effortlessly garnering the genuine affection of these concubines, including Zhou Wei herself. It became evident that the comments made during their encounter in Jingren Palace, where others spoke of Daji's enviable fortune, were tinged with true envy. The atmosphere was such that no one would wish to reside in any palace other than that of the virtuous consort. As Zhou Wei watched Daji navigate through the gathering of concubines, engaging in various delightful activities filled with laughter, one might easily mistake the virtuous consort for the emperor herself. Was it possible that the virtuous consort was playing the role of the favored darling of the harem, while Zhou Wei was merely an idle bystander? This thought reached its zenith when they arrived at the summer retreat and were to select their accommodations. "I wish to reside next to Sister Shu," she declared. As a fellow consort, it was only natural for her to wish to be neighbors with the virtuous consort. However, the queen, wearied by the incessant chatter over the arrangements, interjected, "I have already made the necessary arrangements for our lodgings. My dear sisters, please take your leave and rest." As the rightful sovereign, it was her duty to organize such matters. Observing the queen residing in the same palace as the virtuous consort, the other concubines departed with heavy hearts. The usually fair and just queen had shown favoritism. Separated from Daji, Zhou Wei felt a pang of sorrow. Had she been in the palace, she would have been the one closest to the virtuous consort. During this summer retreat at the villa, the concubines of the harem were accompanied by the princes and princesses. According to tradition, Princes and princesses move out of the harem at the age of 5 to be cared for by dedicated palace attendants. The third prince and the fifth princess, born of the empress, were also in attendance. Boys and girls are separated at the age of 8, and since the third prince was occupied with his studies, he had not had the opportunity to meet Daji, who had been languidly residing in the splendid palace. This was Daji's first encounter with the third prince at the summer retreat. At the age of 10, a boy in the Jingyuan dynasty is already considered a young adult, especially within royal circles, where maturity is often accelerated. The empress hails from a prestigious scholarly family, and thus the third prince was raised to be exceptionally courteous. "Your Highness," he nodded to Daji, his gaze clear and sincere. Daji studied the third prince intently for a few seconds before turning to the empress and remarking, "Sister, you have borne a splendid son." The third prince has an elder brother, the late beloved prince, and a second brother born of a difficult delivery, thus holding no status as the legitimate heir among the princes. With the crown prince yet to be established, both the elder and second princes had reached adulthood, each having their own supporters within the court. Fortunately, due to the emperor's good health, the third prince still has room for growth. After exchanging a few words with the empress, the third prince took his leave. Daji then produced an object and presented it to the empress. Upon seeing it, the empress was taken aback. Shu Fei? General Su had long discerned the emperor's intentions and, before departing for the border, entrusted the tiger talisman to his daughter. Should General Su fall in battle, this talisman would ensure the emperor's protection for his daughter. Daji was presenting the empress with the very tiger talisman. "My Su family is unwaveringly loyal, serving the nation and its people, yet regrettably, we have not encountered a wise sovereign. If a wise sovereign is not to be found, then let us seek a sagacious emperor instead." The queen's expression shifted as she recalled the two words that Daji had whispered in her ear, regicide. Her countenance remained unchanged, yet her lips trembled slightly as she asked, "What do you intend to do?" Daji placed the tiger talisman in the queen's hand, clasping her hands with both of hers and gazing into her eyes. "You will make a splendid empress dowager, for only a mother of the reigning son can bear that title. Su Siya, do not act impulsively. Regicide is a crime that condemns 9 clans." With that, Daji donned a black cloak and, amidst the queen's terror-stricken gaze, leaped over the wall and vanished. The queen collapsed onto the ground, remembering that tomorrow marked the emperor's departure for the summer palace. A vague suspicion began to stir within her, and she called for her trusted maid and palace attendants in a trembling voice. "Let it be known that noble consort is bedridden due to exhaustion. From this day forth, no one is permitted to visit her." Chapter 40. The arrogant favorite concubine. Each year, the emperor would journey to the summer palace, taking the opportunity to observe the lives of the common folk along the way. The imperial guards provided protection as the royal carriage halted at a farm. "Good sir, how is the harvest this year?" "Quite satisfactory," replied the old farmer without raising his head. At that moment, a charming and lovely farm girl approached. "You must be from the city. Would you care for some water?" The farm girl was strikingly innocent, her bright eyes a refreshing contrast to the scheming nature of his concubines. The emperor felt a fondness for her and asked her to lead him to her home. The eunuchs attempted to dissuade the emperor, but he waved them off. "You wait outside." The emperor was well protected throughout his travels, including in this farm, and all had been thoroughly investigated before his arrival. The emperor exuded confidence, believing that aside from the Su family, no one could pose a threat to him. The farmhouse of the peasant girl was relatively affluent, featuring a courtyard with blue brick and tile houses. Guests were invited for tea, and the peasant girl warmly entertained the emperor. The two engaged in cheerful conversation when, suddenly, the emperor felt a wave of dizziness engulf him. "What is wrong?" the peasant girl exclaimed, hastily setting down her cup. Before she could support the emperor, she was rendered unconscious by a swift strike. Daji emerged from the house, observing the two collapsed figures on the ground. She kicked the emperor to ascertain his state, confirming he was indeed unconscious. Only then did she proceed to strip him of his garments, seizing a token of identification and discarding him into a prepared dung cart, as if he were mere refuse. Boldly pushing the cart away. "Host, you have taken a considerable risk," came the voice. Daji, disguised as a man, stood tall and unkempt, drawing no suspicion as she swaggered away from the farmhouse. The emperor's disappearance sent the chief eunuch into a frenzy, urgently dispatching the imperial guard to search for him. After a day and a night without success, the chief eunuch was compelled to inform the court officials of the dire situation. Amidst the chaos of the court, As officials frantically sought the emperor, a personal token along with a letter arrived at the farmhouse. The emperor had been abducted. The kidnappers remained unaware of his true identity and could not act recklessly. They stipulated that only 2 individuals could deliver the ransom at a designated location. Let us proceed according to their instructions. However, who shall go? That is a den of bandits. The ministers debated heatedly. The first prince stepped forward, asserting that as the eldest son, he should undertake the rescue. The second prince, unwilling to concede, prepared to contest this claim. Both princes have reached the age of maturity, and such a splendid opportunity to win the emperor's favor cannot be overlooked. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, they find themselves confronting mere rustic villagers. After intense deliberation, the ministers aligned with both princes, unwilling to concede defeat to one another, ultimately consented to the duo's expedition. The imperial guard lay in ambush nearby, poised to act as soon as the emperor is extricated, ready to swiftly apprehend the kidnappers. The operation officially commences at a dilapidated temple. Daji kicked the unconscious emperor, remarking, "The medicine from the market is quite effective." Indeed, it was the mesmerizing potion she had exchanged for 20 points, lasting 2 days. Grateful for the success of this imperial abduction, Daji also owed a debt of gratitude to Zhou Wei, the time traveler. Had it not been for Zhou Wei's revelation of the original plot, Daji would not have so effortlessly established a stakeout at the farm. "Are all my task dimensions set within the realm of novels?" she inquired. The system replied, "Some are, while others are not. The task dimensions vary." "Then why do I lack comprehensive plot information?" Daji discovered that in both of her task dimensions, she possessed only the original host's memories, which ceased at the moment of the host's demise. "The tasks you have received for this fast travel competition are particularly challenging," the system informed her. Just as Daji was conversing with the system, the potion's effects waned, and the emperor regained consciousness. Upon awakening, he was assaulted by a foul odor. Realizing his body was completely exposed and smeared with a sticky, malodorous substance, his expression shifting dramatically. Daji kept her distance, repulsed by the uncleanliness. The emperor was smeared with excrement, and moving him to the dilapidated temple had required the assistance of 2 hunters she had hired. "Where am I? Someone come." The statue of the Buddha depicted Daji, who pinched her nose and exclaimed, "Silence, it reeks." Were it not for her desire to hasten her departure from this world, she would not have resorted to such a distasteful method to draw the emperor out. Upon hearing a familiar voice, the emperor lifted his gaze and, upon seeing Daji upon the statue, his pupils constricted. "It is you, Consort Shu." Suddenly, a thought struck him. The Su family is indeed plotting rebellion. This is a capital offense. I advise you to surrender promptly, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Consort Shu, you possess audacity beyond measure. The emperor's face contorted in rage as he beheld the filth upon himself. This was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation of his life, and he vowed to subject this woman to 1,000 tortures. "Can this old man not comprehend your predicament?" Daji continued to relish her cherries, her tone languid. "You are about to meet your demise." Daji uttered the words of the emperor's impending death with the calmness of one discussing the pleasantness of the weather. But to the emperor's ears, it sounded like the grim announcement of death itself. The emperor took a deep breath, suppressing his inner fury and fear, and inquired, "What do you intend to do, rebel? Do you think the world would acknowledge a traitor as emperor?" Daji precisely spat the cherry pit onto the emperor, who said I intended to rebel. She swallowed the pulp and continued languidly, "I merely wish to commit regicide." No sooner had Daji's words fallen than a youthful voice rang out from outside. "We have brought the silver notes. Quickly release my father." Just as the emperor opened his mouth to respond, Daji leaped down and placed her foot squarely upon his face. "Ah!" Upon hearing the emperor's anguished cries, the eldest and second princes outside the dilapidated temple were filled with urgency. "Release my father," they exclaimed as they rushed inside. Meanwhile, Daji delivered yet another kick, rendering the emperor completely unconscious. The 2 princes exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before ultimately deciding to enter. Both were skilled in martial arts, and with the imperial guard stationed outside, the kidnappers were unaware of their true identities. Presuming the situation to be less perilous, they entered the crumbling temple. Inside, they found only the emperor sprawled on the ground. Without a hint of disgust, the 2 princes hurried forward to assess his condition. Just then, Daji descended from above, and as the princes regained their composure, they were enveloped by a fragrant aroma, only to be met by a pair of pale eyes. "The emperor is dead. If you can escape alive, the throne shall be yours." The prince's gazes grew increasingly dazed, their desires intensifying. They regarded one another, a murderous intent flickering in their eyes. "Yes, eliminate him, and the throne will belong to you." That voice persisted, penetrating the very depths of their souls, awakening their innermost ambitions. "Kill him. End his life." Daji wielded her enchanting powers, and the two princes, mere youths, with minds yet to mature, were no match for the nine-tailed fox. In no time, they drew their blades against one another. In Chapter 41, entitled Arrogant Favorite Concubine 12, the two princes engaged in a deadly duel, while Daji sat atop a statue, reveling in the spectacle. Hearing the commotion, the imperial guards rushed in, only to find chaos unfolding. Sensing the disturbance, Daji swiftly made her exit, ensuring that the two princes inflicted harm upon the emperor before her departure. When the imperial guard arrived, they beheld the emperor, sullied and stained, pierced through the heart by the swords of two princes. "Your Majesty, save us." The act of regicide unfolded before the multitude of imperial guards, throwing the court into disarray. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager and her consorts indulged in revelry, oblivious to the chaos. Following the emperor's demise, the throne unexpectedly fell to the third prince, while the empress ascended to the status of Empress Dowager. With the support of the Su family and the empress's maternal lineage, dissenting voices in the court were swiftly silenced. The original narrative was in disarray. Could it be that the empress had been reborn? As Zhou Wei pondered these convoluted thoughts, news arrived of the Empress Dowager's passing. It was said that she had followed the late emperor into the afterlife, revealing her deep devotion to him. Once brash and arrogant during her life, the late Empress Dowager's death inevitably invited scrutiny from the new Empress Dowager. However, such criticisms dissipated after the Empress Dowager dealt with the palace servants who spread the rumors. Following the Empress Dowager's death, public sentiment towards General Su improved. As the late Empress Dowager had committed no heinous acts, her only fault being indulgence. With her passing, the atmosphere in the harem turned somber. After paying her respects, the Empress Dowager departed. That very evening, the splendid palace caught fire, and the late Empress Dowager's coffin was reduced to ashes. Whispers circulated in the harem, suggesting that the Empress Dowager, filled with bitterness towards the late empress, had ensured her remains would not be granted a proper burial. With the ascension of the new emperor, the Empress Dowager took charge of the state affairs, while General Su served as the Grand General of the Protectorate, and her father held the title of Duke of the Protectorate, a balance of civil and military authority assisting the new sovereign. The Empress Dowager decreed that those consorts who had not been favored by the late emperor could leave the palace to marry. Zhou Wei chose to depart, her journey in the palace intrigues concluding before it even began, her experience akin to a brief 7-day trial. 5 years later, she was asked, "Mother, are you leaving the palace?" The current Empress Dowager is merely in her 30s, yet she retains her charm and vitality. After 5 years of ruling behind a curtain, her yearning for freedom has intensified. The Empress Dowager has made her decision. The young emperor, unable to dissuade her, has no choice but to increase the guards around her for her safety. "No need for that. I merely wish to behold the beautiful landscapes," she declares, dismissing the notion of an entourage. "Susia, where have you gone?" The Empress Dowager reclines in a chair once favored by Daji, gazing at the azure sky and drifting clouds, her heart swelling with an inexplicable melancholy. That audacious woman, unashamed in her boldness, shone as brightly as a firework, brief yet resplendent, leaving an indelible mark on her memory. After a brief slumber, the Empress Dowager recalls her desire to depart, urging that her remains be cremated and not interred in the concubine's tomb. She watches helplessly as concubine Shu drinks a cup of poison, embracing her liberation and leaving without regret. "Do not go." The Empress Dowager awakens with a start. Subsequently, the Empress Dowager journeys across the land, visiting the mountains and rivers that concubine Shu had once described, as well as the borders, encountering many people and sights. She also reunites with Zhou Wei, who has opened an inn and never married. When they gather, their sole conversation revolves around their excursion to the summer palace, reminiscing about concubine Shu's mermaid-like grace in the river and her gallant demeanor while vanquishing bandits. "Ah, concubine Shu, you were truly extraordinary." As the Empress Dowager savors the familiar flavors of Zhou Wei's dishes, tears nearly spill from her eyes. She cannot comprehend why concubine Shu had assisted her with the third prince. Indeed, she was not merely special. Zhou Wei refrains from disclosing the truth about time travel or the origins of concubine Shu, keeping it as a secret shared between the two. If possible, she truly wished to traverse to the era of the noble concubine, to behold the essence of the woman herself. Years later, the Su family had consistently served the nation with loyalty, and under the new emperor, the Jingyuan dynasty flourished abundantly. The Empress Dowager established a women's academy, affecting significant changes in the status of women during this era, dedicating her life to the endeavor, resulting in substantial advancements for women in the Jingyuan dynasty. On her deathbed, hearing the weeping of her descendants, she spoke softly, "Do not weep. I have had enough in this lifetime." Her only regret was that the presence of that woman had been all too brief. She wondered if, after her demise, she would ever see again the one who had imparted such profound influence upon her life. As the Empress Dowager's consciousness began to fade, she was suddenly met with familiar eyes. "Have you come to take me?" The moments she recalled during the illness of the noble concubine were vivid, where she had teased her, saying, "You possess everything I do, yet you leave in disarray." Yet, the Empress Dowager harbored a secret. When the noble concubine passed away, she had dreamily perceived the ethereal silhouette of a fox. "If there is a next life, I wish to accompany her a while longer." She was neither the Empress Dowager nor the noble concubine. Would she still remember Shirilio? Chapter 42. The failed tribulation of the sorceress. The excruciating pain of her shattered organs elicited a soft whimper from Daji, and amidst her haze, she overheard a conversation. An aged male voice remarked, "It seems the sorceress has failed her tribulation. Go quickly to see what treasures she possesses." A youthful voice replied, "Isn't that rather inappropriate? She is dead. Let us not benefit outsiders. Hurry and retrieve what we can." When Daji awoke once more, she found herself in a desolate mountain, surrounded by uneven terrain, pockmarked by the strikes of heavenly lightning. She inhaled sharply, feeling the genuine pain coursing through her body from the thunderous assault. Fortunately, after the conclusion of her previous mission, she had received a reward of 100 points, which she utilized to exchange for a restorative elixir. After consuming it, Daji finally began to recuperate. This body belonged to Nie Wu, a prodigious young sorceress, the deputy master of the Hahuan sect, renowned alongside the celestial fairy of the cultivation world as one of the two unparalleled beauties of the realm. Remarkably gifted, Nie Wu had reached the tribulation stage at the tender age of 23, earning her the title of the foremost among the younger generation of the demon realm. Regrettably, she had failed her tribulation. The original owner harbored a profound yearning for familial affection, her wish being to locate her kin and experience the warmth of family ties. Daji was taken aback. The potential of this body was extraordinarily high. It is well known that demonic cultivators are often scorned by the heavenly laws, facing far greater challenges than their celestial counterparts. To achieve the tribulation stage at such a young age would have made her a coveted disciple during the primordial era. Yet, her aspiration was not to ascend to immortality or divinity, but rather to search for her blood relatives. How unfortunate. Daji sighed inwardly. Had her ambition been to attain immortality, the task would have been considerably simpler. The original owner had searched fruitlessly for many years for her family, and Daji could not expect to uncover their whereabouts immediately, especially since it remained uncertain whether any relatives still lived. Host, the reward for completing this task is 1,000 points. Daji's eyes sparkled. It seemed that the more challenging the task, the greater the reward. The quality of items in the system shop was unparalleled. After consuming the restorative elixir, her charred flesh returned to its original state, though she found her cultivation completely depleted. The practice of cultivation, whether in the realm of the righteous or the sinister, bears striking similarities, differing primarily in the paths one chooses. Daji, being a formidable demoness herself, is no stranger to the ways of spiritual advancement. Upon attuning to her new corporeal form, she raised an eyebrow in surprise. It seemed she possessed a dual nature of both celestial and demonic essence. How intriguing. Rather than hastily resuming her training, Daji first sought a place to cleanse herself. The original inhabitant had chosen a secluded area for transcending tribulations, and it took Daji quite some time to locate a lake. Her ceremonial robes had long since been charred, and her storage ring had been taken, leaving her utterly bereft of possessions. Submerged in the heart of the lake, Daji reflected on the conversation she had overheard upon entering this body. Suspecting that the two individuals had indeed snatched her storage ring, and she fervently hoped never to encounter them again. With no garments to wear and her points entirely depleted, She found herself leaning against a tree trunk by the water's edge, allowing her hair to dry in the open air. Utilizing the lake's surface, Daji finally beheld the visage of her new form. Curvaceous and strikingly beautiful, it was perhaps the most satisfying body she had ever possessed, even surpassing that of Su Daji. The small red mole on her forehead added an alluring charm, perfectly complemented by her fox-like eyes, truly the embodiment of Daji's ideal human form. Setting aside the allure of reward points, simply for the sake of this face, Daji resolved to make her mark in this world. Nyewu, I shall complete the journey you started. The original owner's personality was wild and uninhibited, exuding an outwardly aloof demeanor while harboring a gentle heart, contrasting sharply with the typical ruthless nature of demonic cultivators, who often lacked moral boundaries. The reputation of demonic practitioners has always been dismal, hence the original owner. A prodigy among them, was rumored to be a malevolent and cunning figure, earning her the moniker of the peerless demoness. Daji dozed off against the tree, only to be roused by a cacophony of noise. Master, there are rumors in the demon realm that the unparalleled demoness has reached the tribulation stage. It remains uncertain whether she has succeeded. If she has, she will undoubtedly become a significant menace to our cultivation world. Master, what are you gazing at? Although Daji lacks any cultivation, her formidable spirit allows her to sense the profound strength of the approaching individual, who has also discerned her presence. Could you lend me a set of clothing? A sultry, gentle voice emanates from the tree. The young cultivator inquires, who is there? Daji peeks out, revealing her stunningly beautiful visage, leaving the young cultivator in awe, while his master stands in a state of shock, murmuring, Junior sister. The voice from afar was faint. Despite Daji's inability to hear it, she perceives that the young man seems to recognize her intimately. Daji's pupils constrict slightly. The original owner of this body had no recollection of him. Who does he think I am? Please fetch her a set of clothing. Yes, master. A set of male attire floats before Daji, and they both step back, turning their backs. Once Daji has changed, the man referred to as master cannot help but stare at her face, exclaiming, You resemble someone so closely. Whom do I resemble? The original owner had once ventured into the cultivation world, and, upon discovering her identity as a demon cultivator betrayed, always donned a veil when venturing outside. Thus, to whom does this face bear resemblance? Daji ponders. Perhaps it relates to the blood ties of this body. What is your name? The world knows her as the unparalleled demoness and the young master of the Hahuan sect, yet her true name remains unknown. After a brief pause, Daji responds, Daji. The other party silently repeated Daji's name, gazing upon her visage as if perceiving another individual through her. You bear a striking resemblance to my junior apprentice. Upon mentioning the junior, an infinite yearning flickered in the visitor's eyes. Who is your junior? Daji was taken aback, astonished that she had swiftly stumbled upon a clue regarding her original kin. She had been missing for over 20 years. Could it be that this individual's junior was akin to the mother of this body? Suppressing her conjectures, Daji feigned curiosity. Do we truly resemble one another? How did she go missing? The other person shook their head and refrained from further elaboration. This is for you. They presented a bracelet, a magical artifact, not a supreme treasure, yet still a commendable quality. With such generosity displayed, Daji was determined not to let them depart easily. Just as the individual turned, Daji burst into tears, exclaiming, Why are you so kind to me? In my entire life, you are the first to gift me something. Half-truthfully, she spun a tale of a pitiful childhood, tormented and fleeing to desolate wilderness to escape bullying, only to encounter a fiery beast that scorched her garments, forcing her to seek refuge in the trees. Daji noticed that as she recounted her plight, the young cultivator surveyed the surroundings, ultimately giving a slight nod to his master, affirming the veracity of her words. The third elder conducted a further investigation, discovering no trace of spiritual energy emanating from Daji. Indeed, she appeared to be a woeful orphan. However, Daji feigned hesitation, appearing deeply conflicted. Chapter 43. The failed tribulation of the sorceress. The ancient heaven sect stands as one of the three paramount sects within the realm of cultivation, boasting a disciple count in the millions. Each year, the selection process for disciples is exceedingly rigorous. The third elder introduced Daji to the sect leader, conveying his desire to take her as a disciple. However, Daji's preferential treatment sparked discontent among the other disciples, for in the world of cultivation, merit speaks louder than connections. The sect leader proclaimed, Let us first assess her spiritual roots. If she possesses the aptitude for cultivation, it would be only fitting to accept her as a disciple. If not, she may serve as a maid at the third elder's peak. In the realm of cultivation, every practitioner is endowed with spiritual roots, the least being a single root, while the celestial fairy Lingyun of the Asking Heaven sect is renowned for her extraordinary five-rooted talent. When Daji placed her hand upon the spirit-testing stone, a flash of white light illuminated the room, prompting a look of astonishment from the sect leader. Remarkably, she possesses the rare healing-type spiritual roots. Healing roots are a phenomenon that occurs but once in a century, their essence lying in their ability to mend. The higher one cultivates, the broader the scope of their healing abilities. It is said that those with healing roots can even revive the deceased and restore the bones of the departed after attaining immortality. In comparison to the more common elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, healing roots are a rarity beyond measure. Given this singular trait, the Ancient Heaven sect has stumbled upon a true treasure. Third Elder, I must report this to our ancestor. Every sect is overseen by an ancestor of formidable cultivation, and the sect leader deemed it imperative to inform the ancestor of Daji's extraordinary healing roots. A subtle smirk graced Daji's lips, the unparalleled sorceress. Endowed with healing roots, how would the world perceive this revelation? The juxtaposition of a fierce demoness and the gentle essence of healing roots presents a striking dichotomy. The sect leader's face revealed a mix of reluctance and regret after encountering such a promising talent. It was disheartening to realize that their sect was not suited for her cultivation. In order to prevent hindering this remarkable individual, they felt compelled to encourage her to seek opportunities elsewhere. The third elder lamented deeply over the situation. Just as everyone assumed that Daji would depart from the Ancient Heaven sect for the Asking Heaven sect, she shook her head and said to the sect leader, "The third elder has shown me great kindness, and I wish to remain. However, the Ancient Heaven sect does not possess any suitable techniques for you." Daji's delicate voice was filled with unwavering determination as she replied, "Cultivation is a journey of personal exploration. Without an appropriate technique, I can create one myself." Dressed in the sect's disciple robes, a refined blue and white ensemble, Daji's striking visage and enchanting aura set her apart, embodying the pinnacle of purity and desire. Many young male disciples present could not help but steal glances at her, their faces lighting up at the prospect of her staying. Resolute in her decision to remain, Daji's presence brought joy to the entire sect, which made special arrangements for her, providing her with a dedicated training ground known as Wudong Garden. Wudong Garden was the former residence of my junior sister, situated upon a small peak adorned with sycamore trees and vibrant flowers, resembling a fairyland. In the Ancient Heaven sect, female disciples specializing in swordsmanship were scarce, and Daji, with her healing abilities, was even rarer. Lacking suitable cultivation methods and having no master, she was regarded as the little junior sister of the entire sect. All disciples of the Ancient Heaven sect donned the blue and white robes, including the female disciples. Although Daji's striking appearance might have suited bolder colors, she found the pure and subtle sword cultivation attire to be quite appealing as well. In the ancient realm of Tianzong, Daji resided for a month, receiving daily inquiries and affections from her senior brothers. Due to her unique spiritual roots, she did not engage in sword practice like the other disciples. Instead, she immersed herself in other pursuits within the Wudong Garden. Host, is this truly wise? Indeed. Daji did not delve into healing spells, nor did she re-establish her demonic powers. Rather, she commenced her cultivation of seductive arts. Having finally acquired a body capable of cultivation, would it not be foolish to neglect her innate talents as a nine-tailed fox? The Fox clan's seductive arts are innate skills, and Daji's progress in this realm was remarkably swift. This body was flawless, harmonizing splendidly with her seductive techniques. While there exist seductive arts within demonic cultivation, Daji found them unworthy of her attention. No one comprehends the art of seduction better than the Fox clan, and none are more attuned than Daji herself. Sister, I have brought you spiritual fruits." A young disciple, who had accompanied Elder San, entered the Wudong Garden with a basket of spiritual fruits. "Thank you, Senior Brother 17. Daji replied, merely casting a glance at him. Instantly, his cheeks flushed, and he dared not meet her gaze. Fidgeting with the back of his head, he stammered, "And no need to thank. I will gather more for you." "Host, is this what seduction entails?" "It is indeed formidable." Daji scoffed, "No, I did not employ seductive arts upon him. When one masters the art of seduction to its zenith, even sages may become entranced, let alone ordinary cultivators." Such a lore has become an integral part of Daji's very soul. Subsequently, the system finally witnessed the manifestation of Daji's seductive arts. Under her inquiry, Elder Sen divulged all that he knew in meticulous detail. The young junior sister is the most gifted sword cultivator of the ancient heavenly sect. During our expedition to the secret realm, we were separated amidst an onslaught of magical beasts, and she has not reappeared since. It is said that this secret realm is a remnant from ancient times, opening only once every 100 years. Your facial features bear a striking resemblance to hers. If she were to have a daughter, she would likely resemble you. However, for cultivators, conceiving is a formidable challenge. The higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it becomes to bear offspring. My junior sister has no partner, and thus, it is improbable that she would have children. Daji gazed into the eyes of the third elder, her fox-like gaze shimmering with an otherworldly light. Her voice echoing as if from beyond the heavens. Forget that I have come here today. Host, the secret realm opens only once every 100 years to seek familial ties. One must wait several decades. Although time is inconsequential in cultivation, a century is not an excessive duration, yet this remains mere speculation. The third elder's junior sister may not necessarily be the true mother of the original form. All of this is conjecture. Before the secret realm opens, Daji had no intention of remaining in the ancient heavenly sect, as she holds little interest in sword cultivation. Disciples of the sect are permitted to venture forth for training. And upon hearing of Daji's desire to embark on such a journey, many disciples insisted on accompanying her for protection. After all, the junior sister is the only one with healing roots. It would not do to leave her unguarded. Master, allow me to accompany the junior sister. I wish to go as well. Observing the heated debate among the disciples regarding Daji, the sect leader felt a headache coming on. He was well aware that for the past month, his disciples had been flocking to Wutong Courtyard. Although he was concerned for Daji's safety while alone in the outside world, her presence within the sect had rendered the disciples indifferent to their cultivation. At last, the sect leader permitted 17 to accompany Daji, bestowing upon them an array of life-preserving equipment and teleportation talismans. Departing from the ancient heaven sect, 17 left under the envious gazes of numerous disciples. Daji's intention for this outing was far from leisurely. She sought the scripture repository of the Asking Heaven sect. It was said that the repository housed supreme cultivation techniques. Merely possessing enchanting skills was insufficient for survival. In this realm where power reigns supreme, strength holds paramount importance. However, dear host, why did you not seek the Asking Heaven sect back then? The leader of the ancient heaven sect had inquired about Daji's intentions, suggesting that she journey to the Asking Heaven sect to acquire suitable cultivation methods. Daji's reasoning was straightforward. The ancient heaven sect boasts an abundance of handsome men. The three major sects each specialize in different disciplines. The ancient heaven sect masters swordsmanship. The Asking Heaven sect is renowned for its technique inheritance. And the opening heaven sect excels in crafting and alchemy. In terms of strength, the ancient heaven sect possesses formidable combat prowess and a multitude of male disciples. As a healing mage, Daji would have been better suited for the Asking Heaven sect, while she indeed wished to learn a mental technique. It was not one focused on healing. 17. A seasoned swordsman, stood tall and upright before Daji, often gazing at his junior sister in a daze, treating her like a cherished gem throughout their journey. As they meandered aimlessly, they encountered a thicket where two wolves suddenly lunged forth, howling fiercely. Do not worry, junior sister. I will protect you at all costs, 17 declared, drawing his sword to shield Daji. The wolves, imbued with wind attributes, moved with astonishing speed. With commendable skill, 17 swiftly dispatched the two beasts and rushed to check on Daji's well-being. I'm fine, she reassured him. Daji's voice was soft and delicate as Shichi attentively brushed aside the hair tousled by the wind, presenting her with a spirit fruit. Little junior sister, this is for you. After slaying two wind wolves, Shichi extracted their beast cores for Daji to play with. However, not long after they departed, they encountered a pack of wolves seeking vengeance. Wolves are social creatures. The death of two inevitably attracted a horde. Junior sister, you must go ahead, Shichi urged, brandishing his sword protectively in front of Daji. Now at the stage of spirit separation, Shichi found himself somewhat strained against the surging wolves, while Daji, lacking any cultivation and armed only with enchantments, could offer no assistance. Be careful, senior brother, Daji cautioned. She was not the sort to blindly remain and become a burden, recognizing her inability to assist, and thus chose to retreat first. Hey, you heartless woman. Just as Daji turned to leave, a young girl surged forward, glaring at her, followed closely by a young man. Ignoring the girl, Daji continued on her path, prompting the girl to block her way. That person is risking everything to protect you, and you abandon him so easily. Truly heartless. The girl wore exquisite pink robes adorned with magical accessories, indicating a well-to-do background. The handsome young man behind her, clad in simple coarse garments, did not intervene in the girl's tirade, suggesting he too disapproved of Daji's decision to forsake her companion. Stay back and become a burden? Daji crossed her arms, her words light and dismissive. If you wish to be a hero, then go help him, rather than obstructing my path. You. The girl glared fiercely, but the young man restrained her. Cici, let us assist him first. With a huff of discontent, the girl followed the young man to lend aid. Daji gazed upon the battlefield, observing 3 youths struggling against a pack of wolves. Though they faced some difficulty, their lives were not in imminent danger. Satisfied with this, Daji departed for the Wenyangang. Her Xinyuan cave was also perched atop a high peak, where her 2 sisters, the Rooster Spirit and the Peepa Spirit, resided as formidable demons, living a life of great joy. Had she been slightly more powerful in the past and not been manipulated by Niwa, her sisters would not have perished in their efforts to aid her. Only through strength can one protect their loved ones. The master of Wenyangang had taken on a female disciple, yet no one had ever laid eyes upon her. Host, your seductive arts are indeed formidable. Even the master of Wenyangang, who had reached the late stage of tribulation, could not escape Daji's enchanting prowess. The world has long believed that seductive arts are merely a tool to captivate men. However, this is a superficial understanding. The true essence of seductive arts lies in conquering the heart and entering the depths of the spirit. Moreover, the master of Wenyangang, a woman known for her strict and austere demeanor, had chosen Daji as her first direct disciple. Disciple, feel free to inquire whenever you have questions, she encouraged. Daji possessed a rare healing spirit root, which the master greatly valued. She took it upon herself to personally instruct Daji, meticulously overseeing every detail. Coupled with the training experiences of her original self, the innate cultivation of the 9-tailed fox allowed Daji to advance at an astonishing pace. When her healing spirit root was activated, those severely injured experienced immediate recovery. Even more astonishing was Daji's ability to heal damaged spirit roots, restoring depleted spiritual energy in cultivators. System, you are the ultimate support. The Wenyangang sect does not possess a standardized attire for its practitioners. Instead, an emblematic token worn at the waist signifies one's affiliation with the sect. Daji, adorned in a crimson robe, is enveloped in a luminous white spiritual essence, resembling a celestial fairy descended from the heavens, pure and untouchable. In the distance, a youth clad in coarse linen gazes at Daji, who is engrossed in her cultivation, and exclaims in astonishment, "It is she." Beside him, a girl in pink leans forward indignantly, declaring, "She is the wicked woman who abandoned her companions." After Daji's departure that day, the 2 had assisted Shichi in repelling a pack of wolves. Following their gratitude, Shichi hastily left in search of Daji, while the pair made their way to Wenyangang, aspiring to join its ranks. Brother Haoyan, is she from Wenyangang? The girl inquires. If the disciples of Wenyangang are all such ungrateful individuals, then perhaps you should reconsider entering the sect. The youth shakes his head, replying, "Cici, I appreciate your concern. Wenyangang possesses the most comprehensive cultivation techniques in the world. The old man insisted that I come here to learn." The girl in pink kicks him playfully, retorting, "Humph. I believe you are merely enchanted by that enchantress." Shoo. The youth, noticing that the woman has seemingly caught sight of him, quickly covers the girl's mouth. He cannot fathom why he feels a sense of guilt each time he encounters her. "Let go of me," the girl huffs, pushing him away and storming off. As the proud princess of the Wind Kingdom, she has never endured such indignities. Once she departs, the youth mutters to the air, "Old man. Why do I always feel as though I have seen her before?" Suddenly, a translucent figure appears beside him, an old man with white hair and beard. With a cheerful demeanor, the elder replies, "Have you forgotten that you took her storage ring? She is the unparalleled witch." The youth gazed in astonishment at the distant figure of Daji, who sat cross-legged upon a stone platform, her eyes closed, surrounded by a halo of white spiritual energy, exuding an aura of purity and nobility. How could she be the foremost prodigy of the demon realm, the unparalleled witch? The old man's spectral form stroked his beard, remarking, "I never expected her to survive the tribulation failure. Fortunately, her cultivation has been reduced to nothing, posing little threat to you." Old man. Isn't she a demon cultivator? Why is she at the Asking Heaven sect? How should I know? You'll have to inquire with her yourself, the old man retorted, his tone irritable before vanishing from the youth's forehead. With her cultivation diminished and her spirit still formidable, akin to the mental prowess within the realm of immortals, Daji had long sensed the disturbances nearby. Upon the old man's spectral appearance, Daji opened her eyes. Have you seen enough? Daji floated gracefully down behind the youth. He jumped in surprise, astonished at how she had approached so silently despite her supposed loss of power. I didn't mean to. Faced with Daji, the youth felt an inexplicable diminishment of his own presence. Do you find me beautiful? Daji inquired, her fingers tracing her long hair, clad in a captivating red garment, the beauty mark on her brow strikingly alluring. The 18-year-old youth nodded, somewhat dazed. Yes, you are beautiful. In the depths of his spirit, the old man cautioned, Kid, snap out of it. Daji regarded the youth with a hint of familiarity in her fox-like eyes, narrowing them slightly, her voice tinged with an icy edge. Who are you? My name is Lin Haoyan, hailing from a small mountain village. Lin Haoyan dared not meet Daji's gaze, feeling as though she could see straight through him. Daji scrutinized Lin Haoyan, extending her hand to pinch his youthful face. You mustn't deceive your elder sister, young lad. Though merely 16, Lin Haoyan's features were still tender. Yet one could discern the promise of future handsomeness, as he had yet to fully mature. Standing at a height comparable to Daji's, the proximity of her striking visage caused Lin Haoyan's cheeks to flush crimson. Lin Haoyan recalled the storage ring, hailing from a humble mountain village. He had encountered an extraordinary event while hunting at the age of 15. Since that fateful day, a phantom had shadowed him, imparting the secrets of cultivation and revealing the locations of treasures and opportunities. The failed tribulation of the unparalleled enchantress was a result of the old man's guidance regarding precise coordinates. Lin Haoyan's quest for enlightenment at the heavenly sect was also prompted by the old man's subtle indications. This old man could be deemed Lin Haoyan's greatest fortune. Despite the old man's fervent objections echoing within Lin Haoyan's consciousness, he stammered an apology to Daji and retrieved the storage ring. Here, I return this to you. System. The Child of Fortune has surprisingly returned the storage ring to the host. Child of Fortune, Daji appraised Lin Haoyan, whose youthful and delicate features were somewhat acceptable in her eyes, having encountered countless handsome men. System. Indeed, he possesses an abundance of luck, which can be interpreted as him being the protagonist of this world. Daji, however, felt little enthusiasm. The identity of the protagonist held no significance for her. She found no interest in a mere child who had yet to blossom. Lin Haoyan's mission bore no relevance to her, rendering him utterly inconsequential in her eyes. Daji stored away the storage ring, gently patted Lin Haoyan's head, and a mischievous smile crept onto her lips. In light of your honesty this time, dear brother, I shall refrain from punishing you, but should you dare to seize my belongings again, I shall not hold back. Having cultivated the art of seduction, Daji, with her enchanting and alluring form, was indeed a formidable weapon. Lin Haoyan, having only trained for a year, was utterly defenseless against her charm and dazedly nodded, I understand. At the tender age of 16, when curiosity about the opposite sex blossoms, he couldn't help but retort softly, disregarding the old man's scolding. If you take something from someone, you ought to return it. During the year, the old man had guided Lin Haoyan to seize numerous opportunities. Yet Lin Haoyan hesitated, stammering, but they never asked for it back. You little rascal, you. Truly, beauty leads one astray. As the Child of Fortune, Lin Haoyan possessed extraordinary talent and soon entered the Wenting sect, where he was personally instructed by the sect's venerable ancestor. Time and cultivation is but an illusion. 2 years swiftly passed. Daji had already perused the contents of the scripture pavilion. With her formidable spiritual essence, she could memorize everything with a single reading. This talent brought both joy and regret to the sect's matriarch. Joy for Daji's gifts, regret that she possessed only a healing-type spiritual root. The matriarch, having remained unmarried throughout her life, regarded Daji as she would her own daughter, often expressing, if only you had the 5-element spiritual root of Lingyun, with your comprehension, you would likely transcend to immortality within just a few years. Daji's speed of cultivation was nothing short of astonishing, attributed not only to her body being tempered by heavenly lightning and the restorative elixirs of the merchant shop, but also to her own extensive experience in cultivation. During the primordial era, celestial beings roamed the land, and Daji had already attained the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal. In a world where ascension to immortality is a formidable challenge, this is akin to possessing a doctorate while still in kindergarten. Disciple. The three major sects are about to commence their disciple competitions. Would you care to participate? The master of the Asking Heaven sect regarded her sole disciple as a potential heir, normally stern and uncompromising with her followers. She displayed warmth and kindness when conversing with Daji, often seeking her counsel on various matters. The three great sects hold competitions every 3 years for disciples under the age of 30, in a realm where each enhancement and cultivation grants several hundred years of lifespan. 30 years is considered youthful. Daji, at 25, is deemed a young junior within the sect. Shaking her head, she said, "It is a waste of time." 2 years have passed, and Daji's cultivation has reached the tribulation phase, mastering both the Tao and demonic paths. Had this body not been human, Daji might have even considered pursuing demon cultivation. Practicing the demonic arts poses no challenge for her, as the original host was a demon cultivator. Daji merely retraced the original path. Coupled with her insights gained during her own cultivation in the primordial era, the original host's demonic practice has become significantly easier. Moreover, her healing affinity can effectively seal demonic energy within her body, rendering her identity as a demon cultivator undetectable, even to those in the Mahayana stage. It is fortunate that you possess healing roots. I need not fear for your safety. In the eyes of many, healing roots are seen as devoid of combat prowess, often regarded merely as supportive. Observing her disciple's countenance, which could make even women blush and their hearts race, the master of the Asking Heaven sect felt an even greater sense of unease. Lacking martial prowess and possessing such a visage, the concern deepened within the sect leader. Fearing that should a depraved powerhouse take an interest, it was perhaps for the best that Daji remained in seclusion. The competition among the three major sects was about to commence, with the top 100 receiving opportunities for secret realm trials and the top 10 being awarded. At the age of 18, Lin Haoyan had demonstrated remarkable progress, becoming the second fastest in cultivation within the Wenting sect, following only Daji, and had already reached the out-of-body stage. Today, he would finally witness the elegance of the celestial maiden Lingyun. Rumor had it that Lingyun was the most exquisite beauty in the realm of cultivation, her allure unknown. Whispers suggested that the sect leader's sole personal disciple was even more enchanting. It remained uncertain if she would participate in the contest, having never been seen. It was said that the sect leader guarded her fiercely, allowing her no exposure. As Lin Haoyan listened to the discussions around him, the image of that woman from 2 years past resurfaced in his mind. Could the enigmatic disciple of the sect leader be she? Chapter 46. The Failed Tribulation of the Enchantress on a Distant Peak. Daji watched the competition with great enthusiasm. The young disciples from the three major sects were all exceptional talents. Among cultivators, there were none who could be deemed unattractive. Though Daji found the competition a waste of time, she deemed that admiring handsome men was certainly worthwhile. The disciples of the Ancient Heaven sect donned matching blue and white attire, exuding vigor, while the Wenting sect's diverse garments bore the sect's insignia, often reflecting an ethereal elegance. The Opening Heaven sect's disciples, focused on alchemy and weapon crafting, displayed a demeanor of cultured amiability. The arena was filled with striking men and women, and Daji was thoroughly pleased. This was the life she cherished, carefree and joyous, surrounded by handsome figures. In the midst of the crowd, Lin Haoyan sensed something and gazed towards Daji's towering peak, prompting the celestial maiden Lingyun beside him to follow his line of sight. Daji did not deliberately conceal her presence. Any cultivator with a slightly higher level of cultivation could easily perceive her existence. Upon catching sight of the figure in red, Fairy Lingyun momentarily froze. Despite her exceptional aptitude with 5 spiritual roots, she had failed to gain entry under the sect leader's tutelage. Had Daji not appeared, Fairy Lingyun might have assumed that the sect leader simply did not take on disciples, and her mind would not have wandered further. This was until Daji, possessing a healing spiritual root, was accepted as the sect leader's sole disciple. Fairy Lingyun felt a surge of indignation. Her talents were extraordinary, and her path of cultivation had been smooth sailing. The only source of her discontent lay in this singular matter. How could her 5 spiritual roots be deemed inferior to a solitary healing root? After 2 years of waiting, she yearned to compete with Daji, hoping to demonstrate to the sect leader that his carefully chosen disciple was not her equal. Unfortunately, she discovered to her dismay that Daji's name was absent from the list of participants in the competition. With a breath of frustration building within her, Her feelings reached a peak upon seeing Daji observing from a distance. Master, sect leader, Fairy Lingyun bowed respectfully. I have heard that 2 years ago, a junior sister was accepted into the sect. Lingyun and my fellow disciples have yet to meet her. Since everyone is gathered today, might we invite our junior sister to make her appearance? As soon as these words left her lips, the disciples of the Asking Heaven sect expressed their eagerness to meet this enigmatic junior sister. Surely, a junior who had become the sole disciple of the sect leader must possess exceptional talent. Why then was she absent from today's competition? Indeed. Where is our junior sister? Sect leader, we have yet to meet her. Please, let her come forth. With the young disciples from the 3 great sects present, curiosity blossomed among the other 2 sects regarding the junior sister mentioned by the Asking Heaven sect's disciples. The female sect master of the Winting sect is renowned within the realm of cultivation as a formidable practitioner, inspiring countless women to seek apprenticeship under her tutelage. Even the princess of the Feng Kingdom, Feng Sisi, was denied entry. What manner of genius must the sole female disciple possess to have been chosen by the sect master? Curiosity was palpable among the spectators. The countenance of the sect master abruptly turned frigid, intensifying her already formidable presence as she cast a stern gaze upon Lingyun. Lingyun, your junior sister possesses a healing spirit root and is not adept in combat. Master, I assure you that I shall not harm my junior sister. I intend only to defend, not to attack. The competition among the 3 major sects will serve as the finest training for her, Lingyun replied. The esteemed elder of the Winting sect, who is also Lingyun's mentor, nodded in agreement, urging the sect master, Master, no matter how precious a disciple, one must not coddle them. It is time for her to undergo rigorous training. Indeed, Master, we would never inflict harm upon our junior sister, they echoed. She has been with the sect for 2 years, and we have yet to witness her abilities. Amidst the bustling competition arena, discussions erupted among the crowd. The Winting sect master, her expression troubled, eventually devised an excuse, stating that her junior sister was currently in seclusion and would be available for a meeting after the competition. At the Gutian sect, Brother Shichi murmured, a healing spirit root, could it be junior sister Daji? Since their separation 2 years prior, Brother Shichi had been plagued by guilt, blaming himself for not being strong enough to retain his junior sister by his side. Over the past 2 years, he diligently honed his skills, emerging as a prominent figure among the younger generation, captivating the attention of the young female disciples present. The contest continues unabated, with the lower-ranked disciples having already determined their victors. What remains is the arena for the higher-ranked disciples, often referred to as the competition of the favored children of heaven. A spectacle eagerly anticipated by all. The ethereal Lingyun fairy descends, her flowing white robes accentuating her exquisite beauty and cool demeanor, as if she were a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Indeed, Lingyun fairy is renowned as the most enchanting beauty in the realm of cultivation. Not only is she stunning, but she is also a prodigy with 5 spiritual roots. What kind of individual could possibly be worthy of her? As Lingyun fairy listens to the praises from the disciples below, she raises her chin slightly, exuding an air of pride. Her opponent is Lin Haoyan, the new generation's prodigal son of the sect. Junior brother, with your late-stage chi refinement cultivation, are you truly certain you wish to challenge me? Lingyun fairy, now at mid-stage tribulation crossing, holds a significant advantage over Lin Haoyan, who is still at a lower level. Senior sister Lingyun, a challenge adds excitement to the affair. Both are the finest cultivation talents of the past century, and the onlookers are rapt with anticipation. Lin Haoyan has achieved late-stage chi refinement in merely 3 years of practice, a staggering pace that has astonished the 3 major sections. The Wenniangong is indeed a cradle of exceptional talent, with Lingyun fairy preceding him and Lin Haoyan following. The sect is truly rich in gifted individuals. Meanwhile, senior brother 17 muses internally, convinced that his junior sister, Daji, is the true genius among them, pondering her whereabouts. The duel between the 2 is nothing short of spectacular, and to everyone's astonishment, Lin Haoyan manages to hold his ground against the tribulation crossing Lingyun, a prodigy challenging beyond his level. This remarkable feat draws the attention of the other 2 major sects, prompting them to scrutinize the 18-year-old Lin Haoyan, who is but a fledgling in the world of cultivation. He is merely 18. Although the celestial maiden Lingyun appeared to have the upper hand, her complexion was somewhat unfavorable. Being challenged beyond her level, despite her opponent's defeat, left her feeling profoundly embarrassed. Lin Haoyan clasped his fists and said, "Sister, I am grateful for your guidance. The celestial maiden Lingyun responded coolly and then lifted her gaze towards the distant peaks, addressing her junior sister. Now that you are here, why not come out to greet us? Only then did the crowd notice the crimson figure upon the mountain. Petals danced through the air, creating a pathway. As a veiled woman in red gracefully descended upon the flower-laden trail. Though her face was obscured by a veil, her captivating eyes were bewitching, particularly accentuated by the nine-tailed emblem upon her brow, rendering her strikingly beautiful. If beauty were to be measured, she possessed 9/10 of it, leaving but a fraction behind. The woman giggled, "Sister, I have indeed arrived, have I not?" "System, host, your entrance is quite ostentatious." The crowd's attention was fully ensnared by Daji, causing the typically prominent celestial maiden Lingyun to be overshadowed. The indignation of Lingyun, who was accustomed to being aloof, was palpable as she felt the weight of her junior's brilliance eclipse her own. Lingyun's tone remained frosty. "Sister, you have kept everyone waiting." Daji raised an eyebrow, her voice sweetly soft. "Sister, I am a supportive healer, not skilled in combat." The young male cultivators present nodded, their faces flushed, affirming her statement. What this maiden says is indeed true. A healer's abilities are rare, and they are not suited for battle. It would be unfortunate if she were to be harmed in a competition. 17's eyes brightened as he beheld the crimson figure. "Daji, my junior sister." Despite the veil and the altered appearance of her red birthmark, he recognized her instantly as the one he had long yearned for. On this day, apart from the enchanting Daji, no one else could possess such grace. Chapter 47. The failed tribulation of the enchantress Daji, clad in crimson like the moon, stood in stark contrast to the ethereal Lingyun, who donned white as pure as snow. One was exquisitely refined, while the other was breathtakingly beautiful. Observing their demeanor, it was evident that Lingyun's aura resonated more with the nurturing essence of healing, whereas the vibrant and alluring Daji resembled a practitioner of profound cultivation. As the woman in red stood before Lingyun, the onlookers realized that her presence not only matched but rather eclipsed that of Lingyun. Lingyun raised her hand in a gesture of respect customary among practitioners, her crisp voice tinged with a hint of provocation. "Junior sister, I have yet to witness your magical prowess. Might you indulge me with a demonstration?" Daji smiled, her fox-like eyes, partially veiled, curving into a playful crescent, exuding both cunning and charm. "Elder sister, as you know, my affinity lies with healing. Therefore, I propose that I assist a lower-ranked practitioner in challenging you." Daji's reasoning was sound. It would be unreasonable to pit a support role against a mage in direct competition. Lingyun nodded in agreement. "Very well." Daji's gaze swept across the assembled disciples, who wore expressions of eager anticipation. Several male practitioners expressed their willingness to fight on Daji's behalf. Among them was Brother 17, who caught Daji's eye and received a playful wink from her. "Then I must trouble this esteemed brother." Seeing Daji's apparent desire for anonymity, Brother 17 feigned ignorance, clasping his fists in respect. "You are too kind, Mississippi." Brother 17 was at the initial stage of transcendent cultivation, specializing in swordsmanship. While it was true that swordsmen typically held an advantage in direct confrontations against mages of equal rank, the disparity in their cultivation levels was substantial. Indeed, the celestial maiden Lingyun employed a spell that effortlessly repelled 17, nearly causing him to tumble off the arena with a single strike. A look of chagrin crossed 17's face. The youth from the Weniyangong had reached the out-of-body stage, yet he could barely hold his ground against Lingyun. He realized he was still too weak. "Brother, you are remarkable," Daji said softly as she approached 17 from behind, her voice soothing. "You need not compare yourself to anyone. Trust me, I shall enable you to triumph over her." As Daji's words fell, a luminous white aura enveloped her, surrounding 17 as well. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, 17's cultivation surged dramatically. Out-of-body late stage. Integration. Late stage of tribulation crossing. He had astonishingly reached the late stage of tribulation crossing. Heavens! Was this the healing spell of that woman? Can a healing spell truly augment one's cultivation so drastically? The representatives from various sects in the audience were equally taken aback, with the master of Weniyangong displaying pride. "This is a technique my disciple learned from ancient scrolls, channeling one's spiritual energy into another, allowing for a temporary surge in their cultivation. Though this enhancement is ephemeral, in the realm of cultivation, even a slight increase in power can prove devastating, especially as advancing in cultivation becomes increasingly arduous. If such assistance were available during a confrontation, how could one possibly lose?" The gazes directed at Daji grew increasingly fervent. Lingyun, visibly astonished, exclaimed, "How could this be?" With his cultivation now on par with the celestial maiden, 17 delivered a single sword strike that sent Lingyun crashing to the ground. Once again, Lingyun had been defeated. The white light surrounding Daji faded as she gracefully descended to the platform, bowing slightly and speaking softly with a smile, "Senior sister, I concede." With that, Daji vanished from the sight of the crowd. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, recognizing her as the previously unseen female disciple of the Weniangong, whose talents were not inferior to those of the illustrious Lingyun fairy, and whose poise surpassed hers. After the contest concluded, Daji became the focal point of discussion, particularly regarding her spell that could instantly enhance one's cultivation. A tantalizing prospect indeed. Who would not desire such a formidable ally? Senior sister. Lin Haoyan reached out to assist Lingyun fairy as she attempted to rise. However, she brushed his hand aside and murmured, "I have lost." It was not merely a defeat to the rising star of the sect, Lin Haoyan, but also to her, the nameless junior sister. The once proud Lingyun fairy felt an unprecedented blow at that moment. Lin Haoyan stepped forward to console her. "Lingyun senior sister, you are a genius with 5 spiritual roots." His earnest gaze warmed her heart, and she expressed her gratitude before departing. Once everyone had left, an old figure appeared in Lin Haoyan's consciousness. "TSK, TSK, TSK. That little enchantress is truly remarkable." "Old man, are you referring to the unparalleled enchantress? Who else could it be?" "While your Lingyun senior sister is indeed a rare genius with 5 spiritual roots, she pales in comparison to the little enchantress. She possesses abilities beyond this. Should she become your adversary, she will undoubtedly be your lifelong nemesis." Lin Haoyan gazed into the distance where Daji had disappeared, sighing inwardly, "Let us hope so." After several encounters, Lin Haoyan began to understand Daji, a woman who defied conventional norms. One could hardly expect her to adhere to any principles, for she hailed from the demon realm. If her actions were to bring harm to the world, what course of action should he take? He could only hope that such a day would never come. Following the competition, they were to venture into the ancient secret realm for trials. The head of the Weniangong urged Daji, saying, "The ancient secret realm is filled with numerous fortuitous encounters. If you follow Lin Haoyan, he will ensure your safety." Daji lay still, her voice calm and indifferent. "I shall not go." What treasures from the primordial era could possibly entice her? She had no need for such things. The head of Weniangong, well acquainted with his disciple, recognized the futility of persuasion and shifted the topic. Recently, demonic cultivators have been wreaking havoc in the realm of cultivation. The 3 major sects are uniting to exterminate these demons. "My disciple, would you care to join in this endeavor?" Daji replied, unperturbed, "I shall not go." It was reported that the young master of the Hahuan sect, the unparalleled demoness, had failed her tribulation, leading to a significant decline in the sect's status within the demon realm. Recently, conflicts had escalated, with demonic cultivators from Hahuan sect infiltrating the realm of cultivation. Our sect, Weniangong, has long harbored grievances against them, so my disciple, exercise caution. Daji's reaction was tepid. The system interjected. "The Hahuan sect is the original protagonist sect, host. Would you not wish to take a look?" Daji replied, "Does it pertain to my mission?" "It does not." Daji had no interest in meddling in others' affairs. Her task was to discover her kin and experience the warmth of familial bonds. Although the sect leader of Hahuan was the original protagonist's master, their relationship was merely average. Not one of blood ties, and she had no time to spare for such trifles. Aside from seeking refuge from humiliation, Daji's cultivation was solely aimed at locating her original kin to safeguard her family. Others held no significance for her. This vexing rationality. The task of exterminating demons fell upon the esteemed Lingyun fairy and Lin Haoyan, under the guidance of the elders from the Asking Heaven sect. This group ventured into the secret realm while simultaneously undertaking their demon-slaying mission. Among the party, someone could not restrain their curiosity. Isn't the junior sister coming along? Lingyun fairy, being the most accomplished disciple and the sect's foremost apprentice, commanded the respect of her peers. Upon hearing the inquiry, Lingyun paused momentarily. "She is not coming." "Senior sister, what is the name of the junior sister?" "I do not know." "And how old is she this year?" With a somewhat frosty tone, Lingyun replied. "Focus on your own cultivation." Behind Lingyun, Lin Haoyan tugged at the questioning senior brother, signaling him to refrain from further inquiries. The elder residing in his consciousness sighed. Such is the nature of women. Chapter 48. The demonic womaness failed tribulation. The journey of exterminating demons proceeded remarkably smoothly, yielding abundant rewards. However, upon entering the secret realm, the demon realm launched a surprise attack. The group, comprising the finest talents of the cultivation world, was the future of their realm. They barely escaped with their lives from the ambush, and Lin Haotian, amidst this calamity, achieved a breakthrough to the integration stage, acquiring ancient legacies within the secret realm. The three major sects, enraged by the news, rallied their disciples to counterattack the demon realm. A celestial battle was on the verge of igniting. Daji expressed her disinterest, patiently awaiting the opening of the secret realm to seek her original kin. While Daji sought no trouble, nonetheless, sought her. Disciple, the sect wishes for you to offer support to the others. The healing arts of Daji manifest significantly on the battlefield. Even though her master is the sect leader, it is difficult for her to counter the opinions of the entire sect. You shall remain in the rear, where protection shall be afforded to you. I have also arranged for a protective spiritual artifact for you within the Kaitian sect. When the Wentian sect presented a plethora of life-preserving items, Daji unexpectedly agreed just as she was preparing to refuse. When do we depart? She yawned, rising from her jade bed, her appearance reminiscent of a charming young maiden just awakened. The heart of the Wentian sect leader softened. If you do not wish to go, I can send you elsewhere for a year or two to hone your skills and avoid the limelight. Daji shook her head. There is no need. I am ready to take a look. It was just about time for her to leave the Wentian sect and regain her freedom, thus relieving herself of the daily matters that sought her attention. Daji was determined to accompany the expedition to vanquish demons, with formidable forces leading the way, allowing her and her fellow disciples of lesser cultivation to follow orders. As the sole disciple of the sect leader and a rare healing mage, the entire sect cherished her, specially preparing a carriage drawn by spiritual beasts. Fairy Lingyun rode her beastly companion at the forefront of the group, feeling irritable as she overheard the surrounding disciples chatter about Daji. Their journey to the border town of the Wind Kingdom was fraught with peril, as many demonic cultivators plagued the villagers, necessitating caution in their actions. The elder of the sect led the way, outlining important matters, when someone called out, Fairy Lingyun has gone missing. Haotian, take 2 disciples to search for Lingyun. The rest of us shall continue on our path. Understood, elder. When Lin Haotian found the celestial fairy Lingyun, she was sitting by a river, tossing stones into the water. What brings you here? Upon seeing Lin Haotian, Lingyun's expression softened considerably. He had once rescued her in the secret realm, and she held a fondness for her junior brother. I came to find you. The situation outside is rather unstable. You should not wonder about. Lin Haotian settled beside Lingyun, observing the emotions flickering across her exquisitely beautiful face, and inquired, Sister, are you feeling unwell? Usually distant with others, Lingyun did not exhibit such aloofness towards the powerful Lin Haotian, who had saved her. After a moment of silence, she spoke. I always believed my talent was exceptional until I encountered you and her. Lin Haotian understood whom she referred to. Sister, you must have faith in yourself and never lose heart. After comforting Lingyun, her spirits brightened considerably. Just as the two were preparing to depart, they encountered a horde of magical beasts. Quick, send a signal. The horde was vast and seemed to be controlled by someone. The pair hurriedly sought cover and alerted their sect, urging the elders to come promptly. In a state of urgency, Lin Haotian exclaimed, Elder, Sister Lingyun has been captured. Come. Follow me to rescue her. Outside the carriage, chaos reigned. Daji lay within, yawning and toying with a spiritual artifact. Host, there is danger outside. I know. With her current cultivation, Daji could not possibly be oblivious to the magical beast horde and the presence of demonic cultivators. Indeed, a voice from outside the carriage called out, Be cautious. Ahead are members of the Haotian sect, known for their ability to bewitch the heart. Steady your mind. After a cacophony of battle cries, a familiar voice emerged. In the past, your sect slaughtered numerous disciples of my Haotian sect. Today, I shall demand blood for blood. This voice, which Daji recognized, belonged to her former master, the leader of the Haotian sect. You captured our disciples? Release her. The sect master pointed at Lin Haotian, laughing. Ha ha ha. If you wish for me to release her, then you must offer that young man as a furnace for me. Do not speak nonsense. After a fierce exchange of blows, a disciple noticed an elder faltering and rushed to the carriage's side, urging, Junior sister, quickly lend your aid. It was then that the disciples remembered their most formidable support. Let the junior sister use her magic to save us. Lin Haotian was aware of Daji's true identity. She was the unparalleled enchantress, the young master of the Hahuan sect. And her master had arrived. Would she intervene? Daji lifted the curtain of the carriage, and a wave of white light swept through, replenishing the depleted spiritual energy within the crowd. It was only at that moment that everyone realized the terrifying power of Daji's healing roots. The Hahuan sect master was caught off guard by the suddenly empowered elder. And upon seeing the familiar Daji behind him, his eyes widened in shock. Niawu. In his moment of inattention, the sect master was severely wounded by the elder's spell and fled before he could recognize Daji. Quickly pursue him. We must save senior sister Lingyun. The sect master's utterance of Niawu went unnoticed by all, save for Lin Haotian. Niawu, is that her name? Gazing into the tranquil yet inscrutable eyes of Daji, Lin Haotian could not help but inquire to the elder within his consciousness. What is the intention of the unparalleled enchantress in assisting the elder in wounding her own master? The elder, equally perplexed, speculated, perhaps she has turned against her master? Or maybe she has failed her tribulation, resulting in the loss of her powers. Thus, the only path left for her is to enter the realm of cultivation. Upon the elder's suggestion, Lin Haotian pondered that the latter possibility seemed more plausible. Should she be unable to cultivate her demonic powers, the unmatched enchantress would find survival in the demon realm exceedingly difficult. The demon realm is a world governed by the law of the jungle, where the environment is harsh and devoid of rules. Due to its inhospitable nature, the demon realm has consistently plundered resources from the realm of cultivation, leading to perpetual conflicts between the two realms. Without cultivation, one is but an ant in the demon realm, easily crushed at any moment. Contemplating this, Lin Haotian felt a twinge of sympathy for Daji. He resolved to leave discreetly when the opportunity arose. Given the current circumstances between the realms of cultivation and demons, it would be best for her to refrain from joining any sect and instead find a tranquil place to cultivate, awaiting the next opening of the secret realm. Alas, fate had other plans. After being captured by the leader of the Hahuan sect, the fairy Lingyun found herself imprisoned in a cage. Having consumed the secret potion of the Hahuan sect, she remained in a stupor. In her hazy state, she overheard someone speaking. Unworthy disciple. She actually aided those from the realm of cultivation in injuring me. What? The young master is still alive? The injuries I bear are a consequence of her actions. Wasn't the young master supposed to have failed his tribulation? How is he in the realm of cultivation? I cannot mistake my own disciple. She is indeed aiding the realm of cultivation. Chapter 49. The enchantress who failed her tribulation. What? To everyone's astonishment, beings from the demon realm had infiltrated the realm of cultivation. Lingyun, momentarily regaining her senses due to the shock, seized the opportunity to shatter the distressed talisman. The elder swiftly arrived with a group of cultivators, only to find the sect master of the Hecatomb sect engaged in a fierce confrontation with the denizens of the demon realm. Amidst the chaos, Daji discreetly cast an invisibility spell and made her escape. Lin Haotian had been subtly observing Daji's movements. Upon witnessing her departure from the group, he opened his mouth to call out, but ultimately refrained. After all, she had once been the vice master of the Hecatomb sect in the demon realm, and encountering her former mentor must place her in a precarious position. The sect master, severely wounded, was no match for the cultivators, and as her last remnants of demonic energy ebbed away, she uttered with bitterness, "Wayward disciple, after nurturing you for so long, you dare to betray the Hecatomb sect." With her defeat, the demon cultivators scattered, some perishing while others fled. This battle left many cultivators injured, prompting them to gather around the carriage, beseeching Daji for healing. After a prolonged wait, the carriage remained silent. One disciple lifted the curtain, only to find it empty. Where is our junior sister? Could she have been captured by the demon cultivators? As concerns for Daji grew, Lingyun regained consciousness. Senior sister Lingyun, how do you fare? Lingyun shook her head, signaling that she was unharmed. The elder breathed a sigh of relief and instructed others to search for Daji. Who is missing? Lingyun inquired. A disciple answered, Senior sister Lingyun. Our junior sister is gone. She may have been taken by the demon cultivators. Suddenly, Lingyun recalled a vague whisper she had heard in her stupor, her expression turning grave. Elder, there are spies among us in the realm of cultivation. Upon her declaration, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. The elder leader spoke with a grave demeanor. Is your information accurate? Lingyun nodded affirmatively. I heard it directly from the sect master of the Hahuan sect. Her disciple, the peerless demoness, is indeed in the cultivation world. The revelation of the peerless demoness residing in the cultivation realm explained the sudden assault from the demon realm. It must have been information leaked by her. Who is the peerless demoness? Ling Yun recounted her experiences in detail to the elder, aligning with the sect master's implication that the peerless demoness was aiding them. Aside from Daji, it seemed there was no one else who could be of assistance. Is my junior sister the peerless demoness? No wonder she has disappeared. She must have fled upon the revelation of her identity. This reasoning held merit. Her continuous wearing of a veil was undoubtedly to conceal her true self. It was no surprise that senior sister Ling Yun and the others were ambushed during their trial in the secret realm. As the discussion intensified, suspicions towards Daji grew stronger. Lin Haoyan contemplated speaking up, but restrained himself, recalling the elder's words. Even if she had lost her magical powers, she indeed was the peerless demoness. The elder refrained from defining Daji's identity, but sent a message to the sect, informing them of the day's events and urging an investigation. After dispatching the message, he remained to heal before continuing the journey to the border town of the Wind Kingdom. Following the news received, the Winting sect began their search for Daji. The peerless demoness had not perished from her failed tribulation. Rather, she had lost her powers and arrived in the cultivation realm. As for whether she had betrayed the demon realm, opinions were divided. The Lord of Winting sect fervently asserted, "My disciple could never be the peerless demoness. She possesses a healing spiritual root and bears no trace of demonic power within her." The elders of Winting sect gathered, and upon hearing their leader's words, they held differing opinions. The unparalleled sorceress sought refuge in our realm of cultivation due to her depleted powers. Inevitably, upon her recovery, she shall stir a tempest of chaos and bloodshed. If the sect leader's disciple is not the unparalleled sorceress, she may come forth to defend herself. Yet, her conspicuous absence at such a critical juncture poses a challenge to the faith of our disciples. Upon receiving the news, the three major sects heightened their vigilance. 17. Upon hearing this, cast down her sword in disbelief. It cannot be. It cannot be that Sister Daji is involved. The messenger, interpreting 17's words as disbelief that the unparalleled sorceress could appear in the realm of cultivation, advised, "Oh, senior brother, what is impossible? It is said that the sorceress came to our realm seeking refuge due to her lost powers. Once she regains her strength, she will undoubtedly wreak havoc. Exercise caution." After the messenger departed, 17 took to the skies on her sword, departing from the ancient heavenly sect in search of Daji. But where could Daji, sought by both celestial and demonic realms, be found? In the palace of the Snow Kingdom, Daji rested upon the shoulder of a man, her voice sweetly calling, "Your Majesty." The man, with silver-white hair and an exquisitely handsome visage, emanated a chilling aura that commanded respect. Following her departure from the Wind Kingdom, Daji encountered an attack from a high-ranking magical beast. Just as she prepared to retaliate, the Emperor of the Snow Kingdom intervened. The Emperor's strikingly handsome face, coupled with his frosty demeanor, instantly captivated Daji's attention. With many years remaining until the opening of the secret realm, Daji had wandered aimlessly after leaving the Winning sect. How could she resist the allure of such a handsome figure? Thus, Daji feigned injury from the magical beast, allowing herself to be rescued by the Snow Emperor. In the vast and diverse cultivation realm, beyond the three major sects dedicated to cultivation, there exist the four great nations: Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon, governing the mortal realm. In the land of snow, a realm ensconced in frigid temperatures, the entire country is enveloped in a vast expanse of ice and snow. It is the least populated and most barren of the four great nations. The imperial palace of the Snow Kingdom, constructed entirely of ice and snow, resembles a magnificent crystal palace, captivating in its beauty. Inhabitants of this icy world possess a remarkable tolerance for cold and are generally tall in stature, characterized by their rational and composed demeanor. This is especially true for the Snow Emperor, who, when confronted by the enchanting Daji, remains as expressionless as a glacial mountain. The system informs, both the realms of cultivation and the demonic world are in search of you. It seems almost comical that Daji, amidst her pursuit of beauty in the mortal realm, remains oblivious to the system's concerns regarding Daji's frivolous distractions. Let them search, she thinks dismissively. Daji is unperturbed. Her cultivation progresses at an astonishing pace, and she is on the verge of transcending to the great ascension stage. The indifference of those seeking her is of little consequence. The demonic realm and the world of cultivation regard you as a traitor, and it is feared that before the secret realm opens, the host may face an onslaught. The system is deeply apprehensive. The host has thrived in the realm of cultivation for decades. and it would only take a moment to enter the secret realm and uncover a connection, thus completing the mission. Yet, patience is not in Daji's nature. Were it not for the incessant trivialities of various sects, she would not yearn to depart for a life of ease and leisure. As the system's message settles, Daji feels an overwhelming surge of emotions coursing through her. It is an instinctive response from the original host. Later, during the host's journey of exploration, after rescuing a cultivator, her true identity is revealed, leading to an attack. One event after another fills the original host with disillusionment and sorrow. The sensation of being forsaken and betrayed by the world ignites a tumult of emotions within Daji, stirring her mood into a state of agitation. In her mind, Daji remarks, "Very well, is it not merely the entire world as my adversary? What is the significance of such a matter?" Chapter 50. The witch's failure in overcoming tribulation. The Snow Empress was acutely attuned to emotions, sensing the agitation emanating from Daji. Pausing amidst her administrative duties, her silver-white eyes, calm and unruffled, regarded Daji. "You seem restless." Suppressing the irritation inherited from the original host's body, Daji nuzzled against the Snow Empress. The frigid touch of the Empress's body soothed Daji's agitation considerably. She embraced the Empress's waist, saying, "Just let me hold you for a moment." Feeling the warmth radiating from Daji, ripples of emotion stirred within the Snow Empress's placid gaze. The inhabitants of the Snow Kingdom were accustomed to a life of coldness. Everything around them, from their attire to their dwellings, was frigid, including their very bodies. Yet for the first time, the Snow Empress experienced warmth. She pondered. Perhaps it was Daji's fiery red attire that stood out so vividly against her pristine, white world. Noticing the Snow Empress's body stiffen, Daji did not withdraw. Instead, she clung even tighter, stating, "Your Majesty, your body feels so cold." "My body has always been this way," the Empress replied. Her form was colder than that of ordinary beings. Even practitioners would find her touch chilling to the bone. Hence the Empress had long kept others at a distance. A soft, white glow enveloped Daji, and her warmth began to rise. The Snow Empress, taken aback, felt Daji gently cup her face, urging her to lower her head. With a playful glint in her fox-like eyes, she inquired, "Am I warm, Your Majesty?" The heat from Daji's hands seemed to melt away the icy facade of the Empress, whose eternally stoic expression finally wavered. Having worn her icy demeanor for so long, the Snow Empress's expression appeared somewhat unnatural. Daji could not resist playfully kneading her cheeks. Then lifting the corners of her mouth with her finger, "This is how you smile." The Snow Sovereign felt his sluggish heart quicken as he gazed into the woman's fox-like eyes, which narrowed into a charming smile, more enchanting than the crescent spring of the Moon Kingdom. An unfamiliar emotion began to ferment within him. The Snow Sovereign had never experienced such a sensation. In that moment, he truly felt human. It had once been said that he was born of ice, devoid of warmth, and over time, he too had come to believe he was merely an embodiment of frost, lacking human emotions, his very body perpetually cold. It was not until he encountered Daji that the pristine whiteness of his world was imbued with other hues, and he began to sense warmth, so comforting. He instinctively embraced Daji, drawing her onto his lap and holding her tightly. After a moment, a thought crossed his mind, and he gently pushed her away. "Do not come too close. I may harm you." The chill that enveloped him could freeze a foundational cultivator, and an ordinary person could perish from his cold. He had no desire to hurt Daji. Yet she clasped his hand, assuring him, "I am unscathed." Daji radiated a soft white glow, and the Snow Sovereign felt the warmth emanating from the woman in his embrace, as if he were gradually melting. "My lord," Daji whispered, planting a kiss on his lips, icy yet tender. "Would you care to experience the sensation of being engulfed by raging flames?" The Snow Sovereign's silver lashes fluttered. The denizens of the Snow Kingdom yearned for fire, yet feared it deeply. Without waiting for his response, Daji looped her arm around his neck, deepening their kiss. He held her waist tightly, and the once imposing facade of the icy mountain shattered completely. As their garments fell away, the Snow Sovereign's towering figure overshadowed Daji, who appeared extraordinarily petite beneath him. Their silver and black hair intertwined, a striking contrast of light and darkness, ice and fire. The searing warmth of the body ignited an uncontrollable frenzy, and the Snow Emperor's silver eyes glistened with a veil of mist, as though something within him had shattered and been reborn. As Daji opened her eyes, the crimson mark upon her brow, once concealed, became even more resplendent, and a delicate imprint of silver-white snowflakes appeared upon her chest. She touched the snowflake mark and inquired of the man beside her, What is this? The Snow Emperor, enveloping Daji in his embrace, spoke in a chilling voice tinged with an unnatural tenderness. This is a snowflower. Quite beautiful. Daji, not pondering further, felt his gentle caress through her dark hair, and he offered no additional explanation. Daji lived comfortably within the Snow Kingdom's palace, while outside, those searching for her were nearly driven to madness. No one anticipated that Daji would venture into the mortal realm. A year slipped by in the blink of an eye, while the celestial and demonic war raged on, spilling its consequences into the mortal world. The Emperor of the Moon Kingdom, most gravely affected, proposed a council to discuss defense against the demon realm, to be held in the bountiful Flower Kingdom. Concerned that Daji might grow weary, the Snow Emperor personally took her to the Flower Kingdom, all the while enjoying the scenic views along the way. As he held Daji close, their contrasting physiques complemented one another unexpectedly. The Emperor of the Flower Kingdom hosted a banquet, with notable attendees including the Snow Emperor, the Princess of the Wind Kingdom, and the Crown Prince of the Moon Kingdom, all representing their respective nations for deliberations. At the banquet, the Flower Emperor cheerfully remarked, "It is an honor for my Flower Kingdom to host the Snow Emperor." The land of the Flower Kingdom was fertile, its people fond of flowers and poetry, exhibiting an air of refined elegance. The Flower Emperor himself was a man of grace, even as he noticed the captivating woman in the Snow Emperor's arms. He merely glanced before turning his attention to the Princess of the Wind Kingdom and the Crown Prince of the Moon Kingdom. The Wind Princess, Feng Sisi, immediately recognized Daji and exclaimed, "You are that wicked woman?" The Snow Emperor spoke in a deep voice, "Princess, I implore you to choose your words carefully. This is my domain after the snowfall." The forthright Wind Sisi, accustomed to the fierce temperament of her people, scoffed coldly, "Snow Emperor, I have witnessed her abandon her comrades in pursuit of her own escape. Do not be surprised if she forsakes you as well." The Snow Emperor set down his wine cup, the sound of its collision echoing through the room. "Wind Sisi, even your father lacks the standing to criticize my choices in women." His voice was as cold as ice, causing Wind Sisi to instinctively shrink back. She opened her mouth to retort, but was halted by the gentle intervention of Prince Yuechu from the Moon Kingdom. The Snow Emperor acquiesced, acknowledging, "The princess is young and lacks understanding." Prince Yuechu, with an aura as serene as that of an otherworldly being, spoke soothingly, rendering his words easy on the ears. The Flower Emperor interjected a few remarks, steering the conversation anew. "The demon realm grows increasingly brazen. The populace lives in trepidation. The intent of the Flower Kingdom is for the four nations to unite against the demons, with the three major sects also dispatching personnel to assist." He continued, "It is imperative that we deliberate on how to mount an effective defense." The Flower Emperor and the Snow Emperor nodded in agreement as Prince Yuechu offered a respectful gesture, adding, "My father and the ministers propose establishing a defensive barrier at the borders." As the assembly engaged in discussion, Daji, having indulged in food and drink, nestled comfortably in the Snow Emperor's embrace, dozing off. Wind Sisi, unable to contain her annoyance, slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Hey, can you step outside?" Daji yawned. "Are you referring to me? Who else?" Wind Sisi replied, her disdain for Daji palpable. They were deliberating on significant matters affecting the populace, and Daji's frivolous behavior was indeed a source of irritation. Uncertain whether the princess has ever heard a particular saying, Daji's lips curled into a subtle smile. A dog catching a rat is merely meddling. Chapter 51. The failed transcendence of the sorceress Feng Sisi abruptly stood, pointing accusingly at Daji Yu. "Enough." The icy aura emanating from the Snow Sovereign cast a wintry pall over the entire banquet. After much coaxing from the Flower Emperor and Yu Chu, the Snow Sovereign finally took Daji in her arms and departed from the feast. Frustrated, Feng Sisi left the Flower Kingdom, and upon learning that Lin Haoyan was at the border of the Wind Kingdom, resisting demonic cultivators, she was filled with delight and hastened to find him. Brother Haoyan, having been confined in the royal palace by her father for a year of studies, Feng Sisi deeply missed Lin Haoyan. However, her expression shifted upon encountering Lingyun Fairy beside him. "Who is she?" "This is my senior sister, Lingyun Fairy," he replied. Feng Sisi pouted in annoyance, kicking Lin Haoyan's calf. "It's one thing for that wicked woman to irritate me, but now you too." Lin Haoyan wore a puzzled expression. It was indeed the same wicked woman who had escaped that day, and now, amidst the discussions among the four nations regarding resistance against demonic cultivators, she was seen lingering beside the Snow Sovereign. He could not fathom how the Snow Sovereign had been so enchanted by her. Feng Cece recounted the events of the banquet to Lin Haoyan, lamenting how her goodwill had gone unappreciated and had instead incited anger. Is she in the Snow Kingdom? Lin Haoyan, aware of the identity of the wicked woman Feng Cece referred to, glanced at Ling Yun Fairy beside him. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to divulge Daji's true identity. Observing their reactions, Ling Yun Fairy could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Who is she? Before Feng Cece could utter a word, Lin Haoyan swiftly redirected the conversation. Have you heard anything about the celestial herbs, senior sister Ling Yun? The Flower Kingdom is a paradise for flora. We should first explore there for any news. The land of the Flower Kingdom is exceptionally fertile, making it an ideal environment for plant growth. Despite their extensive search throughout the cultivation realm, they had yet to find any celestial herbs. Perhaps they might be located in the Flower Kingdom. However, this also meant they might encounter the unparalleled demoness. Within his consciousness, the old man teased Lin Haoyan. You seem quite taken with that little demoness, don't you? Old man, do not speak nonsense. I was merely considering what I would do if I were to confront the demoness, Lin Haoyan replied, feeling a mix of emotions regarding Daji. In his youth, he had been flustered and captivated by her beauty, yet he also held a deep-seated apprehension towards her. Noticing Lin Haoyan lost in thought, the fairy Ling Yun assumed he had a better plan and inquired, Haoyan, do you have any other ideas? Lin Haoyan shook his head. No. We shall proceed to the Flower Kingdom, as per your suggestion. By the time they arrived in the Flower Kingdom, the Snow Emperor should have taken her away. Seeing the harmonious interaction between the two, Feng Cece decided to accompany Lin Haoyan to the Flower Kingdom. If she did not keep a close watch, her dear brother Haoyan might be led astray by another woman. Daji, nestled in the arms of the Snow Emperor, who was named Shiwelua, sweetly murmured, Shiwelua. I wish to see the Crescent Spring. Having been together for a year, the Snow Emperor always indulged Daji, and they rarely separated. Thus, when Daji expressed her desire to visit the Crescent Spring, Shiwelua readily agreed. The Crescent Spring, renowned in the Moon Kingdom, was said to possess waters that could cure all ailments. Surrounded by majestic mountains, the Crescent Moon Spring is accessible only through a narrow path. Its waters, crystal clear and transparent, reflect the azure sky and fluffy clouds above. Encircling the spring is a verdant meadow adorned with blooming peach trees, their petals carpeted on the ground, creating a soft layer underfoot. Here, the peach blossoms flourish year-round, and not only the peach trees, but all greenery around the Crescent Moon Spring remains vibrant and full of life. The gentle fall of snow adds to the spring's enchantment. The beauty of the Crescent Moon Spring is truly ethereal, as Daji perches gracefully upon the shoulder of the Snow Emperor, her hand reaching out to catch the drifting peach petals, her fox-like eyes gleaming with joy, more radiant than the spring behind her. I wish to witness the horse racing of the Wind Kingdom, she expresses. Wherever you desire to go, I shall accompany you, replies the Snow Emperor. At that moment, the Prince of the Moon Kingdom, Yuechu, along with Lin Haoyan and his entourage, arrives and happens upon the meadow beside the Crescent Moon Spring, where Daji leans against the Snow Emperor's shoulder. Their contrasting black and white hair blends seamlessly, creating a picturesque scene against the backdrop of the enchanting spring. The Flower Kingdom had failed to locate the celestial herbs, and upon hearing this, the Flower Emperor informs Lin Haoyan that the flora near the Crescent Moon Spring, nourished by its waters, may indeed harbor such herbs. Under Yuechu's guidance, they venture to the Crescent Moon Spring in search of the celestial herbs, inadvertently crossing paths with Daji and the Snow Emperor. Why are you here, you wicked woman? When Cece exclaims in astonishment, Daji lifts her gaze, revealing her unmasked beauty. Some individuals possess a beauty so profound that it requires no words. All eyes are drawn to her. Daji rises languidly, casting a glance at Wen Cece, her alluring visage tinged with a hint of disdain. Is it truly such misfortune to encounter you while merely enjoying the flowers and the scenery? Wen Cece, akin to an incessant fly, has tested Daji's patience to its limits. Which unfortunate soul are you referring to, you wicked woman? Wen Cece, who had already been harboring a great deal of resentment due to Ling Yun Fairy, erupted even further upon hearing this and unleashed an offensive spell towards Daji. With a mere wave of her hand, Snow Empress deflected Wen Cece's assault. It appears that the Wind Emperor has spoiled you, Wen Cece. As soon as these words left her lips, countless icy blades surged through the air, targeting Wen Cece. As she dodged, she retorted indignantly, Snow Empress, do you truly wish to stand against the Wind Nation? Unfazed, Snow Empress shielded Daji behind her, preparing to engage Wen Cece in combat. Lingyun Fairy observed Daji with a complex expression and calmly inquired, "Is this your true intention, the unmatched demoness?" Daji raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh," Lingyun Fairy declared with conviction. "To stir the celestial and demonic war, to incite discord among the four nations, and to confuse the world." Yuechuo gazed at Daji in astonishment. "You are the unmatched demoness?" Daji laughed heartily, covering her mouth. "Since you have already labeled me, why do you come to question me?" Her motives were straightforward. She merely sought to relish life while fulfilling her tasks. Yet, this world had woven a web of complexity around her existence. Daji understood that explaining her identity would be futile, as the world would invariably demonize her through their ingrained perceptions. System, host. It seems you are reluctantly assuming the role of the villain. Daji, it matters not. This is not the first time I have wreaked havoc upon the world. Upon Daji's acknowledgement of her identity, Lingyun's demeanor turned icy, and her spiritual energy began to swirl ominously. Snow Empress attempted to assist Daji, but was intercepted by Wind Cece. Witnessing Lingyun Fairy's impending attack, Lin Haoyan couldn't help but exclaim, "Be careful." As Daji radiated an ethereal white light, her form ascended gracefully into the air, surrounded by a flurry of peach blossom petals that converged around her, subsequently transforming into sharp blades aimed at Fairy Lingyun. Startled by the fierce onslaught, Lingyun exclaimed, "Have you not lost all your cultivation? Cultivation may be regained, dear senior sister Lingyun. As fellow disciples, is it not inappropriate for us to resort to violence?" Fairy Lingyun soared into the sky, brandishing her magical artifact against Daji, declaring, "Do not call me senior sister. You are a spy sent from the demon realm. Today, I shall rid the world of your malevolent presence." Chapter 52. The Demoness failed tribulation. With that, Daji focused her dark magical energy, creating a harmonious fusion of black and white that took the shape of the Taiji symbol. The elder in Lin Haoyan's consciousness warned, "This is dire. She is indeed a dual cultivator of both celestial and demonic arts. Your senior sister may not withstand this strike." As expected, the Taiji emblem descended with overwhelming pressure from above, and despite Fairy Lingyun's desperate attempts to defend herself, she was ultimately overwhelmed, spitting blood upon defeat. Yet Daji showed no signs of relenting, continuing her assault. Seeing this, Lin Haoyan intervened. "Do you truly intend to kill?" Daji furrowed her brow. "If I do not swat the flies, they will incessantly pester me." Lin Haoyan urged, "You stand alone. Do you genuinely wish to oppose the entire world?" Daji, uninterested in further discourse, engaged in battle alongside Lin Haoyan, while Fairy Lingyun, enduring her wounds, offered her assistance. Only then did Lin Haoyan realize the extent of Daji's strength. The onlooker, Yuechu, marveled. She has actually reached the Great Ascension stage. The transition from the tribulation phase to the Mahayana stage is marked by celestial tribulations. Those with an unstable heart find it exceedingly challenging to endure. Did the unparalleled sorceress not fail her tribulation? It is true that the original host faltered. Yet Daji is unaffected by inner demons. The heavenly lightning of the primordial chaos strikes daily, and for Daji, the tribulations of this phase are merely a tickle. Among all present, Daji possesses the highest cultivation. A single realm is an insurmountable chasm, leaving Lingyun Fairy and Lin Haoyan in a lower tier. Feng Cece shouted to the side, "Prince Yuechu, why do you not lend your aid? The extermination of demonic cultivators is the duty of every practitioner." Upon hearing this, Yuechu hesitated but ultimately chose to assist. After all, demonic cultivators are inherently cruel, wreaking havoc upon the world. Lin Haoyan, the child of destiny, was indeed deserving of his title. As Daji unleashed her deadly strike, the skies erupted with thunder, and a colossal hand emerged from the void. A commanding voice resonated, "Demonic witch, cease your arrogance." The elder, the master, had arrived, the venerable ancestor of the Wenyangong, a practitioner at the peak of completion, and Lin Haoyan's mentor. With a cold laugh, Daji's brow mark glowed with increasing brilliance, enveloping her in a radiance of black and white as she charged toward the colossal hand in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The ethereal hand shattered, and Daji, expending all her strength, plummeted from the heavens. The Snow Empress struck Feng Cece with an ice blade, swiftly catching Daji. "Daji, are you all right?" Daji embraced the Snow Empress's neck, saying, "I'm fine, just a bit drained." Although she had exhausted her spiritual energy in the clash with the elder, she believed that her opponent would not fare any better. Given a little more time, what could the elder possibly accomplish? In Lin Haoyan's consciousness, the elderly figure spoke gravely. quickly seize the opportunity to eliminate her. Should she be allowed to grow, chaos shall descend upon this world. The dual cultivation of both Tao and demon, a rare constitution spoken of only in whispers, was something he had never encountered even in the upper realms. A flicker of struggle passed through Lin Haoyan's eyes, yet he ultimately raised his sword, channeling all his spiritual energy to strike at Daji. Observing this, the Snow Emperor swiftly turned his back to shield Daji from the impending blow. However, as a mere out-of-body stage cultivator, he was no match for Lin Haoyan's full-force attack at the tribulation stage. Yuechue gasped in alarm. Snow Emperor. Warm blood sprayed across Daji's face as the Snow Emperor's towering form collapsed. Daji cradled his head, crying out, "Snowfall." The Snow Emperor gazed deeply into Daji's eyes, his silvery lashes quivering slightly. "I cannot accompany you to the horse races. Hurry, go." Yuechue hastily knelt before the Snow Emperor. "Snow Emperor, what of your guardian spirit?" Every sovereign of the four nations possessed a guardian spirit, which would shield them from fatal harm in times of crisis. It was akin to a lifeline for the emperor. Daji demanded sharply, "What guardian spirit?" The sovereigns of the four nations each had a guardian spirit to protect them from lethal injury in moments of peril. The Snow Emperor regarded Daji, his silver eyes brimming with tenderness and profound affection. Throughout his life, he had endured unending cold, with Daji being the sole beacon of warmth and light. He felt no regret. The Snow Emperor closed his eyes, his body transforming into countless snowflakes that drifted into the air. Daji sensed a warmth blossoming in her chest. She tore open her collar, revealing the snowflower mark that faintly glowed, as if paying homage to the Snow Emperor's passing. Is the Edelweiss truly the guardian spirit? During their initial encounter, he bestowed upon her the guardian spirit. With a complex expression, Yuechu gazed at the Edelweiss mark. He actually gave the guardian spirit to you. The Edelweiss mark grew increasingly radiant, enveloping Daji in a silvery glow, as her ebony hair gradually transformed into a shimmering silver, her eyelashes appearing as if kissed by frost. This is the legacy of the Snow Emperor. The emperors of the four nations passed down the guardian spirit to their heirs, and upon the death of the preceding emperor, a new ruler emerges. Daji has been chosen by the snow to become the next Snow Emperor. As she extended her hand, a frost-like sword materialized, aimed at Lin Haoyan. In that fleeting moment, the heavens shifted, and a thunderous tribulation descended, prompting Lin Haoyan to break through at a critical juncture. The old man urged, "Leave at once." Lin Haoyan roared, his spiritual energy surging violently, resisting the tribulation with sheer will. The system warned, "Host, if you continue this struggle, the laws of this world will intervene." Lin Haoyan, the child of destiny, akin to the favored son of the heavens, found it still somewhat challenging for Daji to eliminate him. Witnessing this, Feng Sisi exerted her utmost effort to shield Lin Haoyan from Daji's icy blade. "No!" Lin Haoyan shouted in fury, helplessly watching as Feng Sisi fell before him. The system cautioned, "Host, if you do not depart, their reinforcements will soon arrive. The mission must continue." Upon hearing this, Daji ceased her assault, and a frost-congealed phoenix appeared beneath her feet. Standing atop the icy phoenix, her crimson garments billowed, and her silvery hair danced in the wind, as Daji's voice, laced with chilling intent, declared, "If the heavens do not permit me, then let it be destroyed." A rumble of thunder echoed, and several bolts of lightning struck down. The ice phoenix, accompanied by Daji, evaded capture and ascended into the skies, vanishing from sight. In the aftermath of this confrontation, Lin Haoyan and his companions suffered grievous injuries. While the news of the unrivaled sorceress stirring chaos throughout the realm spread far and wide, it became imperative to locate the unrivaled sorceress. Her survival could plunge the world into turmoil. Within a tavern, patrons engaged in fervent discussions regarding the unrivaled sorceress, while a young man clad in black in a corner smirked subtly. "System, host, why not conceal ourselves until the secret realm opens, allowing us to complete our mission with ease?" This young man in black was, in fact, Daji in disguise. After departing from Crescent Spring, Daji had journeyed to the borders of the Wind Kingdom. Given a little more time, had it not been for the constraints of the heavenly path, she would not have left Crescent Spring so readily. The Wind Kingdom, characterized by relentless sandstorms and scorching sun, boasted a fierce populace renowned for their equestrian skills. Each year, a grand horse racing event took place, and Daji arrived just in time to witness the races. As stallions thundered across the sandy terrain amidst the joyous shouts of onlookers, Daji caressed her chest, her silver-white eyelashes quivering ever so slightly. Snow fell gently. She had come to see the horse races. Chapter 53. The sorceress who failed her tribulation. Daji's defensive barrier was an ancient formation from the primordial era, impervious to intrusion within this small world, thus safeguarding the Snow Nation. Yet, Daji had more pressing matters to attend to. She could not linger in the mortal realm. Upon returning to the demon realm, Daji first visited the Hahuan sect. Since the demise of the original master's master, the Hahuan sect had been fragmented, easily consumed by other demonic factions. Young sect master. A voice trembled. Is it true that you have betrayed the sect and the demon realm? Daji responded with a disdainful smile. I have never belonged to anyone. How could there be betrayal? Daji, adorned in crimson garments reminiscent of blood, possessed hair as silvery as freshly fallen snow. Her enchanting demeanor harmoniously blended the chill of winter with an alluring charm, creating a captivating yet lethal allure. The young sect master appeared even more resplendent than before. The several furnace vessels, captured by the sect, were not without their own appeal, but prolonged extraction had rendered them frail and weak. Upon witnessing such a striking young master, one could not resist approaching. Young master, do you wish to replenish? A sly smile graced Daji's lips, her silver lashes framing a gaze that bore an icy demeanor. Replenish? Indeed, I do require it. Just as anticipation swelled among the onlookers, Daji turned and soared away. As this news spread throughout the demonic realm, various sects hastily dispatched individuals to confront Daji. However, the demon cultivators sent forth found themselves utterly vanquished, their essence siphoned away instead. Demon cultivators possess the ability to absorb others' demonic energy to bolster their own prowess, which is one of the reasons for their ruthlessness. Who does not desire strength? Who wishes to be drained of their power? Following the absorption of other demon cultivators, Daji's own strength surged dramatically. The sects, realizing their sent agents had been depleted, could no longer remain idle. Under Daji's relentless advance, they understood they could be next. Historically, the factions within the demonic realm have been at odds. Yet this unforeseen circumstance prompted an alliance against Daji. A powerful figure, stunned by defeat, exclaimed, "You dare to practice dual cultivation in the demonic arts?" Daji smirked, denying him the luxury of further discourse as she drained his power. The volatile nature of demonic energy can easily lead one astray, and failing to assimilate the absorbed essence may result in catastrophic demise. This too contributes to the ferocity of demon cultivators. In a brief span of time, Daji absorbed an immense amount of magical energy, and the onlookers anticipated her descent into madness and demise. However, to their astonishment, she integrated this power remarkably well. Aside from her eyes turning a deeper shade of crimson, there were no signs of her succumbing to chaos. The sheer terror of her potential was palpable. At such a tender age, Daji possessed an extraordinary ability to temper the ferocity of the magic within her, aided significantly by the chilling powers of ice and snow, which allowed her to remain composed on the precipice of fury. After vanquishing the last of the intruding demonic cultivators, Daji cleaved through the sign of the Hahuan sect with a single stroke of her sword, etching the words Nine-Tailed Palace into the nearby stone. I hereby establish the Nine-Tailed Palace, welcoming disciples from all corners. In the realm of demons, let none among the Nine-Tailed Palace be spared. Strike, kill, spare no one. Her voice reverberated throughout the entire demon realm, her audacious words inciting fury among numerous demon cultivators who rushed forth to confront her. A prodigy mastering both the Tao and demonic arts, her magical essence was remarkably absorbable. The prospect of slaying her to harness her power was an enticing opportunity. In an instant, turmoil erupted across the demon realm, while their eagerness to confront the cultivation world waned, granting the latter a moment of respite to focus on enhancing their prowess. A decade swiftly passed. The three major sects convened. Puzzled by the current silence of the demon realm, the reasons for this tranquility remained elusive. Years prior, Hao Yin and his companions had faced the demoness at the Crescent Moon Spring, only to be outmatched, had it not been for the intervention of their ancestor. Alas, the failure to vanquish the demoness then had allowed her to escape. With her unique constitution, she would undoubtedly prove even more formidable now. A foreboding sense of impending turmoil loomed over the three sects practitioners, who were deeply concerned. The demon realm had remained dormant for 5 years, refraining from sowing chaos within the cultivation world and the mortal realm, a stillness that was unnervingly unsettling. What is even more concerning is their inability to gather any information regarding the demon realm. Currently, Haotian is at the late stage of the Great Ascension, on the verge of transcending to become an immortal. If a conflict were to arise, it would be solely up to Haotian to confront the demoness. Over the past decade, Lin Haotian's cultivation has made remarkable strides, and he now stands just a step away from ascension. Aside from Haotian Lingyun, the Wenting sect also boasts the formidable 17 from the ancient Sky sect, along with 3 venerable ancestors at the Great Ascension stage. Together, they surely possess the strength to challenge the demoness. However, one cannot ascertain the current level of her cultivation. In the demon realm, the land is desolate and barren, perpetually plagued by sandstorms, while the sky remains shrouded in darkness and gloom. Atop a towering mountain stands an imposing palace, its grandeur accentuated by 3 formidable characters carved with a sword. Nine-Tail Palace. A throng of demonesses flits through the palace corridors. Humans, has your majesty descended to the mortal realm again? Hush, do not speak of his majesty. Quickly, deliver the garments. The demonesses enter the bedchamber in succession, bowing as they place the tray down. Your majesty, we have brought everything. On the bed within the chamber, a woman opens her eyes lazily and states, "Dress him in those clothes." On the opposite side of the bed, a small boy clings tightly to the quilt, his voice childlike and defiant. "I don't want to." One bold demoness steals a glance at the boy, and upon noticing his silver hair, she gasps in astonishment. The boy's silvery locks and lashes bear an uncanny resemblance to their demon emperor. Could it be that he is the child of the demon emperor, the prince of their realm? Since his majesty unified the demon realm 5 years ago, order has been established, dispelling the chaos of yore. The inhabitants now harbor a blend of fear and reverence for their sovereign, fearing her inscrutable power while respecting the rare tranquility she has bestowed upon their realm. In a voice both enchanting and authoritative, she commanded, "You may all leave." "Yes, your majesty." Once the chamber doors closed, a small boy, resolute in his defiance, addressed the woman before him. "Turn around, you mustn't look." Daji, observing the little one, chuckled softly. "How old are you?" With a mere flick of her wrist, the blanket enveloping the boy was whisked away, revealing his smooth, round form. The boy pouted in indignation, his eyes brimming with tears. "Mother, you are mean." "Silence. Who is your mother?" Daji retorted, gesturing towards the garments on the tray that floated before the child. The boy pointed at Daji and then at himself, declaring, "You are my mother. Our hair is the same color." Daji playfully pinched his chubby cheek. "I am not your mother. You shall call me mistress." This exquisite snow lotus, a national treasure of the snow country, has existed for ages, akin to the crescent spring of the moon country. Upon transforming, it assumed the form of a 2-year-old child, tender and adorably soft. The moment the little one laid eyes on Daji, he was convinced she was his mother. Unyielding in his belief, he insisted, "No, you are my mother." The small, bare child attempted to dress himself, but the complexity of the clothing left him ensnared and on the verge of tears. The little one gazed at Daji with a look of utter dismay. "Mother," he pleaded. Daji remained unmoved, instructing, "Address me as your master." The delicate silver lashes of the little one glistened with tears that swiftly froze into tiny icicles, rendering him a rather pitiful sight. Softly sobbing, he caught Daji's attention, who, feeling a mix of irritation, waved her hand, causing him to levitate in the air. With a gentle touch, she dressed him in a small garment. "Thank you, mother," he said as he lunged toward Daji, who was caught off guard as the chubby little hands encircled her neck. Nestling against her, his plump cheeks brushed against her skin. His cherubic voice filled with affection, "Mother, you are so close." As he drew nearer, Daji could detect the sweet scent of milk emanating from him. Apart from the hue of his hair and lashes, he bore a striking resemblance to a human child. Such a fragile being, she mused, could easily be shattered without the use of magic. Daji froze momentarily before gently pinching his pudgy cheek, correcting him, "I am your master." Both spirit plants and spirit beasts are capable of recognizing their masters. Daji extended her finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the little one's palm. And with a flash of light, a formation appeared upon him. Following the formation of their bond, a mysterious connection blossomed between them, enabling Daji to perceive the entirety of the little one's emotions and thoughts. "Mother, you smell delightful. You are truly beautiful. You are the best mother in the world." As Daji sensed the adoration and praise emanating from the little one's heart, a hint of a smile graced her lips. "Ah, this snow lotus truly understands me. Mother, I am hungry." Daji chose not to dwell further on the issue of titles, and, rising, she carried the little one out of the chamber. Making her way toward the beast arena, Daji pointed at the various magical beasts confined within the enclosure and asked the little bundle, "What milk would you like to drink?" Having never interacted with children before, even among her own fox kin, where the young ones were always polite and respectful, this was her first encounter with such a tiny creature. In her understanding, children were meant to drink milk. The little one clung to Daji's neck, pouting in indignation, "I don't want that." The system also reminded Daji he is a snow lotus, not a true human. Daji suddenly comprehended, cradling the little one as she departed from the beast arena, making her way to the earthly flower kingdom's imperial palace. The land of the flower kingdom was lush and fertile, with the royal garden being the most bountiful. Daji cast a spell to dig a small pit and placed the little one inside. Upon noticing his newly donned white shoes stained with dirt, the little one let out a wail. The tender cries of the child attracted the attention of the flower emperor, a woman adorned in a crimson garment. Her silver-white hair cascading down her back presented a breathtaking profile that was a striking contrast of red and white, captivating all who beheld her. The guards admonished, "How dare you intrude upon the imperial garden?" Daji turned around, and the flower emperor's pupils narrowed in recognition. "It is you." 10 years prior, a fleeting glimpse had left a lasting impression. The flower emperor had not forgotten her visage. The emperor's guards retreated, casting Daji a complicated gaze. "What brings you to the flower kingdom, you peerless enchantress?" The earth was essential for all living plants, and she had already procured the most fertile soil for him. The flower emperor remains as captivating as he was a decade ago. Under ordinary circumstances, Daji would have teased him playfully, yet now, cradling her little bundle, she feels the weight of his grievances and has no time to engage with the flower emperor. With a swift incantation, she departs the imperial palace, casting a fleeting glance back. The flower emperor, inexplicably forlorn, commands his attendants to encircle the pit. By the crescent moon spring, Yuechu reclines beneath a peach blossom tree, lost in reverie. When he catches sight of a familiar woman, she who has haunted his dreams throughout the past 10 years, Yuechu cannot fathom why this woman frequently appears in his slumber, given their mere handful of encounters. In the spring, the little bundle flails about, protesting, "Mother, I do not wish to drink bathwater." Daji, crouching by the spring, lifts the child with a frown, her expression stern. "Are you intentionally tormenting me?" The little one shakes his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. "I am not tormenting you, mother. I refuse the milk, find the soil too filthy, and the spring water is also unsuitable. What, then, shall I consume?" Daji genuinely suspects he is not merely a transformed snow lotus, but rather a reincarnation of a mischievous spirit. The child continues to thrash about, and Yuechu, unable to bear the sight, swiftly rescues him. Normally composed and gentle, Yuechu cannot help but admonish Daji, "You are far too heartless. This is your own child." The little one coughs out a few mouthfuls of water and, freeing himself from Yuechu's embrace, insists, "Uncle, I am fine. Do not scold my mother." Soaked to the skin, the child is promptly dried by Yuechu's magic, who then presents him with spiritual fruit. However, the little one shakes his head in refusal. Yuechu rummages through his storage ring for various treats, yet the child turns away from each offering. Daji fashioned a lounge chair out of ice and reclined upon it, observing the playful antics of the moonlit child as he attempted to amuse the little one. "He is not a mere human child. Do not waste your efforts," she remarked. The little one gazed up at Daji with tear-filled eyes, reaching out for an embrace. Annoyed, Daji waved her hand, causing the ice chair to shatter. Rising, she addressed the gentle moonlit, "You seem so fond of him. I shall bestow upon you this eternal snow lotus." Moonlit, with his patience and tenderness, would likely care for the child better than she could. Children are but a burden, disrupting her way of life. With that thought, Daji casually declared, "Take good care of him," before departing. The little one cried out in distress, "Mother, do not leave me." After Daji's exit, Moonlit comforted the child softly, "Do not weep. I will take you to play." "No, I want my mother." Chapter 55, The Failed Tribulation of the Witch in the Imperial Palace of the Flower Kingdom. The Flower Emperor was diligently reviewing official documents. After 5 years of tranquility in the demon realm, the mortal world enjoyed peace and prosperity. Once he completed his duties, an image from the imperial garden resurfaced in his mind. "Your Majesty, where are you going?" "I wish to take a walk. Do not follow me," he replied. Uncertain of how he arrived there, the Flower Emperor found himself standing at the empty pit within the imperial garden, contemplating the scenes he had witnessed during the day. He shook his head, reminding himself that she was a witch, a tempestuous witch. How could he entertain thoughts of her? Enough of this, he murmured to himself. Unbeknownst to him, Daji had silently appeared behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Leaning in close, she inhaled softly, her voice sultry and beguiling as she whispered into his ear, "Your Majesty, were you thinking of me?" The familiar voice rendered the Flower Emperor motionless. In a seamless motion, Daji wrapped her arms around his neck, her face pressed against his, her breath fragrant as orchids. "Your Majesty truly shares a profound connection with me." The Flower Emperor's visage, which could be aptly described as enchanting, bore striking features that were handsome yet not effeminate, exuding the regal aura and dignity befitting an emperor, an exquisite specimen of humanity. Under the moonlight, Daji's silvery hair seemed to radiate light, adding an alluring chill to her already captivating countenance. As the Flower Emperor regained his senses and attempted to push Daji away, she leaned into his chest, her hands resting upon him. On this night of perfect harmony, why not indulge in something delightful? Apart from the Snow Emperor's inherent solitary nature, the other three sovereigns were accompanied by their consorts. The Flower Emperor, not being a naive youth, observed the red pupils beneath those silvery lashes. While his reason urged him to resist, his body betrayed him, drawing Daji closer, leading him to lift her in his arms. Daji's fox-like eyes curved with a hint of mischief, reminiscent of a cunning little fox. The following morning, the Flower Emperor awoke to the sight of the woman beside him, his expression marred by regret. He had succumbed to the allure of beauty, foolishly entangled with the witch. The woman, eyes closed, curled up in his embrace, exuded a serene beauty that made it hard to believe she was the very witch that instilled dread in both celestial and demonic realms. The Flower Emperor gazed at Daji for a prolonged moment before rising to dress for the morning court session. Why did she not strike when I was most vulnerable? He pondered, reflecting on how one is often least guarded during slumber or intimate encounters. At these two junctures, the Flower Emperor had the opportunity to eliminate future threats. The Emperor paused while dressing. "I cannot bear to kill you. Is it a matter of inability or hesitation?" Daji opened her eyes, rising from the bed, the covers slipping away, revealing her pure, jade-like form. The Flower Emperor awkwardly averted his gaze. "You are so formidable. How could one in the out-of-body stage like myself possibly harm you?" His words seemed to serve as a self-convincing mantra, yet as he spoke, his confidence waned. "Only if I allow you to dictate my fate." Wasn't that akin to being slaughtered? Recalling the wildness of the previous night, the Flower Emperor's expression turned uneasy as he hastily arranged his garments and departed from the chamber. The officials of the Flower Kingdom noted the Emperor's distracted demeanor that day. After exchanging a few hurried words, he swiftly concluded the morning court session and exited. This was hardly in line with the Emperor's usual diligent nature. The Flower Emperor gazed at the closed chamber and hesitated to inquire of the palace attendants. "Has the person inside departed?" Without waiting for a response, he waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Never mind, if she chose to leave, she would do so unnoticed, just as she had arrived. The sight of the empty bed brought a sigh of relief tinged with disappointment. Lying on the bed, the Flower Emperor murmured, "Let it be but a dream." The interplay of male and female affection is entirely natural. Moreover, Daji, born of the ecstasy sect, was known for her penchant for yin-yang harmonization. He was merely her prey for sustenance. With this thought, the Flower Emperor chuckled at himself. He too had numerous consorts. Why dwell on it so? After Daji left the imperial palace, she made her way to the largest casino in the Flower Kingdom, where the cacophony of the surroundings could momentarily obscure the whispers of her small group. Since the moment she awoke that morning, the heartfelt whispers of the little one began to echo incessantly. "Mother, where are you? Have you forsaken me? I miss you dearly." The incessant noise was grating on her nerves. Daji, feeling irritable, sat in the VIP area of the casino, staring vacantly at the gaming tables below. System, host. You are merely bound by a master-servant contract. You have the ability to mute the thoughts of the Snow Lotus. This master-servant contract was quite oppressive. Should the master perish, the spirit companion would inevitably die, while the master would only suffer minor injuries. Moreover, the master could access the thoughts of their spirit companion at will or choose to silence them. After entrusting the little one to Yuechu, Daji muted the child's voice. However, after an unexpected night with the Flower Emperor, she found herself unable to shake off her concerns for the child and soon restored the connection to his thoughts. "I merely wish to ascertain how Yuechu treats him. After all, he is my spirit companion, and I cannot allow him to be mistreated. Mother, I am so hungry." I am starving, truly. Mother, sob sob, I fear I may never see you again. Daji set down her cup and vanished in an instant. Heading towards the Moon Kingdom. Damn Yuechu, he wouldn't truly neglect my little one, would he? Within the royal palace of the Moon Kingdom, Daji seized a palace made with urgency. Where's your prince? Her commanding presence rendered the maid speechless, who could only gesture towards a direction. Take me there. The prince's chamber was filled with several wet nurses who exchanged worried glances. The little one, a charming toddler with sparkling eyes, was utterly adorable. Yet he stubbornly refused to consume anyone's milk. Yuechu, holding the little one, waved his hand helplessly. Everyone, please leave. In a soothing tone, Yuechu coaxed, little one. Do at least eat something. The little dumpling pouted and said, I want my mother. The usually patient crown prince Yuechu, feeling a surge of frustration, exclaimed, Your mother is a wicked woman. She has abandoned you. From now on, you shall stay with me, and I will take good care of you. Don't say my mother. The little dumpling struck Yuechu with her tiny fist, asserting, she would never abandon me. Taken aback by the sudden blow, Yuechu inhaled deeply and explained helplessly. She is not your mother. You are a snow lotus, a spiritual plant. That day at Crescent Spring, she gifted you to me. Although this was a manifestation of a 1,000-year-old snow lotus in the form of a small child, her intellect surpassed that of an ordinary infant, and she comprehended his words. Upon hearing this, the little dumpling burst into tears, wailing, She is my mother, she is. Chapter 56. The Failed Tribulation of the Sorceress as the little dumpling cried. Yuechu felt a throbbing headache. It was the first time he found children to be little demons. Just then, a familiar feminine voice inquired, Have you bullied her? The enchanting Daji appeared before the pair, startling Yuechu. Seeing Daji, the little dumpling stretched out her arms toward her, her watery eyes sparkling as she called out, Mother. The little dumpling's sudden movement startled Yuechu, causing him to almost drop her. Just as she was about to tumble to the ground, Daji swiftly caught her in her embrace. She gently rubbed the dumpling's chubby cheeks, and, with a stern expression, admonished, Stop crying. The little one sniffled, hastily wiping away tears, and obediently nodded. I won't cry. I will be good. Mother, please don't abandon me again. Mother, I miss you so much. I knew you would never forsake me. I promise to be good from now on. The heartfelt whispers of the little one echoed, for his entire world revolved around his mother. Faced with such a tender child, even the sage could not bear to be harsh. Daji's expression softened, revealing a hint of helplessness. What is it that you desire? I wish to be fed by mother. The little one gazed eagerly at Daji. Having learned from the previous experience of expressing his wish for his mother's milk and being cast aside, he cleverly refrained from voicing it this time. Alas, Daji could still perceive his thoughts, and her expression darkened. Sensing her mood, the clever little one spoke in a soft, innocent voice. Mother, I'm not hungry. I am so hungry. I have no strength left. Woe is me. I truly cannot consume those things. It would be fatal. The little one's thoughts continued to flow, his chubby face displaying a hint of trepidation, fearful that Daji might become angry again. An empty bowl rested on the table, intended to hold milk for the little one. Daji extended her hand, conjuring an icy blade to slice her finger. In the midst of Yuechu's astonishment, blood flowed into the bowl. The half-filled bowl bore no metallic scent. Instead, it exuded a fragrant aroma. Daji brought the bowl to the little one's lips. Open your mouth. The milk was formed from blood, for Daji had no milk to offer, only her lifeblood. Daji's finger, though already healed, caused the little one to cradle it gently. Blowing softly, Does it hurt, mother? You are so pitiable. I would never drink your blood. I would rather starve than do so. Please drink quickly. Daji's voice softened as she said, This little blood is nothing. The small child shook her head, replying, I am not hungry. Observing the child's steadfastness, Daji's crimson pupils flickered slightly as she employed her enchanting arts to coax the child into drinking. The enchantments of the nine-tailed fox were not merely tools for seducing men. Rather, they were supreme spells capable of beguiling the heart. During the primordial era, countless celestial beings fell victim to the fox clan's allure. The small child, akin to a millennia-old snow lotus, was particularly susceptible to such enchantment. To Daji's surprise, however, the child displayed considerable resistance. The more resolute the mind, the greater the aversion to the enchantment. This little one, unwilling to drink her blood, seemed determined to endure starvation rather than harm her. Daji felt a warmth in her heart as she tightened her embrace around the child. Yet, The child's innocence ultimately succumbed to the enchantment, and soon she was drinking Daji's blood. So fragrant, so sweet, so delightful. Sensing the child's thoughts, Daji filled another bowl with blood. Yuechu's voice trembled as she exclaimed, "You actually allowed her to drink blood." The blood of cultivators possesses spiritual power. The higher the cultivation level, the more potent the blood. A single drop from a celestial could equal the cultivation of a millennium. The loss of blood also equates to a loss of cultivation. To think she would nourish a spirit plant with her own blood. Daji then presented a spiritual artifact to the child, saying, "Thank you, Prince, for helping me with the child. This is a token of my gratitude." With that, Daji prepared to leave with the child in her arms. "Wait," Yuechu called out to Daji, her voice gentle. "In truth, you are not so terrible. Could you not cease to bring calamity upon the world?" After Daji departed from the mortal realm, numerous cultivators ventured to the snow country in search of her. However, due to the defensive array she had established, the snow country remained secure, untouched even by the turmoil among the human race. The emperor had often lamented in secret, wishing that their moon kingdom possessed such a formidable protective barrier. Following the unparalleled sorceress's unification of the demon realm, peace had settled over that domain. She was not devoid of gratitude. She would nurture spiritual plants with her own blood, revealing a not entirely malevolent nature. Yuechu pondered that humanity had somewhat misconstrued the essence of the sorceress. Daji paused, a disdainful curve gracing her lips. "You have yet to witness true calamity befalling the world." The campaigns of King Wu against Zhou and the chaos of the investiture of the gods epitomized genuine devastation. What was this mere trifling? Daji had initially intended to await the opening of the secret realm in tranquility, to fulfill her mission and depart, yet they relentlessly compelled her otherwise. The demise of Xua in her stead evoked memories of the Xianyuan sisters, as well as the sacrifices of the rooster spirit and the Pipa spirit, both of whom perished for her sake. Having experienced the helplessness of being unable to protect those dear to her, Daji wished to avoid such feelings again. Even within the confines of a mission world, she would rather betray the world, inflict calamity upon humanity, and endure eternal infamy than to once more experience the sensation of weakness and subjugation. System, does the sensation of being coerced not sit well with you? During the primordial era, the nine-tailed fox was tasked by Nuwa to seduce King Zhou, thereby sowing discord within the court, leading to the downfall of the Shang dynasty and leaving a legacy of scorn. Ultimately, she faced the tragic fate of her sisters perishing in ashes, the annihilation of her clan, and her own execution upon the demon-slaying platform, beheaded before countless soldiers. In truth, Daji found herself quite aggrieved. Daji does not blame anyone. If blame is to be assigned, it is to her own inadequacy and strength that permits others to manipulate her. Only the powerful may inscribe history and establish rules. Alas, she remains woefully weak. Amidst the stunning landscapes and bustling markets, the two of them appeared as a mother and child, reveling in joyous play. During the annual temple fair of the Flower Kingdom, beautiful women cradled adorable little ones, attracting the attention of many passers-by. The little one pointed at a distant rabbit lantern and exclaimed, "Mother, mother, I desire that rabbit lantern." Daji, holding the little one, approached the throng gathered around the lanterns. "How much for this lantern?" she inquired. Daji, uninterested in riddles, produced a high-grade spirit stone. "Is this sufficient?" Spirit stones serve as currency in the realm of cultivation and are exceedingly rare in the mundane world. Daji's display of wealth elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. No problem at all. A fool would not seize an opportunity for profit." The vendor swiftly retrieved the lantern and handed it to Daji. "Here," Daji said, presenting the lantern to the little one. The rabbit lantern was exquisitely crafted, and the little one, cradling the lantern, sat in Daji's embrace, beaming with delight. "Thank you, mother. You are the best." The soft, sweet voice of the child brought a smile to Daji's lips as she carried the little one toward the next stall. In the crowd, two men exchanged knowing glances, their intentions far from benign as they followed closely behind. Chapter 57. The Failed Tribulation of the Sorceress. The little one, holding two sugar figurines, joyfully declared to Daji, "Mother, this is you, and this is me." With one arm wrapped around the little one and the other lifting the lantern, Daji made her way into a narrow alley. The alley was dimly lit, and Daji asked, "Are you afraid?" The little one shook their head. "Not afraid. As long as mother is here." A satisfied smile graced Daji's lips as two burly men emerged, blocking her path with ill intentions. "Little lady, kindly hand over the spirit stones, and we shall be gentle," they taunted. Daji turned to the small child beside her and inquired once more, "Are you afraid?" The child shook his head resolutely, not afraid. Upon realizing the child's unwavering courage, Daji set him down gently, placing the lantern at his feet. The two men, observing Daji's actions, exchanged sinister smirks, noting, "This little lady is quite perceptive." They had fixated on Daji and her child since their appearance at the temple fair. The mother and son adorned in luxurious attire, exuding an aura of nobility, unmistakably the offspring of a wealthy family. With lewd grins, they approached Daji. The child, sensing the danger, furrowed his brow and declared firmly, "You are bad people. This child is so adorable. He must be worth a fortune." Without resorting to magic, Daji swiftly swept her legs, sending the two men crashing to the ground. She stepped on one of them and turned to the child, saying, "One must not show mercy to villains." The child nodded earnestly, "Yes, mother. Come here." The small child ran over with his little legs. "Punish them." Clenching his tiny fists, he crouched down to strike the two men. "Whoever harbors ill intentions towards you must be brought down. Only by growing stronger can you ensure that no harm comes to you or your loved ones." As the child perspired from exertion, he continued his relentless assault, all the while absorbing Daji's teachings, stating with determination, "Mother, once I become strong, I can protect you." Daji looked down at the small figure crouched on the ground, her gaze softening. "Indeed. Is this how you educate your child?" A mocking voice drifted from behind. Daji lifted her gaze to see Lingyun Fairy and Lin Haoyan standing at the alley's entrance, both holding lanterns, resembling a pair of love-struck couples. With a swift kick, Daji sent two burly men flying. They crashed against the wall, instantly meeting their demise. Cradling the small bundle in her arms, she looked at the pair with a smirk. "Well, long time no see." Lingyun Fairy, adorned in flowing white robes, exuded an ethereal aura. Her gaze fell upon the child in Daji's embrace, her expression a mixture of complexity and concern. "Are you teaching the child to become just like you?" Daji raised an eyebrow in response. "Oh, what of it? Ruthless, violent. Do not speak ill of my mother." The small bundle interrupted the tense moment. Pouting adorably, "My mother is the best mother in the world." "Mother?" Lin Haoyan, standing nearby, wore an expression of astonishment as he stared at the child's silvery hair. In disbelief, he questioned Daji, "Is he the child of you and the Snow Emperor?" Yet, the Snow Emperor had perished a decade prior, and this child appeared to be no older than 1 or 2. With that, Daji vanished with the small bundle. Lingyun Fairy and Lin Haoyan had come to the mortal realm to witness the temple fair, but upon sensing the aura of a powerful being, they had arrived just in time to witness Daji's lesson. Lingyun Fairy murmured to herself, fixated on the spot where the two had disappeared. "That child seems to be a spiritual plant." Given their level of cultivation, they could discern the identities of spiritual pets. They had merely been too astonished by Daji's appearance to notice the aura of the spiritual plant surrounding the small one. The child was not hers. A vague sense of relief washed over Lin Haoyan. After departing from the mundane world, the little dumpling resolutely remarked on Lingyun and Lin Haoyan. "Mother, those two are also villains. Do not be afraid, for I will protect you in the future." Daji playfully pinched the dumpling's chubby face and teased him. "Mother is worse than they are. Mother is not bad. She is the best in the entire world." In the innocent realm of a child's heart, Daji is his mother, his sole kin, his only refuge. Regardless of how others may judge Daji, in his eyes, she is the epitome of a good mother. The profound feeling of being wholeheartedly trusted and cherished is truly exquisite. Daji remained silent, and the little dumpling assumed she was frightened by the two villains. He planted a kiss on Daji's cheek and gently stroked her long hair, assuring her, "Do not fear. Mother, I will diligently cultivate my strength to protect you." Daji had been kissed by many, both men and women, yet never had any kiss touched her so deeply. "Mother, I want a kiss," the little dumpling whimpered. Usually adept in the company of men and skilled in various forms of affection, Daji found herself at a loss for the first time. The dumpling leaned his chubby face closer to Daji's lips. "Hurry, mother, kiss me." Daji softly pressed her lips against his. His plump cheeks were tender and smooth. "Mother, do I smell good?" "Absolutely dreadful," Daji retorted with a light snort. Upon returning to the nine-tailed palace, the little dumpling dashed to the bathing pool as soon as he was released from Daji's embrace. While undressing, he noticed a silvery mark on his chest and questioned, "What is this?" Daji stood behind him, her expression complex. That is a little reward for you. Is this from Mother? The little bundle of joy carefully touched the snowflower mark. I must be the most obedient child in the world. That is why Mother rewards me with flowers. I shall strive to earn even more. The delight radiating from the little one was palpable to Daji. During bath time, the chubby child struggled to reach, her innocent eyes gazing up at Daji. Daji crouched down, beginning to wash the little one. As a nine-tailed fox, aside from indulging in romantic escapades, this was her first experience tending to someone else's bath. Daji mused, her hands growing ever more gentle in their motions. Once the child was clean, she leaned forward, her cherubic face close to Daji's, exclaiming, "Mother, I smell wonderful now, kiss me." The plump face of the little one resembled an egg, with sparkling, watery eyes and silvery hair, her entire being exuding an adorable softness that could melt anyone's heart. After receiving Daji's kiss, the little one joyfully flitted around the palace like a tiny bird. The little prince is truly delightful. With the presence of the little prince, the emperor had become much gentler. Daji overheard the palace maids whispering outside, and as she gazed at the little figure, a genuine smile graced her lips, her eyes reflecting a tenderness and affection she had not recognized within herself. With the little one as companionship, the wait for the secret realm to open was no longer tedious. Daji took the child to explore the demon realm, where it was well known that the emperor adored the little prince, and since his arrival, the duration of punishments had notably decreased. Chapter 58. The failed tribulation of the sorceress. The secret realm opened ahead of schedule. Upon receiving the news, Daji hurried to the location without delay. Originally, the century-old secret realm was set to open once every 100 years, yet due to Lin Haoyan's fierce battle with a high-level magical beast, it unexpectedly opened ahead of schedule. "Mother, I want to go too." The little one gazed at Daji with longing eyes. This time, however, Daji did not acquiesce to the little one's desire. The secret realm was fraught with danger, and while she was unafraid, the little one was still too young. Daji contemplated the guardian spirits of the emperors from the other three nations. Indeed, the guardian spirit of the flower emperor must also be a flower. The opening of the ancient secret realm attracted powerful beings from all directions. "Haoyan, my junior brother, congratulations on acquiring another high-level magical beast. Junior brother Haoyan, the ancient secret realm has opened early because of you. Undoubtedly, a tremendous opportunity awaits you." The disciples of the Weniangong were filled with envy for Lin Haoyan. He was the youngest disciple of the sect, yet possessed the finest aptitude and the highest cultivation. Even the renowned beauty, senior sister Lingyun, was enamored by him. The two had expressed their feelings 6 months prior, deciding to hold a bonding ceremony after vanquishing the demonic cultivators and beasts. "Haoyan, I hear this secret realm opens once every 100 years, and those who emerge from it experience significant enhancements in their abilities. You are but a step away from ascension. Perhaps this is your destined opportunity." The sincerity in Ling Yun's eyes radiated warmth. Since their collaboration against the witch a decade ago, they had cultivated and faced trials together, and Ling Yun had developed deep feelings for Lin Haoyan. Now, Lin Haoyan had matured into a striking figure, his features exquisite and exuding an extraordinary aura of strength, causing many young female cultivators to secretly admire him. Alas, Lin Haoyan was too exceptional. Only Ling Yun was worthy of him, leaving the others to watch silently from the sidelines. As Lin Haoyan shone brilliantly, rising from obscurity to become a renowned figure in the realm of cultivation, achieving the distinction of being the youngest great ascension master in history. He listened to Ling Yun's words and gazed at the entrance to the secret realm, sighing, "Let us hope it is indeed an opportunity and not a calamity." With the opening of the secret realm, only cultivators at the tribulation stage or above could enter, indicating that this ancient secret realm was fraught with peril. While those unable to enter speculated about the wonders that awaited within, a streak of light flashed overhead and vanished into the depths of the realm. What was that? The onlookers failed to discern it clearly, though a few more adept cultivators caught a glimpse of a humanoid figure, likely a reclusive master. In the present age, formidable cultivators were scarce, with only the three great sect ancestors, Lin Haoyan and the celestial maiden Lingyun of the Wentian sect, and the 17 of the Guxing sect remaining prominent. Upon entering the secret realm, Lin Haoyan and Lingyun immediately sensed a familiar aura, one they had encountered during the temple fair in the Flower Kingdom. She was here as well. Mention of her brought a complex expression to Lingyun's face. The world spoke of Ling Yun as the emperor's favored daughter and the foremost female cultivator. Yet she alone understood that had that individual not been a practitioner of demonic arts, she would surpass Ling Yun in brilliance. Perhaps only she could truly stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Haoyin. Over the years, Ling Yun had expended countless efforts merely to keep pace with him. In the battle at Crescent Spring, she had found herself utterly defenseless against that individual. Only Ling Yun was acutely aware of the profound shadow this person cast over her. She had once inadvertently overheard her junior sisters within the sect discussing this matter. If the witch had not revealed her identity, she would undoubtedly be the most formidable female cultivator, surpassing even Sister Ling Yun in beauty. I once caught a distant glimpse of her, and she was indeed a mesmerizing beauty that could leave women spellbound. Upon hearing this, the heart of Sister Ling Yun, who was in the midst of her tribulation, wavered, nearly leading her to failure. It was Lin Haoyin who bravely endured the heavenly tribulation's lightning to save her life. It was precisely because of this that Ling Yun came to a profound realization of her own heart. She had fallen in love with her junior, Haoyin, yet harbored a fear of the unparalleled witch. Haoyin, this time I shall surely defeat her. Lin Haoyin lowered his gaze, concealing the intricate emotions within, and replied with a faint acknowledgement. The unparalleled, which was not only a hurdle for Ling Yun, but also a challenge for him. This time, he would not be as powerless as he was a decade ago. Daji had no time to engage with the two and proceeded directly to the depths of the secret realm. The little sister of the ancient heaven sect, the celestial maiden Xingyue, who had been lost in the secret realm, was the most gifted female sword cultivator of her generation. At a tender age, she had already reached the initial stage of the Great Ascension, exuding an air of elegance. The male disciples of her generation in the ancient heaven sect secretly admired her, feeling unworthy and hesitant to express their feelings. Celestial Maiden Xingyue was the one most likely to have a familial connection with the original host. As Daji aimlessly searched for Celestial Maiden Xingyue, a familiar voice resonated behind her. Daji turned around, senior brother 17. A decade had passed, and 17 had become a formidable figure, shedding the naivety of his youth. The only unchanging aspect was the unwavering brightness in his eyes whenever he looked at Daji. 17 trembled his lips, gazing at Daji with a mix of joy from their long-awaited reunion, 10 years of longing, and a tinge of remorse. All coalescing into a simple phrase, "Junior Sister Daji, it has been far too long." Daji's fox-like eyes curved into a smile, her expression radiant. "It has indeed been a while. Brother has grown even more formidable. In the realm of cultivation, 10 years may pass in the blink of an eye. Yet, for 17, it represented an eternity of yearning. He gazed longingly at the visage of the one he had missed day and night, which had also fueled his growth over the decade. In truth, had 17 desired to seek out Daji, he could have done so, but he hesitated, aware of his inadequacies. What could he offer her but trouble? Now, at last, he stood before her. "Junior sister, may I accompany you on your journey?" This secret realm harbored innumerable perils, and 17 hoped to safeguard her this time. "As long as you are unafraid of the trouble it may bring, for I am a sorceress," she replied. If the cultivation world were to witness 17 in the company of a witch, it would surely give rise to unsavory rumors about him. Standing resolutely by Daji's side, he proclaimed, "You are my junior sister." She was not merely an unparalleled sorceress, she was his cherished little sister. Upon learning that Daji sought the Moonlit Fairy, 17 produced an earring. "This was given to me by our master, instructing me to present it should I have news of the Moonlit Fairy in this realm." 17's elder brother knew well that their master had cherished the Moonlit Fairy throughout his life, often lost in reverie while holding this earring. Daji took the earring and cast an ancient spell, seeking the whereabouts of its owner. Alas, the spell faltered. "What do you discern?" 17 inquired. Daji sighed. "The owner of this artifact is likely no longer among us." She could not sense the presence of the Star Moon Fairy through her ancient secret arts. Either the fairy was absent from the secret realm, or she had already met her demise. If she were not in the secret realm, there was still hope for further searching, but if she were indeed dead, what would become of her mission? Could it truly end here? A sense of unease gnawed at Daji's heart. 17 was equally disheartened. He pondered how to convey to his master that the Star Moon Fairy was no longer present. An atmosphere of silence enveloped them until a sudden burst of brilliant flames erupted in the distance. Let us go and investigate. Chapter 59. The Failed Tribulation of the Enchantress Hao Tian. The power of this sword is formidable. Lingyun Fairy gazed at the sword standing upon the distant rocks, its white and black radiance swirling around it, exuding an extraordinary aura even from afar. It turned out that during their encounter with a magical beast in the secret realm, they had inadvertently shattered a barrier while pursuing it, thus revealing this sword. Lin Haotian approached and drew the sword, which emitted a resonant hum, as if it possessed a consciousness of its own. The moment Lin Haotian's hand touched the sword, he was enveloped in an illusion. Haotian, a soft, alluring voice sounded behind him, as delicate hands, as if devoid of bones, nestled against his chest, the intoxicating fragrance of a woman wafting to his senses. Lin Haotian turned his gaze to meet a pair of beguiling fox-like eyes, the other party's expression filled with affection, her aura as fragrant as orchids. Haotian, I no longer wish to be the demon empress. I yearn to live a carefree life in seclusion with you. It was her. The woman's lips brushed against his, their breaths intertwining, her soft form pressed entirely against him, the fervent warmth rendering Lin Haotian momentarily dazed. Haotian, the voice of the celestial maiden Lin Yun resonated, causing Lin Haotian to tremble. Her enchanting visage swiftly transformed into a swirling black mist that lunged towards him. Engaging with the mist, Lin Haotian ultimately employed his magical prowess to disperse it. As the darkness before him receded, a radiant white light enveloped Lin Haotian, revealing a series of vivid images. A man and a woman, one clad in black and the other in white, were embroiled in a fierce duel at the edge of a precipice. Their combat intensely matched until they both plummeted over the edge. The scene shifted to a white figure cradling an infant, standing beside a man in black attire next to an ancient sword. In a final act of sacrifice, they merged into the sword, and the black and white lights intertwined, causing the ancient sword to grow colossal, cleaving through the heavens of the secret realm, accompanied by the wails of the infant as it was cast forth from the mystical domain. Help me find her, echoed a voice filled with yearning and hope. Lin Haotian nodded in affirmation. As if reassured by his response, the white apparition dissipated, and the sword was drawn by Lin Haotian, circling around him before settling in his grasp. Concern laced the voice of the celestial maiden as she inquired, Haotian, how are you? Having witnessed the fluctuating emotions on Lin Haotian's face, she could no longer restrain her concern. Lin Haotian recounted the visions he had seen in detail, deliberately omitting the moment he encountered Daji. I surmise that the child is the offspring of the man and woman you beheld. They are trapped within the secret realm, and only through their selfless sacrifice could the ancient sword breach the barriers to release the child, Lin Yun deduced. But where shall I search for the child? In this vast sea of humanity, an infant is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Can you recall any distinctive features of the child? What is a swaddling cloth like? Suddenly, Daji and 17 appeared. What a coincidence! Upon seeing Daji, a fleeting moment of discomfort crossed Lin Haotian's face. The woman, clad in crimson garments adorned with silver-white patterns of 9 tails, possessed a bewitchingly enchanting visage softened by her silver hair, exuding an aura that was both alluring and frosty yet pure. That red mole between her brows. The red mole. Lin Haotian abruptly lifted his gaze. It is you. The infant in the illusion bore a similar red mark on its forehead. What? The fairy Lingyun gasped in astonishment. Lin Haotian inhaled deeply and stated, that infant is her. Daji's fox-like eyes narrowed slightly. Do you possess knowledge of my origins? At that moment, the silent ancient sword soared into the air, charging directly towards Daji. Be cautious. 17 positioned herself protectively in front of Daji. The ancient sword halted, encircling Daji once before hovering above, emitting a resonant cry. The sword spirit is your parents. Lin Haotian succinctly recounted the entirety of the illusion to Daji. 17 remarked, my master mentioned that the Shuriwa elder entered the secret realm clad in white. The disciples of the Gutian sect all favor white attire. Daji inquired, did that man in black also summon a sword? Lin Haotian nodded. Daji's expression darkened instantly, regardless of that man's identity. His participation in the sword summoning indicated that the original's parents were both deceased. Earlier, 17 had shared the identity of the Shuriwa fairy with Daji. She had been rescued from the clutches of demonic cultivators, whose heinous actions had claimed the lives of the Shuriwa fairy's kin, severing all ties to the original's maternal lineage. Daji then asked, who is that man in black? Should the identity of the man in black be revealed, there would be no kinship left with the original Nye Wu. Lin Haotian shook his head, expressing uncertainty. yet noted that the man's magical prowess appeared to align with that of a demonic cultivator. The crowd's gaze shifted towards Daji, recalling her dual cultivation of both magic and righteousness. It was highly probable that the man hailed from the demon realm, a formidable figure capable of matching the celestial star moon in combat, undoubtedly a high-ranking demon cultivator. Fairy Lingyun nodded in agreement, stating that the man's demonic nature indeed elucidated the reasons behind their fierce confrontation. The realm of cultivation has long been embroiled in enmity with demonic practitioners, and the celestial star moon bore a profound vendetta against them. Their violent clash led to both plummeting into the abyss, and later, inexplicably, they bore a child. In a bid to ensure the child's escape from the secret realm, a sacrifice was made with her own life as she offered her essence to the sword. Daji, however, lacked the time to delve into the grievances of her original parents. Her sole focus was on uncovering the man's identity and determining if any bloodline remained in existence. Demonic cultivators are often cold-hearted and emotionally detached, their familial bonds feeble, perpetually engaged in a cycle of violence and devouring one another, making the existence of kinship exceedingly rare. The possibility of failure loomed over her, and Daji's heart sank to an abyss of despair. Observing Daji's somber countenance, the others mistakenly attributed her gloom to the news of her parents' demise, evoking a sense of pity. "Junior sister, you are not alone," 17 said, gently patting Daji's shoulder in consolation. Lin Haoyan extended an ancient sword towards Daji, saying, "Take this." Daji accepted the sword and vanished from sight. Lingyun Fairy witnessed this exchange, her gaze drooping in melancholy. "Haoyan," she began. "Yes?" Lin Haoyan seemed somewhat distracted. "Upon our exit from the secret realm, let us hasten to conduct the ceremony of our union," Lingyun Fairy suggested, her lips pressing together thoughtfully. After a pause, she added, "Let us swiftly resolve matters with the demon realm and restore peace to the world." Lin Haoyan remained silent, her hands clenched tightly by her side. During her quest to find her family, she surely had no time to attend to the affairs of the demon realm, presenting us with an opportune moment for an assault. However, this felt somewhat like taking advantage of another's misfortune. Noticing Lin Haoyan's hesitation, the celestial fairy Lingyun's demeanor grew frosty as she coldly remarked, "Do not forget the responsibilities we bear. As long as the demon cultivators persist, the realms of cultivation and the mortal world shall never know peace." Chapter 60. The demoness who failed her tribulation. As long as the original protagonist's biological father or any kin remained alive, her mission would not be deemed a failure. Unfortunately, many formidable beings from the demon realm had entered the secret domain back in the day, necessitating a thorough investigation into the original protagonist's father's information, followed by a search for any living relatives. This task was undeniably monumental. After the unification of the demon realm, Daji had ample time and patience to conduct her inquiries. "Your Majesty, news has arrived," Daji stated, preparing to search for her biological father's kin, while her little companion insisted, "Mother, I wish to accompany you to the realm of cultivation." Daji, burdened with significant responsibilities, could not possibly take her little companion along. Despite the child's adorable antics and pleas, she resolutely made the journey to the realm of cultivation alone. System, host. What shall be done in the event of a mission failure? The original protagonist's parents had both passed away, severing any ties from her mother's side, while details regarding her father remained unclear. Even if he were found, nurturing familial bonds would prove to be a daunting task. Daji replied, "I shall not allow this mission to fail. The task bestowed upon me by Nuwa was accomplished with great success. How much easier, then, is this system mission? Even if it is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, I, Daji, will locate him." Following the faint traces, Daji ventured towards the three major sects, only to find them devoid of life, save for a few cleaning disciples. She approached an outer disciple and, employing her enchanting skills, inquired, "Where is your sect leader?" The system responded, "Host, it appears that your home has been invaded." Releasing her grip on the disciple, he collapsed softly to the ground. Daji, amused yet vexed, remarked, "How utterly despicable." With that, she vanished in an instant. The celestial and demonic battle was reignited, and this time, the cultivation realm was well prepared, advancing with fervor. Caught off guard, the once stable demon realm suffered significant losses. "Where is His Majesty?" "His Majesty is not in the demon realm." Haoyan, break the formation. The formidable powers of the three sects converged, centering around Lin Haoyan, as they began to channel their spiritual energy to breach the defensive array of the nine-tailed palace. The array, overwhelmed by the relentless assault of numerous cultivators, began to shatter. Just as the demon cultivators were on the brink of succumbing, the sky above the nine-tailed palace erupted with thunder and lightning, as a sultry yet chilling voice resonated through the heavens. An ambush? Is this the conduct of righteous cultivators? Ha! Immediately, a surge of crimson light erupted, repelling the besieging cultivators, as if their very insides were about to rupture from the immense pressure. Daji descended slowly from the sky, her silvery hair billowing in the wind, her crimson attire swirling around her. The face that typically wore a seductive smile was now icy cold, her red eyes ablaze with fury. Those who offend the nine-tailed palace shall be punished. A dark, malevolent energy obscured the vision of the onlookers, descending with a cataclysmic force, prompting the cultivators to resist with all their might. You righteous individuals resort to ambushes. How utterly base. In the realm of cultivation, a young practitioner scoffed, that also stems from your dark cultivators. You often engage in ambushes. Why should we be denied the same? The formidable dark cultivator laughed heartily, stating, from my perspective, you are merely afraid of our dark emperor. His words caused the countenance of the assembled powerful cultivators to shift. The assertion held truth. They had deliberately chosen a time when the unparalleled Dark Maiden was absent from the demon realm, seeking a swift resolution to their conflict with the dark cultivators. Just as the pressure from Daji became unbearable for the cultivators, a surge of white spiritual energy surged forth, intercepting an attack aimed at them. Lin Haoyan soared into the air to confront Daji's onslaught. He implored her, I have no desire to fight you. You need not concern yourself with the demon realm and could live freely. Daji retorted with a mocking smile. Was I not living freely in the past? How did the righteous ones behave, branding me a traitor, harboring ulterior motives, and deeming dark cultivators as the innate enemies of the cultivation world? Her voice was airy, yet the implications of her words left the cultivators agitated. The celestial fairy Lingyun approached Lin Haoyan and inquired, why do you not offer an explanation? Daji, as if amused by a jest, laughed. An explanation? Ha! Why should I need to explain? Lin Haoyan reflected on the past, when she had quietly departed. Everyone had merely speculated about the identity of the unparalleled Dark Maiden and had already begun to categorize her as an adversary. It seemed no one had ever afforded her the opportunity for explanation. The sect master of the ancient heaven sect and the third elder shared a poignant understanding. When the unparalleled Dark Maiden had visited their sect, she had even guided the disciples in their cultivation, rectifying some of their incomplete sword techniques. Was that a mistake? With a graceful wave of her hand, Daji summoned an overwhelming surge of magical power. What fault lies with me? The true error rests with this world. Since it cannot accommodate me, I shall overturn it. As she spoke, dark thunderclouds gathered ominously in the sky, and with the weight of heavenly authority, a lightning tribulation descended upon her. Daji narrowed her fox-like eyes, her silvery hair rustling in the tempest, and with a deft incantation, she dissipated the celestial lightning. She had indeed transcended her limits. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Lin Haoyan also attempted to forcibly ascend under the influence of the thunder. Daji scoffed dismissively. Merely a terrestrial immortal. The clash of divine beings was not a matter for mere mortals to intervene in, and thus they all retreated. A cataclysmic force of magic flowed ceaselessly from Daji, igniting Lin Haoyan's fighting spirit. However, he remained only a terrestrial immortal. Even as the favored child of this realm, he could not rival Daji's celestial prowess, especially given her status as a formidable being emerging from the primordial chaos. Lin Haoyan was struck down by Daji's might, plummeting from the sky, only to be caught urgently by Lingyun. Haoyan, are you all right? Lin Haoyan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and weakly replied, I am fine. Mother is amazing. The little one, cradled in the palace maid's arms, clapped her tiny hands in delight. Lingyun, struck by a sudden thought, set Lin Haoyan down and swiftly approached the palace maid, snatching the little one away. Stop it, mother. Lingyun, holding the little one by the scruff of her neck, spoke coldly, release them. Daji descended slowly from the heavens, her fox-like eyes narrowing slightly, a dangerous glimmer igniting in her red pupils. Are you threatening me? Indeed. Chapter 61. The Failed Tribulation of the Sorceress. Ha! Daji laughed heartily, instantly appearing before Lingyun. Before Lingyun could react, Daji seized the small dumpling and cradled it in her arms, while simultaneously grasping Lingyun's neck and lifting her high. Power is essential for threats, Lingyun. You have always been inferior to me. Though one might expect fear, Lingyun's expression hardened as she closely scrutinized the alluring face before her. Memories flooding back of when she once heeded her words. She could never compare to the unparalleled sorceress, be it in beauty or strength. Lingyun's aura grew increasingly erratic as Lin Haotian, struggling, managed to rise from the ground. Release her. Daji glanced sideways at the small dumpling in her arms. Her tone softening. Dumpling, do you think we should let them go? The use of them instead of her indicated that everyone's fate rested upon the small dumpling's decision, not solely Lingyun's. The crowd shifted their gaze to the small dumpling, and upon noticing his hair resembling Daji's, they presumed him to be her child. Only the higher-ranked cultivators recognized that he was merely a spirit pet. The small dumpling hugged Daji's neck and bestowed a gentle kiss. His voice tender. They are all bullying Mother. They are bad people. Even if we let them go, they will still bully Mother. Lingyun's aura continued to spiral out of control, her eyes glimmering with a hint of madness. Lin Haotian summoned every ounce of strength to charge at Daji, intent on rescuing Lingyun. Carelessly, Daji dismissed Lingyun as one would discard refuse, striking towards Lin Haotian with a palm. A surge of light emanated from Lin Haotian's forehead, shielding him from this lethal blow. Daji remained undaunted as powerful consciousness assailed her. Her spiritual awareness surpasses even that of the old man. Lin Haotian struggled to rise and, upon hearing the elder's voice, inquired, "Elder, how are you?" The elder, a fallen celestial being, had his lingering soul residing within Lin Haotian, guiding him through his cultivation. In Lin Haotian's heart, the elder was both a mentor and a father figure. "I am fine. The one in trouble is you. This demoness possesses strength far beyond my expectations, particularly in her spiritual awareness, which is undoubtedly beyond what someone of her age should be capable of." "Who is she truly?" the elder exclaimed. "It is the power of rules." Daji extended her hand, catching a snowflake, and gazed upward, addressing the heavens. "Why do you interfere with me when you have chosen your child of destiny? Oh, am I, perchance, the villain you have designated?" Daji tossed her hair, having realized through numerous tasks that each seemed to unfold like a narrative, complete with protagonists, supporting characters, cannon fodder, and antagonists. In this particular endeavor, no matter her actions, she could not evade the role of the villain. "I do apologize, but my path is for me alone to decide." No sooner had Daji spoken than a force of black and white surged toward Lin Haotian. The heavens began to unleash a thunderous tribulation, yet Daji's power was overwhelmingly formidable, striking Lin Haotian amidst the tempest. In an instant, the world shifted in hue. "No!" Lingyun cried out in anguish. "Haotian, all are but ants," Daji remarked, looking down upon the crowd with indifference. A dazzling light erupted from Lin Haotian, akin to something shattering, before ultimately dissipating into the cosmos, his form vanishing into the void. Lingyun's face contorted in agony as she stared at Daji, filled with loathing, and asked, "Why? Why did you kill him? He saved you, bestowed upon you the ancient sword, and even refrained from striking you." Facing Lingyun's inquiry, Daji raised an eyebrow with amusement. "What concern is that of mine?" It was merely his unrequited sentiment. "You truly possess no heart." Daji chuckled softly. "Lingyun, could it not be said that this very outcome is precisely what you desired? Oh, save for this conclusion. Everything else aligns with your wishes." Daji's words struck a deep chord within Lingyun, prompting her to retort vehemently. "No, it is you who brings calamity to the world, who wreaks havoc upon all." Daji's fox-like eyes regarded Lingyun with a calm intensity, as if she could see into the depths of her thoughts. "No, it is your own fear of being overshadowed by my brilliance that has led you, out of selfish motives, to guide them against me at every turn. Alas, you miscalculated. Such petty tricks do not faze me." As Lingyun was confronted with the darkness within her own soul, she descended into madness, lunging towards Daji with surging spiritual energy. "No, she intends to self-destruct. Your Majesty, be cautious." Lingyun's self-detonation posed no threat to Daji. Once tranquility was restored, Daji gazed upon the fallen cultivators, her voice resonating with cold authority throughout the realm. "From henceforth, there shall be no distinction between the realms of cultivation and demonic practices. Only my subjects shall remain." In the aftermath of this battle, the realms of cultivation and demons came to an understanding of their millennia-long grievances. It became evident that the only difference lay in their practices, devoid of any notions of good or evil. Exchanges between demonic cultivators and practitioners flourished, bound by a singular decree, loyalty to the one from the nine-tailed palace. Regarding the enmity between demonic cultivators and righteous practitioners, it can be resolved on the life and death platform. Minor skirmishes occur from time to time, yet large-scale confrontations have yet to transpire. The unruly demonic cultivators, despite their ferocity, harbor a palpable fear of Daji's formidable power, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. After all, this Empress of Demons exhibits no favoritism between demonic cultivators and righteous practitioners. Should anyone provoke her ire, they face inevitable annihilation, irrespective of guilt or innocence, or who initiated the conflict. Over time, her temperament became well known, and the populace dared not engage in frivolous combat, for the nine-tailed Empress is not one to entertain reason. In this rare tranquility of the cultivation realm, anxious practitioners observed that this Empress of Demons had not exterminated them all, nor did she embody the bloodthirsty demon they had imagined. She merely acted capriciously. As long as one did not incite her wrath, all would be well. Conversely, the previously unruly demonic cultivators, under the Empress's intimidation, have significantly reformed, refraining from wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm. "Mother, is this lovely little flower a reward for me from you?" The little one exclaimed with delight, noticing yet another pink cherry blossom adorning her. She dashed over to embrace Daji's leg. Daji affectionately stroked the soft hair of the little one, akin to petting a puppy, and playfully tousled it. The little one was elated, flitting into the bath like a little bird, splashing about joyfully. "Mother, I wish to go play." In this era of peace, Daji dispatched her entire entourage to seek information about her original father's lineage. With little else demanding her attention, she consented to take the little one to the mortal realm for some leisure, while also catching up with old friends. Countless blossoms bloomed, painting the sky with a splendid array of colors, a breathtaking sight to behold from above the flower kingdom. After the flower emperor personally paid homage to the flower deity, the grand banquet commenced. Chapter 62. The Failed Transcendence of the Sorceress. 21. Conclusion. At the banquet of the flower kingdom, the ministers attended with their wives and daughters, their intentions unmistakably clear. Traditionally, during this time of year, the flower emperor would select several captivating women for his harem. Yet today, the emperor appeared somewhat distracted. "Your Majesty, this is a dance my daughter has just learned," one of the ministers announced. The emperor, sipping his wine with indifference, occasionally glanced towards the outside. "Your Majesty, we await your approval." A familiar voice emerged from behind the bed curtains, causing the emperor's eyes to brighten. There lay Daji, reclining gracefully, with the sleeping little one nestled beside her. "Why didn't you call for me sooner?" The emperor mused. Had he known she was coming, he would have hastened the banquet's conclusion. Daji had not come solely to seek the emperor. She had taken the little one for a playful excursion outside the palace. And only once the child had grown weary and fallen asleep did she decide to visit him. "What of your reward?" After the celestial and demonic conflict, Daji had specifically come to request the spirit of guardian from the emperor, promising substantial gratitude in return. The spirit of guardian was a potent talisman for an emperor, a symbol of heritage, such a vital relic. Yet the emperor conceded it without hesitation, simply at Daji's request. Daji gestured towards herself. "Your Majesty may collect it personally." A surge of fervent emotion welled up in the emperor's eyes as he strode forward to cradle the little one, ensuring she was comfortably settled with the palace attendants. Before turning back to embrace Daji, after a night of unrestrained passion, the emperor held Daji close and murmured, "I wish to pass on my throne." The nature of their relationship had evolved into that of lovers. He was the mortal emperor, and she the mistress of the nine-tailed palace, unifying the realm of cultivation. Though the emperor would not explicitly ask Daji to remain, he contemplated following her into the unknown. Daji tenderly caressed the exquisite visage of the flower emperor, her voice a melodious whisper. "How delightful it would be to be your empress, yet you insist on troubling yourself with the confines of my harem." Daji was well aware that she was not the only one to captivate men. Indeed, any formidable female cultivator could easily attract multiple lovers. However, a woman of Daji's caliber, possessing both strength and unparalleled beauty, was truly irresistible. Initially, the flower emperor had thought it sufficient to enjoy her companionship as a lover. But as time flowed like a gentle stream, his yearning to see her daily intensified. With a gentle pat on his cheek, Daji playfully urged. Be good and fulfill your role as emperor. She had no desire to establish a harem. The present arrangement suited her perfectly. After a long moment of contemplation, the flower emperor finally acquiesced, murmuring, understood. It was his own greed that led him to foolishly wish to possess her. Have there been any updates? He inquired. 17, who had assumed the position of the ancient heavenly sex leader, had been diligently assisting Daji in her quest to uncover the whereabouts of her biological father. However, he shook his head, not yet. Despite her dominion over the cultivation world, the task of uncovering familial ties remained elusive, causing a flicker of frustration in Daji. Fortunately, she still had ample time to search. Do not worry, junior sister. I shall surely find him for you, 17 vowed earnestly. Daji gazed at the man before her, now a formidable force in his own right, reminiscent of the bashful figure he had been when they first met. His eyes sparkled with the clarity of a pristine lake, pure and luminous. Thank you, brother 17, she expressed sincerely. During the great siege of the demon realm, 17 had remained uninvolved. In his heart, he would never be adversarial towards his junior sister, Daji. With a flush of warmth on his ears, 17 exchanged a few words with Daji before being whisked away by the little one. Uncle 17, I want to ride a big horse. All right. Observing the contrasting figures of great and small, a gentle smile graced Daji's lips. The system inquired, Host, is 17 not handsome enough? Why do you not take action? Daji replied, Not every man is meant to be possessed by me. She could not offer 17 love, nor did she wish for him to become her lover. Perhaps this was the most favorable state of affairs. Years passed, and 17 never expressed his feelings, while Daji found herself surrounded by many men. Yet she treated 17 solely as a fellow disciple. Even the Flower Emperor could no longer bear witness to this, and urged 17 to declare his intentions. Such guardianship was sufficient. He merely wished to stand behind her, eternally protecting his junior sister Daji, without contemplating anything further. The whereabouts of the original host's father remained a mystery, which only deepened Daji's melancholy until the day the thunder struck. 17, who stood by Daji's side, gazed skyward. It is the tribulation of the little one. When a spirit pet undergoes transformation, it must face a thunder tribulation. After years of growth, the little one was finally on the cusp of adulthood. This tribulation was far more perilous than a mere thunderclap. Thick bolts of lightning fell, singeing the little one's silvery hair. Daji and the members of the nine-tailed palace watched from a distance, anxious for the little one's survival. Such formidable lightning. One could only wonder if the young prince could withstand it. It was said there were 81 bolts of heavenly thunder. Hold strong, young prince. At that moment, the storm clouds gathered ominously, as if the heavens themselves were about to collapse. With 80 bolts of lightning crashing down, the little one could no longer maintain human form, transforming into a pristine snow lotus that stood elegantly between heaven and earth. At last, the final bolt of heavenly thunder struck, and the hurricane marred the delicate petals of the snow lotus, leaving those outside in a state of acute distress. 81 strikes. Go, little prince. At that moment, the petals of the snow lotus all fell away, leaving only the lotus pod quivering precariously, as if it might snap at any moment. It hurt so much. Woe is me. I must endure. I must grow strong to protect my mother. Mother, Tawanzi hurts. The heartfelt cries of the little one echoed, and Daji, standing before the nine-tailed palace, pressed her lips together, her gaze unwavering from the little one. As the last bolt of thunder descended with cataclysmic force, the onlookers braced themselves, fearing the little one would be obliterated. In that moment, a flash of red light appeared, and Daji shielded the child from the thunder. Mother, your majesty, junior sister. Daji opened her eyes, cradling the snow lotus in her arms and rising to her feet. I am unharmed. The snow lotus was reduced to a charred heart, and Daji pricked her finger to nourish it with her blood. As the snow lotus absorbed her essence, it instantly radiated a silvery light, rejuvenating the heart and causing petals to bloom anew. Junior sister, this is Tawanzi's tribulation. Only by facing adversity alone can one truly grow. I cannot predict the effects of shielding Tawanzi. Daji caressed the petals of the snow lotus, her voice tender. This is my child nourished by my blood. There is no need for him to mature. Even if Tawanzi remains in his juvenile form forever, as long as I exist, I shall always protect him. System, host. You now resemble an indulgent parent. Daji cradled the snow lotus as she departed, ascending to the pinnacle of the snowy realm. Gently, She placed the snow lotus down, infusing it with her spiritual energy while nourishing it with her blood. After several days, the snow lotus erupted into a resplendent bloom, revealing a young boy curled within its heart. His silvery white hair and crimson pupils lent an enchanting allure to his ethereal visage. "Mother, I have grown up." Daji opened her eyes, her complexion pale from blood loss. Gazing at the now mature little one, she smiled with relief. "It is well." Yet, as she spoke, darkness enveloped her vision. "Congratulations, host. Task completed." Chapter 63. The delicate white lotus. She had yet to uncover the whereabouts of the original owner's father. So how had the task been completed? System. The original owner's desire was to find kin and experience the warmth of familial affection. This kinship does not necessarily pertain solely to blood relations. The bond between the little one and the host is indeed a form of family. Over the years, the nurturing relationship they shared has fostered a sense of familial warmth. Thus, when Daji struggled to locate anyone with a blood connection to the original owner, the task was not deemed a failure, thanks to the little one's presence. The task remained incomplete due to the absence of opportunity. When the little one faced peril during tribulation, Daji could no longer restrain herself and intervened to protect him, further affirming his significance in her heart. Subsequently, she expended her own spiritual energy and blood to aid in his recovery, culminating in the task's fulfillment. Daji remained silent for a moment before speaking softly. "How is the little one?" "Rest assured, host. When we departed, the little one was blessed with fortune. He is now a child of new destiny." As Lin Haoyan fell, the heavens would naturally choose another child of destiny, and this new child of fortune was none other than the little dumpling. The uniqueness of the child of destiny had already been experienced by Daji, allowing her to set her mind at ease as she entered the next task realm. When Daji opened her eyes once more, she found herself in a hospital bed, inhabiting the body of Chao Kursin, a girl with congenital heart disease. The original owner, Chao Kursin, suffered from this affliction, and her obsessive parents, in a desperate attempt to save their daughter, bore a younger sister, Chao Anshin, 3 years her junior, to serve as the source of her heart. Chao Anshin had been raised abroad, awaiting the appropriate moment to donate her heart to her elder sister. As Chao Kursin's condition deteriorated, an urgent surgery became imperative. Her parents deliberated on bringing Chao Anshin back to the country for the transplant. Overhearing this conversation filled the original owner with shock, guilt, and self-reproach, culminating in a heart attack that led to her untimely demise. The system noted that Chao Kursin's wish was to live like an ordinary person. From birth, she had resided in an incubator, with the Chao family having established a hospital specifically for her care. It could be said that her time in the hospital exceeded her time at home. She was prohibited from engaging in vigorous activities, experiencing emotional fluctuations, or enduring disturbances. Her life was devoid of any significant upheaval. Thus, upon learning for the first time of her previously unseen biological sister, who was also her heart's source, the emotional shock proved too much for Chao Kursin, leading to her tragic end. Daji opened her eyes again, finding herself on the hospital bed where the original owner's heart condition had become increasingly perilous. Meanwhile, her sister Chao Anshin had reached the age of 18, eligible for the heart transplant, and time was of the essence to avoid missing the optimal window for the surgery. "Koexian, how are you? Are you feeling any better?" Mother Chao sat anxiously at the foot of the bed, her gaze fixed on her daughter. Being her first child, she had poured all her love and devotion into this daughter. "I'm fine, Mom," Daji replied, sensing the frailty of her body. At this rate, she feared she had no more than a year left to live. Mother Chao gently stroked her daughter's head and said with affection, "Rest assured, a suitable heart source has been found. Take good care of yourself, and you'll be able to undergo surgery soon." "Mom, I already know," Daji managed a feeble smile. "About my sister." A flicker of guilt crossed Mother Chao's face. "Don't talk nonsense. The Chao family has only one daughter." The parents of the Chao family were genuinely concerned for their eldest daughter, but more importantly, they were invested in the marriage between Chao Ke-Xian and Shi Yiting. Years ago, Grandfather Chao had saved the head of the Shi family, leading to this union, and now the Shi family was a top-tier affluent household, while the Chao family was merely second-tier. They were unwilling to forego this alliance. Daji feigned a heartbroken expression, her delicate visage evoking sympathy. "Mom, I want to see Chao and Xian." Upon hearing her daughter utter the name of her younger sister, Mother Chao realized she could no longer conceal the truth. After a moment of contemplation, she acquiesced to Daji's request. The hospital where Daji was admitted was a private establishment of the Qiao family. In the office of the hospital director, Father Qiao, holding a medical report, struck Qiao and Xian harshly across the face, demanding in fury, "Whose child is it?" Mother Qiao, assisting Daji towards the office door, was met with her husband's accusatory voice. Shocked, she pushed the door open and looked at her long-lost younger daughter in disbelief, asking, "You're pregnant?" What truly shattered Xiao Anxin's tranquility was the revelation of her unexpected pregnancy. Daji scrutinized the original owner's sister, Xiao Anxin, whose striking features bore a resemblance to the original owner. The original owner, frail due to health issues, possessed an innocent and captivating countenance, coupled with a delicate, sickly aura, truly a portrayal of a pure white lotus. The desires of the protagonist, Qiao Curson, were rather uncomplicated. The voice of Lu Lingjiu echoed in Daji's mind. A normal existence is a simple affair for an ordinary person, yet for the original owner, it represented an unattainable luxury. Even the system could not help but exclaim, "This is the simplest wish I have ever encountered. The difficulty of this task is rather low." Indeed, as long as Daji could remedy the heart condition and lead a stable life, the objective would be nearly fulfilled. However, who was Daji? A wicked woman who toyed with King Zhou and manipulated the ministers of Chaoga at her whim. Would she truly settle for such monotony? Now that she had arrived, she intended to revel in the experience. Daji feigned astonishment and called out, "Sister." Upon learning the truth about her parents having raised her abroad, Xiao Anxin gazed at her frail sister, feeling a tumult of emotions. Her sister had the familial love she had long yearned for, and although she should harbor resentment, fate had also been equitable, granting her sister a complete family while bestowing upon herself a healthy body. She could not bring herself to blame Qiao Curson. Upon seeing his eldest daughter, Qiao's father discreetly concealed the medical report. "Mom and Dad, please do not be angry. Allow Anxin to explain first." As for the child, Xiao Anxin was oblivious to its paternity. In her inebriated state, she had encountered a man during a moment of reckless abandon. Never anticipating that such a night would lead to pregnancy, Xiao Anxin was raised abroad from a young age, harboring an intense yearning for familial affection. Upon discovering that she was a source of organs for her sister, her despair deepened. The identity of the child was inconsequential to her. She longed to bear a child connected by blood. She gently caressed her flat abdomen and declared, "I want to bring this child into the world." It was certain that her parents, Qiao father and Qiao mother, would not agree, so Xiao Anxin resorted to threatening to end her life. "Mom and Dad, let's heed my sister's wishes. My body can wait," Daji urged her parents, feeling warmth in her heart as her elder sister spoke up for her. Xiao Anxin expressed her gratitude with a soft thank you to Daji. Qiao father turned to the silent man in a white coat beside him, asking, "Dr. Shang, can Curson's body wait for a year?" Daji had long been aware of this quiet young doctor, Sheng Shuren, a medical prodigy who had been hired by the Qiao family 3 years prior as Curson's primary physician. Behind his mask, his keen phoenix eyes sparkled with interest, as if he were amused by the unfolding drama. Chapter 64. The delicate white lotus too. His deep voice was melodious. "It is possible." Daji narrowed her eyes, feeling an instinctual thrill at the sound. The Fox clan is known for their allure, and Daji, as the matriarch of the Fox lineage, had passed this trait to her descendants. Placing a hand over her heart, she feigned a delicate demeanor. "Dr. Shang, I feel a bit unwell." Daji pushed away Qiao mother's hand and naturally rested her arm on Sheng Shuren's. The original Qiao Curson had maintained a standard doctor-patient relationship with Sheng Shuren, keeping her distance from other males due to her engagement. Daji, however, placed her hand on Sheng Shuren's arm and gently grasped it, saying, "Thank you for your assistance." Dr. Sheng. On a sweltering summer day, Sheng Shuren donned a short-sleeved shirt, while the girl's palm felt somewhat cool, the soft touch against his arm eliciting a slight itch. At the Qiao family private hospital, Qiao Curson spent more time within its walls than at home, prompting the preparation of an entire floor dedicated to her. In addition to her exclusive hospital room, she also possessed a personal chamber. As Sheng Shuren assisted Daji towards her ward, she paused and requested, "Dr. Sheng, could you assist me to my own room instead?" Typically, on days without treatment, the original patient would remain in her personal quarters. Concerned, Sheng Shuren replied, "Let us first conduct an examination in the ward." Qiao Curson's hospital room was equipped with the most advanced mechanical instruments, with all necessary examination apparatus readily available, allowing for immediate surgical procedures if needed. However, unless absolutely required. Xiao Curson preferred to avoid staying in this room. Daji nodded, her voice sweet and compliant. All right. Sheng Shuren had prepared himself for refusal, but was pleasantly surprised by her consent for the examination. Though Xiao Curson appeared calm and obedient, she was actually quite resistant to treatment, a fact he discovered after becoming her attending physician. Upon entering the ward, the abundance of white and the cold instruments served as stark reminders of her dwindling life, explaining the original patient's strong aversion. The hospital bed towered above, and Daji bit her pale lip, gazing at Sheng Shuren with a pleading expression. Dr. Sheng, could you lift me up? I lack the strength. At just 21 years of age, Xiao Curson, due to her congenital heart condition, appeared frailier than her younger sister Qiao Anxin, who was 3 years her junior. Standing beside Sheng Shuren, she barely reached his chest, her doe-like eyes gazing up at him, effortlessly stirring a man's protective instincts. This is his patient. Sheng Shuren fell silent for a moment, bending down to embrace Daji's slender waist. How delicate. He shook off the fleeting thoughts that surfaced in his mind and lifted Daji into a princess carry, her slender arms encircling his neck. The fragrance that enveloped the girl bore no trace of medicinal odor. Rather, it was an indescribable subtle scent. Unable to resist, Sheng Shuren discreetly inhaled it before gently placing her on the hospital bed. Daji tugged lightly at Sheng Shuren's white coat, her voice a blend of sweetness and allure. Thank you, Dr. Sheng. Observing the girl before him, who appeared so dependent, and recalling her deteriorating health, Sheng Shuren felt a softening in his heart. The attractive brows hidden beneath his glasses relaxed, and he replied gently, You're welcome, Miss Qiao. You are my patient. Daji blinked playfully, her tone teasing. Dr. Sheng, you can just call me by my name. We've known each other for 3 years. There's no need to be so formal. Indeed, it had been 3 years, yet the original owner of this body had always treated Sheng Shuren with polite detachment, hardly speaking more than she did today. Sheng Shuren was also quite surprised. The Xiao Curson he knew seemed somewhat different from the one before him now. Previously, she had been quiet, seemingly waiting in tranquility for the passage of her own life. Today, however, she radiated a newfound vitality. Due to congenital heart disease, the original owner had spent years in the hospital, her skin pale, her features undeniably beautiful, yet devoid of life, resembling a soulless porcelain doll. Daji's arrival had breathed life into this doll. The girl's eyes sparkled with the innocence of a child, and her plea was one Sheng Shuren found impossible to refuse. Xiao Curson, he softly uttered her name, picking up his stethoscope. Let us begin with an examination. When Daji arrived, the original owner had just overheard her parents discussing that she had a younger sister whose heart served as her source of life. The original owner yearned to survive, yet she could not bear the thought of using her own sister's heart. Overwhelmed by emotion, she suffered a heart attack, leading her to the emergency room, clad in a hospital gown. The loose fabric of the hospital attire emphasized Daji's fragility. After obediently lying down, she began to unbutton her clothing. Sheng Shuren observed her actions, a flicker of surprise crossing his calm eyes, his tone slightly urgent. What are you doing? Daji replied innocently. I'm undressing for an examination. Wearing a mask, Sheng Shuren's expression was obscured, yet the slight furrow of his brow suggested a complex emotional state. I can't hear you clearly. He managed to keep his voice steady, though Daji's keen senses detected a tremor beneath his calm facade. It seemed he was a naive young man at heart. Aren't we doing a cardiac ultrasound? Having suffered from her illness for many years, Xiao Curson was well acquainted with the numerous examinations. A cardiac ultrasound required the application of a coupling agent, necessitating direct contact with the skin. Such procedures were typically performed by a female doctor for the original owner. Sheng Shuren paused, his hand holding the stethoscope halted. And though his expression remained hidden behind the mask, Daji could discern his embarrassment through his subtle gaze. I will go fetch Dr. Zhou, he said. Dr. Zhou was the female doctor who frequently conducted examinations for the original owner. Daji clasped her chest, struggling to breathe. Dr. Zhou has personal matters to attend to and is not in the hospital. As Daji's attending physician, Sheng Shuren was acutely aware of her physical condition. Setting aside his internal discomfort, he took up the coupling agent and applied it to Daji, initiating a cardiac ultrasound examination. The original host's heart bore an immense burden, reaching a critical point of exhaustion. Out of concern for her emotional well-being, the doctors chose not to inform her that she had merely a year left. Observing Daji's pale, delicate face, no larger than a palm, Sheng Shuren suddenly felt a pang of compassion. They should not deceive her. This girl, though born into opulence and possessing a life that ordinary girls could only dream of, complete with a handsome and accomplished fiancé, had been cruelly deprived of her health by fate. Without surgical intervention, it seemed unlikely that she would survive the year. "Dr. Sheng, how is it?" Daji's voice was soft, her eyes shimmering with hope, prompting Sheng Shuren to lower his gaze, avoiding her pleading stare. "It's all right. Dr. Sheng, could you please help me wipe off the coupling agent? It feels sticky and uncomfortable." After the examination, remnants of the coupling agent still clung to her skin. Faced with the girl's request, Sheng Shuren found it hard to refuse. She was his patient, and time was not on her side. Chapter 65. The fragile white lotus. Contemplating this, Sheng Shuren felt a surge of empathy for Daji, and the earlier sense of awkwardness dissipated. He began to meticulously wipe away the coupling agent from her body. The young girl's abdomen was flat. Her heart condition had rendered her frail, and lying on the hospital bed, the outline of her ribs was faintly visible beneath her excessively pale skin. All done. Sheng Shuren discarded the tissue into the trash, adjusting her hospital gown, only to lift his gaze and find her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "What troubles you?" Sheng Xian, believing she was unwell, hurriedly checked on her. The young girl, shy and timid, replied, "I am fine." Her eyes, strikingly evident on her delicate face, sparkled like autumn waters, while the blush on her cheeks added to her charm, rendering her irresistibly enchanting. Sheng Xian recalled that Miss Qiao had been frail since childhood, akin to a flower nurtured in a greenhouse, noble yet fragile, possessing a serene and innocent disposition, seldom mingling with strangers. Aside from her fiancé, Shi Yeting, no one had ever dared to engage with her so intimately. Was she feeling bashful? Contemplating this, the corners of Sheng Xian's mouth curled slightly beneath his mask. Finding the girl somewhat endearing, and gently inquired, "Would you like to read?" Typically, Qiao Kerson's most frequent pastime was reading. On this floor, there existed a study belonging to her, filled with numerous books collected by the Qiao family. Daji shook her head, gazing at Sheng Xian with longing. "I wish to take a stroll." The original owner had been well protected. The Qiao couple never allowed her to roam freely, confining her walks merely to the vicinity of the hospital. "I saw a park nearby online. Dr. Sheng, could you take me to see it?" The girl's voice was soft, laced with a plea, her bright eyes brimming with anticipation. Daji's long eyelashes fluttered. "In all my years, I have yet to visit a park." The normal activities of others were beyond Qiao Kerson's reach. The Qiao couple's concern for her was indeed excessive. Such a perilous endeavor would never permit her involvement. Sheng Xian fell silent. A silent stream of tears cascaded down the girl's face, the rosy hue draining from her cheeks, leaving her pallid visage heart-wrenching to behold. The young girl's voice was serene, as if she were recounting the tale of another rather than narrating the dwindling moments of her own existence. This very quality imbued her with a delicate beauty that was profoundly fragile. "All right," said Sheng Xian, his tone gentle. "Thank you." Daji responded with a grateful smile, reminiscent of a child easily appeased. "Just a moment, I shall change my attire." The girl murmured, brushing her colorless lips, "Yes, I need to apply some lip balm." For others, a simple stroll in the park seemed commonplace, yet for her, it felt akin to a long-anticipated journey. As Sheng Xian perused a medical book, Daji emerged, transformed in her new outfit. The pale yellow dress accentuated her already fair complexion, enhancing her porcelain-like skin. With her hair styled in a half bun, adorned with a frangipani hairpin, the remaining strands cascaded gracefully over her chest. She had applied a soft pink lip color, rendering her appearance vibrant and endearing. "Dr. Sheng, I am ready," Daji said, lifting her skirt as she carefully twirled before him. "Does this look nice?" She bore the anticipation and nervousness of one attending an important rendezvous. Sheng Xian closed the medical book and removed his mask, responding, "It looks lovely." With his handsome features complemented by an air of refinement, he was a sight to behold. Upon shedding his white coat, he revealed casual attire beneath, showcasing a well-proportioned physique. Daji stood before him, noticeably shorter by a head. Before they entered the vehicle, Sheng Xian reiterated his concern, "If you feel unwell, please inform me at once." Daji nodded obediently, "Mm." The park features a long, winding river, bordered by an extensive main path adorned with vibrant flowers, lush greenery, and fitness facilities, a quintessential park. Yet, Daji brimmed with excitement, eagerly exploring her surroundings upon alighting from the vehicle. Sheng Shuren trailed behind her, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he observed her animated figure. A group of children frolicked in the open space, engaged in a game of handkerchief toss, and Daji stood at the periphery, her curiosity tinged with envy. When she spotted Sheng Shuren approaching, she shyly confessed, "Dr. Sheng, I have never played these games." Such simple pleasures had been foreign to Qiao Kursen's childhood, which had consisted solely of reading and piano practice, cultivating one's character and tranquility. Daji's yearning, though partly feigned, was rooted in the genuine desires of the original owner. After conversing briefly with the children, Sheng Shuren and Daji joined their playful ranks. Naturally, Daji merely sat amongst them, not truly engaging in the chase, but savoring the sense of participation. "Catch him! Hurry!" The children's laughter echoed as Sheng Shuren, drenched in sweat, bent down to lift Daji, declaring, "Let's go. These little rascals are quite exhausting." Daji instinctively placed her hand in his palm, and at that moment, Sheng Shuren marveled inwardly at her small, slender fingers, so soft. After helping her up, Sheng Shuren naturally extended his hand, and Daji retrieved a tissue from her bag, standing on her tiptoes to dab the sweat from his brow. Their proximity allowed Sheng Shuren to catch a whiff of the delicate, sweet fragrance that enveloped the young girl. Her skin was smooth and delicate. At such close proximity, one could discern the fine fuzz on her face. Her expression was one of intense focus, seemingly oblivious to the inappropriateness of the proximity between them. "Dr. Sheng, would you like some water?" I'll go buy some." Not far away was a small convenience store. Daji patiently waited beside him while Sheng Shuren purchased 2 bottles of mineral water, handing one to Daji and unscrewing the cap of the other, drinking half of it in quick gulps. In his haste, a few droplets trickled from the corner of his mouth, cascading down his throat to his collarbone, ultimately disappearing into his clothing. A flicker of shadow crossed Daji's eyes as she extended her bottle to Sheng Shuren, saying, "Dr. Sheng, could you help me open this?" "I apologize." He had forgotten that she was a girl, and a frail one at that. After apologizing, Sheng Shuren hurriedly twisted the cap for Daji. However, as she took it, her hand slipped. Oh no! The entire bottle of open mineral water spilled onto Sheng Shuren. "I'm so sorry. I was a bit distracted and couldn't catch it." Daji furrowed her brow, flustered as she explained, I didn't mean to." Chapter 66. The delicate white lotus flower, for she was so light. Sheng Shuren carefully carried Daji on his back, taking small, measured steps, fearful of startling her. "Are you all right?" Daji wrapped her arms around his neck, her entire being pressed against his back, her small head resting on his shoulder. Her breath tickled Sheng Shuren. "I'm fine. I have some fast-acting heart pills in my pocket. You should take 5 first." Sheng Shuren wore a t-shirt on his upper body, with pockets only in his trousers. Daji wrapped one arm around his neck, while the other ventured downward. As Sheng Shuren walked, Daji suddenly reached into his pocket. Sheng Shuren's entire body stiffened, coming to an abrupt halt. "What are you doing?" His voice bore a heavy tone. Daji's hand explored until it finally encountered the medicine in his trouser pocket, her expression innocent. "I was just getting the medicine. Perhaps it was merely an accidental brush." Sheng Shuren resumed his stride, oblivious to the triumphant smile on the woman's face behind him. At long last, they reached the car. Sheng Shuren swiftly opened the door and settled inside, inhaling deeply. Daji opened the passenger door and leisurely took her seat, leaning towards Sheng Shuren with a concerned look. "Dr. Sheng, aren't you cold?" Following Daji's gaze, Sheng Shuren noticed that she had clumsily spilled water on him, saturating a large portion of his front clothing, which clung uncomfortably to his skin. "Not cold." Daji's scrutiny made Sheng Shuren instinctively tighten his legs. The unexpected intimacy from carrying Daji earlier left him feeling particularly uneasy. Though he understood it was unintentional, the perpetually single Sheng Shuren was rather sensitive. Daji observed his discomfort with amusement, masking her mirth with an innocent demeanor as she pointed at his damp shirt. "Dr. Sheng, you should take off your shirt. Wearing wet clothes could make you ill." It was the height of summer. Shedding his upper garment would not bring a chill. However, there was a young lady present. Daji nodded obediently, refraining from further comment, and seeing this, Sheng Shuren secretly exhaled in relief. Uncertain of the reason, today, Qiao Kursen struck him as markedly different. Though she remained quiet, obedient, and innocent, an unusual feeling stirred within him. Upon returning to the hospital, Sheng Shuren parked the car and inquired with genuine concern, "Are you all right?" Daji flashed a charming smile, responding, "I'm fine. I've taken my medicine and feel much better. You can smell for yourself." As she spoke, Daji opened her mouth and leaned closer to Sheng Shuren, a hint of medicinal aroma wafting towards him, confirming her adherence to the prescription. In such proximity, Sheng Shuren not only caught the scent of the medicine but also beheld her delicately defined eyelashes and her eyes, which sparkled like stars. The young girl, with her brows arched and a hint of playful arrogance, declared, "Am I not well behaved?" Feeling a twinge of fluster, Sheng Shuren instinctively stepped back, unfastening his seatbelt and hurriedly exiting the vehicle, clearing his throat as he replied, "Yes, quite well behaved. Of course, I'm merely following medical advice." She chimed, her voice sweet and almost childlike, swaying as if awaiting praise. Sheng Shuren couldn't help but smile tenderly. "Come down now." Daji pushed on the car door. Glancing at Sheng Shuren with a hint of frustration, "I can't open it." How could he forget? She was the young lady of the Chow family, accustomed to being chauffeured, incapable of opening car doors herself. Sheng Shuren quickly circled to the passenger side to assist her. Daji extended her hand and said, "Dr. Sheng, I'm too weak. Could you carry me upstairs?" The hospital entrance featured a set of stairs, and recalling that Daji had only moved about a little, he realized her condition warranted his assistance. He acquiesced and allowed her to rest on his back. "Thank you, Dr. Sheng," she murmured softly. "This is the boldest thing I've done in 21 years. Sheng Shuren was well aware that Xiao Kursen had spent nearly every day of her life in the hospital, delicately cared for like a porcelain doll, surrounded by a protective entourage. The envy of many, Miss Xiao was but a sickly canary, counting down the days of her existence. The thought that she had merely a year left to live weighed heavily on Sheng Shuren's heart. In truth, he knew Qiao Anxin, as her mother had raised her abroad, making them akin to childhood companions. It was he who had revealed to her the truth about Xiao Kursen's organ source. He could not bear the thought of his younger sister, Qiao Anxin, being sacrificed by her biological parents to provide a heart for her elder sister. She was only 18. At this moment, Sheng Shuren could not accept that this 21-year-old girl should perish so easily. He resolved to assist Daji in finding an alternative source for a heart, thus sparing Qiao Anxin and ensuring Xiao Kursen's survival. However, the young woman spoke calmly. "Dr. Sheng, if they intend to replace my heart with Anxin's, I implore you not to perform the surgery." She continued, "She is my sister. After 18 years abroad, she has not experienced the warmth of family. This is what my parents and I owe her. I have known the love of my parents. Even if I have but a year left, I have no regrets. Yet my sister is still young, with a new life ahead of her. She deserves to live." It dawned on him that she understood everything. The Qiao couple may have been heartless and biased, yet Xiao Kursen possessed a kindness that shone brightly. "Kursen, you are truly kind. Who could resist such a charming and beautiful little fairy?" In the midst of turmoil, Sheng Shuren silently resolved to alleviate Daji's suffering by seeking a heart source for her, determined to save her. Upon returning to the ward, Qiao's parents were in a state of frantic worry. "Kursen, where have you been? You frightened your mother to death." After addressing Qiao Anxin's situation, they realized their eldest daughter was missing, causing them great distress. "Mother, I merely went downstairs for a stroll." Daji, having descended from Sheng Shuren's embrace, nestled against Xiao's mother, sweetly coaxing, "Mother, I wish to take a leisurely walk. It would be beneficial for my health." Although the original character was typically quiet and well-behaved, she had never indulged in such affection with her parents. Daji's tender antics melted Xiao's mother's heart, who embraced her children and reassured, "Just remember to take care of yourself." "Yes, I understand. I won't worry my parents." Xiao's father, his stern demeanor softening considerably, advised Daji to rest well before summoning Sheng Shuren to step outside. In the doctor's office, Xiao's father directly inquired, "Dr. Sheng, can Kursen's health sustain her for another year?" Qiao Anxin had already promised her parents that, once she bore a child, she would promptly undergo surgery to provide her sister with a heart. Qiao Anxin's voluntary heart transplant, paired with the pretense of dying from complications during childbirth, constituted a clever plan. Furthermore, given Xiao Kursen's condition, even post-surgery, there could be lingering repercussions, potentially jeopardizing her chances of motherhood. With only 2 daughters in the Qiao family, Qiao Anxin's child could conveniently be raised by them. After careful consideration, Qiao's father consented. "Has Mr. Qiao secured an alternative heart source?" Sheng Xian has consistently received support from the Qiao family for his studies and further education. His mother, who is highly trusted, is currently abroad taking care of Qiao Anxin. Mr. Qiao has informed him about the matter of Qiao Anxin willingly donating her heart after giving birth. Sheng Xian clenched his hand tightly, striving to keep his voice calm. Mr. Qiao, Anshin is also your biological daughter. Even if you favor Qiao Kursen, you cannot allow your youngest daughter to lose her life. Mr. Qiao sighed, displaying a hint of helplessness. This is an unavoidable situation. Years ago, when Qiao Kursen's heart condition nearly proved fatal, the doctors advised them to urgently find a suitable heart source for her surgery, but finding an appropriate heart takes time. Consequently, the couple decided to have another child. No heart is more suitable than that of a blood-related sister. Indeed, once Qiao Anshin was born, the compatibility of her heart with Qiao Kursen's was remarkably perfect. Anshin signifies peace, as her heart embodies Qiao Kursen's well-being. Sending Qiao Anshin abroad was intended to prevent them from forming an excessive emotional attachment, which would make it difficult to part with her. However, it was unexpected that Qiao Anshin became pregnant. She insisted on giving birth, and Mr. and Mrs. Qiao, feeling indebted to her and considering that Qiao Kursen could endure for another year, ultimately agreed. They could also seek alternative heart sources. Sheng Shan advised, I do not believe there is not a suitable heart source for Kursen in the entire world. Mr. Qiao waved his hand dismissively, no matter how suitable. Nothing compares to that of a biological sister. Qiao Anshin's heart would undoubtedly face no rejection when transplanted into Qiao Kursen's body. Observing Mr. Qiao's unwavering stance, Sheng Shan refrained from further argument. Uncle Qiao, how is Kursen faring? A magnetic voice resonated, drawing the gaze of two individuals. It was Shi Yeting, the fiancé of Qiao Kursen. For now, Kursen is stable. We have found a suitable heart. Once the surgery is completed, she will be just like anyone else, he reassured, his tone warm and comforting. Opposite him, Qiao's father displayed a benevolent demeanor. Shi Yeting, though young, was exceptionally handsome and remarkably capable. The heir to the Shi family's commercial empire. Had it not been for his father's past act of saving the head of the Shi family, this union would never have been possible for the Qiao family. To facilitate this advantageous marriage, Qiao Anshin had to donate her heart to her sister. When will the surgery take place? Shi Yeting inquired, genuinely concerned for his fiancée. In their childhood, he often visited her in the hospital, sharing stories. But as his academic pursuits became demanding, he could only visit occasionally. His feelings for Qiao Kursen were tender and protective. Upon seeing him, Daji's eyes sparkled. Her extensive experience with men led her to perceive him as a man of exceptional quality, fitting the description of a charming and audacious figure. Having spent time in the modern world, Daji recognized him as the archetype of the dominant male lead in a Mary Sue novel. Quite intriguing. And what was her role? The frail White Lotus ex-girlfriend? As Daji's thoughts wandered, Shi Yeting leaned over her hospital bed, fixing his gaze upon her. Do you find me appealing? He asked. Daji feigned surprise, her cheeks flushing as she shyly murmured, Brother Shouty. The only young man the original character had interacted with was Shi Yeting, to whom she held a mix of affection and restraint. Aware of her frail health, she feared being a burden to him, leading her to evade deeper emotional ties, lest her passing bring him profound sorrow. Thus, in her adulthood, Qiao Kursen maintained a polite and reserved demeanor towards Shi Yeting. He softly confided in the girl that this was something he had secretly taken out to play with, urging her not to inform the adults. Upon witnessing this, Qiao's mother exited the room with a smile, gently closing the door behind her. Shi Yeting tenderly caressed Daji's hair. Reminiscent of their childhood, have you been diligent in taking your medicine? Instead of nodding obediently like the original host, Daji playfully blinked. Yes. Shi Yeting was momentarily taken aback. Such a vivacious version of Qiao Kursen was rare indeed. He gently pinched Daji's cheek, remarking, You've gone astray. Daji turned her head and playfully bit Shi Yeting's hand. Adopting a fierce expression, You are the one misbehaving, don't pinch my face. Releasing her bite, she licked the moisture from her lips, a tempting gesture that, on her innocent face, epitomized pure allure. Yet, she feigned innocence, asking, Brother, did my dad call you here? Indeed. Shi Yeting had come upon receiving a call from Qiao's father, intending only to check on Daji before departing. Now, however, he found himself seated beside her bed, patiently inquiring about her recent activities. As Daji enjoyed the strawberries her mother had prepared, she shared details about her recent project assessments and the number of books she had read. By the way, brother, I have achieved grade 10 in piano, Daji exclaimed, retrieving her certificate from the bedside, her eyes brimming with pride as she showcased it to him. I passed on the first attempt. The sparkle in her youthful eyes melted the heart, and Shi Yeting took the certificate, complimenting her. Indeed, quite impressive. The young girl, radiant with praise, exhibited a gentle smile. Her eyes as clear as crystal, untouched by the world's troubles. In that moment, Shi Yeting's troubled heart felt considerably lighter. 3 months prior, Shi Yeting's mother had discovered her husband's infidelity, resulting in a son born from the affair, who was a year younger than Shi Yeting. The ensuing turmoil led to her leaving home, only to tragically perish in an accident. For Shi Yeting, the most important woman in his life, apart from his mother, was Qiao Kersen. Though Qiao Kersen was officially his fiancée, he had always cherished her as a younger sister. With his mother gone and Qiao Kersen's fragile health threatening her very existence, a sense of panic gripped Shi Yeting. He gently embraced her, his voice thick with emotion. "You must live well, Kersen." After a brief moment of tender intimacy, he released her and offered her strawberries. "Be good, Kersen. I must attend to work now, but I promise to return." The warmth lingered, but Qiao Kersen, unwilling to let him go, looked at him with longing and affection. "Brother, can you stay with me a little longer? I fear that if I fall asleep, I may not awaken to see you again." Her voice, tinged with helplessness and fear, and her eyes brimming with hope, softened Shi Yeting's heart, leading him to agree to stay by her side. Upon hearing his promise, Qiao Kersen's face lit up with surprise and joy, mingled with disbelief. "Brother, do you truly wish to stay with me?" Chapter 68. The ailing white lotus. Qiao Kersen's astonished and delighted expression further melted Shi Yeting's heart, prompting him to respond with tender affection. "Yes, I will stay and accompany you, Kersen. What would you like to do?" Daji nestled against Shi Yeting's arm, affectionately whining, "I wish to hear my elder brother's stories. Just like when we were children." "Very well." Shi Yeting casually picked up a book from the bedside table and settled at the edge of the bed. Daji patted the bed, beckoning, "Elder brother, come sit here." Following her invitation, Shi Yeting perched himself at the head of the bed, while Daji rested her head on his thigh, closing her eyes. "All right, begin," she urged. In her childhood, she would also rest like this, listening to his tales as she drifted off to sleep, receiving her injections. Those moments were a decade ago. Instead of opening the book, Shi Yeting commenced narrating a story for Daji. "My dear lady, you have successfully captured my attention. What a nonsensical tale this is." The page he flipped to happened to be one that Daji was gazing at, as he inadvertently grasped a novel. The more he read, the more he felt something was amiss. Glancing at the cover titled "The Art of Seduction, the President's Deep Affection," Shi Yeting pondered. What sort of literature does Qiao Kersen indulge in? Daji, resting on his leg, opened her eyes, puzzled. "Elder brother, why have you stopped reading? What book are you holding?" "Elder brother, do you not find the love portrayed in novels enchanting, evoking a longing within?" Daji spoke, her expression reflecting her yearning. Observing the delicate features of the young girl, Shi Yeting understood her aspirations. With a shy and timid glance, Daji murmured, "Elder brother, I wish to fall in love." He fiercely captured the woman's lips, tearing into them like a wolf, punishing the one who had fled from him that fateful night. As he recalled this scene, Shi Yeting hesitated. It felt hauntingly familiar. This was troubling. He switched to another book. Daji's lips curled into a slight smile as she closed her eyes in silence, relishing Shi Yeting's literary recital. After a considerable time, Shi Yeting paused, gazing at the sleeping visage of the young girl, his expression intricate. She radiated a purity and beauty that stirred a sense of guilt within him. Although that night had been an accident, Qiao Kersen was his fiancée, and he couldn't shake the feeling of having wronged her. Closing the book, Shi Yeting gently placed Daji aside when he was suddenly embraced by someone. "Brother Xiao." Looking at her peaceful face, he realized it was merely a dream. Shi Yeting took a cigarette and stepped out of the hospital room to smoke. Just as he exited, he collided with Qiao Anxin, who had come to visit her sister. Qiao Anxin's face was a portrait of shock as she exclaimed, "It's you, the man with whom she had indulged that night." Upon discovering the truth, Qiao Anxin had been unable to face reality and sought solace in a bar, believing her purpose in life was merely to provide her sister with a heart. Overwhelmed by sorrow and anger, she fortuitously encountered Shi Yeting, who had been drugged, mistakenly assuming he was there to drown his sorrows as well. And captivated by his handsome appearance, she took him to a hotel for the night. The following morning, she dismissed it as a fleeting encounter and left without a second thought. Little did she know, the man who had been merely a passing fancy would appear at her sister's hospital room door. Shi Yeting found the woman before him somewhat familiar. In the wake of his mother's passing, Shi Yeting found himself in a state of distress at a bar, where he was unwittingly drugged. By a twist of fate, he encountered Qiao Anxin, who was seeking solace in intoxication. Under the influence of the substance, he could not discern the features of the woman clearly, only recalling a mole upon her chest. "Do we know each other?" he inquired. Qiao Anxin, regaining her composure, shook her head. "I must have mistaken you for someone else." Although she bore his child, to him, she remained a stranger. As Qiao Anxin attempted to enter, Shi Yetian barred her way, demanding, "Who are you?" "I am Qiao Anxin, the younger sister of Qiao Kursin. I wish to see my sister," she replied. Having spent much time abroad, Shi Yetian had never encountered her before. Upon hearing her words, he scrutinized her closely, and it dawned on him why she seemed familiar. Her visage bore a resemblance to that of his fiancée, albeit with a more radiant allure. To visit this floor and see the patient, one must obtain permission from the Qiao family and possess a special card to access the elevator. Thus, Shi Yetian had no reason to doubt Qiao Anxin's words. "She is asleep," he observed. Lighting a cigarette, the swirling smoke enveloped him, enhancing his aura of irresistible charm. It was astonishing how alluring a man could appear while smoking. Qiao Anxin knew little about her sister, yet from the scattered remarks of their parents and her initial impression, she understood that her sister was a kind-hearted and innocent soul. Could this man possibly be her sister's boyfriend? Shi Yetian exhaled a puff of smoke, declaring, "Fiancé, what an unexpected revelation." Qiao Anxin's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind racing with a torrent of thoughts. She had inadvertently shared an intimate moment with her future brother-in-law. How could this be? Noting the colorful expressions flitting across Qiao Anxin's face, Shi Yetian felt a surge of curiosity. "What is the matter?" "It's nothing, really. I shall return when my sister awakens," she replied. Qiao Anxin hurriedly departed, needing time to process her thoughts. As she left, Shi Yetian observed her with a contemplative expression. Once she had absorbed the information, Qiao Anxin called Sheng Xian. "Brother Sheng, I need to talk to you. I'm downstairs at the hospital. Please wait for me." Sheng Xian descended from the building, having removed his white coat. Upon seeing him, Qiao Anxin directly inquired, "Brother Sheng, does my sister have a fiancé?" Sheng Xian nodded. "Yes. It was a betrothal made during childhood. Could you tell me more about my sister?" Qiao Anxin felt a sense of fondness for her unfamiliar elder sister. Sheng Xian recounted all there was to know about Qiao Kursin. Her life was quite simple. Aside from reading and playing the piano, she devoted herself to therapy. After listening to Sheng Xian's narrative, Qiao Anxin lowered her gaze, realizing that her sister's life was not filled with happiness. She had assumed that her sister was cherished by their parents and lived in a warm family, only to discover that she too was a pitiable soul. Although she had grown up without parental companionship, she enjoyed health and freedom, able to pursue her desires. Life seemed to balance itself. Suddenly, Qiao Anxin felt a wave of relief. "Your sister entrusted me with a request. Do not replace your heart." Qiao Anxin gasped, "What?" She had always been aware of her own health condition and did not wish to receive her sister's heart. "Your sister has been sheltered and is pure-hearted." Qiao Anxin bowed her head, responding quietly, "Who is the father of the child you are carrying?" Qiao Anxin thought of the man she had just encountered and clenched her teeth, a stranger. "I'm sorry, sister." In her heart, Qiao Anxin silently recited. Chapter 69, The Fragile White Lotus, Part 7. Sheng Xian, perceiving Qiao Anxin's unspeakable troubles, refrained from further inquiry. The conversation shifted to the matter of the heart surgery. "I have contacted a foreign hospital to assist Kursin in finding a suitable heart." Qiao Anxin raised her gaze to Sheng Xian, who was like an elder brother to her, and asked, "What if we cannot find one?" She was already aware that her sister, Qiao Kursin, had only a year left. Sheng Xian fell silent. Qiao Anxin was the girl he cherished like a sister, and Qiao Kursin was his patient. He wished to shield both from harm. Taking a deep breath, Qiao Anxin gently caressed her flat abdomen. "Brother Sheng, please take good care of the little one." She had resolved that if a suitable heart could not be found, she would honor the promise she made to her father. This child would be regarded as a gift from them, a life for a life. Sheng Xian urged, "Anxin, we will find a suitable heart." Daji had already awakened, and Shi Yiting sat by her bedside, feeding her fruit. Qiao Anxin stood at the door of the ward, reflecting on how perfectly they matched. Daji, upon lifting her gaze, spotted Qiao Anxin at the entrance and greeted her with a warm smile. "Anxin, you've come." Daji's smile was friendly and kind, and coupled with their blood relation, it naturally fostered a sense of closeness. Qiao Anxin stepped inside and called out, "Sister." At her words, the woman on the hospital bed beamed brightly. Sunlight poured onto her face, pure and beautiful, evoking a protective instinct in others. Even for Qiao Anxin, who had not spent much time with her. A surge of compassion arose, a desire to safeguard her. Anxin, have some fruit. Daji personally picked up a cherry and fed it to Qiao Anxin. The two sisters shared an intimacy that felt reminiscent of a lifelong companionship, as if they had grown up together. Shi Yeting stepped aside, granting the space to the sisters. Daji keenly observed that Qiao Anxin seemed to deliberately avoid looking at Shi Yeting, as if she were turning a blind eye to him. What story lies between these two? Daji's gaze drifted to Qiao Anxin's abdomen, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she softly caressed her belly. Anxin, my little darling, are you behaving well? Surely. The father of the child must be an exceptional man, for who else could be worthy of you, my dear Anxin? Daji's voice was tender and soothing, capable of easing one's defenses. At merely 18, Qiao Anxin found it difficult to conceal her emotions. She lowered her head, avoiding Daji's gaze, and murmured, How intriguing this was. Daji discreetly turned her attention to Shi Yeting. Brother, we two will have a baby in the future, correct? Shi Yeting paused, gazing at the frail girl clad in a hospital gown. Her face was small, her form delicate. Could she endure the trials of pregnancy? Brother? Daji scrutinized Shi Yeting's reaction, noting his lack of any particular response, unsure if he was concealing his thoughts or genuinely oblivious. Baby, I am your auntie, Daji cooed gently to the belly. A wave of guilt washed over Qiao Anxin, and after exchanging a few words with Daji, urging her to take care of herself, she hurriedly left the hospital room. Once outside, Qiao Anxin leaned against the wall, her heart heavy with anguish. The biological father of her child was her sister's fiancé. How would she face them in the future? Fortunately, Shi Yeting remained unaware. After Qiao Anxin departed, Shi Yeting began to attend to his official duties, then accompanied Daji for a meal. The nutritionist assigned by the Qiao family to their daughter prepared exceptionally bland dishes, and Daji refused to eat after just one bite. Shi Yeting wiped his mouth and inquired, What's wrong, Curson? Daji pointed at the nutritional meal and lamented, Eating this every day is tiresome. Brother Xiao, I long for barbecue and spicy hot pot. Daji opened her phone to show Shi Yeting the food videos she had saved, her enthusiasm palpable. Having been raised in luxury, Shi Yeting had never indulged in such fare. However, witnessing Daji's fervent desire softened his heart, and he consented to take her out to eat. Xiao's parents held immense trust in their future son-in-law and did not question Shi Yeting about his intentions, allowing him to take Daji out without hesitation. Brother Xiao, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to escape, Daji exclaimed, bubbling with excitement. Shi Yeting, too, was affected by her exuberance. The gloom in his eyes dissipated significantly, and he relaxed, a smile gracing his lips as he pressed the accelerator. Shi Yeting's striking appearance was beyond reproach, embodying the archetype of a charismatic and ruthless tycoon. Particularly when he smiled, 3 parts mischief, 3 parts charm, irresistibly alluring. The system remarked, Host, why aren't you as flirtatious as before? Why has this world turned so refreshing? It must align with the original character's nature, came the response. The original persona, Qiao Curson, was inherently innocent and delicate, and with this frail physique, she was ill-suited to embody a sultry temptress. Thus, she had to subtly adjust the original character's demeanor. A complete transformation into another being was unfeasible. Furthermore, it would be a pity not to embrace the allure of this body. After all, she was Daji, the ever-changing fox spirit. Having completed the tasks across 3 realms, Daji has fully acclimated to this game, encountering a myriad of worlds and diverse lives, which is quite fascinating. Kaya Kexin yearns for a life she has never experienced in the past 21 years, while Daji, amidst her explorations, must also consider her own joy. For instance, she indulges in the night market delicacies that the original owner longed for, naturally accompanied by a handsome companion. Brother, take a bite, she urges, her mouth greased with oil as she offers a piece of grilled meat that she has bitten into to Shi Yeting. After a brief moment of silence, he opens his mouth and takes a small bite. The flavor is surprisingly delightful. Who is this little princess venturing out to save her life? Upon noticing Shi Yeting beside her, passers-by suddenly realize it is the domineering CEO with his delicate wife. There are small potatoes over there. I've seen them in a live stream. They're delicious, she exclaims, linking her arm with Shi Yeting as they eagerly rush towards the next stall. Perhaps influenced by Daji's enthusiasm, Shi Yeting sheds his aristocratic demeanor and joins her in enjoying street food. resembling an ordinary couple as they sip milk tea and sample snacks together. Once satiated, Daji points to a claw machine and asks, "Brother, can you grab that?" Her eyes sparkle with anticipation and admiration. Having never engaged in such activities, Ting nods. "It's not difficult. You're amazing, brother." Daji beams with starry eyes. Ting feels a sense of fulfillment as he exchanges coins and begins to operate the claw machine. However, 3 minutes later, he gazes at the unlatched claw with a slightly sullen expression. Can this really grasp anything? Chapter 70. The Delicate White Lotus. "Brother, don't be discouraged. You're the best." With both hands clenched in encouragement, Daji's gaze was sincere as she cheered for Ting. "I'm going to the restroom for a moment, brother," she said, sticking out her tongue before hurriedly departing. Shortly thereafter, the manager approached Ting, his expression apologetic. "I'm sorry. This machine hasn't been serviced in quite some time." As he opened the claw machine and adjusted it, he offered his apologies once again before leaving. In the time that followed, Ting skillfully captured one prize after another, while Daji watched in awe and excitement, her cheeks flushed with delight, which greatly satisfied Ting. As they prepared to leave, they were laden with an assortment of prizes, and Daji beamed with contentment. "Brother, I want to place these dolls on my bedside." "All right." Once in the car, Daji shyly remarked, "Brother, does today count as a date?" Her eyes sparkled brightly, eclipsing even the starry sky above. At her words, Ting paused momentarily. He had always regarded Xiao Kursen as a sister, and this outing marked their first time alone together. One could indeed consider it a date. Gazing into Daji's luminous eyes, he contemplated the idea of marrying Xiao Kursen. He responded with a non-committal and seizing the moment, Daji leaned in to plant a fleeting kiss on his cheek before shyly covering her eyes and softly saying, "The book says one should take the initiative with someone they like." "What book?" "That romance novel." Until now, Ting had only viewed Xiao Kursen as a sister, feeling protective and tender towards her, yet devoid of romantic feelings. The notion of marriage was something he struggled to accept. However, out of concern for Xiao Kursen's health, he had refrained from suggesting an annulment of their engagement. As Ting observed, Xiao Kursen seemed to have become much more vivacious after her recent heart ailment, growing increasingly affectionate in their interactions. Daji hesitantly inquired, "Xiao, do you think I am being too forward?" The girl resembled a child who had erred. After all, she was his fiancée, one who should naturally share intimacy with him. A pang of tenderness surged within Ting as he gently stroked Daji's hair, reassuring her, "No, Kursen is the most obedient and wonderful girl. Xiao, having you is truly delightful," Daji replied sweetly, her words lifting the gloom that had enveloped Ting for months. After speaking, she shyly departed, and he couldn't help but smile at the sight of her light-hearted steps. They added each other on WeChat. But apart from one instance where the original owner had messaged Sheng Xian in the middle of the night due to discomfort, they had not conversed since. "Dr. Sheng, are you asleep? Are you feeling unwell? I might be a bit tired and stuffy, but I don't want to go to the ward. Could you please keep this to yourself? A little medicine will suffice. Good night." Sheng Xian stared at his phone for several seconds, still feeling a twinge of concern. Today happened to be his night shift, so he hurried to the top floor to check on her. "System. Host. The store has a healing potion available for 100 points, which can cure ailments effectively." Daji had experienced the remarkable effects of this potion in her previous world, and having completed her last task, she had accrued a reward of 1,000 points, ample to purchase the healing potion. "No purchase," Daji firmly declined. "System, how can you complete tasks if your health is compromised?" "Daji, Xiao Kursen's desire is to live like an ordinary person rather than to restore her physical health. Why should I squander 100 points? Moreover, once she completes her task, she will depart from this world, entering a state of death, and even if her health were restored, she would not have many years left. A year is ample time for her to accomplish this task. System, but what if the host feels discomfort? After all, she possesses a mortal body with only a year of life remaining, and she often experiences discomfort. Daji, unfazed, I can endure. Even if I cannot, I have many mental cultivation techniques at my disposal. While I may not achieve immortality, I can certainly cultivate my character and alleviate my suffering. Points should be conserved where possible. System, Your Highness Daji, have you forgotten about the points you spend on that dressing mirror? A knock at the door interrupts, prompting Daji to quickly hide her food, her expression instantly transforming into one of feeble vulnerability. A change so swift that even the system is astonished. "Dr. Sheng, what brings you here?" Daji opens the door to find Sheng Shuren wearing a look of surprise. How are you? Sheng Shuren, equipped with a stethoscope, enters as Daji obediently reclines on her bed, clad in a delicate white lace-trimmed nightgown. As she lies back, her fair thighs become visible, their brilliance striking under the dim light. Dr. Sheng, do have a listen. Daji adopts an innocent demeanor. Sheng Shuren exhales quietly, removes the stethoscope from around his neck, and leans down to listen to Daji's heartbeat. The nightgown, crafted from genuine silk, is extraordinarily thin and smooth. As Sheng Shuren's hand inadvertently brushes against it, he can feel the warmth beneath the fabric. Bang, bang, bang. The heartbeat quickened. Sheng Shuren retracted his stethoscope and suddenly realized he was leaning over the girl, who lay in a white nightgown atop soft yellow sheets, her posture undeniably intimate. Thump, thump, thump. Could heartbeats be contagious? Sheng Shuren hastily stood up and turned away, instructing, take some deep breaths and swallow a few pills. Call me if you feel unwell. As Sheng Shuren prepared to leave, Daji propped herself up on the bed and called out to him, Dr. Sheng, could you please fetch me a glass of water? She had consumed too many snacks earlier and had finished her drink. All right, he replied, immediately going to pour her some water. When he handed her the cup, Daji looked at him with a delicate, feeble expression and implored, Dr. Sheng, could you help me drink? I truly lack the strength. The girl's pitiful and fragile demeanor made it difficult for him to decline her request. Sheng Shuren brought the water and medication to her lips, and after she obediently swallowed, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Sheng. As she half sat up, her movements were a tad hurried, causing her strap to slip down her shoulder. In the sweltering summer, having just bathed without a bra, a portion of her delicate skin was inadvertently exposed. Ah! Daji gasped softly. Sheng Shuren's hand trembled, causing the water cup to spill. By unfortunate coincidence, the water splashed onto Daji's chest. The sheer fabric became soaked, revealing her skin beneath with startling clarity. Daji covered her chest, her face aflame with embarrassment, stammering, I. Tears welled in her eyes as she felt helpless. After a moment of fluster, Sheng Shuren regained his composure and hurried to the bathroom to retrieve a towel, draping it over Daji's shoulders. You should take a shower first, don't catch a cold. Though it is summer, Xiao Curson is frail and easily susceptible to the chill. Daji curled up, reluctant to meet Sheng Shuren's gaze. Observing her demeanor, Sheng Shuren assumed Daji was frightened, and after uttering a few comforting words, he apologized and gently lifted her into the bathroom. He filled the tub with warm water and placed Daji in it, reiterating his apology. I did not mean to. The girl, flushed with shyness, had her exposed skin tinged in pink. I understand, Daji murmured, her gaze lowered, her voice barely above a whisper. This is so embarrassing. How adorable. Sheng Shuren could not restrain a chuckle as he handed a towel to Daji. Shall I call the caregiver? Daji shook her head. No, if the caregiver sees me, how will I face anyone? With a third of the bathtub filled, Daji's nightgown was half drenched, half floating on the surface, the other half clinging alluringly to her form. A tantalizing sight. Sheng Shuren felt a jolt of electricity course through him, his complexion shifting as he hastily declared, I will wait for you outside. Before exiting the bathroom in haste. Damn it, he thought, why did I react this way? Daji, unable to stifle her laughter at Sheng Shuren's hasty retreat, heard the system's voice. Is it truly wise to tease him so? Daji replied playfully, I find joy in it. The system became increasingly perplexed by Daji's behavior. In the past, she would have directly consumed her prey, yet here, she remained passive. For Daji, men were not necessities, but merely embellishments in her tasks. The occasional game of cat and mouse was rather amusing. Moreover, she had to maintain her persona. She was the delicate, innocent, pure-hearted White Lotus. How could she take the initiative to devour a man? If anything, it should be the other way around. Half an hour later, Daji softly called out, Dr. Sheng. The way the girl uttered Dr. Sheng was sweet and gentle, echoing a familiar yet distinct tone. Sheng Shuren took a deep breath, repeatedly reminding himself that Xiao Curson was his patient, the young lady of the Qiao family. He must not dwell on it. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. But the floor tiles are a bit slippery, and I'm afraid I might fall. Dr. Sheng, could you help me? As Sheng Shuren opened the door, he beheld the young girl wrapped in a bath towel, her damp hair cascading over her chest, glistening droplets of water adorning her face like lilies after a rain. Daji tugged at her towel, her toes curling in bashfulness, her little face flushed. My pajamas are in the wardrobe outside. Sheng Shuren averted his gaze. Unwilling to look at Daji any longer, for the first time, he felt a surge of nervousness in her presence. He crouched down, saying, "I'll carry you out." He dared not embrace Daji again. "All right." Daji nestled against him, wrapping her arms around his neck. The distance from the bathroom to the bed felt like an eternity to Shengxian. By the time he arrived, he was drenched in sweat, illustrating the discomfort he endured, especially with Daji unconsciously shifting against his back. "So sleepy," Daji murmured, resting her head on Shengxian's shoulder, falling silent. She had drifted off to sleep. Shengxian sighed in relief as he laid her down on the bed. However, an unforeseen incident occurred, whether it was the towel's looseness or his abrupt movement. As he set Daji down, the towel slipped away. The sight of her form was strikingly revealed, a blinding white. Shengxian quickly shut his eyes. After a minute, he regained his composure, crouching down to retrieve the towel and gently drape it over her. Upon completing this action, Shengxian opened his eyes to behold the serene beauty of the young girl, her sleeping visage enchanting. A bath towel modestly covered her essential areas, leaving her delicate, fair skin exposed, glistening like dewdrops. The air conditioning was set to a brisk chill, a condition that would surely invite a cold if one were to sleep outside in such drafts. However, with the blanket resting upon her form, it was necessary to disturb her in order to cover Daji properly. Shengxian wrestled with his conscience, repeatedly reassuring himself that she was the patient and he the doctor. He had witnessed patients' bodies during surgeries countless times. In the eyes of a physician, there exists no distinction between genders. With this thought to soothe his mind, Shengxian steadied his emotions, lifted Daji gently, and placed her within the confines of the blanket. After this task, he found his back damp with perspiration, the smooth texture of her skin serving as a poignant reminder that the girl on the bed was no ordinary patient. He harbored inappropriate thoughts towards her. Frustrated, he struck his own arm, chastising himself for such feelings. That night, Shengxian languished in self-reproach. Daji dreamt sweetly through the night, only to awaken the next day and reject her nutritional meal. With her father managing a company and her mother engaged in social gatherings, the couple seldom accompanied their daughter. More often, Xiao Kursin found herself alone, gazing vacantly from the window of her hospital room. She yearned deeply for a semblance of normalcy, studying, working, falling in love. Even the simple expressions of joy or sorrow were restrained, for the weight of intense emotions could strain her heart. Daji donned her clothing and informed the caregiver of her intention to seek out Dr. Sheng, then proceeded downstairs. Xiao Kursin had a dedicated elevator that transported her directly from the first floor to the top, a luxury that Daji did not possess. She was left to ascend the stairs, with the cardiac surgery department merely one floor beneath her. "Hello, is Dr. Sheng available?" The receptionist nurse greeted Daji with a warm smile, saying, "Dr. Sheng is currently on rounds. You may wait in his office for a moment." Daji gently apologized and followed the nurse to Shengxian's office. Once Daji departed, the nurses began to gossip. "What a lovely and charming young lady. Is she Dr. Sheng's girlfriend? Given how handsome Dr. Sheng is, it's only natural he attracts many female patients. That young girl was also in Dr. Sheng's office yesterday." Upon entering, Daji encountered Xiao Anxin, the original owner's younger sister. Seeing Daji, Xiao Anxin was both surprised and delighted. Daji felt a twinge of guilt towards Xiao Anxin, knowing that her sister had missed out on the warmth of family due to her prolonged stay abroad. However, Daji bore no ill will towards Xiao Anxin. She was merely a transient figure in Daji's mission, and they interacted quite harmoniously. Daji's preferences for individuals were primarily influenced by their appearance, followed by their value, and lastly by their attitude towards her. Xiao Anxin was quite attractive and treated Daji warmly, leaving no grounds for resentment. Even though Xiao Anxin had shared a past with Shi Yeding. "Anxin, are you here for a prenatal checkup?" Daji inquired. Xiao Anxin nodded, "Yes. I wanted to see you as well, but I thought you might be resting, so I came to check on Brother Sheng first." "Brother Sheng?" It was then that Xiao Anxin explained their childhood acquaintance. "Oh, so they are childhood sweethearts," Daji mused thoughtfully. The connections between Shengxian and Xiao Anxin, Shi Yeding and Xiao Kursin, and Shi Yeding and Xiao Anxin were indeed complicated. How tangled the ties are in this affluent circle, I find it rather intriguing. Chapter 72. The Delicate White Lotus. Dear sister, please do not misunderstand. I regard Brother Sheng as my own sibling, Xiao Anxin hastily clarified, standing slightly taller. She felt Daji lean against her shoulder, her voice soft and tender. "Anxin, Dr. Sheng is currently occupied. Could you accompany me outside for some fresh air?" But your health, are you certain you can manage? Xiao Anxin was acutely aware of her sister's frail condition. Daji's words reminded her of Sheng Shuren's declaration. She would rather forsake her own heart than let anything happen to her sister. In that moment, it dawned on her that her sister was the one who loved her most in this world, longing for familial warmth, yet deeply wounded by their parents. Xiao Anxin felt a surge of love for her sister. She vowed to protect and cherish her. Very well. Daji joyously linked arms with Xiao Anxin as they left the hospital, heading towards the amusement park. Sister, no, you must not partake in that ride, Xiao Anxin exclaimed. The attractions at the amusement park were far too stimulating for someone with a heart condition. Even a healthy individual would struggle with the thrill. I shan't ride. I merely wish to observe, Daji replied, her gaze fixated on the Ferris wheel, an attraction she had longed to experience since childhood. Unable to resist Daji's innocent, pleading expression, Xiao Anxin hesitated before leading her inside. Pointing towards the carousel, Daji cautiously pleaded, "May I try that one?" Her eyes sparkled with a clarity that outshone those of the children nearby. Xiao Anxin, filled with affection, embraced Daji, assuring her, "Sister, you will recover. Just wait a little longer, and you shall explore every corner of the amusement park." Once she bears a child, she is determined to ensure her sister enjoys robust health, enabling her to traverse the world as a normal person. Xiao Anxin's eyes turned red as she listened to Daji's words, suddenly realizing that the 18 years spent yearning for her parents paled in comparison to the presence of the world's most wonderful sister. Alas, the two sisters had but a year to share together. Oh heavens, how cruelly unjust you are. After much coaxing and a blend of playful pouting and feigned vulnerability, Daji persuaded Xiao Anxin to allow her a brief 5 minutes on the carousel. As long as there were no overwhelming emotional upheavals, her heart would bear no burden. Daji was no ordinary person, and few things could stir her emotions. Under the watchful gaze of Xiao Anxin, Daji closed her eyes, savoring the joy of the carousel, a pleasure that was likely experienced by the original host's body. After a complete rotation, Daji emerged unscathed, prompting Xiao Anxin to breathe a sigh of relief. "You scare me to death, sister. Please don't engage in such perilous activities again." Xiao Anxin patted her chest, still shaken. The thought of Daji encountering any mishap haunted her. She would never forgive herself. All right, let's go shopping. The beloved pastime of girls, which the original host had never experienced. Shopping, of course, was most enjoyable with friends. Xiao Anxin, the dutiful younger sister, laden with bags, was utterly charmed by Daji's whims. A passerby, unable to bear the sight, remarked, "Your sister is so inconsiderate. How could she allow her sister, who was already unwell, to accompany her shopping and bear the burden of carrying things?" System, it is clear now. The epitome of the White Lotus not only charms men, but also knows how to soothe women. It is evident that the willful one is Daji, yet others are consumed by guilt and remorse, feeling as though they owe her an apology, believing they have not treated her adequately. They willingly submit to Daji's whims, finding joy in her commands. The system has perused countless documents at the Temporal Bureau, always under the impression that a White Lotus is merely a woman who feigns helplessness with tearful expressions, resembling a sorrowful melon. Sister, are you not weary? Within just half a day, Xiao Anxin has transformed into a devoted sister admirer, perspiring profusely while clutching shopping bags, yet still manages to spare a hand to fan Daji. Daji retrieves a tissue, rising on her toes to patiently dab at Xiao Anxin's brow. "I am not weary, but you, carrying so many items. It is I who feel inadequate, unable to share your burden. Sister, if you utter such words again, I shall truly be upset." Xiao Anxin sets down the bags, takes the tissue from Daji's hand, hastily wiping her forehead, and gently arranges the stray strands of hair on Daji's forehead. "Having such a wonderful sister like you is my fortune." Daji's lips curl into a smile, her dimples subtly appearing, causing passing handsome young men to steal glances. Xiao Anxin, protective, interjects, "What are you staring at?" "Humph, those superficial men outside shall not dare to covet my sister." Daji chuckles lightly, playfully pinching Xiao Anxin's nose with a tone of affection. "Why must you be so fierce? Who permitted them to gaze upon you?" Xiao Anxin wraps her arm around Daji's shoulder. "They are unworthy of my beautiful, kind, and gentle sister." "Sister, would you like some milk tea? I shall go buy it." With the air conditioning in the mall providing relief, Xiao Anxin feels less warm after a brief moment of rest. She deposits the shopping bags and sets off with Daji to purchase milk tea. The tea shop was bustling with patrons, and Xiao Anxin, concerned that Daji might be jostled in the crowd, advised her, "Sister, please wait for me outside." "All right," Daji replied, taking a seat on a bench outside and swinging her legs playfully. She pulled out her phone to snap a photo, sending it to Shi Yeding. "A beautiful day begins with bubble tea. I'll wait for you to come pick me up." "Okay," Daji said, and after sharing her location, she closed the chat window. A young man approached, his face flushed, and asked, "Excuse me, miss, could we exchange WeChat?" Daji noticed that he was accompanied by 3 or 4 boys, all seemingly youthful, likely students from the nearby area. Before she could respond, Xiao Anxin emerged with the bubble tea, blocking the boy's advance like a protective hen. "I'm sorry, but she won't be adding any friends." Daji covered her mouth, laughing with her eyes sparkling, which captivated the boys, who found her utterly charming and enchanting. However, they viewed her companion as somewhat formidable. The boys watched with longing as Daji departed, and Xiao Anxin adjusted the straw for her, grumbling, "There are so many bad people outside. Sister, don't let yourself be deceived. When I'm not around, avoid talking to strangers." Daji playfully bit the straw, saying, "I understand, my little housekeeper." Xiao Anxin sighed, pondering who the true younger sister was, as she felt like the one fretting over everything, while her sister appeared to be the innocent and harmless girl. Daji sipped her bubble tea and declared, "No need. Someone is coming to pick me up. Could it be Shi Yeding?" Just then, a Bentley pulled up in front of them. The door swung open, and Shi Yeding strode towards them, his expression laced with concern as he assessed Daji. Upon confirming her well-being, he spoke in a deep voice, "It's so hot. Why are you out here?" Without waiting for Daji to explain, Xiao Anxin interjected, "I brought my sister out. If you must assign blame, let it fall on me." Only then did Shi Yeding shift his gaze to Xiao Anxin, noticing her burdened with packages and perspiring profusely, which suggested that Daji had not been overtaxed. He softened his tone, stating, "Your sister's health is delicate. She requires tranquility." Chapter 73. The Fragile White Lotus. "I am perfectly fine, Brother Xiaoshi. It was I who implored Anxin to bring me out." Daji's voice was melodious, devoid of any pretentiousness, instead possessing a soothing quality that was pleasing not only to Shi Yeding, but also prompted Xiao Anxin to defend her. "I will tend to my sister. A breath of fresh air will do her good." The two sisters harmonized beautifully, prompting Shi Yeding to refrain from further comment as he assisted Daji into the vehicle. Xiao Anxin hesitated momentarily before taking a seat in the rear. Yes, that night had merely been an accident. Maintaining a composed demeanor was essential. With her mindset adjusted, Xiao Anxin found herself less reactive in Shi Yeding's presence. "Brother Xiaoshi, you are truly kind to take the time to fetch me despite your busy schedule." Ever since the passing of Shi Yeding's mother, he had formally entered the company and was often preoccupied. Daji's voice, clear and sweet, resembled a refreshing spring in the heat of summer, bringing Shi Yeding comfort and eliciting smiles as they engaged in conversation. Their atmosphere was imbued with a sweetness that rendered Xiao Anxin, seated in the back, unable to interject as she scrolled through prenatal care tips on her phone. She held a keen interest in the child they were connected to by blood. "Anxin, when is your next prenatal checkup? I shall accompany you." Given the closeness of her sister's relationship with Shi Yeding, the details of their affair must remain a secret. Xiao Anxin gently caressed her belly, silently vowing to keep this secret. Daji sighed, exclaiming in frustration, "I will find that scoundrel sooner or later." Regarding the father of her child, Xiao Anxin had always claimed it was an accidental one-night affair, with the identity of the biological father remaining a mystery. Despite Xiao's parents' relentless inquiries and attempts to extract the truth, she remained tight-lipped. After several attempts, Xiao's parents ceased their probing into the child's paternity. After all, Xiao Anxin had given birth during her heart transplant, and the child was to be raised by the Qiao family, making the identity of the biological father less significant. As for Daji, Shi Yeding found it increasingly difficult to refuse her requests. In the past, Xiao Kursin would never intrude upon Shi Yeding's life, nor would she impede his work, fearing she might become a burden or a source of trouble. Daji, on the other hand, seemed to relish in creating chaos. Human nature often reveals itself in such contradictions. The more one invests, the more they cherish, and the more they care. Xiao Kursin, wary of becoming a nuisance to Shi Yeding, seldom contacted him. It was Qiao's father who updated Shi Yeding on her condition when Shi Yeding visited her during her illness. Xiao Kursin, anxious not to disrupt his work, limited their conversations, often citing fatigue as a reason for him to leave. It was not that Xiao Curson was indifferent to Shi Yeting. Rather, her excessive caution, compounded by her poor health, fostered a sense of inferiority that led her to deliberately distance herself. Shi Yeting, viewing Xiao Curson as a younger sister, harbored no romantic feelings. Before his mother's passing, he even contemplated annulling their engagement. However, after spending the past few days together, he began to perceive a notable change. His fiancée was becoming increasingly endearing and affectionate, sharing numerous little moments with him and daring to engage in activities she had previously shied away from. In the depths of his heart, Shi Yeting felt a profound sense of being needed by Daji. Daji expertly wielded this sentiment, ensuring that her requests never elicited disdain. She adeptly capitalized on the human emotions of pity and sympathy. In her presence, Shi Yeting sensed that following the demise of his mother, there existed another woman who required his protection. He felt compelled to grow stronger, and Daji became his emotional anchor. Meanwhile, Xiao Anxin regarded Daji as her sole source of warmth in life. Having yearned for the familial affection that was shattered by her parents, Daji emerged as a buoy amidst turbulent waves, a beacon of light in the darkness, which Xiao Anxin cherished deeply. In the Qiao family villa, with both parents absent, Shi Yeting's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What surprise awaits?" he inquired. "You will find out upon your arrival," Daji replied, eagerly taking his hand and leading him upstairs. Shi Yeting felt a surge of anticipation. "Little brother, turn around and do not peek," she instructed. He complied, turning his back to her. "All right," she said. "This is something I secretly folded for you as a gift for your 18th birthday. Unfortunately, I fell ill before I could finish it." The original intent was indeed to present it to Shi Yeting, not due to an incomplete task from her hospitalization, but rather from a fear of rejection. The original owner's desire was less about living a typical life and more about possessing the courage and confidence of an ordinary person. Chronic illness often intertwines with psychological afflictions. Over time, such ailments can lead to emotional turmoil. Xiao Curson, burdened by her insecurities and reclusiveness stemming from her condition, wondered if anyone truly understood her plight. It was only after Daji assumed Xiao Curson's identity that she discovered the girl's inner world was rich and complex, standing out as the one with the most regrets among numerous mission subjects. Even the inability to present Shi Yeting with the origami cranes she had meticulously folded herself had become a lingering regret for the original Xiao Curson. "Thank you. This is the most exquisite gift I have ever received." Shi Yeting accepted the origami cranes from Daji's hands, his heart stirred by the delicate beauty before him. He leaned down and tenderly kissed Daji's forehead. As Shi Yeting's lips touched her forehead, Daji palpably sensed a surge of joy and contentment deep within. Daji had accomplished so many things that Xiao Curson had yearned to do but couldn't or dared not. In her heart, Daji spoke to the original owner. "It wasn't a heart ailment that imprisoned you, but rather, you imprisoned yourself." Suddenly, Daji felt a sense of release in her heart, as if the original owner's pent-up emotions had finally found resolution. "Little Shi, you kissed me?" Daji touched her forehead, her expression a mixture of shyness and elation, reminiscent of a girl deeply in love. The sweetness in Daji's eyes resonated with Shi Yeting, and he tenderly embraced her, drawing her close to his chest. With deep emotion, he uttered, "Curson, you are all I have left." The death of his mother and the betrayal of his father had dealt Shi Yeting a series of devastating blows in just a few short months. Fortunately, he still had his fiancée. Thinking of his fiancée's health, Shi Yeting felt a pang of sorrow and held Daji even more gently. He was determined to find a suitable heart donor. The fact that Xiao Anxin was Daji's heart source was a secret the Qiao family had concealed from Shi Yeting, as sacrificing the younger daughter's life for the elders would be a scandalous revelation. The two lovebirds descended the stairs, lost in their affection. Xiao Anxin, who had been idly scrolling through her phone on the sofa, averted her gaze uncomfortably as she saw them. Every time she saw Shi Yeting, Xiao Anxin felt a strange unease. In the presence of the two, Xiao Anxin felt as if she were a thief. Chapter 74. The Delicate White Lotus Anxin. "Come live with me," Daji cooed, clinging to Xiao Anxin's arm. "I feel so lonely living alone." After discovering her pregnancy, Xiao Anxin had negotiated an agreement with her parents regarding the child, which left her feeling disheartened, prompting her to stay in a hotel. Daji wished for Xiao Anxin to accompany her, and after some contemplation, Xiao Anxin consented. She moved to reside on the same floor as Daji in the hospital, and upon learning of this arrangement, Xiao Anxin's parents approved, believing it would be convenient for her prenatal checkups and allow her to spend more time with Daji, thus easing their worries. In the early months of her pregnancy, Daji incessantly persuaded Xiaoanxin to go out for entertainment, even sneaking out to a bar one night. "Sister, I must have lost my mind to agree to take you out." They spent 2 hours at the bar, and as the night breeze enveloped them upon their exit, Xiaoanxin regained her senses and felt a wave of regret. "I'm fine. There's no need to make a fuss." Throughout those 3 months, Daji concocted new escapades daily. Sometimes Xiaoanxin would join her, while at other times, Shi Yeding would escort her to lavish galas, and Sheng Shuren would take her out for leisurely strolls. Xiaoanxin lightly caressed her slightly protruding belly. Having endured the phase of morning sickness, she could finally enjoy a satisfying meal. Over the past few days, she had noticed her body becoming more rounded. "Sister, what do you think we should name the little one?" Xiaoanxin gazed at Daji beside her, feeling a profound sense of happiness. With a child and a sister by her side, her life felt complete. How wonderful it would be if time could forever linger in this moment. As Daji's mind conjured the tender voice of the baby, she spontaneously exclaimed, "Dumpling, Dumpling, be good. Annie has given you such a lovely name. From now on, you must obediently honor your auntie." Xiaoanxin spoke to her belly. Daji extended her hand, gently caressing Xiaoanxin's abdomen, her eyes shimmering with warmth. The completion of their previous world's mission was largely due to Dumpling's affectionate presence. Without Dumpling's gentle love, Daji could not fathom when she would have fulfilled her task. Although Daji harbored a semblance of affection for Dumpling, she was aware of her more pressing responsibilities and could not remain in that world indefinitely. Throughout her lengthy existence, Daji had encountered numerous individuals and experiences, some of whom were destined to be mere fleeting sparks. As the two approached the curb to hail a taxi, a drunken man staggered in front of them, his eyes gleaming with inappropriate intent. "Hey, little sister, would you like to have some fun with your big brother?" he leered. Xiaoanxin instinctively positioned herself in front of Daji, firmly commanding, "Step aside." The inebriated man gave a lewd grin, reaching out to grab Xiaoanxin. Quick to react, she maneuvered with Daji to evade him. "Hurry, let's go," Xiaoanxin urged, pulling Daji into a brisk retreat. It was late at night. With one being pregnant and the other unwell, it was best to avoid trouble. "Sister, are you all right?" Xiaoanxin inquired, her concern mounting as she noticed Daji's pallor. Over the past few months, they had often ventured out, and Daji had remained well. Gradually, Xiaoanxin had become less anxious regarding Daji's health. "I am fine," Daji reassured her, shaking her head while clutching her chest. However, as Daji's complexion grew increasingly dire, Xiaoanxin panicked and promptly dialed Sheng Xian. Sheng Xian arrived post-haste, assisting Daji into the vehicle, administering medication, and providing oxygen. He then chastised Xiaoanxin sternly. "Xiaoanxin, you are incredibly thoughtless. Are you aware that your sister is a heart patient while you yourself are with child?" Sheng Xian's tone was severe, and Xiaoanxin, observing the distressed expression on Daji's face, felt a wave of guilt wash over her, promptly adhering to the admonition. Daji grasped Sheng Xian's hand, shaking her head gently, offering Xiaoanxin an apologetic glance. A sense of grievance stirred within Xiaoanxin, prompting her to embrace Daji tightly, calling out, "Sister," with a choked voice. As Sheng Xian drove, he glanced at the two sisters in the rearview mirror, his heart a tumult of concern and frustration. One was a girl he cherished like a younger sister, the other a girl he vowed to protect. The thought of anything happening to them was unbearable. Xiaoanxin remained by the bedside, while Daji, with a faint smile, urged her to rest. Yet, Xiaoanxin was reluctant to leave, insisting, "Sister, I'm fine." Sheng Xian personally conducted Daji's examination, feeling a sense of relief only when he saw her receiving intravenous fluids. Xiaoanxin, being pregnant, soon succumbed to slumber at Daji's bedside. Upon receiving the examination results, Sheng Xian's heart sank. Her condition was deteriorating rapidly, verging on exhaustion. It was imperative to locate a heart source swiftly. For the longer the surgery took, the greater the risk involved. Xiaoanxin felt an inexplicable heaviness within her, a discomfort she could hardly articulate. If it were possible, she would willingly offer her own heart to Daji. "I've told you, I'm fine. Please don't worry," Daji reassured, sensing the fatigue of her body. The system repeatedly urged her to exchange for medication, but Daji declined. With the task nearly complete, she saw no reason to squander those 100 points. The system interjected, "But host, your body cannot endure strenuous activity." The meaning of the system is quite clear. This body belonging to Daji is incapable of engaging in intimacy with men. The princess is able to endure this. Men are not worthy of her expending 100 points. After unsuccessful persuasion, the system fell silent. Daji exhibits a particular stubbornness in certain aspects. Xiang forced a smile, gently touching Daji's forehead. How do you feel? According to the examination data, she should be feeling quite weak and feeble. Indeed, Daji languidly reclined on the bed, her bright eyes glistening with a layer of mist. Dr. Sheng, I lack strength. It is only natural to feel weak. Xiang, unwilling to convey the harsh reality to Daji, shifted the topic to discuss the destinations she yearned to visit. Dr. Sheng, I wish to see them. The original owner had collected numerous scenic spots, harboring a deep desire to witness them firsthand. Daji resolved to fulfill the original owner's wishes. Over these past few months, with every action Daji undertook, the original body would relax a fraction more. These were the unfulfilled regrets of Qiao Kursen, even the smallest of them, Daji endeavored to accomplish. No, Shang Shan firmly rejected. Dr. Shang, my time is limited, isn't it? I can feel my body. Daji forced a fragile smile. I know everything. I merely wish to depart without regrets. You will recover, Shang Xian's voice trembled. Over these past months, he had grown increasingly anxious about Daji, coming to realize that his care for her had transcended the boundaries of a doctor-patient relationship. Do not tell my parents. Daji grasped Shang Xian's garment and shook her head. Promise me. Anxin is only 18. She still has her little bundle and a promising life ahead. However, I am weary. I no longer wish to traverse the remaining path. The young girl remained calm, a gentle smile gracing her lips, genuinely accepting her final deadline. Thus, let it be known to no one. This remains our shared secret. Chapter 75. The delicate white lotus Sheng Shuren's Adam's apple bobbed for a moment before he nodded in agreement. No one noticed the slight tremor of Qiao Anxin's eyelashes by the bedside. Could it be that her sister might not live to see her child? A stream of tears glided down her cheek. Just a few months prior, Qiao Anxin had been compelled to consent to the heart transplant for her sister. Now, she was willingly contemplating the procedure. Yet, she bore a child within her, torn between her own flesh and blood and her beloved sister. Qiao Anxin found herself in a dire predicament. Sheng Shuren glanced at the sleeping Qiao Anxin, who clutched the hem of Daji's garment in her slumber, revealing her deep concern for her sister. Given Qiao Anxin's temperament, should she awaken to find her sister unharmed, she would likely be consumed by worry. It was no jest. How could Qiao Anxin tease Sheng Shuren under such circumstances? Allow her to rest in my bed. She carries a precious life within her. System, host. You still wish to flirt with a man in such a state? Daji did not purchase any medicinal remedies from the marketplace, and the original body's condition continued to deteriorate along its previous trajectory. Even with Daji's formidable spirit, she could not alter the inevitable decline of the mortal form. This marked Daji's first experience of the human cycle of aging and decay. Despite her frail condition, she would not forego the opportunity to flirt with handsome men. Seeing Shang Xian hesitating, Daji gazed at her with a pitiful expression. Dr. Shang, my life's journey is nearing its end. Could you not fulfill my heart's desire? However, where would you sleep? Daji's exclusive hospital room contained but a single bed and a sofa. After a moment of contemplation, Shang Xian acquiesced, and Daji naturally extended her hand. Shang Xian, accustomed to this, squatted down to carry her. Over the past few months, whenever Daji needed to undergo examinations or travel anywhere, Sheng Xian had always borne her. Daji playfully pinched Sheng Xian's ear from behind and whispered softly in his ear, Dr. Sheng, I wish to embrace you. The girl's voice was barely audible, her breath brushing against his ear, a tantalizing tickle that sent shivers down his spine. Sheng Xian felt as though electricity coursed through him, his ears warming with a rush of heat. After a moment of hesitation, reflecting on Daji's words about her limited time left, he resolved to follow his heart. Though she was engaged, he allowed himself this moment of indulgence. The two held their positions of embrace, gazing into each other's eyes for several seconds, until Sheng Xian, with a nervous tone, inquired, What's wrong? Suddenly, an explosion of emotion erupted within him. You. Sheng Xian stammered, hardly able to believe his ears. Dr. Sheng, I wish to kiss you. This time, Daji spoke not as if seeking permission. Upon uttering these words, she tilted her head and pressed her lips against Sheng Xian's in a fleeting touch that made his face flush crimson. Dr. Sheng, I am sorry. I should not have done this, Daji murmured, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. But I find myself unable to resist. Tears glistened in Daji's eyes, captivatingly beautiful. as she gently bit her lip, torn between conflict and guilt. I am a wicked woman. Witnessing Daji in such a state, Shang Xian felt an overwhelming surge of compassion. He tenderly embraced her, patting her back. There, do not weep. It is my fault. It is his fault for leading the innocent you astray. No, Dr. Shang, I am the one who is too wicked. Daji shook her head, tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string, softly sobbing. I am sorry to Brother Xiao, and to you. It is all my fault. In a flustered manner, Shang Xian hurriedly wiped away Daji's tears, his heart aching profoundly at her distress, as he comforted her. Curson, you are not at fault. It was I who harbored inappropriate thoughts towards you first. You are not a bad woman. You are the kindest and most adorable girl I have ever encountered. His tone was sincere, his gaze earnest, as Daji leaned against him, sniffling. Dr. Shang, you do not hold it against me, do you? Hold what against you? That I was frivolous with you? A chuckle escaped Shang Xian, utterly charmed by the girl in his embrace. Silly girl, he teased, gently pinching her nose, his voice soft. It is I who have overthought, too afraid to even admit my feelings for you. What? The girl gasped in astonishment, her lips parting in surprise. You like me? After months of restraint, Shang Xian finally voiced the feelings he had been reluctant to acknowledge, feeling a sense of relief mingled with sweet joy. Yes, I like you. I do not even know when my heart began to stir. You have shown me what it truly feels like to love someone. Shang Xian experienced turmoil, suffering, and self-reproach, yet his heart was beyond his control. He could not resist the urge to care for and draw near to Daji. Therefore, you need not anguish over my affections. I have no intention of intervening in your relationship with Shi Yiting. My feelings for you are my own affair, and as long as you require me, I shall always be present. Had it not been for the circumstances of this evening, Shang Xian would have buried this affection deep within his heart indefinitely. He merely wished to silently safeguard his little angel. Daji nestled her head against Shang Xian's chest and murmured, Dr. Shang, you are truly wonderful. Shang Xian did not inquire about Daji's feelings. Her preferences were of no consequence to him. He did not wish for his affection to become a burden or source of distress for her. Daji remained quietly nestled in his embrace, speechless. System, host, you've mastered the art of the quintessential White Lotus. This is truly the pinnacle of White Lotus standards, far superior to those in its database. Noticing Daji's stillness, Shang Xian initially feared she was weeping, but upon looking down, he realized she had fallen asleep. He gently wiped away her tear stains, tucked her in, and gazed at her peaceful slumber for a long while before departing, leaning down to place a tender kiss on her forehead. I'm sorry. If there is a next life, I will arrive by your side much sooner. He wished to spare Daji from the stigma of infidelity. The following day, a new doctor joined the hospital, while Shang Xian traveled abroad in search of a heart source for Daji. This journey served a dual purpose, to distance himself from her and to acknowledge that her condition could not wait much longer. Upon awakening, Qiao Anxin was not particularly surprised by the news of Shang Xian's departure. She had overheard their conversation from the previous night. Presumably, Sheng Gij has embarked on a journey abroad to seek a heart donor for his sister. As the days dwindled, Daji's condition deteriorated, often found listlessly gazing at the heavens from the balcony. Shi Yiting, sensing the gravity of the situation, frequented the hospital with increasing urgency, even attending to less critical work from there. By the 7th month of Qiao Anxin's pregnancy, Daji's state had worsened, her consciousness fading, which caused Shi Yiting to grow increasingly volatile. Upon Daji's latest awakening from resuscitation, Shi Yiting, with eyes reddened, clasped her hand and proposed, Curson, let us be wed. Driven to desperation by the elusive search for a suitable heart donor and witnessing Daji's declining health, Shi Yiting was haunted by the specter of losing someone dear once more. This time, he vowed, he would not suffer such a loss. Daji gently caressed Shi Yiting's palm with her fingertip, nodded, and accepted his proposal. Shi Yiting tenderly coaxed, Curson, persevere, and I shall bestow upon you the most magnificent of weddings. Daji blinked, and with her face masked for oxygen, she parted her lips and whispered, all right. The prospect of Shi Yiting marrying Qiao Curson filled Qiao's parents with elation. After deliberation, the couple resolved to withhold from Shi Yiting the fact that Qiao Anxin was a potential heart donor for Daji. Firstly, they wished to conceal what they considered a scandalous family secret to save face. Secondly, they feared that postponing the wedding after the heart transplant might lead to unforeseen complications. In truth, the couple's fervent concern for Qiao Curson stemmed primarily from the advantageous marriage arrangement she represented, which promised immense benefits to the Qiao family. Otherwise, they would have abandoned her long ago. Shi Yeding, sparing no expense, mobilized vast resources and manpower to orchestrate the wedding within a week. Daji took a deep breath, feeling a wave of discomfort, and sat up in bed to apply her makeup. Qiao Anxin stayed by her side, observing her sister's pale and weary appearance. Unable to suppress her tears as she turned away. Sister, just a little longer, only a month. Once the child reaches 8 months, a cesarean section can be performed. And then I can donate my heart to you. Anxin, don't cry in secret. I am fine, Daji reassured her. Anxin, aware of her sister's reluctance to accept her heart, fabricated a tale to comfort Daji. Brother Sheng has already found a suitable heart source. The surgery can be done in a month. Daji saw through Anxin's deceit, but chose not to expose it. She gently patted Anxin's head and said, "All right, I can hold on." The wedding car awaited downstairs at the hospital, and with the assistance of those around her, Daji prepared to change her attire. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Anxin stepped out of the ward. The doctor who would be taking over from Sheng Xian was an elderly man, a retired master of cardiology. Anxin approached him directly and inquired, "Old doctor, is it possible to perform heart surgery for my sister ahead of schedule?" Sheng Xian had been nurtured by the Qiao family, who had entrusted him with the task of performing the heart transplant for Daji, thus concealing the crime of harvesting a heart from a living person. The elderly doctor, temporarily appointed to take over from Sheng Xian, was unaware of the living heart transplant, and, even if he were, his principles would prevent him from proceeding. Upon hearing Anxin's question, he asked, puzzled, "Is there a heart source available?" Anxin took a deep breath and replied, "Yes." The old doctor nodded. "The sooner the surgery, the better. Old doctor, can I undergo a cesarean section now?" Anxin deftly shifted the conversation while gently touching her belly. The elderly doctor, adjusting his reading glasses, cast a glance at Qiao Anxin and then at her abdomen. "How many months along are you?" he inquired. 7 months, she replied. The doctor, his white beard bristling, admonished her, "What nonsense are you spouting? 7 months. Both mother and child are at risk." Clenching her fists, Qiao Anxin asked, "How much longer can my sister hold on?" The doctor stroked his beard, letting out a sigh. "It's hard to say. It depends on the individual circumstances. If things go well, perhaps around 2 months. If not, it could be any time." After expressing her gratitude, Qiao Anxin left the office, her hand resting on her belly. Outside, Shi Yeding, who had come early to check on Daji, stood with clenched fists. As Qiao Anxin nearly collided with him, neither spoke. As she brushed past, Shi Yeding's deep voice broke the silence. "Do you have news about the heart source?" Qiao Anxin, keeping her head down and caressing her abdomen, remained silent. "I heard everything," Shi Yeding said, his eyes ablaze with intensity. "You have information. Why won't you share it? You know your sister is in critical condition, yet you conceal the news about the heart source. You claim she is your only family. Qiao Anxin, you are truly selfish." As Shi Yeding continued his scathing remarks, he pressed closer to her, demanding, "Where's the heart source? Speak," he shouted hoarsely, his face flushed. "Are you really going to stand by and watch your sister die? Tell me, where's the heart source?" Qiao Anxin, cradling her belly, cried out in desperation, "The heart source is me." Shi Yeding fell silent. Shi Yeding contemplated numerous possibilities, even considering sacrificing everything, even if it meant confronting a living person. However, that individual was Qiao Anxin, the younger sister of Daji. Noticing Shi Yeding's gaze fixed upon her abdomen, Qiao Anxin instinctively took a step back. "I would willingly offer my heart to my sister, but I wish to give birth to this child. I consulted the doctor. At 7 months, both adult and child are in peril. I care not for my own life, as I shall surely perish, but for the child I have fought to keep, I cannot bear the thought of danger befalling them. Just give me 1 month of time." Qiao Anxin wiped away her tears. Torn between her beloved sister and her own flesh and blood, she felt a torment deeper than anyone else could imagine. Who should she save? Shi Yeding slammed his fist against the wall, feeling utterly helpless. Daji beckoned her. "Anxin, come here." Qiao Anxin composed herself and approached, squatting beside Daji, resting her head affectionately on Daji's lap. "Sister, you look truly beautiful today. Get up. Be careful of the baby," Daji replied with a soft, delicate voice. Qiao Anxin whispered, "You must hold on, dear sister. Just a little longer, and I can bring the child into this world. 1 month? No, half a month would suffice." "Anxin, help me choose a bouquet," Daji requested. As Daji gazed at the girl in the mirror, so pure and adorned with a blissful smile, she felt the genuine contentment of the original owner. Daji sensed that the task was nearing its conclusion. Over the past few months, Daji had endeavored to fulfill the wishes and small regrets of the original owner, and only a tiny fraction of the mission remained. Daji surmised that once the wedding was held, the task would be complete. Xiao Kursen's heart still belonged to Shi Yeting, the man she dared not voice her affections for. Yet who was to become her husband, a dream she cherished above all? The system interjected. Host, perhaps you could alleviate your pain with some medication. Even if it does not fully cure you, it could ease your discomfort. Daji, straining against her own suffering, turned to Xiao Kursen and said, Kursen, the one I hold dearest is you. From now on, take good care of yourself and Tuanzi. I am powerless and cannot support you in your trials. If given the chance, please explore the beauty of the world and the allure of handsome men on my behalf. As she spoke, Daji's breath grew shallow, prompting Xiao Kursen to finally break down in tears. Sister, please don't say that. You will recover. Such words of farewell should not come from an elder sister. Chapter 77. The Delicate White Lotus Flower, Part 15. Conclusion. Sister, you and Tuanzi are the most important people in my life. Xiao Kursen wiped her tears away, declaring, I will not let you perish. She had researched that while premature infants faced risks, survival was not impossible. 7.5 months should suffice. Sister, you must hold on. You can do this for another half month, right? Daji nodded with a smile. In her heart, Xiao Kursen sighed with relief, gently caressing her belly, whispering, Forgive me, my baby. When Shi Yeting arrived to escort Daji downstairs, he cast a complicated glance at Xiao Kursen before carefully lifting Daji from the hospital room, heading towards the wedding venue. Watching Shi Yeting carry Daji away, Xiao Kursen smiled with a sense of relief. This was indeed the best outcome. She took out her phone and composed a scheduled message. Sister, I harbor no regrets. The little one deserves a complete home. With you as the mother of the child, I find solace. Xiao Anxin has made her decision. Upon the child's birth, she will entrust him to Daji, who shall embrace the role of the child's mother. Moreover, Shi Yeting is indeed the child's biological father, while Daji also stands as the child's beloved aunt, thus granting the little one a full family. This, indeed, is the most favorable conclusion. At the wedding venue, Daji, adorned in a pristine white wedding gown, exuded a pure and enchanting aura, reminiscent of an angel descended to earth. The attendees were all members of the elite society, finally witnessing the delicate and fragile eldest daughter of the Qiao family. The bride was breathtaking, akin to a celestial being. This is the most harmonious and perfect union I have ever encountered. Rather than a mere alliance, it is a rare manifestation of true love between families of equal stature. Shi Yeting gently took Daji's hand from Qiao's father, wrapping his arm around her waist, softly inquiring, Are you tired? The proceedings of the wedding were quite simple, designed to prevent Daji from becoming fatigued, thus avoiding any complicated rituals. After exchanging rings and sharing a kiss, the officiant concluded the ceremony. Shi Yeting lifted Daji in his arms, declaring with deep affection, Kursen, I love you. The woman in his embrace revealed a contented smile before closing her eyes. Shi Yeting, alarmed, called out, Kursen, please wake up. System, task completed. Host, shall we proceed to the next task? Daji, let us go. Xiao Kursen's greatest regret has been fulfilled. Upon the completion of the wedding, her final task was also accomplished. Daji wished to linger no longer, for this weary body was a source of great discomfort. Due to her physical condition, Shengxian and Shi Yeting could only observe from a distance, unable to engage directly. She hoped that in the next task, she might possess the body of the original owner in good health. As Daji's soul departed from Xiao Kursen, she cast a wistful glance at the alluringly wild countenance of Shi Yeting. Hurry, to the hospital. Prepare for surgery. Considering Daji's frail condition, Shi Yeting arranged the wedding near the hospital, and soon he carried Daji into the operating room. I will take her, Shengxian insisted, only to be met with Shi Yeting's furious rebuke. Get away. Shi Yeting was well aware of Shengxian's sentiments towards Daji, yet he tolerated it because Shengxian concealed his feelings adeptly and had never acted out of line, coupled with the fact that he was Daji's physician. Shi Yeting, what are you waiting for? Hand her over. Kursen needs urgent care. At this, Shi Yeting had an epiphany and passed Daji to Shengxian. Prepare for her surgery. With that, he dashed out of the hospital, colliding with the arriving Qiao Anxin. Shi Yeting seized Qiao Anxin's arm. Come with me. How is my sister? Qiao Anxin asked. Her worry palpable. She is in surgery. Qiao Anxin, consider it a life debt. I need you to perform the operation now. Your sister cannot wait. Shi Yetian was on the brink of madness, terrified of losing her. Noticing Qiao Anxin's hesitance, he scooped her up and rushed towards the operating room. Curson, do not depart so soon. I have so much more to say to you. Inside the operating room, Qiao Anxin, cradled in Shi Yetian's arms, cried out, hurry, the surgery. As she looked at the unconscious Daji on the operating table, she screamed, sister, wake up. Shang Xian's expression was fraught with conflict. To harvest a living heart for transplantation was tantamount to murder. That person is still the sister whom he regards as his own, Qiao Anxin. Shi Yeting bellowed, the surgery. At once. Whatever has transpired, I shall bear the consequences. Now, proceed with the operation for her. Tears streamed down Qiao Anxin's face as she touched her belly. Acquiescing to the request, Brother Shang, please save my sister. I am willing to undergo the surgery. Remember to take my child out. Qiao Anxin repeatedly whispered to her belly. Baby, I am sorry. She could forfeit her own life. Her desire was to save her sister. A 7-month-old premature infant could indeed survive. The operating room was already prepared. Qiao Anxin lay upon the surgical table, glancing at the still form of Daji, and murmured, sister, if there is a next life, please be my younger sister. In this lifetime, the only warmth she experienced came from her elder sister. Brother Shang, remember, I died from complications during childbirth. Qiao Anxin meticulously articulated her wishes. Aside from her sister, the one who treated Qiao Anxin with the utmost kindness was Sheng Shuren, who resembled an elder brother to her. She did not wish for Sheng Shuren to bear any guilt regarding the heart transplant. With reddened eyes, Sheng Shuren nodded, holding the scalpel. Shi Yeting, after my demise, do not inform the little one that I am his biological mother. Henceforth, he shall be your and my sister's child. Qiao Anxin ultimately refrained from disclosing the events of that fateful night to Shi Yeting. This secret she would never unveil. Shi Yeting nodded, Qiao Anxin. The little one is the biological child of me and Curson, the future heir of the Shi family. He owed Qiao Anxin a life, a debt that could only be repaid through his child. Hasten the surgery. Qiao Anxin closed her eyes, and as the anesthetic coursed through her body, she looked at Daji and silently prayed, sister, give it your all. An hour later, Qiao Anxin opened her eyes. Was she dead? Anxin, a familiar voice called out. Qiao Anxin turned her head to see Sheng Xian removing his mask. You're awake. Where's my sister? Sheng Xian hesitated for a moment, suppressing his sorrow. The surgery hasn't begun yet, but your sister. The rest of his words choked in his throat. The effects of the anesthesia were still wearing off. Leaving Qiao Anxin weak, she could only turn her head to find no operating table beside her, nor her sister in sight. Where's my sister? Shi Yeting took her away. Shi Yeting had gone mad, refusing to allow anyone to intervene, driving off alone with Daji, leaving the hospital without a trace of his destination. Give me the phone. Qiao Anxin insisted on calling Shi Yeting. The call wouldn't connect. Rising from her hospital bed, she caught sight of her prominently swollen belly. Her emotions in turmoil. Had she not indulged in that fateful night, she would not be pregnant, could have performed the surgery for her sister sooner. And her sister might still be alive. Ultimately, it was her fault. She had failed to save her sister. Chapter 78. The girl whose online romance failed. The incessant ding of messages roused Daji from her slumber. Rubbing her head, the excessive intake of sleeping pills had left her with a headache. After resting her eyes for a while and assimilating the memories of the original owner, she opened her eyes to grab her phone. The original owner, Jiang Bailu, was 18 years old. After failing her college entrance examination, she became immersed in the game Honor of Kings, which allowed her to escape the troubles stemming from her academic failure. She then fell into an online romance with a player known as a Wild King. They played together for 2 months, and Jiang Bailu found herself deeply enamored with this Wild King. The two eventually decided to meet in person. The individual in question possessed a delicate beauty, and Jiang Bailu found herself irresistibly enamored with the Wild King. Regrettably, the Wild King did not reciprocate her affections, dismissing her with scorn and ultimately proposing a breakup. What plunged Jiang Bailu into despair was the Wild King's act of surreptitiously capturing her image and sharing it on a video platform, claiming to have been deceived in an online romance. The enchanting voice of the Yao sister in the game was, in reality, that of a 200-pound woman. The video garnered significant attention, and unable to withstand the barrage of online vitriol, coupled with her poor performance in the college entrance examination, Jiang Bailu tragically took her own life. The system revealed that the original owner, Jiang Bailu, harbored a desire to transform into a charming figure, prompting those who had maligned her to regret their actions. This task appeared to be a simple one for Lady Daji. Indeed, it was straightforward. She pinched the excess flesh upon her own body. While she acknowledged that good health was vital, she could not endure the sight of her own unattractiveness. Previously, her assignments had involved beautiful individuals. This was her inaugural venture as an unattractive woman. With great difficulty, Daji rose from her bed, casting a glance at her reflection in the mirror. But after a mere moment, she averted her gaze. The body before her was so ample that its features seemed to be squished together, rendering any potential beauty indecipherable. Perhaps a cosmetic procedure was in order. However, Zhang Biluo was an orphan, her tuition funded by charitable organizations. Now that she had reached the age of 18, she no longer qualified for such assistance. Her weight was not a result of gluttony, but rather a consequence of excessive hormone treatments due to illness. Despite her relentless efforts to lose weight over the years, they had proven futile. It was time to explore the marketplace. While Daji could tolerate a frail body, she could not abide being unattractive. She spent 100 points to purchase a potion, and upon consuming it, her body reverted to a healthy, normal state. Only then did Daji truly perceive the original owner's appearance. Unremarkable, neither beautiful nor particularly ugly. Daji felt a deep sense of disappointment. The system, the host, and the taskmaster encounter a myriad of individuals. Not every task is associated with a beauty. Different people have varied experiences. Adjusting her mindset, Daji patted her face and mused, "I must transform into a heartthrob." However, in terms of mere appearance, she was still far from achieving that goal. The potions available in the marketplace could only restore her body to its prime. They could not alter her figure, and Daji needed to work on that aspect. Particularly regarding her face, she sighed as she gazed at it. Although makeup could enhance one's looks, she was still quite distant from becoming a universal darling. The original owner was an orphan, freshly graduated from high school, without a job or funds for cosmetic surgery. Even her current residence was provided by a charity organization, and she would need to move out upon securing employment. She was utterly destitute, the epitome of mediocrity. Daji picked up her phone, a second-hand device acquired through a lengthy application process by Zhang Biluo from the charity. Upon opening it, a multitude of notifications caused the old phone to lag. "Reset everything," she commanded. The system promptly cleared Zhang Biluo's notifications, allowing the phone to function again. Upon accessing WeChat, the top contact was a certain Wild King, and the chat interface was inundated with red exclamation marks, indicating an incessant barrage of messages from Zhang Biluo. Douyin was similarly flooded with private messages filled with insults and mockery directed at Zhang Biluo. Her past works chronicled moments with Wild King, and the comment section was rife with ridicule. The online goddess was merely a plump figure in reality. Who would engage in online romance with an attractive girl? Delete it swiftly. Wild King would be horrified, she thought, recalling the comments about the 200-pound Yao sister. Daji scrolled through briefly before exiting and shutting off the phone. Daji felt a pang of hunger. The small room lacked a kitchen, offering only instant noodles. Zhang Biluo had relied on these noodles to survive the past 2 months, saving her meager living allowance to indulge in virtual gifts for her online partner. Unattractive, impoverished, and infatuated, Zhang Biluo's circumstances had completely triggered Daji's displeasure. Feeling rather dismal, Daji regretted not extending her previous mission. The pursuit of wealth had become her paramount objective. With no qualifications, no charm, and lacking any skills, Zhang Biluo's plight was indeed dire. The August heat was oppressive. As Daji stepped outside, perspiration beaded on her forehead. The system remained silent, wary of provoking her ire. These appeared to be Daji's most challenging days. Under the scorching sun, she perused the job market but found no suitable employment. After leaving the talent market, Daji resolved to explore a bar. While the original persona lacked talent, Daji possessed skill. Dancing was her forte. Had it not been for her ordinary appearance, she would have ventured into live streaming. Passing a music school, she noticed a vacancy for a piano teacher. Remembering Qiao Kursin from her last mission, who had achieved a grade 10 in piano, Daji, equipped with her memories, could naturally play the instrument. The application process unfolded seamlessly, and Daji began her work that very day. Upon learning of Daji's orphan status, the owner expressed sympathy and introduced her to a part-time position at an upscale restaurant, where she could perform piano, earning not only a salary but also tips from patrons. That evening, Daji embarked on her new role at the elegant establishment. Vixen has achieved the pinnacle of piano mastery, reaching level 10. Daji, possessing her memories, effortlessly played a few notes, and the elegant melody filled the air. The affluent patrons of the upscale restaurant found the music to be quite soothing. The manager, observing Daji's unassuming attire and average appearance, yet discerning her remarkable poise and piano skills, decided to offer her a long-term position. After a day's work, including bonuses, Daji earned 2,000 yuan, a commendable daily wage for an ordinary individual, yet merely a drop in the bucket for Daji. Consequently, she sought an additional evening job at a bar, where wages were paid daily. It was ironic for Daji, the illustrious nine-tailed fox and progenitor of the Fox clan, who had once brought calamity upon many, to find herself in the position of laboring for income. This realization often left her feeling quite vexed. Her day was filled to the brim. Mornings at the piano store, afternoons at the restaurant, and evenings spent dancing at the bar. The elegance cultivated through her piano playing and the physical exertion from dancing began to sculpt her physique, causing the otherwise unremarkable Daji to attract attention. A week later, the restaurant manager presented her with a gift box, stating, "Bailu, this is from a patron." Daji did not open it immediately. She waited until her duties for the day were complete. Upon unveiling the box, she discovered a beautiful sketch capturing her in the act of playing the piano. Its artistry exquisite. Patrons dining at such a high-end establishment were undoubtedly successful individuals. It was likely a work from an artist. However, Daji, consumed by the struggles of daily survival, found the drawing to be of little value and carelessly discarded it into the trash. She believed that only through material satisfaction could one pursue spiritual fulfillment, and her current focus was on finding a new home. Having spent a week in a cramped studio apartment, she felt increasingly stifled. Just as she contemplated housing options, the piano store owner called her. "Bailuo, a family is seeking a piano tutor, offering a generous remuneration. I have recommended you. Can you come over now?" The owner of the piano store has been particularly attentive to Daji, considering her financial needs and consistently looking for suitable part-time opportunities for her. In Chapter 79, titled "The Girl Who Failed at Online Dating 2, let us assess the situation. Daji sat before the piano, performing a renowned piece. The woman nodded, satisfied with her skill, and leaned down to inquire of the little girl beside her, "What do you think? Do you like this teacher?" The girl made a face at Daji, but upon meeting Daji's gaze, she stood up straight and nodded obediently to the woman. The woman felt pleased with Daji. Her ordinary appearance was reassuring, her piano skills commendable, and the child seemed to take a liking to her. Consequently, she promptly paid Daji a month's salary, inviting her to teach the child piano at their home on weekends. With this substantial payment, Daji moved into a new single apartment, purchased a new phone, and began to immerse herself in knowledge about cosmetic surgery. She certainly intended to undergo enhancements, but not to the extent of resembling a typical internet celebrity. Rather, she desired a natural beauty that felt just right, akin to the visage of a motherly figure. However, the funds remained inadequate. After some calculations, Daji realized that her current part-time income would take over half a year to accumulate sufficient savings for a cosmetic procedure, and even then, it would only cover a relatively inexpensive option. Such a delay felt like a waste of time. She opened her phone, having not deactivated the previous owner's social media account, and a notification appeared. "The streamer you follow, the national server jungler, has begun broadcasting. Come and watch." A live stream? Daji clicked on the link, revealing a gaming broadcast with millions of viewers and an incessant stream of comments. The host, a League of Legends streamer, boasted a following of millions, yet only their voice was heard, with no visible face. Indeed, one can engage in live streaming without revealing one's face. A sudden inspiration struck Daji. The original owner was infatuated with the game Honor of Kings and followed numerous streamers, having even embarked on a romantic relationship with a fellow player through this very game. This title stands as the most popular game in the nation, and many streamers have profited immensely from it. With an ordinary visage, Daji preferred to remain incognito for the time being, yet she envisioned earning enough money for cosmetic enhancements through gaming. Contemplating this, Daji earnestly immersed herself in watching live streams. The streamers the original owner followed were all top-tier players in the national server, representing various roles. Daji diligently perused their performances and ultimately downloaded Honor of Kings on her new device. Upon logging into the original owner's account, Daji was immediately inundated with friend requests, all filled with vitriol aimed at her. She commanded the system to decline these requests and conveniently disabled further friend requests before commencing her gameplay. Given the original owner's lack of skill, Daji chose not to adhere to her memories while playing. Fortunately, Daji possessed formidable spirit and an exceptional memory, coupled with agile dexterity. Having recently observed the live streams, she quickly acclimated to the game. After an hour of play, Daji fully grasped the intricacies of the game and began her ranked matches. "Show me your heart. Command me freely, my master." Upon hearing this voice line, Daji's expression shifted awkwardly, yet she ultimately selected Daji as her hero. The charming and alluring Daji is a favorite among many female players in the arena, with straightforward mechanics. After playing for a while, Daji relished the thrill of stealthily eliminating opponents. When the enemy jungler fell victim to her ambush in the jungle once more, he could no longer contain himself and sent a message. "Daji, you despicable wretch." Daji, controlling her namesake, responded with a mocking hee-hee, showcasing her impressive skills. While ignoring the enemy jungler's outburst, the game concluded, and the opposing jungler extended an invitation to Daji to form a team. With nothing else to occupy her time, Daji accepted the invitation. The opponent typed in the team chat, "Shall we play together?" Daji perused his profile and discovered he was a noble level 10 player with an impressive array of skins. Apart from Yao, who possessed a skin, Jiang Biluo's characters remained in their original form, while a player of noble level 10 could easily access skins. Daji typed in response, "Let's start." Instead of selecting Daji, she chose the jungler, Jing. The jungler position was swiftly seized, leaving the one who had invited her somewhat bewildered as he sent 3 question marks. Jing remarked, "You assist me." Time was of the essence, and he hastily selected Yao. "Shall we swap roles?" A clear male voice chimed in. Upon noticing Yao had activated her microphone, Daji observed that the original owner had a plump figure but a sweet voice. Consequently, during their initial online romance, the Jungle King had always imagined her to be a charming girl, leading to increasingly high expectations and subsequent disappointment. "No swaps, just follow my lead," came the sweet female voice. Yao's microphone flickered briefly as she softly replied, Perhaps she could trust her this once. As the game commenced, Yao, noticing Daji's green proficiency with Jing, patiently offered, "If you're unsure how to play, I can teach you." He had already concluded that this young lady was earnest in mastering her hero. Well, it's just one loss, he thought, adopting a laid-back attitude while following Daji and engaging her in conversation. "Are you still in school?" Listening to Daji's voice, Yao guessed she was quite young. Daji concentrated intently on controlling Jing, recalling how the streamers played, all the while engaging in a lighthearted chat with Yao. By the time they reached level 4, Daji's fluid maneuvers left Yao astounded. "You can actually play." He, who still struggled with flying Raijin, found this young lady remarkably skilled. Adorned with Yao's ceaseless praises, Daji basked in the warmth of her approval, her microphone remaining open. The game culminated in a resounding victory. "Shall we continue?" she inquired. Intrigued by the euphonious timbre of his voice and the prospect of further skin sharing, Daji initiated another round. After 8 intense matches, the gentleman was utterly captivated by Daji's prowess, marveling at her exceptional skills as a jungler. "Let's commence," she chirped, her voice laced with saccharine sweetness. "Our 8 skin-sharing sessions have concluded." In Daji's perception, he was merely a tool for acquiring coveted skins, a means to an end within the week's allotment of 8 skin-sharing opportunities. "Allow me to present you with a gift," he offered, his voice tinged with admiration for the melodious Daji, who had carried him to victory. He promptly extended a friend request and bestowed upon her a collection of jungler skins. "Is there anything else you desire? Shall I request your entire collection?" Daji jested, her words laced with playful coquetry. Despite their nascent acquaintance, forged through a mere handful of games, he found himself drawn to her captivating voice and extraordinary gaming abilities, eager to prolong their virtual camaraderie. Upon noticing Daji's silence, he gently uttered her in-game name, Bewitched. Her current moniker, Bewitched, was originally part of a couple's pairing with a previous online paramour. A connection Jiang Biluo had yet to sever. "Ember, procure me a name change card," she requested. His in-game designation, Smoldering Ember, revealed his predilection for the jungler role, though his combat prowess remained unremarkable, classifying him as an average player. Soon after, Smoldering Ember furnished the requested name change card, prompting Daji to adopt a new identity, Irresistible Daji. "Irresistible Daji," Smoldering Ember remarked, his voice imbued with playful amusement. Daji, unfazed by the moniker's brazenness, launched another game. That night, the fires of passion were rekindled as she reveled in the joys of playing Yao, accompanied by Daji as they ascended the ranks. By 1 o'clock in the morning, exhaustion set in, and reluctantly, she promised to return for another gaming session before logging off. Daji glanced at the time, realizing it was indeed late, and decided to retire for the night. Just as she prepared to log off, a team invitation popped up. It was Jiang Qi, the online romantic partner of Jiang Biluo, and also the source of her online harassment. Daji promptly declined the invitation, seemingly taken aback by her rejection. Jiang Qi sent her a private message, but Daji chose to disregard him and removed him from her friends list. Upon realizing he had been deleted, Jiang Qi felt a pang of disappointment. Riding on the coattails of the Jiang Biluo incident, he had garnered a significant following and reaped considerable rewards, including paid gaming companionship. That day, he had accepted a lucrative offer from a wealthy woman who requested Jiang Biluo be included in their gaming session for amusement. Despite his discomfort, Jiang Qi extended an invitation to Daji, who he did not expect would refuse him and sever their friendship. He was left with no choice but to explain to the wealthy woman that Daji was unavailable and that they would try again another time. Daji's impression of Jiang Qi was rather unremarkable. It was not that he had wronged Jiang Biluo, but rather that, in her extensive experience with men, he appeared rather ordinary. Jiang Qi had a handsome visage, standing out among the many socially awkward players, yet to Daji, he remained just average. With such mediocrity, he held no value for her, and thus, she paid him no mind. Logging off, Daji sighed, contemplating the work awaiting her the next day. She couldn't help but feel that these were indeed her most desolate days. Yet, as a newcomer, even her exceptional skills went unnoticed. System, host, to achieve viral success. A catalyst is required. Gaming streamers are categorized into two archetypes, entertainers and virtuosos. The former necessitates the incorporation of memes, while the latter demands exceptional technical prowess, such as attaining the apex of the leaderboard. Given Daji's current circumstances, initially adopting a technical approach to captivate the audience is essential before capitalizing on meme opportunities. Subsequently, Daji dedicated herself to conquering the leaderboard. Burnt Fireworks extended invitations to Daji on several occasions, but she declined each time. Eventually, Burnt Fireworks ceased extending invitations and reduced their online presence. Despite her penchant for extravagance, Daji demonstrated resilience and perseverance. A week later, an unfamiliar ID emerged on the top 10 leaderboard, Irresistible Little Daji. Intrigued, players accessed her profile and discovered a king's mark, indicating that she had never even reached the honor rank. However, her mirror character boasted a staggering 20,000 combat power. Speculation abounded. Was this a wilderness king brother logging in, or a professional substitute hired by a wealthy woman? Daji did not switch accounts. She used the original account that Jiang Qi had boosted to King 2 before their failed rendezvous. She possessed few skins, most of which were gifts from Burnt Fireworks. The impoverished account did not suggest affluence, and her most frequently played character was Yao. Players speculated that a support player had taken over. Video bloggers in the King's Circle compiled footage and made the startling discovery that this was Jiang Biluo's account. The King's Circle erupted in astonishment. Jiang Biluo had once again acquired a support player who had propelled her account to third place on the leaderboard with a mirror character boasting 20,000 points. Numerous female players expressed envy and posted updates questioning the identity of the latest sucker who had been deceived by the 200-pound woman. Jiang Biluo's Douyin account was inundated with comments. "Sister, publish a book, and I'll buy it. And where do you find these incredible support players? Each one is more impressive than the last." Jiang Biluo had ignited another sensation. "Sister, you are impressive. Weighing 200 pounds does not impede your pursuit of the illustrious Wild King. Where have I faltered?" Daji posted a gaming screenshot on Douyin, captioned, "Some things are not as they appear." This statement from Daji once again stirred various speculations. Some believed it to be mere rhetoric, while others suspected that the 200-pound individual was merely someone Daji had found. Amidst the cacophony of opinions, Daji chose to remain indifferent. After completing her peak performance, she sought out voice acting tutorials and began to hone her pronunciation. Having resolved to earn a living as a gaming streamer, a pleasing voice proved essential. Since she could not reveal her face for the time being, she decided to commence her studies in voice acting, renowned for their cunning and cleverness. Such endeavors posed little challenge for Daji, who swiftly mastered the nuances of voice acting. On a Sunday evening, Daji triumphantly vanquished the long-standing champion streamer, seizing the coveted top position. Simultaneously, she announced her live streaming debut on the Cat Paw platform. On the day of her broadcast, numerous viewers filled the stream, some there to witness, others to hurl insults. Daji disregarded the barrage of comments, focused on adjusting her equipment, and activated her microphone. Her voice, both sweet and regal, resonated. "Hello everyone, I am the enchanting little Daji." Jiangqi paused, taken aback by Daji's voice. It bore a distinct difference from Jiang Biluo's. While Jiang Biluo's voice was sweet and endearing, Daji's was enchanting and alluring, captivating all who listened. Daji clicked on the peak competition homepage, the glaring first place shining brightly, blinding all who beheld it. It was just past 10 o'clock. 2 hours remained until the peak competition concluded. Daji launched into the game once more. "Wait, are you Jiang Biluo? Your voice is delightful. Are you using a sound card? In this peak match, it seems we've acquired some skilled players." Daji, undeterred by the barrage of comments, entered the arena, ready to select her hero, taking the first pick. "Can someone give up the jungler role? I'm in the 4th position," she implored. Just as her plea echoed, Daji activated her microphone, declaring, "I shall carry this game." Her sweet voice captivated the 4 teammates below, leaving them momentarily stunned. While they grappled with their surprise, Daji chose Jing. "Are you the enchanting Daji, the crowd's favorite?" asked Chuki. The notification of a collision in the streaming room caught the attention of Chuki's fans, who had initially been irked by a teammate snatching the jungler role. However, upon hearing Daji's voice, their curiosity piqued, prompting them to check in. Indeed, it was the renowned jungle queen, the top-ranked sister. Is it truly her playing? Daji remained unfazed by the rising skepticism as she deftly maneuvered Jing into the enemy's jungle, stealthily stealing the red buff. "Keep an eye on the jungle for me," she requested. Her melodious voice amidst a group of seasoned players felt like a refreshing breeze, prompting her teammates to diligently monitor the jungle. Chuki, playing as the marksman this match, chuckled into his microphone, teasing his fans. "This is the treatment befitting a female jungler. When I play jungler, my teammates neglect my jungle." Laughter erupted in the chat as viewers enjoyed the banter, while Daji's sweet voice orchestrated the entire match. The audience soon realized that this captivating Daji possessed remarkable awareness, adeptly predicting the enemy's intentions. Were it not for her live stream, many would suspect she had some form of unfair advantage. Her teammates complied with Daji's directives, methodically pushing towards the enemy's high ground. "I'm going in to create a distraction," she announced, preparing to engage. Daji swiftly entered the fray, eliminating the opposing mage and marksman with remarkable speed, swiftly transitioning through 3 equipment upgrades to secure a pentakill. By the conclusion of Chapter 81, the heartbroken girl of online romance, Daji triumphed in the pinnacle match, ascending to an impressive 2,600 points, becoming the first player across the entire network to achieve this milestone. As the results were tallied, spectators were astonished to discover that she had achieved a remarkable 15 consecutive victories. Who, one might wonder, is this enchanting little Daji, who wields Jiang Biluo's account? Is the 200-pound woman featured in Jiangqi's videos truly Jiang Biluo herself? Such inquiries left netizens bewildered. The live stream that evening proved to be a resounding success, with Daji garnering followers at an astonishing rate, even attracting several patrons seeking her services. Among them was Ranjin Yanhua. Upon witnessing Daji ascend to the pinnacle rank, he privately messaged her, requesting her assistance in playing his account, offering payment in return. Daji, ever opportunistic, was not one to decline a profitable venture, and the two exchanged WeChat contacts. Ranjin Yanhua proposed a fee of 50,000 for each national standard match, asking how many she could complete. Daji calculated that by playing approximately 100 national server matches, she could amass 5 million in earnings, enough to afford a quality cosmetic surgery clinic. "Count me in," Daji replied, "but please provide a deposit first. I will stream while playing your account." Ranjin Yanhua promptly transferred 50,000. With the prospect of profit, Daji did not press for further details, instead logging into Ranjin Yanhua's account. It boasted all heroes and skins, yet had seen limited use, likely belonging to a wealthy casual player, as evidenced by the mere 5-star rating this season. After 2 hours of ranked matches, showcasing her skills, Daji decided to take a break. Outside a music school, a man stood quietly, gazing through the glass doors, his back turned to the world. As he listened to the elegant melodies, a look of rapture spread across his face. It is truly hard to believe that he would encounter such ethereal melodies in an ordinary music store. As the piece concluded, the man stepped through the door. Daji sensed someone's presence behind her, her fingers resting lightly on the keys as she cast a fleeting glance. The young man, clad in a tailored suit, possessed an allure that transcended mere appearance. Particularly captivating were his eyes, pure and beautiful, radiating a sense of comfort. "Hello," he greeted with a slight nod. His voice gentle and reminiscent of a serene day following a rainstorm. "My name is Yunjing. I apologize for intruding." Daji's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Hello." Before her stood a girl dressed simply, yet exuding an elegant demeanor, her unremarkable face imbued with an indescribable charm, akin to a pearl covered in dust. Especially when she smiled, her eyes seemed to draw one in completely. "May I be so bold as to inquire what that piece was that you just played?" Having played the piano for over 20 years and having heard countless masterpieces, he had never encountered the melody she had just performed, wondering if it was an obscure tune. "It has no name," Daji replied. The piece had been composed for her by a devoted confidant during the primordial era, a melody she had memorized through frequent listening. Yunjing felt a twinge of disappointment. That piece had captured his attention from the very first note, its unique melody conveying a subtle emotion, akin to both friendship and love. It was, in essence, enchanting. "Would you be so kind as to play it once more?" Yunjing politely requested. Understanding his passion for music, Daji mirrored the sentiment. Such a fervor for art was a common trait among men like Huang Fuyan, her first task subject, pure in their devotion. Once again, Daji played the melody, leaving Yunjing with an expression of rapture. As the final notes faded, a hint of regret crossed his face. "What a pity," he murmured. "What is so regrettable?" He pondered. It was a piece by an unknown master, destined to vanish into obscurity. In Yunjing's eyes, such a divine composition deserved to be immortalized and cherished by all, rather than confined within the walls of a mere music store. Daji chuckled softly. "If you love it, you may take it." Yunjing gazed at her, puzzled by her intent. Daji raised a single finger and declared, 1,000,000. "I shall sell you the score." Yunjing hesitated, torn by the beauty of the piece. Such a splendid composition. How could you part with it? For him, the pursuit of art was a lifelong aspiration. Though he did not regard money with disdain, he held it in a rather indifferent light. Daji smirked wryly. Only those with wealth possess the privilege to appreciate art. Ordinary people toil endlessly for survival, seldom having the luxury to pursue artistic endeavors, and nurturing an artist requires financial investment. At that moment, Daji's singular focus was on amassing money for cosmetic enhancements. Eventually, Yunjing handed her 2,000,000, and Daji swiftly transcribed the score for him, a nameless original. Yunjing received it as if it were a treasure, and upon meeting her starry gaze, he thought, "Let it be named Do Not Forget." Before departing, he added Daji on WeChat. With a handsome reward in hand, Daji resigned from her part-time position at the restaurant, yet continued her dancing gig at the bar. After all, dancing not only sculpted her physique, but also provided her with income, saving her the trouble of additional training. Bereft of her restaurant engagement, Daji now dedicates her afternoons to ranked matches, aiming to elevate her performance score. Daji, now basking in newfound popularity, attracts a considerable audience upon commencing her broadcast. Fans, intrigued by the account Daji is utilizing, inquisitively inquire about its ownership via the live chat. Daji nonchalantly elucidates it belongs to the proprietor before initiating the ranked match. In a solo queue of low yellow, Daji opts for the jungler role, while her teammates select Yao and Mark, the latter two adorned with couple identifiers, promptly conjoining as a duo from the match's inception. Regrettably, this amorous pair proves inept, succumbing to an early demise and conceding an initial kill, culminating in the demolition of the outer turret in the development lane. Furthermore, the mid lane Angela is ensnared and eliminated by the opposing jungler. The confrontation lane suffers a solo defeat, precipitating a complete collapse across all three lanes and an invasion of their jungle. Undaunted, Daji calmly cultivates her resources, focusing on her own development. "Mark, jungler, could you possibly initiate a gank? Have you not observed the opposition converging upon me?" Angela, the opposing jungler is relentlessly targeting the mid lane. What is the jungler occupied with? Confronted with inept yet critical teammates, the audience in the live chat is incensed, empathizing with the authenticity of such encounters, which they frequently experience themselves. Daji, noting her commendable economic standing, initiates communication via text. "Yao, accompany me." "Mark, why would my darling accompany you? You are thoroughly unskilled." Scarcely had Mark dispatched his message than Daji secured a double kill. Yao, remaining taciturn, follows Mark into further demise, resulting in a score of 0-3-0. After accumulating 5 kills, Daji once more types. Yao, would you consider accompanying me? Mark, inconceivable. Audience, truly repulsive. Encountering such a couple. I frequently encounter such couples, both inept and inseparable. How unfortunate. Such teammates are undeserving of victory. Daji ceased her typing and glanced at Yao, who had her headphones on, as a voice reminiscent of a cello resonated. May I accompany you, Princess Yao? The magnetic timbre was both tender and indulgent, a sound that no girl could resist, igniting a frenzy among the female viewers in the chat. Ah, this voice is captivating. Did you use a voice changer? It's delightful. Darling. In Chapter 82, the heartbroken girl of online romance, Daji's voice, naturally learned from her voice actor, flowed effortlessly and without pretense. Coupled with Daji's innate allure, the female fans were enraptured, their hearts fluttering. Yao was in a state of despair, and upon hearing this, she slowly typed a response on the public screen. Good. Mark was quite vexed and typed furiously. If you're with him, then don't bother with me. Yao, too, had her pride. Having experienced multiple failures alongside Mark, she felt aggrieved. Faced with the enchanting and melodious voice of the formidable Wild King, her heart wavered. After hearing Mark's words, she resurrected and went straight to Daji, clinging to her. Seeing this, Mark's composure shattered, and he deliberately threw himself into danger. Daji, with Yao by her side, embarked on a rampage, even granting Yao the opportunity to secure kills. In no time, Yao had amassed 5 kills, while Mark intentionally died 13 times. Unable to contain herself any longer, Yao declared, "Let's break up." Mark retorted with a scoff. "Heh, you're just a rank chaser." The chat erupted in outrage, questioning Mark's behavior. What had Yao done wrong? It was truly repugnant that he lashed out at her for his own shortcomings. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yao burst into tears and opened her microphone to argue with Mark. Daji, maneuvering her mirror, whittled down the blue buff's health, proclaiming with assertive tenderness, "Come claim the blue, Yao." Yao, in a tearful voice, sobbed, "Thank you, big brother." Daji inquired, "Are you two romantically involved in reality?" Yao replied, "No, we are a couple within the game. It has been 3 months. Ah, my dear," Daji mused. "Consider these past 3 months a sacrifice to the dogs." Yao, aggrieved, recounted their history, revealing that Mark insisted on being inseparable every match, regardless of her performance. He compelled her to accompany him, resulting in her being berated by teammates. "I wanted to assist the mid laner and the jungler, but he insisted that as a couple, we shouldn't aid outsiders." Yao's voice, soft and laced with tears, betrayed her youth. Daji consoled her gently. "Be good, end it, and I shall carry you to higher ranks." With that, Daji ceded 2 kills to Yao, who achieved a godlike streak, concluding the game. Post-game, Daji extended an invitation to Yao via the recent team-up list, which you promptly accepted. "Wait for me while I dissolve a relationship." Dissolve what relationship? Just delete him. Okay. With resolute resolve, Yao deleted Mark. Mark, in a fit of pique, was about to send Yao a private message filled with vitriol, only to discover he had been deleted. He then turned to WeChat, only to find himself deleted there as well, causing him to hurl his phone in a rage. Yao, no longer weeping, expressed her gratitude to Daji in a muffled tone. "Thank you, big brother." Yao's voice, still tinged with shyness, revealed her admiration for the skilled and soothing jungler with the captivating voice. The alluring and gentle female voice left Yao stunned. "Are you his girlfriend?" A twinge of disappointment flickered through Yao's heart. "It's me," she replied. Daji, adopting a masculine tone, reiterated, "I can disguise my voice." Daji's feminine voice proved equally enchanting, although Yao felt a hint of disillusionment. She found herself increasingly captivated by the remarkable girl before her, allowing herself to relax. "Wow, miss, your jungling skills are exceptional." As their solo queue transformed into a duo, Yao, upon discovering Daji's identity as a girl, shed her shyness and playfully flirted. After Daji led her to victory in the game, Yao exclaimed, "Darling, I love you." The female viewers in the chat expressed their envy towards this ordinary player, wishing they could take her place. As their match concluded, Yao reluctantly asked, "Can we add each other on WeChat?" With a playful tone, Daji replied, "Come follow the charming Xiao Daji on Cat Claw." Having said that, Daji logged off, informing the audience that she was off to have dinner. Indeed, she had a meal to enjoy, but afterward, she would head to a bar for a part-time job. With her financial burdens alleviated, Daji didn't dance for long. She would perform for just an hour each day before leaving, yet many patrons inquired about her. Over the past fortnight, Numerous guests had taken notice of the young girl, whose graceful form and alluring dance set her apart from the other performers. Some even uploaded videos online, leading an increasing number of admirers to visit the bar to witness Daji's performance. Observing this, the bar manager raised her salary, fearing she might seek employment elsewhere. Upon Daji's arrival at the bar, the manager approached with a cheerful demeanor, inquiring about her dance for the day and ensuring her costume was ready. "Let's go with a fox dance," Daji decided. After changing into her outfit and donning her familiar fox mask, she took to the stage. After the dance video went viral, the manager specially arranged a small stage for Daji, elevated high above the bar, intended for distant admiration rather than close interaction. Upon her ascent to the stage, she was met with exuberant cheers from the crowd, chanting "Little Fox, Little Fox," unfamiliar with her name. The patrons referred to her as Little Fox since she performed wearing a fox mask. Daji's dancing skills were quite impressive. After all, when she first encountered King Zhou, it was her beauty and dance that captivated him. Additionally, her prior experience with dance live streaming endowed her with a remarkable sense of presence on camera. Regardless of the quality of her dance, the intensity in her gaze and the atmosphere she created stirred a palpable excitement among the audience, igniting a fervor within them. For an hour, the exuberant dancing elevated the bar's ambience to a crescendo, transforming the venue into an intimate fan meeting as they chanted Daji's name. Observing this, the manager contemplated offering Daji additional payment to extend her performance, but she declined, as she had her gaming livestream to continue. During the evening's pinnacle competition, Daji, wielding the moniker of Burning Fireworks, achieved consecutive victories. Her playful banter with teammates enhanced the livestream experience, prompting prominent gaming bloggers to edit her footage and analyze whether the charming Daji was indeed the renowned Jiang Biluo. In just a week, Daji's livestream audience surged past 100,000, and in the presence of her viewers, she ascended to the second peak of the leaderboard. Could there truly be such an extraordinary female wildcard? Was she perhaps being played by someone else? The ambiguity of her identity, coupled with her reluctance to reveal herself, only added to her allure. Amidst the myriad speculations, Daji chose to remain unfazed, instead sharing a post announcing that her fanbase had exceeded 500,000. Inviting her followers to join her for a live broadcast. The pinnacle of the rankings was dominated by Daji, and an increasing number of players began to take notice of her. Finally, after a week, Daji's fan count surpassed 500,000. The long-anticipated live stream had arrived. As the camera activated, a pair of slender, fair hands came into view, adorned with long pink nails gracefully tapping on the phone screen. Behind those hands, the camera captured the delicate collarbone and angular shoulders of a youthful figure, revealing a stunning silhouette that starkly contrasted with the 200-pound persona that had previously faced online harassment. Jiang Qi, who had been following Daji's live streams, was left in utter disbelief. Could this truly be the same 200-pound individual he had encountered? Had she been replaced? Jiang Qi began to weave conspiracy theories. The barrage of comments was equally perplexed. "Are you Jiang Biluo? Have you lost weight? Are you that 200-pound Jiang Biluo? When will you reveal your face?" Daji, expertly maneuvering through the game, glanced at the questions flooding in the comments, her voice melodious as she replied, "I am Jiang Biluo, but I am certainly not overweight." Chapter 83. The heartbroken girl of online romance. Daji's fan base swelled significantly, and amidst the audience's fervent discussions, she concluded her stream. Just after signing off, she received a friend request on WeChat. The accompanying message read, "Who is the person I met in real life?" The sender of the request turned out to be Jiang Qi, the individual who had ultimately tipped the scales in Jiang Biluo's online romance. Daji chose to disregard the friend request, but Jiang Qi sent another request within the game. "Tell me the truth." Upon seeing the content of Jiang Qi's request, Daji promptly blocked him. The Jiang Biluo he had known during their online romance bore no resemblance, either in voice or appearance, to the Jiang Biluo in the live stream. Had he been deceived? However, her maximum combat power was merely 15,000, without even achieving the national standard. What could Jiang Biluo possibly deceive him about? Jiang Qi was eager to uncover the truth and decided to purchase a ticket to the address Jiang Biluo had previously given him, intending to confront her directly. Meanwhile, after receiving her remuneration from the Cat Claw live broadcast, Daji took a leave of absence and hurried to City S without pause. City S, an international metropolis, is also renowned for its top-tier cosmetic surgery institutions. Daji, armed with her entire month's earnings, sought out the largest and most prestigious cosmetic hospital. When questioned by the lead surgeon, instead of presenting someone else's photo or requesting a trendy procedure like others, Daji held up a mirror and specified precisely which areas she wished to alter and how. Having devoted a month to researching cosmetic procedures, Daji had even studied the surgical techniques. With her intelligence, she was well acquainted with the necessary modifications for her own face. The lead surgeon, taken aback by Daji's professional terminology and her detailed surgical plan, nearly mistook her for a fellow practitioner. "Just follow my instructions, and I'll pay extra," she asserted with conviction. The lead surgeon, impressed by her proposal, agreed to proceed as Daji suggested. Meanwhile, Jiang Qi arrived at the delivery address that Jiang Biluo had provided him, only to find himself at a dead end. Frustrated, he dialed Jiang Biluo's phone number, only to discover he had been blocked. Following Daji's live broadcast debut, her popularity surged, and her personal account, alongside the account burning out, secured the top 2 positions. An increasing number of players became acquainted with Daji, the reigning queen of the leaderboard. Clicking on her homepage, Daji beheld the accolades: Top Influencer, Daji, alongside the titles National First Class Beauty and National Fifth Class Charm. In the realm of competitive gaming, where the flames of passion flicker, Daji sighed softly to herself, lamenting the fleeting nature of glory. The audience, curious, inquired what she found regrettable about the mere few national standards. Was this not a display of lofty pretension? Upon completing her tasks, Daji received a substantial transfer of 200,000 from the entity known as Burning Smoke. Daji mused, did they perhaps overpay by 50,000? To this, Burning Smoke cryptically replied, at a chicken leg. Daji, perplexed, wondered aloud, what sort of chicken leg warrants such a sum? A cool emoji was sent in response. But Daji chose not to pursue the conversation further, returning instead to the game. As she played, her teammate, with microphone activated, queried, "Is that you, little Daji?" Another chimed in, "I'm watching your live stream." Little Daji has the mic on. Recognizing her, Daji opened her microphone, responding, "Yes, it's me." Her sweet, enchanting voice, imbued with an innate allure, sent shivers down the spines of her male teammates. After a successful team fight, the support player circled around Daji, sending an in-game expression of affection. Teammate 1 exclaimed, "Little Daji, your voice is delightful." Teammate 2 asked, "May I add you as a friend? I'll send you rockets." Teammate 3 offered, "I've prepared the red buff for you. Come and claim it." Teammate 4 teased, "Shooter, do you have no shame?" The game was joyfully concluded, and afterward, all 4 teammates eagerly sent friend requests. The chat erupted with applause. Jiang Qi, holding his phone, gazed at the screen showcasing the young girl leading the charge, her delicate hands gracefully maneuvering through the game. He attempted to add her as a friend, but received no response. In desperation, Jiang Qi posted on Douyin, tagging Daji, seeking the truth behind the enigma. The rendezvous between Jiang Qi and Zhang Bixiao ignited a sensation a month prior, even transcending its initial circle. This time, Jiang Qi's mention has drawn a multitude of onlookers. Netizens chimed in with comments, "How authentic." Many online romances are filled with sweet talk, only to face a less than desirable partner in reality, leading to abrupt deletions. Considering it's the first encounter, such caution is understandable. Jiang Qi's comment section was inundated, with an increasing number of netizens wielding their keyboards to question Jiang Qi's actions. What right do you have to secretly photograph someone and post it online, subjecting them to online harassment? Is it wrong to be overweight? The netizens who initially mocked Zhang Bixiao also felt it was uninteresting, murmuring a few words before withdrawing. Daji, observing the comment section, revealed a meaningful smile. There will always be advantages to beauty, while ugliness leads to constant setbacks and greater malice. Daji has personally experienced this in this body. This is reality. Sensing the original owner's physical reaction, Daji gently said, "Do you see? You can change everything through effort, including your appearance. Appearance is innate, but it's not unchangeable. Being overweight can be remedied with weight loss, ugliness with plastic surgery, and lack of money with earning. The most frightening thing is being unwilling to accept the status quo and unwilling to work hard, constantly falling into depravity. System, but Zhang Bixiao is an ordinary girl. She is not Daji, does not have a high IQ, nor high EQ, nor Daji's charm, as well as the accompanying various talents and skills. Daji, I know." The original owner had considered change, but she was sensitive and inferior, timid and self-pitying. In the end, she failed to take action. Perhaps all she needs is to persist a little longer, to lose weight, or to engage in work, even if it is mundane. Her life need not be as woeful as it once was. Everyone faces challenges, be they ordinary individuals or celestial beings. Chapter 84. The girl whose online romance failed. Daji's live streaming popularity swiftly caught up with that of major streamers. In just a month's time, she surpassed 1 million followers, inevitably attracting envy from many. The buzz intensified. Daji glanced at her reflection in the mirror, smiled slightly, and made an announcement. At 8 in the evening, she would reveal herself in a live broadcast, eagerly awaiting her audience. Little Daji was about to show her face, and this news sent the gaming community into a frenzy. It is widely known that the enchanting Daji, who has consistently held the top ranks, has never faltered. Her melodious voice, her mastery as a female gamer, and her delicate hands inspire fantasies, compelling many to wish to behold her true form. The time has come to unveil whether she is indeed a goddess of the internet. At 8 o'clock sharp, Daji commenced her live stream, where numerous fans were already eagerly waiting. She's here. My wife is revealing herself today. I'm so excited. Some were uncertain if she was truly the girl behind the screen or merely an illusion. I suspect that 200-pound individual is actually her. Before the live stream began, the comments section erupted with chatter. Daji activated her camera and tested the audio. Good evening, everyone. Each time her voice graced the airwaves, viewers, regardless of gender, felt their cheeks flush and hearts race. As the camera turned on, they beheld her clad in a white loungewear outfit, her slender waist accentuated by her standing posture. I heard you all wanted to see me, so I made sure to freshen up, she said, not keeping her audience in suspense. With that statement, she took a seat, and her face was suddenly illuminated by the camera. A breathtaking beauty. The woman, or rather, the girl, in the camera was without makeup or beauty filters. Undried droplets of water clung to her face, revealing her damp eyelashes. Her hair was casually tied back, exuding an aura of pure innocence. Jiang Biluo possessed delicate features, but Daji opted for subtle double eyelids, rendering her eyes suitable for both understated and dramatic makeup styles. The original host's dental protrusion and angular jawline were significant flaws. Daji underwent dental work and refined her jawline to create a smoother contour. This, combined with her natural, petite nose, resulted in a quintessential beauty. Her youthful playfulness, coupled with Daji's unique charm and a hint of allure in her brows, created a captivating blend of purity and sensuality. While the face bore a 70% resemblance to the original host, it amplified her best features to an extraordinary degree, making it virtually impossible to detect any surgical alteration. Daji's transformed visage would undoubtedly hold its own against other female celebrities, not only in the live streaming sphere, but also within the entertainment industry. By preserving her inherent advantages and focusing her efforts strategically, Daji demonstrated an exceptional understanding of aesthetics, leaving even the system in awe. Her unadorned beauty was irresistible. Even female fans couldn't help but admire and envy her non-threatening face. With a touch of girlish shyness, the young woman greeted the camera, her youthful innocence captivating viewers. It's nice to meet you all. I'm Jiang Biluo. The chat box exploded with comments. Wow. I'm in love. Daji is so pretty. Who wouldn't follow her? She has the face of a campus belle, gorgeous looks, and flawless skin. Daji grabbed a tissue and dabbed her face haphazardly, looking at the camera with slightly embarrassed, limpid eyes. I'm so sorry. I was in a rush and didn't have time to dry my face completely. The exuberance of 18-year-old youth radiates, prompting viewers of the live stream to reminisce about their own school days and the cherished first love hidden in their memories. Daji picks up her phone, feeling a delightful shyness akin to facing an audience for the first time. She glances down at the game interface while stealing peeks at the comments, her endearing little gestures eliciting a chorus of affectionate laughter from the chat. The young girl's face, along with her hands, enters the frame, and in a bid to prove her skills, she deliberately angles her phone towards the camera, declaring, I'm about to start. With the audience as her witness, Daji clicks into the peak mode and then navigates to the hero selection screen. Only after selecting her hero does she steady her phone with both hands to commence her gameplay. The viewers pay little heed to her gaming prowess. Their focus entirely on the animated young lady in the small window. Oh dear, this player is so annoying, stealing my kills. I'm targeting their marksman this round. Help, I need someone to tank the tower. The sweet, charming tone of the girl, paired with her lively expressions, compels the audience to flood the chat with requests to enlarge the window, expressing their disinterest in the gaming interface. Such a stunning beauty is wasted as a game streamer. Who watches games with such a captivating girl around? Your greatest failure is that you are not my wife. The news of the enchanting Daji's appearance going viral surged to the top of social media trends, even breaking into the gaming realm. Various video accounts eagerly shared the news. And non-gaming netizens lamented the waste of such resources, crying out that it was a pity this gorgeous girl was not entering the entertainment industry. Jiangqi gazed at the excessively beautiful face on his phone screen, succumbing to self-doubt. What had he truly missed? Was it not the case that Jiang Biluo initially allowed others to meet her as a means of testing herself? Online romance is inherently unreliable. In order to ascertain the authenticity of her feelings, she likely contemplated this self-examination. Such must be the truth. Jiangqi's imagination conjured images of Jiang Biluo fearing that he would judge her by her appearance, leading her to seek validation through another. The more he pondered, the deeper his regret grew. Despite Jiangqi's desperate attempts to add Daji as a friend, his efforts proved futile since she had already blocked him. In desperation, he resorted to borrowing an account to add her in the game, yet the request was met with rejection. Jiangqi had never experienced such a sense of helplessness. It seemed that after he had rushed to meet her, deleting Jiang Biluo from his friends list severed their connection entirely. No matter how much Jiangqi jumped through hoops, Daji remained indifferent. To her, he was merely a faceless passerby, unworthy of her attention. His friends returned to learn the ways of the jungle. I am here to see my wild king. Wife, I have arrived. Today is yet another day of being mesmerized by your beauty. Little Daji, if I gift you a castle, will you perform a talent? Upon reading this comment, Daji shyly smiled. I possess no remarkable talents. Just a dance or a bit of piano. The comments flowed in with playful teasing. When one becomes beautiful, the world seems infinitely more gentle. A sentiment Daji profoundly understood. Please debut right here. It feels so much like a girl group. So sweet. I adore it. Mom, I am in love. Stop playing the game. We wish to see talents. Daji, slightly out of breath, settled down to read the comments. Being close to the microphone, her breaths were captured, igniting the audience's fervor. Yet, upon glimpsing her innocent, sparkling eyes on camera, a wave of guilt washed over them. Chapter 85. The heartbroken girl from online love ate as Daji concluded her broadcast amidst the tearful lamentations of her devoted fans. She gazed contentedly at the amount of tips she had received. Yet, it still fell significantly short of the opulent lifestyle she once enjoyed. Gaming had merely served as a stepping stone for Daji. Following her successful transformation, she had greatly reduced her gaming endeavors. Responding to her fans' fervent requests, she shifted her focus towards live streaming, but relying solely on this medium was far from sufficient to achieve the status of a true sensation. While contemplating how to elevate her standing further, she received a call from Cat Paw, who recommended her for a girl group. The highly popular domestic girl group, Produce Camp 101, was currently recruiting. Each platform or entertainment company had a limited number of slots, and Cat Paw had secured two, one for another attractive streamer and the other for Daji. The fervor surrounding the 101st season was undeniable, featuring not only trainees from entertainment companies but also numerous internet celebrities, making for fierce competition. Daji readily accepted the opportunity, recognizing it as a prime chance to fulfill her ambitions. Produce Camp employed a live streaming format, wherein the actions and demeanor of all participants would be broadcasted for all to see. From the moment she entered the camp, the live stream had commenced. As a prominent female streamer, Daji attracted considerable attention. Many other female internet stars relied on beauty filters, only to appear ordinary when faced with the television screen. The audience was eager to see if the stunning Daji, with her school beauty visage, would falter. In front of the camera, the girl glanced around, displaying a bashful expression as she whispered to herself, "Has it begun?" As the remaining 100 girls gathered, amidst a plethora of beauties, Daji undeniably remained the most captivating presence. Her features may not be the most beautiful among all the girls, yet there exists a unique aura about her that captivates the gaze of passers-by. After 101 girls entered the venue, they began to select their seats, a subtle evaluation of their own capabilities. Many opted for the safer choice of mid-range seats, while the number one seat remained unchosen. Jiang Biluo, would you consider taking the number one seat? Inquired Su Qingqing, another female streamer sharing the platform with Daji. I saw your dance during the live stream. Perhaps you could eventually secure the central position. Su Qingqing's words seemed to ignite a fire beneath Daji, for amidst a sea of girls, even trainees from entertainment companies struggled to debut after years of rigorous training. These internet celebrities were merely seeking a moment in the spotlight, unlikely to truly attain a place in the limelight. Given their dance and singing skills were merely at the level of an average person, far from the expertise cultivated by dedicated training in entertainment companies. Since the emergence of the charming Daji, Su Qingqing, who had comfortably held the title of the top streamer on Cat Paw Live, felt her position threatened as many of her fans and associates flocked to watch Daji, resulting in a significant decline in her popularity. Thus, Su Qingqing harbored a sense of animosity towards Daji. Her words drew the attention of the crowd, and upon witnessing Daji's visage, many felt an unsettling sense of competition arise within them. Additionally, some who recognized Daji as a streamer regarded her with a hint of disdain. In the face of their scrutinizing, hostile, and dismissive gazes, Daji offered a shy smile. "Do you think I am capable, Sister Qingqing?" When Su Qingqing found herself at a loss for words, Daji stepped forward to take the top position, saying, "Sister Qingqing trusts me so much. I must strive for this." With that, Daji took her seat at position 1 under the watchful gazes of many. Fans watching the live stream online began to criticize Su Qingqing, accusing her of being scheming and targeting the 18-year-old newcomer. The unfortunate Daji, Navi, in her first foray into society, seemed to have fallen victim to Su Qingqing's machinations. However, the fans of other contestants harbored no significant animosity towards Daji. After all, she had merely ascended to the center stage due to Su Qingqing's influence. Unbeknownst to Su Qingqing, she had already been labeled a manipulative figure in the eyes of the audience. This was the first assessment for the temporary girl group formed with Daji. For esteemed mentors, 2 men and 2 women, renowned experts in singing and dancing, were present. Alongside the charismatic initiator of the group, Jingran, Su Qingqing's expression betrayed her discomfort. Her temporary duo with Daji had been brief, with hardly any practice together. Yet the reactions from the mentors revealed that she was falling short. The mentors' eyes sparkled with surprise. They had reviewed the materials and discovered that Jiang Biluo was a female internet celebrity known for gaming. Yet her performance level was astonishingly high, comparable to trainees from major companies, even excelling in emotional expression. Mentor 1 remarked, "You are quite impressive." Mentor 2 inquired, "Have you studied dance before?" Daji confidently responded to the camera, "I learned a bit from online tutorials." Lacking formal training in dance, she had merely followed online videos. Yet this innate talent left the 4 mentors astounded. Mentor 3, "You possess remarkable talent, and I eagerly anticipate your future performances." Mentor 4, "Jiang Biluo belongs to Class A, while Su Qingqing is assigned to Class F." Upon the announcement of the class designations, Su Qingqing was left in an uncomfortable position, while the other young ladies in the audience wore expressions of schadenfreude. Following the conclusion of the first round and the class assignments, the Class A, which included Daji, comprised only 10 members. After receiving their class uniforms, Jingran began to announce the upcoming theme song. The theme song for the 3rd season has been collaboratively arranged and choreographed by the 4 mentors alongside Jingran, mirroring the youthful vigor characteristic of the previous 2 seasons. With a moderate level of difficulty, the evaluations for the theme song will commence in a week, with selections for the central position in the performance. The members of Class A were ignited with a fierce determination, while those in Class F appeared despondent. Daji's performance during the class assessment was compiled and highlighted by her fans, who expressed their astonishment at her abilities. Initially, expectations for internet celebrities were low. Yet witnessing Daji's seamless on-screen presence and her exceptional skills among the trainees from various entertainment companies was unexpectedly impressive, garnering a significant number of fan votes. Jiang Qi repeatedly revisited the video of Daji's assessment, feeling a sense of disorientation. Was the person he fell for online truly the one in the video? Everything felt like a dream. Once Daji's Weibo account was launched, fans flocked to leave messages. Indeed, she is a pinnacle of beauty in the realm of internet celebrities. Rumor has it that she excels at gaming, leaving one to ponder what doors fate has opened for her. With fame comes scrutiny. Fans from rival groups began to dig for dirt on Daji. However, long before, Daji had ensured that the system erased any online records pertaining to Jiang Biluo's past, rendering any attempts to investigate futile. Chapter 86. The Girl Whose Online Romance Failed 9. The theme song training lasts merely a week, with each class having its own rehearsal room. During this period, instructors visit to observe and provide guidance. The A class, being sparsely populated, renders the training room particularly spacious, with each member diligently practicing the choreography in front of the mirror, enveloped in silence. After finishing a round of dance, Daji hears applause from behind. It is Begone who has arrived. To master the dance so swiftly is truly admirable. I envy your talent, he remarks. Begone, the most popular male artist in recent years, gained immense fame after a fantasy drama, paving a brilliant path ahead. His visage has been hailed by marketing accounts as possessing a flawless 360-degree appeal, an exceedingly high compliment. Begone is not merely handsome. He is strikingly distinctive, with a perfect ratio of features. Among the men Daji has encountered, Begone's face ranks within the top 10. Your praise is too generous, teacher Begone, Daji replies, her expression clear and composed, her gaze towards him devoid of the infatuation typical of young girls. This demeanor evokes a certain fondness from Begone's fans watching the live broadcast. This young Billuo does not seek to ride on our brother's fame, nor covet him, they think. A flicker of appreciation crosses Begone's eyes, and after exchanging polite pleasantries before the camera, they part ways. Once Begone departs, the A-class members finally unleash their excitement. It's Begone. He is so handsome. He is even more striking in person. I can't believe I finally saw him. It can be said that no girl can resist Begone's charm. Daji smiles and resumes her dance practice. Your performance is captivating. Keep it up. Daji had engaged in numerous matches on the national server with the player known as Ranjin Yenhua. Not only did Ranjin Yenhua compensate her financially, but he also generously added a few extra perks. Their conversations were seldom, as Daji would not proactively initiate discussions. However, this time, she took the initiative to share her daily experiences from the training camp with Ranjin Yenhua. Ranjin Yenhua expressed his belief, saying, I am certain you will secure a position in the group. Keep pushing forward. To which Daji replied, Teacher Jingran is truly handsome. I'm curious whether his looks are a result of effort or are simply innate. This exchange marked the end of their conversation, and Daji tucked her phone away. The audience had keenly observed Daji's performance. It was evident that innate talent captured attention far more than mere effort. Even those critical netizens found it challenging to voice their opinions against Daji's dedication, as her capabilities were undeniable. In the ensuing days, Daji diligently practiced for an hour each day in the training room, while devoting the rest of her time to leisure. Remarkably, her dancing skills were exceptional, reminiscent of a top student who sleeps through class yet excels in examinations. Before long, the time for the theme dance assessment arrived. All 4 mentors, along with Jingran, were present. After each contestant introduced themselves, the session commenced directly. The theme dance track spanned 3.5 minutes, starting with Class A. Daji, upon receiving her number, raised her eyebrows in surprise to discover she was number 1. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Billuo, she introduced herself succinctly before diving into her performance. Both the audience and mentors eagerly anticipated Daji's display, as they had only witnessed her dancing prowess, never having heard her sing. After all, a successful girl group must excel in both singing and dancing. Specialization in only one area would not suffice. Daji donned the unified attire for this season, a sailor suit in shades of pink and white, exuding girlishness and vibrancy. It was a perfect match for Daji's visage, and coupled with her unique charm, her entrance garnered unanimous praise from the audience. She is truly stunning. Examining her features individually, she may not be the most beautiful, but when she stands there, no one else is visible. Seriously, she's incredibly gorgeous, with impeccable proportions. I yearn to inhabit Jiang Billuo's body. As the theme dance accompaniment commenced, Daji struck a pose, turning to face the camera and offering a finger heart, followed by a playful wink. Her sweetness felt genuine and unforced, radiating an abundance of charm. Her eyes, in particular, seemed to convey a wealth of affection when gazing through the lens, evoking a sense of amorous sweetness in both male and female viewers. As the dance commenced, her delightful voice began to sing the theme song, her timbre pleasing and her pitch unwavering. Even while dancing, her vibrato and breathing were imperceptible. It was a veritable feast for the eyes and ears, as Daji executed every aspect, from facial expressions to vocal delivery and dance movements, with utmost finesse, providing the audience with immense pleasure. The trainees in the observation room felt immense pressure. The initial, near-flawless performance set a high bar, raising expectations. Consequently, those who followed were bound to disappoint. Indeed, after Daji's performance, the subsequent trainees were somewhat underwhelming. Some possessed both singing and dancing prowess, but the mentors and audience felt that something was lacking. Had Daji not performed first, their performances would have been considered excellent. After the theme song performance, Jing ran. holding a microphone, announced the center position. Before Jing Ran could finish speaking, all the trainees turned to look at Daji, seemingly already aware of the outcome. Daji's prowess is undeniable. To name anyone else's number one would be difficult to justify. With a playful tone, Jing Ran inquired, Jiang Biluo, do you consider yourself to be the best? Daji met Jing Ran's gaze, their eyes locking for a fleeting moment before she averted her own. I believe I am, she affirmed. Jing Ran concealed the emotions in his eyes, asking, so confident, are we? A smile graced Daji's lips as she responded. Does teacher Jing Ran lack faith in me? Jing Ran initiated the applause, which was then echoed throughout the room. The online comments section erupted with congratulations. The sister truly deserves it. This season looks promising. Have you all noticed how the sister holds her own in Jing Ran's presence? Jing Ran's striking features often overshadow the female lead in his dramas, leading fans to jest that he is more beautiful than the leading lady. Making it difficult to ship the couple, the brother is stunning on his own. Yet, in the preceding scene, the girl standing before Jing Ran was not eclipsed by his allure, and the audience's attention remained fixated on Daji. Netizens could only marvel at how Jiang Biluo was divinely favored. Following the theme song performance, advertisers approached to film commercials, selecting the 7 most popular members, with Daji at the forefront. As the initiator of the group's formation, Jing Ran personally conveyed this news to Daji. Daji's gaze casually swept across Jing Ran's face as she nonchalantly inquired, will teacher Jing Ran be attending? Jing Ran seemed to sense Daji's gaze, lowering his eyes and softly murmuring an affirmative before departing. As Daji watched Jing Ran's departing figure, she retreated from the camera's gaze, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. Chapter 87. A maiden's online romance falters. A commercial vehicle, dispatched by the production team, arrived to transport the contestants for their advertisement shoot. Daji boarded and promptly donned an eye mask, feigning sleep. With the absence of cameras, a collective sigh of relief swept through the vehicle as the contestants relished their newfound privacy. Gazing at Daji's profile, the 6 contestants exchanged knowing glances, maintaining a hushed silence. The theme song performance had starkly illuminated the chasm in their abilities. When faced with an individual of insurmountable talent, envy withers and dies. They were now certain that, barring any self-sabotage, she was destined for a debut position, perhaps even the coveted center spot. Their focus, therefore, was solely on striving for their own debut positions. Beneath her eye mask, Daji remained awake, engaged in dialogue with the system. Send a WeChat message to Burnout Fireworks, informing him that I'm off to shoot an advertisement and expressing my nervousness. The system, a pinnacle of artificial intelligence with mastery over all technology, considered it demeaning to operate Daji's phone and dispatch a WeChat message to Burnout Fireworks. Nevertheless, cognizant of Daji's temperament, it dutifully complied. Investigate Jing Ran's endorsements. The system magnified Jing Ran's data for Daji's perusal, presenting a comprehensive overview of his online presence. Upon encountering his endorsement as the new face of Honor of Kings, Daji chuckled. Host, do you suspect that Burnout Fireworks is Jing Ran? I can trace his IP address for you. There's no need. It is him. Daji preferred not to excessively rely on the system's capabilities. Although the system's assistants could provide her with shortcuts, such as manipulating lottery outcomes or stock prices to amass wealth rapidly, she refrained from doing so. However, from Daji's perspective, excessive reliance on others would diminish her own capabilities, ultimately rendering her a parasite. Once the tasks are completed and the system is no longer available, what will she do? Therefore, in several task interfaces, Daji only permitted the system to assist her with trivial matters. System, how do you know they are the same person? Daji, I guessed. In truth, she had not made any guesses at the beginning until her encounter with Jing and in the training room. The way Jing Ran looked at her and his tone of voice. Even though he tried to conceal it, Daji could discern that this was not their first acquaintance. The game account Burning Out the Fire was registered not long ago, with all skins and heroes available, most notably featuring an exclusive skin that could only be obtained during specific events. From these various deductions, Daji surmised that Burning Out the Fire was indeed Jing Ran. After the system confirmed that Jing Ran was the latest spokesperson, Daji felt even more certain. It was entirely reasonable for Jing Ran, as a spokesperson, to register a King S account to familiarize himself with the product he represented. And it was also expected for the official team to present him with a generous gift package. Furthermore, the timeline of Burning Out the Fire coincided remarkably with the schedule the system had provided for Jing Ran. Daji inferred that Jing Ran likely played King S in his leisure time. And within the game, no one knew he was the famous star Jingran, allowing him to completely express his true self and providing a means of relief from stress. The system checked the IP address, confirming that burning out the fire was indeed Jingran. The system exclaimed, "The cunning of the fox is indeed well-deserved of its reputation." However, "Host, when did you learn to sing?" The system was intrigued. In previous missions, Daji had never sung, and none of the mission patrons were singers. Could this be an innate talent of Daji's, learned from her sisters? The nine-tailed fox, the nine-headed pheasant spirit, and the jade pipa spirit, the three sisters, had spent millennia together. After Daji received the mission from Yuwa, her two sisters taught her their special skills. The jade pipa spirit excelled at dance, and the nine-headed pheasant spirit at singing. Daji had made ample preparations before entering the palace, learning singing and dancing from her sisters before possessing Su Daji's body. Though not as accomplished as Shime, it was sufficient to captivate mortals. Her two sisters, Hushime and Wang Guiran, both met tragic ends because of their assistance to her. And the extermination of the Fox clan was a deep-seated hatred in Daji's heart. She facilitated King Wu's conquest of Zhou, the overthrow of the Shang dynasty, and the advancement of the investiture of the gods, committing heinous acts that drew the world's scorn. All these consequences stemmed from the mission assigned by the demon sovereign Yuwa, which she had no choice but to accept. Everything originated from her weakness. She was the first fox in the world, the venerable nine-tailed fox, a symbol of auspiciousness since ancient times. It was only because she had been unambitious and pleasure-seeking, failing to seize opportunities in the three great calamities of the primordial era, that Yuwa, also a demon, became a saint and the sovereign of the demons. If she had been strong enough that no one could command her to do anything, if she were the demon sovereign, none of this would have happened. Sensing Daji's emotions, the system spoke soothingly. "Host, the rewards for the quick transmigration competition are very generous. Enough to fulfill any request you have, any request at all. You are not without a chance to start over." The system's words calmed Daji's mind. Indeed, she has one final opportunity, a chance to rewrite her destiny. Upon arriving at the filming location, the demeanor of the other six towards Daji was peculiar. It was not that they intended to isolate her, but rather that they felt a sense of awe, as if the divine presence of Daji rendered them mere mortals hesitant to approach. "Are you all feeling nervous?" Daji initiated the conversation, and the six were taken aback by her engagement. Until now, they had little interaction with her and had assumed she was aloof and unapproachable. "A bit, Biro. Are you not feeling anxious?" "I am somewhat. Perhaps we should embrace each other for encouragement," suggested Daji, her tone imbued with sincerity, her gaze upon you evoking a sensation of being her entire universe. Jiang Biro aspired to captivate the masses, not just the attention of men. The approval of women was equally significant. When Daji sought to elevate someone else's favor, none could resist her charm. As the advertisement shoot commenced, Daji had already forged a connection with the six girls. "Jingran, where are you? You have another engagement today." On set, Jingran held up his phone, observing the girls during the shoot, softly murmuring, later. He was unsure why he had truly come. Perhaps it was to see if the wild princess he had encountered in the game felt any trepidation during her first advertisement shoot. After ending the call, he glanced at the conversation between Daji and himself, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had never anticipated that the wild princess he met in the game would turn out to be a girl, and now fate had intertwined their realities. Fortunately, she remained unaware of his true identity. Jingran felt a flicker of excitement at the thought of her reaction. Should she discover that he was the one who ignited her passion? Observing Daji in a splendid state during the shoot, Jingran chose not to intrude excessively and quietly departed after a brief moment. "Bila, what are you watching? Where are you?" Chapter 88. The girl whose online romance failed after the conclusion of the advertisement shoot, a respite ensued. The young ladies, having had their phones confiscated upon entering the training camp, relished the opportunity to engage in some leisure activities. Coincidentally, it was dinner time, and the seven of them agreed to indulge in a hearty feast at a nearby hot pot restaurant. Once they all departed, Daji remained alone in the hospital room. She retrieved her phone and logged into her account in the game Honor of Kings, sending a request for a romantic connection to the account Burning Ember. Finally, she confirmed it with her own account. "Daji, it has been a while since we played together. Would you care to join me for a couple of matches?" Jingran, having just finished his announcement, received Daji's WeChat message. After pondering for a moment, he acquiesced. Upon logging in, he glanced at the impressive accolades displayed on his profile. Feeling a slight sense of accomplishment, After all, what young man could resist the allure of being a top-ranked jungler? Upon seeing Daji's invitation, he promptly clicked to enter. Ran, what have you been busy with lately? The familiar voice of the girl reached his ears, causing Jingran to pause momentarily, realizing that she was addressing him by his gaming nickname, Ran. Nevertheless, he found the intimacy of the address akin to hearing his own name, likely due to the phonetic resemblance. Burning Ember, busy with work. Burning Ember, did you not enter the training camp? How do you still find time to play games? It seemed this little girl was quite mischievous, secretly hiding her phone. A wry smile crept onto Jingran's lips as he noticed his assistant glancing at him, silently questioning the allure of honor of kings. Why did his boss wear such a sweet smile? In this match, I shall take on the role of the jungler while you play as Yao. How does that sound? Daji, with her soft and endearing voice, seems to be playfully teasing as she speaks. Jingran, however, has never used voice chat, always opting for text instead. I'm not as skilled at jungling as you are, she admits. Do you truly lack confidence in yourself, Ranin? The familiar tone and words evoke a sense of nostalgia in Jingran. Had he not known that she was unaware of her own identity, he might have thought she was intentionally jesting. As Daji swiftly selects Yao, the teammates, recognizing that Ranjin usually plays jungler, graciously leave the jungler position open for him. Consequently, Jingran has no choice but to choose his most familiar jungler, Li Bai. Upon entering the loading screen, he notices the heart symbol shared between himself and Daji. After several months of gaming, Jingran is well aware of its implications. A myriad of emotions flits through his mind, yet the only sentiment absent is anger over his account being mishandled. Jingran's jungling skills surpass those of the average player, and with Daji's reminders and close protection, they embark on a promising start. Wow, Brother Li Bai is so impressive and handsome. The sound of a young girl's voice occasionally graces his ears. Instinctively, Jingran glances at his assistant, who remains unresponsive, prompting him to adjust his headphones more snugly. After much deliberation, Jingran sends a message. Do you have a boyfriend? The moment he hits send, he wishes he could retract the question. It feels utterly ridiculous, especially considering she is merely 18. Yet, a flicker of anticipation lingers in his heart. Yes, she replies, her voice laced with shyness. In that instant, Jingran experiences the sensation of plummeting from the heavens to the depths of despair. Almost immediately, Daji adds, isn't that you? And in that moment, Jingran finds himself amidst a garden of blossoming mandala flowers in the inferno. As Jingran skillfully maneuvered Li Bai to attack the blue buff, it was reduced to a mere sliver of health when Li Bai suddenly ceased his movements. Are you going to give me the blue? He inquired. Burning out the fireworks replied, yes. Daji accepted the blue buff and sweetly spoke into the microphone. Thank you, darling. Boom. Jingran's face flushed crimson. Who is she? Burning out the fireworks stammered, you. Well, about that relationship I had while you were away, you hold it against me. Will you? If it bothers you, I can always dissolve it. You are the only person who has ever played games with me, even when I was not yet formidable and remained unrecognized. Would you like to engage in an online romance with me? One with the intention of meeting in person. Through the screen, Jingran could sense her earnestness. Reflecting on the moments they shared, a smile crept upon his face. He had witnessed her transformation into the pinnacle of excellence, her rise to fame. In his leisure, he had tuned into her streams, watching her progress from showcasing her hands to revealing her face. Facing the slander and gossip of the internet with unwavering poise, Jingran could not pinpoint when he had begun to watch her streams more frequently, sending her gifts and cheering her on. Burning out the fireworks asked, let me think about it. After the game, Daji inquired about Jingran's thoughts. The image of her captivating eyes flooded his mind, and he had to admit that he harbored feelings for her. Yet, she was merely 18, while he was 8 years her senior. Moreover, could she withstand the wrath of her fans should their relationship be exposed? Such thoughts left Jingran in a whirlwind of confusion. Burning out the fireworks pondered, what is it that you like about me? We have only played a few games and exchanged a handful of messages online. Does she even know who I am? Is it too extravagant to develop feelings for someone through a screen? Daji playfully remarked, I quite fancy your money. Jingran was taken aback by her unexpected words, momentarily stunned, unable to suppress a murmur of her playful nature. The remuneration he provided for her gaming assistance was rather modest, and she earned far more from her own live streaming endeavors. I believe that online romance leans more towards genuine love. It disregards appearances, physique, occupation, and familial background, focusing solely on the communion of souls and the harmony of personalities. These affections are the essence of true love. Daji's sentiments resonated deeply with Jingran. The feelings that blossomed between two strangers through gaming and conversation, without ever meeting, spoke volumes of a soulful connection. Burning out in the fire of life. What if you were disappointed when we finally meet? She continued. Let me share a secret with you. The girl lowered her voice. The 200-pound person you encountered online is actually me. You must have seen that news, right? The 200-pound individual from an online romance who was dumped and ridiculed across the internet. That was the darkest and most harrowing period of my life. I faced failure in my college entrance exams, a disastrous first meeting, and was subjected to online harassment. As she recounted her story, her voice faltered with emotion. But then I realized, the joys and sorrows of humanity are not universally shared. No one can truly empathize. Only by transforming ourselves can we alter others' perceptions. Her voice was profoundly moving, deeply affecting Jingran. Chapter 89. The girl whose online romance failed, burning out in the fire of life. All right. Jingran typed this simple affirmation, feeling an inexplicable sweetness within. Who would have imagined that he was in an online romance with Jiang Biluo? Yet, a nagging thought crossed his mind. If she were to discover the truth of his deception, would she be profoundly disappointed? With this contemplation, a sense of unease settled in Jingran's heart. Burning out. What if I disappoint you? For example, burning out. For instance, what if you discover that I deceived you? The other party fell silent, and Jingran's heart raced, feeling even more anxious than during the first shoot. The girl's tone carried a hint of jest, yet also a touch of seriousness. As long as it wasn't a matter of principle, clarifying things would suffice. Jingran felt a wave of relief wash over him, contemplating the right moment to reveal the truth. Then you are my official partner, right? You know so much about me, yet I don't know anything about you. Could you share a bit about yourself? Jingran held his phone, hesitant to reveal his true identity too soon, fearing the potential awkwardness, yet unwilling to deceive her. Burning out. Well, I work in media. My job keeps me quite busy. I'm 26 and single. What should I call you? Should I still call you hubby? Burning out. How about Tranran? Upon mentioning a name, Jingran felt a slight pang of guilt. All right, dear Ranran, won't you send a little gift to your precious darling? Burning out. What do you want? The girl's tone was livelier than usual, and Jingran's eyes sparkled with amusement. Skin, perhaps? Are you going to present me with a bouquet? Burning out. Sure. Jingran had amassed a significant number of points on his account. After gifting Daji a skin for jungle, he had topped up a considerable amount of points again. He decided to gift all the directly sold skins in the shop to Daji, and then thought to send a substantial amount of glory points as well. Burning out. You can draw glory crystals. If you need more, I can send you some from my account. I have plenty of points there. Daji did not hasten to claim her gift, but instead initiated a game. Thank you, my dear. Let us begin. After playing several rounds, Daji showcased a variety of supportive skills, revealing a vivacity and charm not often seen, which made Jingran feel that this was indeed how an 18-year-old girl ought to be. Are you not training? Daji inquired. I am at the hospital, Jingran replied. Upon hearing this, Jingran exited the game and sent Daji a message on WeChat. What's wrong? He asked. I am suffering from gastroenteritis, but it's nothing serious, Daji responded. Take good care of yourself, don't play anymore. Rest first, Jingran urged. After which he transferred 50,000 to Daji. Thank you for your concern, dear. I'm fine. Good night, Daji said. After exchanging good nights, Daji did not sleep. Instead, she logged in to claim the skins and points Jingran had gifted her, activating the screen recording mode. Boss, what time is it? If someone catches this, you'll be embroiled in rumors again. Jingran, being a top-tier celebrity, often attracted the attention of paparazzi eager for gossip. Since he had come to the training camp as a sponsor, numerous whispers had circulated. Upon learning that Jingran intended to visit Daji, his assistant attempted to dissuade him. Why not come tomorrow? The doctor said it's not serious. Jingran removed his headphones, gently rubbed his phone with his fingertip, and shook his head. It's fine. I'll disguise myself. You need not follow. Seeing his determination, the assistant ceased to argue, but muttered, Then who is Jiang Biluo to you, that you are so concerned? It was rare to witness the boss showing such care for another female artist, especially since Jiang Biluo was merely a trainee who had yet to debut. She is my online romantic partner, Jingran replied. Jingran harbored no intention of concealing the truth from his assistant, who had been with him since his debut and was privy to all his affairs. What? The assistant exclaimed in astonishment. You. When did this transpire? How was I kept in the dark? It's a newly established connection. We initially met while playing Honor of Kings, Jingran elucidated. providing a concise account of their acquaintance and the evolution of their relationship. Upon hearing Jing Ran's narrative, the assistant felt lightheaded. You, a highly sought-after celebrity, a top-tier influencer, are engaging in an online romance, specifically a gaming-based one? This is utterly preposterous. The assistant blurted out, unable to contain his disbelief. Jing Ran responded with a smile playing on his lips, sighing with a hint of resignation. Indeed, it is quite unconventional. He had never anticipated that merely endorsing a game and casually indulging in it during moments of leisure, only to be constantly ambushed by the opposing Daji, would lead him to develop such an attachment, eventually culminating in their current situation. After processing the reality of Jing Ran's online romance, the assistant inquired, "Is she aware that you are her online partner?" "Not yet. I intend to reveal it to her when the opportune moment arises." The assistant sighed. This is just absurd. Prompted by curiosity, the assistant retrieved his phone and searched for Daji. After perusing a series of news articles about her, he began to comprehend why his boss had fallen for her. Who wouldn't be enamored with a woman who is not only beautiful and exudes a pure aura but is also a skilled jungler? Moreover, she is an inspiring figure with impressive professional capabilities. During your intimate duo sessions, would you consider including me? I promise to remain silent and cause no disruption. Jingren paid no heed to him. As they passed by a fruit shop, he instructed the driver to halt, disembarked, and went inside to purchase some fruit. Daji had taken a bath and was preparing to sleep when a knock echoed at the door. It was him. Jingren had arrived. Upon hearing his voice, Daji tousled her hair, rubbed her eyes, and casually unfastened a few buttons of her garment, staggering towards the door with a feigned expression of sleepiness and surprise. "Jingran, what brings you here?" she exclaimed. Noticing Daji's disheveled appearance, Jingran felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I hope I haven't disturbed you. My apologies." Daji shook her head dismissively. "Not at all. I just lay down. Please, come in." It seemed her online romantic interest was quite attentive towards her. "Are you feeling any better?" Jingran inquired, removing his cap. "Yes. Much better. I should be discharged tomorrow," Daji replied, pouring a glass of water and handing it to him. It was then that Jingran noticed the loosened collar of her attire, subtly revealing her fair skin and elegant collarbone, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. "Jingran, did you come specifically to see me?" Daji asked, feigning innocence. Jingran awkwardly accepted the glass and took a sip before explaining. "A colleague from the production team is also hospitalized. I heard you weren't feeling well, so I thought I would drop by." Daji responded with an elongated O, her eyes glimmering with amusement as she glanced at the fruit basket in his hands. "Jingran, you forgot to give your colleague the fruit basket." Chapter 90. The unsuccessful online romance of a young girl. Daji's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as she continued to tease Jingran. "Jingran, I heard you're endorsing a game. Could you possibly help me obtain some exclusive beta skins from the official team?" Relieved to see Daji unharmed, Jingran hastily concocted an excuse to depart. For some inexplicable reason, he invariably felt a twinge of guilt when in the presence of this 18-year-old girl. "Mr. Jingran," Daji interjected, gently seizing his hand. The room was dimly illuminated by the bedside lamp, and Jingran could only perceive the delicate touch of the young girl's hand in his. "You've forgotten your sunglasses and mask," Daji reminded him. It was the first time since his debut that Jingran had felt so mortified. He hastily grabbed the mask and sunglasses from the table and made a hurried exit from the room. Watching Jingran's retreating figure, Daji couldn't suppress a chuckle. "System, host, you're teasing people again. You wouldn't understand. It's a source of amusement and levity." Daji opened the fruit basket, plucked a grape, and strolled to the bedside. Observing Jingran fully disguised below, she couldn't resist tossing a grape at him. Daji's room was on the 3rd floor, making it easy to hit Jingran from that distance. Startled by the sudden impact, Jingran instinctively looked up and saw the girl by the 3rd floor window waving at him. A week of rehearsals would be followed by the recording of the theme song's music video and stage performances. The theme songs from the previous 2 seasons had been immensely popular, and it was also the first opportunity for all the members to reveal themselves to the public. So everyone was working diligently. Viewers jested that this was the daily life of an academic prodigy. Because her residence was a villa, Daji's daily routine gave the audience a glimpse into the life of an heiress. Honestly, Jiang Biluo is truly elegant. Everything she does exudes an air of nobility. She embodies my vision of a genuine heiress. If I'm being frank, is it not possible that Jiang Biluo is a long-lost heiress? Netizens have thoroughly investigated Daji and discovered that she is an orphan, a revelation that is hard to believe given her extraordinary grace, which seems cultivated over time. It is truly difficult to accept that she hails from such a background. Who could resist loving such a stunning and resilient sister? Soon, Daji's votes soared to the top, leaving the second contender trailing by millions. As the theme dance stage commenced, 101 sisters donned matching outfits, their only distinguishing features being their makeup and hairstyles, performing a synchronized dance that was both breathtaking and visually captivating. Despite the uniformity of their movements, Daji remained the most captivating presence, her mastery of expression impeccable. Each freeze frame could easily serve as a stunning wallpaper, devoid of any unflattering images. As the center of attention, Daji had a 5-second solo showcase and delivered 2 lines of lyrics. When the camera focused solely on her, both the live audience and those watching the stream felt her radiance. Following the performance, before the official video was even released, recordings from the audience surged to trending status. Subsequently, the name Jung Biluo also ascended to the top of the trending list for the first time. This girl, shimmering like a star, with eyes full of wonder, exuded an infectious energy that compelled everyone watching the video to smile, uplifting their spirits. The discussion surrounding Daji intensified. Upon learning of her background and the efforts she had made, many were left puzzled as to how she could have faltered in her college entrance examination. The online discourse erupted, and Jung Biluo transitioned from entertainment news to societal headlines, attracting increasing attention. Despite her tragic past and the hardships she endured, she did not relinquish hope. Even after her examination setbacks, she remained undeterred, choosing instead to shine through alternative avenues. Moved to tears, my sister's plight is truly heartbreaking. Indeed, every individual with extra weight possesses untapped potential. It is merely the result of excessive hormone treatments that has led to their condition. After absorbing her story, I find myself questioning my own diligence. She is an inspirational young woman, and she embodies the idol we ought to emulate. Prior to the first round of performances, the official platform shared a commentary on Jung Biluo, designating her as a contemporary inspirational figure and a role model for the youth. In this era, many artists face criticism from authorities, while few receive commendation. It is evident that Daji lacks any scandalous secrets, and those with ill intentions attempted to tarnish her reputation. However, upon witnessing the official accolades, they were compelled to relent. Daji's popularity soared, and at the conclusion of the first round of performances, it elicited awe from all her peers. Jingran, with a glimmer of amusement in her eyes, extended the microphone to Daji. Jung Biluo, do you have anything to say regarding your remarkable popularity? Daji accepted the microphone, gazing into Jingran's eyes, and offered a gentle smile. Thank you, teacher Jingran. The two held eye contact for a brief moment, after which Daji turned her gaze to the camera. Thank you to the mentors, to my fans, and of course, most importantly, to myself. Daji's earnest words resonated deeply. She expressed gratitude for not relinquishing hope during her lowest moments, for striving to improve, and for standing here today, allowing more people to witness her journey. Her heartfelt message moved many, highlighting that the one she should be most thankful for is indeed herself. It was her steadfastness during adversity that granted her the chance to bask in the light once more. Undoubtedly, Daji holds the foremost position. As the later scenes unfolded, she was granted even more screen time. The first round of performances resulted in the elimination of half the participants, leaving the remaining individuals to strive with greater fervor. In the second round, the top 7 contestants became team leaders, drawing lots for song selections and taking turns to choose their teammates. Daji, by fortunate chance, drew the first pick and selected a traditional Chinese dance piece. Her prowess and popularity were evident to all, leading many to express their eagerness to join her team. After the selection of teammates, each group was allotted 20 days for training before the commencement of the second round of performances. As the captain and the most popular and capable contestant, Daji's teammates were exceptionally obedient. They adhered to her every suggestion and instruction for modifications in choreography. While other teams were still embroiled in debates over their adaptations, Daji's team had already commenced their rehearsals. During the second round of performances, each group received guidance from mentors, and fortuitously, Daji's team was assigned to Begone. Hello. Begone quietly pushed open the door, only to discover that Daji's team had already begun their practice. Surprised, he exclaimed, "Have you already finished your choreography? Mr. Begone, are you here to mentor our group?" The girls chorused in excitement. Wow, it's actually Mr. Begone. Yes, we've completed the choreography and have started rehearsing, they replied. The captain's choreography is outstanding. following her. We're bound to succeed. The girls gathered around, chattering animatedly, while Daji remained focused, practicing earnestly in front of the mirror. Jingon's gaze discreetly fell upon Daji. Noticing her intense concentration, he refrained from interrupting and chose to observe from the side, inspired by their captain's diligence. The other girls felt compelled to continue their dance practice without slacking off. Jingran watched with meticulous attention, occasionally offering guidance to the other girls. As the piece concluded, Jingran had not directed a single word of instruction towards Daji. Just as the audience in the live chat began to express their bewilderment, Jingran extended a bottle of mineral water to Daji, remarking, "With you here, there's no role for me to play. Teacher Jingran, just your presence there motivates us during practice." Daji replied. After hydrating herself, the perspiration on her forehead lent her a delicate, dewy allure. Jingran couldn't resist whispering under his breath, "You're the most mischievous one." The audience didn't catch his words, but judging from Jingran's gaze, it was apparent that he and Daji were enjoying a pleasant exchange. A screenshot of the two together was taken, and many netizens observed that they were surprisingly well matched, both possessing a captivating charisma, and their shared atmosphere was particularly harmonious. One might say their chemistry practically radiated from the screen, even though they weren't intimately acquainted. Afternoon naps had become a recent habit for Daji, and her teammates were aware of this. Back in her dormitory, Daji luxuriated in a bath while messaging Jingran on her phone. "Daji, darling, I'm taking my afternoon nap now." Jingran excused himself from the training room, evading the camera's view, and engaged in conversation with Daji on his phone. "Daji, it's all right, I grasp it after one go. And with Jingran's guidance, I'll progress even faster." Upon seeing Daji proactively mentioning his name, and repeatedly so, Jingran felt a pang of jealousy. "Burnout fireworks, why do you keep mentioning him? Daji, are you jealous?" Indeed, their interactions in reality were infrequent. She never seemed to cast the adoring gazes upon him that other girls did. With this thought, Jingran grew apprehensive, wondering if she harbored any affection for him. He was torn between worrying whether she would admire his real-life persona and fearing that she wouldn't. Jingran was consumed by inner turmoil, yearning to know the truth. "Wait a moment, they are still unfamiliar with reality. My dear, are you feeling a twinge of jealousy? In my heart, you are the most handsome, though I have yet to see your face. Could you possibly send me a photograph?" Upon receiving this message, Jingran felt a pang of worry. He perused through his photo album, ultimately deciding to take a selfie, capturing a profile shot to send. After dispatching the image, he anxiously gripped his phone, awaiting the other party's response. Would she recognize him? After a while, Daji sent a photograph back. Jingran opened it, and his face flushed crimson. The image displayed a profile view as well, but it depicted a girl bathing, only her head and collarbone visible, shrouded in a misty ambience that was undeniably suggestive. "Daji, couple's photo, hehe. Wang Jingyan, what do you think of my earlier photo?" "Daji, your profile is perfect, 1,000 times more handsome than that Jingran. If you were to debut, you would surely eclipse him." In his eyes, Daji was the most beautiful. "How's the progress coming along? Captain, we need you." Daji set her belongings aside and casually scanned the training room, noting Jingran's absence. "Let us get to work." While the other girls admired her, they lacked Daji's innate talent and thus had to exert greater effort. Fans jokingly referred to Daji as the civil servant of the training camp. She entered the training room punctually at 9, had lunch at 11, took a nap at noon, resumed work at 2, and concluded at 5, resting on weekends. This was Daji's routine, and no one perceived her as lacking diligence. Apart from her enviable talent, everything she did seemed to evoke a sense of inevitability. The advent of the second round of public performances was imminent. Daji, as the captain, stepped forward to draw lots, remarkably securing the last spot, a veritable finale. Her inaugural performance revolved around a vivacious, youthful theme. However, this time, she procured a Chinese-inspired piece. Just as the audience anticipated an ethereal, otherworldly spectacle, the stage was plunged into somber hues. As the music commenced, 6 maidens emerged in unison, their visages adorned with exaggerated makeup, engaging in a ritualistic dance, as if beseeching some divine entity. The original Chinese-inspired melody underwent a transformation, its cadence acquiring a particularly grand and majestic quality. At that juncture, a woman descended from the heavens, her face veiled, gently alighting without touching the ground, hovering mid-air, commencing an elegant dance. Mentor 1. Exquisite. Mentor 2. The choreography and composition are remarkable. Did you conceive them together? Mentor. The captain orchestrated it herself. We merely participated in the rehearsals. Mentor 3, Jiang Biluo. What other surprises do you harbor? As Daji received the microphone, she unveiled her face, revealing her forehead painted with a mystical pattern of interwoven gold and white. Her eyes mirrored those of a deity, indifferent to the joys and sorrows of mortals. The audience held their breath, their gazes fixed upon Daji on the screen. Daji accepted the microphone. Indeed, this is a tale of humanity imploring a deity for blessings. I have adapted it into a dance, and I hope you find it delightful. The performance was undeniably triumphant, a mature stage presentation in terms of both innovation and execution. With the conclusion of the second round of public performances, not a single member of Daji's team faced elimination. Not long after the results were announced, Daji's stage performance swiftly ascended to trending status, captivating the attention of netizens who scrutinized the video with meticulous detail. Some even paused the footage in search of Daji's harness. To be honest, does she possess the ability to soar? How does she manage to dance in the air with such grace and fluidity? That gaze of hers exudes an air of disdain for the masses. It has utterly captivated me. Chapter 92, The Heartbroken Girl from Online Romance. If the second round of performances revealed a different facet of Daji to the audience, the third round completely transformed their perception of her. Since Daji first entered the public eye, she has been associated with labels of youthful vitality and exuberance. However, in the third round, she unveiled an aspect of herself that the audience had never witnessed before. In this round, she shared the stage with her mentors, drawn by lottery alongside the captain, Jingran, and 4 mentors, totaling 5 individuals. Daji drew Jingran, eliciting immense anticipation from the audience and those present, particularly the fans who secretly shipped the couple, akin to the excitement of a festival. Oh my, I felt a rush of blood to my face. How thrilling, so exhilarating. I was at a loss regarding whom to focus on. I too wished to indulge in the ship. Is this what it means to be evenly matched? The audience felt their hearts race and cheeks flush, while Jingran, the party in question, struggled to maintain his composure. What felt like mere seconds to the audience seemed to Jingran like an eternity. Had he not reminded himself that this was a performance, and a live broadcast at that, he likely would have lost his poise. Following the third performance, it was time for the group formation night. Aside from attending to his own affairs, Jingran spent his evenings playing games or chatting on WeChat with Daji. The night before the formation, Jingran took the initiative to inquire if Daji was feeling nervous. Daji replied, "Not nervous." She then added, "After the training camp concludes, let us meet." Now it was Jingran's turn to feel apprehensive. He didn't immediately decline but inquired why Daji suddenly desired to meet. Daji jested, "I'm captivated by your allure." During the 3 months of the creation camp, although they could meet frequently, she was unaware of his true identity, and their relationship was merely that of acquaintances. It was indeed time for further development. With this in mind, Jingran acquiesced. On the night of the group's formation, Daji's solo performance, a piano recital, astonished the audience. It was unexpected that she, an orphan, could play the piano so exquisitely. What other surprises were yet to be unveiled? After the solo performances of the 10 trainees concluded, Jingran, holding the cue card, announced the rankings one by one. When only the first place remained, the entire venue's support banners turned crimson, and the fans chanted Daji's name in unison, shouting their support slogans. "Jiang Biluo, congratulations," Jingran proclaimed, uttering Daji's name. Daji ascended the stage and, feigning excitement, embraced Jingran. "Thank you, Teacher Jingran." Her voice, filled with elation, resonated throughout the venue through the microphone. Jingran's eyes betrayed an unconcealable joy. He was delighted for her. The two separated after a brief embrace, and Daji stood in the center, joining the other 6 members in performing the group's formation dance. The dance tune had been personally composed by Jingran, and Daji, amidst the crowd, remained the most radiant presence. The crimson sea that filled the venue seemed to transform the group's formation night into Daji's personal concert. As the night concluded, video bloggers compiled all of Daji's stage performances, declaring each one to be a divine spectacle. With the creation camp over, Daji received invitations from various entertainment companies. Daji declined the invitation from the entertainment company, for she held no interest in entering the entertainment industry. After all, her task was nearly accomplished, and there was no necessity for her to become a model worker within that realm. Before departing from the training camp, Daji encountered a familiar face. "Hello, Miss Jiang Biluo. I am Yunjing." Daji recognized him as the artist who had spent 2 million to purchase her composition. Later, she heard from the younger participants of the camp that Yunjing was the youngest pianist, his fame rivaling that of top-tier celebrities, with a multitude of fans. "You bear a striking resemblance to someone," Yunjing remarked, his gaze fixed upon Daji with a hint of curiosity. Though this girl before him did not entirely match the face he remembered, the essence of her gaze resonated with familiarity. "No, you are indeed her," Yunjing asserted with conviction. He took hold of Daji's suitcase and followed closely behind her. The paparazzi lurking outside captured the moment, propelling it into trending news. Rumors of a romantic liaison between Jiang Biluo and Yunjing spread like wildfire, and by the time Jing Ran caught wind of it, it had already escalated. In the photographs, the girl walked ahead, exuding elegance, while the man trailing behind her matched her grace, holding a pink suitcase, making it difficult for onlookers to avoid misinterpretation. Yunjing's studio released a statement clarifying his relationship status. Most of Yunjing's fans remained rational, aware that outside of his piano prowess, he was rather oblivious in other matters, leading to potential misunderstandings. Indeed, when reporters confronted the pair, Yunjing articulated clearly, "I greatly admire her talent and wish to invite her to participate in the next concert's ensemble." After speaking, he turned to Daji and quietly inquired, "Is that acceptable?" Observing this interaction, reporters began to pry into Daji's romantic situation. "Yes, I have a boyfriend," she replied. The revelation sent shockwaves through the media. Reporter, "Would you be willing to disclose the individual's identity?" Daji, "I am presently unaware myself." Reporter, Daji, "I shall apprise everyone once we have convened in person." Reporter, "Convened in person?" Daji, with a modicum of shyness, "Indeed, our courtship commenced via the internet, and we are poised to meet face to face." A sensational revelation. Daji's candid disclosure not only astounded the reporter, but also reverberated among the online community. Even Yunjing, who was in proximity, could not suppress a look of astonishment. In this epoch of pervasive digital connectivity, online romances are commonplace. However, the media is replete with accounts of online romance scams. It is generally accepted that women of striking beauty are perpetually courted and would scarcely have time for online dalliances. It was quite unexpected that this fledgling starlet, currently the most popular female idol, would not only reveal her romantic involvement but also acknowledge that it originated online. Utterly preposterous. The rumors linking Daji and Yunjing had scarcely dissipated when the news of Daji's online romance detonated across the internet. Upon discovering the trending topic, Jingran initially experienced a surge of elation, swiftly followed by apprehension for Daji. Romantic involvements are anathema for idols, particularly those who have recently debuted. To openly declare a romantic relationship, especially one that began online, at the zenith of one's popularity is bound to provoke dissent among fans. As anticipated, upon accessing Daji's Weibo comment section, Jingran discovered hundreds of thousands of messages. "Sister, regain your senses. Online romances are precarious. Have you become conceited? Fans have elevated you to this position, not for you to engage in online romances. If your relationship with Yunjing were genuine, I would not be so incensed. I harbor no objections to your romantic pursuits, but could you possibly seek a relationship with someone conventional?" Chapter 93. The failed online romance of a young girl. The news of Daji's online romance has thrust her into the spotlight, with a significant portion of her fan base expressing disapproval. After all, she is currently at the pinnacle of her popularity, experiencing a meteoric rise in her career. This online relationship represents the gravest blemish on her reputation. Daji's sudden fame has threatened many, and they have eagerly seized upon her vulnerability, engaging in smear campaigns against her. Explosive. The beloved idol has an online romance. Could it be that the online girl Jiang Bailu's partner is him? Some marketing accounts have even fabricated stories claiming Daji's online partner is an unappealing recluse, with increasingly disparaging remarks flooding her social media accounts. Observing the turmoil, Jiang Qi hastily erased all traces of his past with Jiang Bailu, fearing a backlash from her fans. After all, Daji's popularity has transcended her earlier status as a reigning broadcaster. She has become this year's most sought-after idol, having just formed her group, with her Weibo followers surpassing 30 million, an undeniable testament to her immense appeal. Amidst the rampant discussions online, Jing Ran took to Weibo. Jing Ran V. Yes. Her online romance partner is me, Jiang Bailu. The platform was instantly overwhelmed. An hour later, curious netizens began to access Weibo normally, flooding Jing Ran's page. "You two are in a relationship? Are you joking? What exactly is your connection with Jiang Bailu? Are you admitting to the romance?" In no time, Jing Ran's Weibo comments skyrocketed beyond 1 million, leaving his fans in a state of bewilderment. Just 5 minutes later, Daji retweeted Jing Ran's post. Jiang Bailu V, when will you officially meet? Soon after, Daji shared a screenshot of their joint gaming session, alongside affectionate in-game interactions and their initial chat logs. Wow, you two are indeed in an online romance. Am I still in time to download Honor of Kings? I have heard of the phenomenon of online romances, but it is quite astonishing that two top celebrities have actually fallen in love over the internet. It is rather absurd. So, you two truly became acquainted during the training camp. Such a plot would be deemed too far-fetched for even a television drama. The spectators are thoroughly engrossed, finding it far more engaging than a tedious soap opera, and they are even requesting updates under Daji's social media posts. An hour later, Daji shared a short video chronicling the journey of their acquaintance, from initial meeting to defining their relationship. After viewing this video, fans of Jing Ran felt a sense of relief. It is, after all, somewhat acceptable for idols to announce their relationships in such a manner, albeit it seems rather ludicrous. Yet, as Daji stated in the video, online relationships may, in some respects, lean more towards true love. The feelings that arise without knowledge of the other's appearance, physique, or background resonate on a soulful level. With this reflection, fans felt slightly more at ease, recognizing that the couple was not pursuing any ulterior motives regarding their idol. Nor did they even know his identity. It was merely a twist of fate that the person Jiang Bailuo fell for happened to be their idol. When the door opened, there stood Jing Ran, fully equipped, as if sneaking in. He remarked on the plethora of paparazzi blocking his path. Once he shed his disguise, Jing Ran let out a sigh of relief and took a sip from the glass on the table, only to realize it belonged to Daji, prompting him to hastily set it down. "Are you all right?" he asked, feeling awkward and unable to meet Daji's gaze. The two had indeed planned to meet in person, albeit a bit sooner than anticipated. One could only say that plans often fail to keep pace with reality. When he heard the girl call his name, Jing Ran lifted his gaze and was met by her enchanting, glistening eyes. The girl suddenly collided into his embrace, her voice slightly choked. "I am actually frightened." The tone of her voice was muffled, revealing the considerable burden she bore. Jing Ran gently patted her back and held her closer. "It's all right. I'm here for you." He momentarily forgot that she was merely 18, still a child freshly emerged from the confines of school. With tender affection, he lifted Daji and seated her on his lap, softly reassuring her, "You need not worry. I will take care of everything." Daji buried her head against Jingran's chest, her voice sweetly submissive. "Okay." As they lingered in this embrace, the distance between them diminished significantly, dispelling the awkwardness that often accompanies online relationships transitioning into reality. Suddenly, Daji raised her head, her voice filled with indignation. "You deceived me, Jingran." Indeed, it was time to reckon with the past. Jingran sighed, acknowledging that the inevitable had arrived. "I'm sorry." He did not release his hold on Daji. "Humph. You clearly know it's me, yet you pretend to be unfamiliar." Daji feigned anger, playfully attempting to tickle Jingran, who, being ticklish, instinctively raised his hands to shield himself. They engaged in a spirited game of offense and defense on the sofa, reveling in their playful banter. Exhausted from their antics, Jingran suddenly realized the intimate nature of their position. Daji lay atop him, her delicate spaghetti-strap nightgown slipping, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. The playful tussle had rendered her cheeks flushed, and her breath came in soft pants, wafting warmly against his face, mingling with the delightful fragrance that enveloped her, nearly overwhelming Jingran's composure. Hastily, he pushed Daji away, rising from the sofa, turning his back to her, and clearing his throat. "I need to use the restroom." Observing Jingran's retreating figure, a mischievous smile curled at the corners of Daji's lips. The tasks were nearing completion, and the man was to be consumed as well. Otherwise, it would be a pity to depart in such a manner. Who could say whether the next realm of tasks would present another opportunity to save her flesh? Through her experiences with Qiao Kursen, Daji had learned to cherish the meat before her. Jingran was currently splashing cold water on his face, attempting to calm himself. When the bathroom door swung open, Daji stood at the threshold, holding paper. "I forgot to leave the paper." "It's fine," Jingran replied, not daring to meet her gaze. While washing his face, he heard a sudden commotion. Just as he assumed Daji had left, a sharp cry pierced the air. "Ah, what's wrong?" Jingran hastily wiped the water from his face to investigate. It turned out that Daji had accidentally fallen to the floor, clutching her flushed knee, her eyes brimming with unshed tears of grievance. "I'm fine," she insisted, showing no inclination to rise. Jingran rummaged through the drawer of the bedside table, retrieving a first aid kit to disinfect her injury, then gently applied ointment to her knee, massaging it lightly to aid absorption. The girl bit her lip and murmured, "That hurts. Be gentler." Jingran softened his touch. Her intermittent sounds of discomfort gnawed at him. He was no clueless youth, and faced with the girl he adored. Coupled with his still unsettled emotions, the situation felt akin to adding fuel to the flames. "Jiang Biluo," Jingran's voice emerged hoarsely. Is your desire for my body genuine?" Jingran locked his gaze onto Daji's eyes, awaiting her response. Both were astute individuals, and in a sudden moment of clarity, he ceased his ministrations, cradled her face in his hands, and kissed her. "You wicked girl, this is all intentional." Daji entwined her fingers around Jingran's neck, her delicate fingers weaving through his short hair, her voice laced with allure. "Do you wish to take revenge on me?" Jingran playfully nibbled on her earlobe, retorting, "Naughty girl." Chapter 94. The Girl Whose Online Romance Failed. Finale. Afterward, Daji lay nestled in Jingran's embrace, biting him fiercely. "You hurt me." To her surprise, this identity was still a maiden. No matter how seasoned she was in matters of love, she found herself at a loss. Jingran felt a mix of tenderness and astonishment. "I will take responsibility." Upon hearing this, a flicker of disdain crossed Daji's eyes. She had heard such words from men countless times, yet how many truly adhered to them? Fortunately, she was not a naive 18-year-old. Such declarations were merely for amusement, as her interest in Jingran was purely physical. Nestling her head in the crook of Jingran's arm, she confessed earnestly, "I think I have fallen in love." Jingran gently pinched Daji's cheek. "Silly girl." After a brief respite, Jingran snapped a photo of their intertwined fingers and posted it on Weibo. Jingran's post read, "Successful in-person meeting." They officially declared their relationship, causing a flurry of excitement on social media, with fans who had quietly supported their pairing shedding tears of joy. Who could truly comprehend the thrill of striking gold and winning instantly? Fans of the couple rallied, celebrating their love, with some even purchasing lottery tickets. Their romance not only maintained but enhanced Daji's popularity, prompting many to rewatch the reality show to seek more sweet moments. After posting on Weibo, Jingran inquired about Daji's plans for signing with an entertainment company, to which Daji shared her intentions. Not signing with a company? Jingran was momentarily at a loss for words. She contemplated offering some advice, but quickly realized the entertainment industry was too convoluted for someone as innocent as her. Suddenly, she felt that perhaps this was acceptable. Jingran fully supported Daji's decision. However, the fans were not as understanding. After a week of waiting, while the other 6 team members secured their schedules, Daji remained silent, prompting fans to inquire about which entertainment company she had signed with. Some even speculated that the new company was treating Daji poorly. Just as the fans raised their banners for justice, Daji commenced a live stream, igniting a frenzy among her followers. The 3rd season of the girl group was different. It was limited to just a month, after which the members would part ways. Thus, this month marked both their first and last stage performance as a group. Upon seeing Daji's live stream, fans anxiously questioned her future. "Well, I haven't signed with any agency yet. I don't have any plans to do so at the moment. I think this situation is quite satisfactory. I don't possess a strong ambition for a career. Thank you for your concern. Jingran and I are getting along well. He supports my decisions." Upon witnessing this, the fans assumed their beloved sister was love-struck. Swayed by that charming male figure, Jingran, and thus reluctant to enter the entertainment industry, inciting a furious desire to squash Jingran. "I assure you, I am not love-struck. I joined the training camp merely to attract more fans to watch my live streams," Daji confessed, a shy smile gracing her lips. "I tend to be quite lazy and prefer staying at home. The entertainment industry and girl group life are not suited for me." System, if it weren't for the fact that I see your task nearing completion, I would find this hard to believe. The fans were as restless as ants on a hot pan, while Daji leisurely continued her peak performance. After 3 months of living in the training camp, Daji occasionally played the game. Now that the season has reached its halfway point, her peak rank was not particularly high. Determined, she resolved to elevate herself to the pinnacle of the rankings. With that thought, Daji launched the game. Most of her fans did not engage in gaming. They could only admire the beauty of their idol through the screen. Half an hour later, the comments flooded in. "My wife is truly impressive. Although I don't understand the game, she seems so powerful. The Jungle Queen is incredibly cool. I suggest you all learn more about this game to grasp her true prowess." After 2 hours of play, Daji achieved consecutive victories, significantly boosting her rank. She opened her mailbox and discovered that the official account had gifted her a beta skin. Oh, and the other skins were all from Jingran. With a smile, Daji opened her gifts and showcased the record of her rewards to her fans, proudly displaying her affection. Strangely, this display did not evoke any resentment. Even Jingran's fans found it hard to harbor any ill feelings. A hardworking, ambitious girl who excelled in gaming and remained unaffected by the superficiality of the entertainment industry was indeed hard to dislike. Before the limited-time girl group performance, Daji was invited to Yunjing's concert, where they played the piece Do Not Forget together. Seated gracefully at a white piano, a man and a woman, bathed in soft light, embodied tranquility and beauty, allowing the restless hearts of the audience to find solace in that moment as they seamlessly raised their hands in unison. The applause erupted warmly. Daji took a bow and exited the concert hall. The stage performance of the limited-time girl group soon commenced. With Daji positioned as the center and popularity queen, her entrance was met with a cacophony of cheers. The fervor surrounding their official announcement continued to rise. And this duet masterfully blended sweetness and sensuality, provoking incessant cheers from the audience and elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. After the performance concluded, the six sisters expressed their gratitude towards the fans and shared their aspirations for the future. Only Daji, standing on the stage, bowed and bid farewell to the audience. Although the fans understood that Daji's farewell signified her departure from the stage and that they would still be able to watch her live broadcasts, they could not help but feel a wave of emotion, their eyes moistening with an inexplicable sense of parting akin to life and death. Once the performance had ended, Daji sensed that her mission was still somewhat incomplete. With her fanbase already numbering in the millions, far surpassing the level of mere popularity, she pondered what remained unaccomplished. After a moment of contemplation, Daji paused her live stream, momentarily vanishing from the public eye, which ignited various speculations. As the college entrance examination approached the following year, Jiang Biluo, the top scorer, once again made headlines. It was then that the fans learned that their sister had returned to study for the exam and had achieved the highest score. The individual who had replaced Jiang Biluo faced repercussions, while Daji, upon receiving her acceptance letter from a prestigious university, officially completed her mission. Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. Shall we proceed to the next task? Over the past 6 months, Daji had savored her successes and felt no regrets. This world did not warrant her prolonged stay, and thus she chose to depart. After Daji's exit, news of Jiang Biluo's sudden passing trended on social media, causing an uproar across the internet. People lamented, "Heaven is envious of its talents." Subsequently, the renowned star Jingran announced her retirement, and pianist Yunjing composed a special piece to commemorate Daji. Chapter 95. The Enchanting Red Rose. Why has she gone silent? She hasn't perished, has she? Go check on her. Just make sure she's all right. We cannot afford to face consequences from the Sure family, and even the boss would blame us for our ineptitude. Daji felt a profound languor envelop her, rendering her incapable of mustering any strength. Upon hearing a voice, she opened her eyes to behold a young man with a fierce countenance approaching her. He visibly relaxed upon seeing her awake. "Chief, she's alive." After the sound of car doors opening and closing, Daji was jostled slightly as she surveyed her surroundings. She was in a truck, her hands and feet bound, with tape sealing her mouth. It was evident that she had been abducted. Composure, she thought. Daji initially intended to assimilate the original host's memories and mission, but to her surprise, the host's memories were entirely blank. Ahem, the system interjected. It seems the original host is afflicted with amnesia, hence your inability to access her memories, Your Highness. Then, what precisely is my task? Daji wondered. Daji felt a throbbing pain at the back of her head, surmising that she had struck it during the abduction, resulting in the amnesia. Without any memories. Who was the original host? Who were her children? This was even more challenging than seeking Nia Wu's kin in the cultivation realm. At least that mission had some semblance of a clue, whereas this one was devoid of any information. Was she to embark on a quest to test everyone's DNA? With such thoughts, Daji felt a surge of vexation. Boss, why is she so still? She probably realizes resistance is futile. Just ignore her. Our only responsibility is to deliver her. The fragmented exchange drifted from the front, allowing Daji to ascertain that her life was not currently in danger. Judging by their words, her abduction did not seem to be motivated by monetary gain. Had the original host offended someone? She decided to proceed cautiously, hoping that upon reaching their destination, She might uncover the original host's identity and information. With these thoughts, Daji reclined and rested, conserving her strength. Approximately 2 hours later, the vehicle came to a halt. Daji was blindfolded and led through a convoluted path before finally stopping. Throughout the journey, she refrained from struggling, silently memorizing the route. Once the blindfold was removed, Daji surveyed the dimly lit room and speculated about her surroundings. The chamber resembled an interrogation room, modest in size, where she was bound to a chair beneath a flickering light, with the iron door being the sole exit. Based on the descent she had just made, Daji surmised that she must be in a basement. The silence enveloped her, with only the sound of her own breathing echoing, amplifying the fear of the unknown. For any ordinary person, the psychological defenses would likely have crumbled by now. "What time is it?" Daji inquired. "It is 8 o'clock in the evening," the system replied. This indicated that she had been abducted around 6, coinciding perfectly with dinner time. She glanced down at her attire, though soiled. The quality and style suggested that the original owner had been well off. If the motive was not financial, it could very well be a vendetta. Contemplating that the original owner had children, it was plausible that it might also involve a lover of her husband. The system, sensing Daji's various conjectures and analyses, was truly impressed. As time trickled by, Daji enumerated all conceivable scenarios, only to be overtaken by sleep, drifting into a hazy slumber. The sudden clang of the iron door startled her awake. As she remained bound to the chair, 2 individuals tore the tape from her mouth. The sound struck a strangely familiar chord within her. One of the men was exceedingly tall, estimated at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. Upon entering, he filled the small room with his imposing presence, adorned with a golden mask that obscured the upper half of his face, revealing only his lips and chin. Judging by the man's prominent jawline, Daji surmised that he was a handsome young man, likely possessing at least a six-pack and an impressive V-shaped physique. Daji scrutinized the man with keen interest, taking in every detail from head to toe. The young man, who had been observing Daji, revealed a hint of amusement in his eyes behind the mask. She was not afraid of him, and perhaps even intrigued by him. Did she truly comprehend her predicament? With these thoughts, the man reached into his waistband and produced a handgun, aiming it at Daji. Daji slightly raised her chin, meeting his playful gaze. And with a playful smirk, she exclaimed, "Oh my, a gun, how frightening." Despite her feigned fear, her expression remained unfazed. "Ha ha ha," the man laughed, putting away the gun. "Intriguing. Have I captured your attention?" Daji was weary of this line. The man approached, leaning down to meet Daji's gaze. "Indeed," he replied. His deep voice was as dangerous and captivating as his appearance. "Then, could you please untie me? These ropes are rather uncomfortable." The man produced a small knife from an unknown location, and with a flash of its sharp blade, Daji's bonds were severed. "I'm exhausted," Daji said, stretching her wrists. Before the man could react, she wrapped her arms around his neck, nuzzling his cheek and whispering suggestively, "Could you carry me to rest for a moment?" The man's body stiffened momentarily before quickly recovering. He straightened up, creating distance between himself and Daji. "Have you forgotten your current situation?" he questioned. Daji arose, reaching only to his chest, and gazed up into his eyes with a mischievous smile. "Of course I know." "What? Are you afraid of your own prey?" Although he knew she was deliberately provoking him, the man was nonetheless incited. He reached down and swept Daji into his arms, carrying her out of the iron gate. In his embrace, Daji appeared petite. She wrapped her arms around his neck, leaned her head, and softly rested against his chest. "Your men are too uncouth. They've soiled my dress. I'd like to bathe first." Although she didn't know the identity of the man before her, Daji was certain that he harbored no intention to kill her. No threat to my life. Then I must ensure my comfort. As Daji suspected, it was indeed a basement. Emerging from the underground, the dazzling lights caused Daji to squint uncomfortably. She nestled her head into the man's embrace. At such close proximity, Daji could detect the scent of tobacco on him. "Truly troublesome," the man remarked with distaste, unsure whether he was speaking to Daji or to himself. Soon, the man carried Daji through a long corridor and into a room. Daji observed along the way, noting that the decor was simple yet exuded luxury. The material conditions are not bad. Although the opening involved a bit of hardship with the kidnapping, it's still better than the previous mission world. The man placed Daji on the sofa. Daji did not immediately rise but instead embraced his neck and bestowed a kiss upon him. "This is a reward." Having spoken, Daji arose and entered the bathroom to wash up, leaving the man in a daze. How did he feel as if he was the prey? Who exactly was the one who had been abducted? The Odious Woman. Chapter 96. The Radiant Red Rose 2. Daji entered the lavatory, her initial action being to gaze at her reflection, a habit she had cultivated. The visage mirrored back to her was exquisitely beautiful, and to Daji's astonishment, she recognized the countenance as that of Qiao Anxin. System. Upon the successful completion of the host's mission, the original host will indeed meet their demise. However, this does not imply the obliteration of the mission world. The host may interpret it as such. Any system mission triggered by a person's intense volition, irrespective of the world, must be undertaken. Consequently, mission worlds are diverse, and mission principles vary. Having ascertained that she was to embody Qiao Anxin, Daji discerned the identity of the child, Little Dumpling. Thus, the Sure family, mentioned by the two men who abducted her upon her arrival, must be Sure why. Daji scrutinized the visage in the mirror, noting subtle disparities from when she had departed upon completing her mission. At that juncture, Qiao Anxin was merely 18 years of age, possessing a charming and amiable demeanor, still imbued with girlishness. However, the woman in the mirror, indeed, formerly a maiden, now a woman, Qiao Anxin had matured, shedding her girlishness and acquiring the allure of a seasoned woman. Akin to a rosebud finally blossoming, she was radiantly beautiful, captivatingly vibrant. If Qiao Curson were a white lotus, then the Qiao Anxin before her was a red rose. A white lotus and a red rose. How intriguing. Daji, has the timeline diverged as well? System. The temporal dimension of each world may deviate, contingent upon the circumstances. In certain mission worlds, time may be synchronized. It is difficult to predict. Daji had departed approximately 1 year after completing Qiao Curson's mission. She wondered how much time had elapsed in this world. Once the identity of the taskmaster was confirmed, matters became considerably simpler. Daji emerged from her bath, enveloped in a voluminous bathrobe. The masked man had yet to depart. Upon hearing the rustling, he glanced over while idly toying with his firearm. The woman, having shed her dust, resembled a rose after the rain, exquisite and captivating, yet prickly. Her beauty was not only striking but also imbued with an alluring charm that posed a lethal temptation and considerable peril for men. The man remarked with a knowing tone, "No wonder she belongs to Shi Yating." This statement imparted a sliver of information to Daji. Shi Yating was now involved with Qiao Anxin. When she departed, the two had only just exchanged vows. Indeed, the world was rife with fickle men. Daji sighed, a sense of melancholy washing over her, and suddenly recalled that this body was in excellent health. Could it not fulfill her unaccomplished wish? When she had assumed the identity of Qiao Curson, she had been unable to indulge in the pleasures of the flesh due to her physical condition, and she lamented that Sheng Shuren and Shi Yating had never savored that experience together. The system interjected, "Ahem, had you not just feasted?" In the previous world, Jingran and Yunjing had shared a glaringly bright romance, marred by a drunken mishap. Poor Yunjing had been led to believe that the fault lay with her for engaging in such folly under the influence. Daji mused, "Have you ever heard of a wolf? Oh no, a fox, complaining about an abundance of meat?" The system responded, "Understood." The masked man, sensing the woman's distraction, was inexplicably filled with ire. He strode over, gripping Daji's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "What is it? Missing your husband?" The mention of husband dripped with derision. Daji observed that when the man mentioned Shi Yating, an unmistakable hatred flickered in his eyes. "Ah, so you harbor a grudge against Shi Yating." Daji forcefully pushed away the man's hand and gently rubbed her chin, inquiring, "Did your mother never teach you to treat women with kindness?" "Be silent," the man retorted angrily, resembling a wounded beast cornered. "What do you understand?" Daji let out a soft chuckle, her steps light as she approached the bedside. Languidly sitting down in a particularly alluring pose, her fingers toying with a strand of hair, twisting it playfully. "Might you reveal your identity to me?" The man remained silent. Daji continued, "Then allow me to take a guess. If I guess correctly, would you grant me a reward? What do you say?" Her voice carried a hint of seduction, compelling one to comply with her wishes. The masked man said nothing, tacitly agreeing. Shi Yating's adversary, mentioning his mother seems to stir quite the emotion. Daji stroked her chin, meeting the masked man's gaze as she posed a question. "Has anyone mentioned that your jawline bears a striking resemblance to his?" "My little uncle," she added. The man's pupils constricted slightly, astonishment evident in his gaze fixed upon Daji. "You know?" As if enchanted, the man approached and crouched before the bed. Daji reached out and unveiled his mask, revealing a face that bore a resemblance to Shi Yating, yet unlike Shi Yating's alluring charm. This man exuded an aura of wildness and shadow, radiating danger. Truly, he was worthy of being Shi Yeting's brother. Daji gently caressed his face. Indeed, he did not disappoint. This man was none other than Shi Yeting's half-brother. Daji recalled that during her time with Qiao Kursen, Shi Yeting had revealed to her that his mother was aware of his father's infidelity and that he had a younger brother, who was a year his junior. Ultimately, his mother had left home, only to perish in a tragic accident. It was while handling his mother's affairs abroad that Shi Yeting encountered Qiao Anxin. He blamed his mother's death on that mother and son duo, leading Daji to surmise that Shi Yeting sought vengeance against the man and his mother, which fueled his profound hatred for Shi Yeting, to the extent that even mentioning his name was intolerable. "What is your name?" Daji's voice floated gently, her beautiful eyes deepening with intensity. The man stared blankly into Daji's eyes, responding without hesitation. "Shi Ling. What year and month is it now?" "April 2032. 5 years had elapsed since she completed the task concerning Qiao Kursen and departed. What had transpired during those 5 years? Qiao Anxin intended to snatch the little bundle. Thus, Shi Yeting had taken the little one away? Daji, employing her enchanting abilities, gleaned the general circumstances of the past 5 years from Shi Ling. It turned out that after she completed her mission and left, Shi Yeting had taken her remains to the riverbank, remaining in the car for 3 days and nights. Concerned that Shi Yeting might succumb to despair, the Shi family decided to marry him to Qiao Anxin. The Qiao family was more than willing, as they valued familial alliances above all. With Qiao Kursen deceased and Qiao Anxin an unwed mother, they were in dire need of utility. The two families quickly reached an accord, and Shi Yeting was forcibly compelled to wed Qiao Anxin. Originally, Qiao Anxin was reluctant. However, upon eavesdropping on the conversation between Shi Yeting and his family, she learned that if she refused to marry, the Shi family would arrange for another woman to wed him, and they would dispose of Qiao Kursen's remains. For the sake of her sister, and driven by her own selfish desire to provide a stable home for the little one, Qiao Anxin acquiesced. Shi Yeting harbored resentment towards Qiao Anxin, believing that Qiao Kursen's death was a consequence of Qiao Anxin's failure to promptly arrange for a heart transplant, thus placing the blame squarely on her shoulders. Yet, upon seeing the face of Qiao Anxin, which bore a resemblance to Qiao Kursen, he ultimately consented. In Chapter 97, The Lush Red Rose, the two entered into a marriage agreement, akin to a genuine marriage but essentially a fade, allowing them to live separately while feigning a relationship in public. Unfortunately, Shi Yeting was surrounded by numerous protectors, making it impossible for him to approach her directly. Thus, he resorted to abducting Qiao Anxin while she was picking up the child from school. Shi Ling had intended to kidnap the little one as well, but the child had fallen ill from improper food at noon and was picked up early by Shi Yeting, leaving Qiao Anxin in a difficult situation. Daji remarked, "This plot is indeed typical of a wealthy family, filled with melodrama. It is reminiscent of a romance where one becomes a mere substitute for the beloved, ultimately enduring a tumultuous love story with Shi Yeting, marked by trials and tribulations, before achieving a bittersweet resolution." After dispelling her enchanting aura, Shi Ling experienced a fleeting moment of distraction. Had he just lost focus? "Qiao Anxin, I heard you divorced Shi Yeting. What happened? Has he grown bored?" he mocked. Daji disregarded his taunts, leisurely loosening the ties around her waist. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "Retrieving my reward," Daji replied, shedding her garments to reveal her alluring figure beneath. In a moment of disbelief, Shi Ling found himself taken aback. "What?" Daji stood upon the bed, her height nearly matching his own. She cradled his face in her hands, proclaiming, "Reward yourself." With that, she pressed her lips against his. Shi Ling's countenance flushed crimson. He had seldom seen his father throughout his childhood. Though they enjoyed a comfortable material existence, the absence of paternal affection left him feeling perpetually insecure. As he matured, he came to realize that he was an illegitimate child, and his demeanor grew increasingly reticent. It was only after his mother's tragic demise, while fiercely protecting him, that he erupted from his silence. He harbored deep resentment towards his own impotence, the Shi family, and Shi Yeting. For 5 long years, it was this very hatred that propelled him through the harrowing brink of life and death time and again. Upon hearing her words, Shi Ling found himself at a crossroads, unsure whether to revel in Daji's praise or feel stifled by her comparisons. "You are aware that I am merely a contract wife to Shi Yeting, a stand-in for my sister. Do you truly believe your abduction of me serves any purpose?" After a brief silence, his voice emerged hoarse and laden with the weight of realization. Even for the sake of the Shi family's reputation, he will come seeking you. As long as Shi Yiting arrived, he would find an opportunity to confront him. After all these years, their paths were destined to cross for resolution. Shiling did not push Daji's hands away. Instead, he cast her a sidelong glance, a sardonic smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Xiaoanxin, does Shi Yiting know what sort of woman you are? Daji lifted her gaze to meet his. What kind of woman? Facing the intensity of her eyes, Shiling clenched his teeth. A wicked woman. Fickle, debauched, devoid of shame. Daji playfully pinched his chest muscle, leaning in closer to whisper in his ear. Do you wish to see Shi Yiting stripped of everything? Do you desire to witness him grovel and plead before you? Revenge, in truth, is the simplest of actions. Death is a mere release, yet living in torment is the most excruciating of fates. Undeniably, these words spoken by Daji resonated deeply with Shiling. The mere thought of the lofty Shijia heir, Shi Yiting, who basked in privilege and comfort, humbled and abased, filled Shiling with a sense of satisfaction. The suffering he endured over the past 5 years, compounded by his mother's demise, made the thought of Shi Yiting's death seem all too lenient to fate. What shall we do? Join me in collaboration, Daji whispered conspiratorially to Shiling. He cast a lingering gaze upon her, pondering the adage that no heart is as venomous as that of a woman. This woman was not merely a rose with thorns, she was a carnivorous flower. Daji, stifling a giggle behind her hand, remarked, a woman without ruth is a woman without stability. Upon reaching a mutual understanding, Daji acquired a smartphone and began to scour the internet for information spanning the last 5 years. The web, a labyrinth of truths and fabrications, soon overwhelmed her, leading her to discard the device in favor of indulging in culinary delights. As Shiling sat opposite her, observing the lavish spread of exquisite ingredients, he, a clandestine offspring of the Shijia, could not help but be astonished by Daji's opulence. He harbored suspicions that she was deliberately squandering his resources. Eat up, without sustenance. How can one muster the strength for vengeance? Shirling's intuition proved accurate. Daji's intentions were indeed twofold. She sought nourishment and relished in the act of expenditure. Foxes, after all, harbor long-held grudges. Witnessing the glimmer of triumph in Daji's eyes, Shirling felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, an absurd notion that her antics were somewhat endearing. Just as the two were savoring their feast, Shirling's phone rang. It was a call from Shi Yiting. Instinctively, he glanced at Daji, who remained engrossed in her meal, her demeanor unperturbed, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of joy. Hello? After so many years apart, have you forgotten who I am, my dear brother? Congratulations on your correct guess. Xiaoanxin is in my possession. I have sent the address to your phone. Tomorrow at noon, you may only come to the island alone. Otherwise, you may find yourself seeking a third wife. Timeling answered the phone without hesitation, a shadowed smile gracing his face, his aura exuding a lethal intent that made him seem as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. The system questioned whether Timeling would heed your words, perceiving a certain psychological distortion within him, which contradicted the demeanor of an obedient man. Daji shrugged nonchalantly, declaring, no matter, I possess the art of seduction. If he refuses to listen, I shall transform him into a puppet, ensuring he complies with my desires, irrespective of the form it takes. That evening, Daji rewarded herself once again. With prior experience under her belt, Timeling's demeanor had improved significantly, prompting Daji to bestow upon him a soft kiss before succumbing to slumber, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Shi Yiting the following day. As Timeling gazed at the woman's profile, an ephemeral desire surged within him to remain in that moment forever. After exacting vengeance, having her by his side would be quite agreeable. The next day, Daji donned the attire of a captive and followed Timeling outside. It was then that she realized they were on an island, her dwelling a subterranean castle. No wonder there were so many twists and turns. By the seaside lay a vast expanse of sandy beach. Upon Daji's arrival with Timeling, his subordinates had already arranged beach chairs and served refreshments. Having spent 2 days in each other's company, Timeling had grown well acquainted with her preferences. Daji sipped her juice, sighed, and feigned disappointment, exclaiming, alas, my husband is truly heartless. As soon as Daji's words fell, a yacht glided across the surface of the sea. From a distance, a figure stood on the deck. As the yacht approached, a man leaped from it and made his way ashore alone. After 5 years, apart from a more composed and commanding demeanor, Shiting had not changed much. Dressed in a white shirt, His deep-set eyes scanned the surroundings, meeting the hostile gazes of a dozen burly men. Yet he could not find that woman. Shiding's voice was low as he inquired, "Where is Qiao Anxin?" Fully aware that a trap had been laid for him, Shiding chose to confront it regardless. Qiao Anxin was the younger sister of Kursin, who had treated her with great kindness during her lifetime. Feeling a sense of indebtedness towards her, Kursin would certainly not wish for any misfortune to befall her sister. Additionally, Qiao Anxin was the biological mother of his child. Throughout the past few days, the little one had been crying incessantly, searching for his mother. Shiding's realization that the child was his own flesh and blood came when the little one fell ill and required a blood test. To his astonishment, he discovered that they shared the same rare blood type. Immediately, he arranged for a DNA comparison, which confirmed that the child was indeed his. Subsequently, Shiding delved into Qiao Anxin's travels from 5 years prior, uncovering that she had visited the same bar as himself. That night, the woman had been Qiao Anxin, and she had concealed the birth of their child from him. Upon learning this, Shiding felt a tumult of rage, shock, and a hint of joy. For years, he had regarded Qiao Anxin as merely a substitute for Kursin, attributing Kursin's death to her sister, even harboring disdain for Qiao Anxin's seemingly careless lifestyle, questioning how she could have become pregnant at 18 without being married. Throughout the past 5 years, he subjected Qiao Anxin to numerous indignities, frequently resorting to sardonic remarks. Their relationship was akin to that of mere acquaintances. Consequently, he proposed a dissolution of their marriage, thereby granting Qiao Anxin her freedom, albeit with the proviso that he retain custody of their child. Shi Yeding harbored a complex array of emotions toward Qiao Anxin, which, upon the revelation of the truth, culminated in the realization of his indebtedness to her. Thus, cognizant of the peril, he made his presence known. "Shiling, our feud should not ensnare innocent individuals. Release Qiao Anxin." Clap, clap, clap. Shiling applauded. Indeed, a devoted husband willing to risk life and limb for his spouse. "I merely wonder to what extent you are prepared to go for her." Shiling chuckled ominously. "Why not beseech me on your knees, my dear brother?" Shi Yeding produced a firearm, directing it toward himself. "Shiling, is it not my life that you desire? Release Qiao Anxin." He was indebted to Qiao Anxin, and he would atone for it with his life. Shiling's eyes flickered as he sought to gauge the reaction of the woman shielded behind him. Anticipating that she would be deeply moved, the mere thought of such a scenario vexed Shiling. "Nay, I have no desire for your life. I merely require you to entreat me on your knees. What say you, elder brother? Are you unwilling to prostrate yourself for a woman? A man's dignity is sacrosanct, and while death is inevitable, dishonor is not." Shi Yeding's eyes blazed with fury as he leveled the gun at Shiling. "Shiling, do not overstep." Shiling emitted a grotesque cackle. "Overstep? Has the Shi family not already done so? I am the illegitimate son, relegated to the shadows, while you are the heir to the Shi family, envied by all. My mother is the despised mistress, while yours is a member of the esteemed nobility. Even so, your family still seeks to annihilate us. Who is truly being excessive?" Shi Yeding let out a cold snort, mocking. The mistress and the illegitimate child still consider themselves pitiable. This remark utterly enraged Shiling, who drew his gun, and the two pointed their weapons at each other's heads. Witnessing this, Shiling's men swiftly brandished their guns at Shi Yeding's head, and a gunfight was on the brink of erupting. "Enough, we are all brothers." A familiar female voice emerged from behind Shiling. Daji stood up, barefoot on the sand, stepping out from behind Shiling. "Let us discuss this amicably. We wouldn't want to harm the bonds of brotherhood. We are all family." Though Daji spoke in a tone of reconciliation, her mocking expression betrayed her delight in the unfolding drama. "Qiao Anxin." Shi Yeding looked complexly at the woman not far from him. She wore a crimson dress, pristine and unblemished, with no signs of injury on her exposed skin, indicating she had not suffered. Shi Yeding felt a slight relief in his heart. "Are you calling me?" Daji pointed to herself, her gaze towards Shi Yeding akin to that of a stranger. Shi Yeding furrowed his brow. "Qiao Anxin, what trickery are you playing? Pretending not to recognize me?" "Apologies, but I truly do not know you," Daji replied, rubbing the back of her head. "I bumped it and can't recall the past. Perhaps I have amnesia." Seeing that Daji's expression did not seem feigned, Shi Yeding found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel joy or disappointment. Perhaps, for her, amnesia was a blessing. "Let her go. I will remain." Shi Yeding made his decision. Gazing upon the woman, Shi Yeding suddenly realized that he was not indifferent to Qiao Anxin. Perhaps 5 years of companionship had already touched his heart. Shirling reached out and embraced Daji's shoulders, kissing her face in front of Shi Yating, all the while watching him. Such a touching love story, he remarked. But you know, this woman is already mine. As he spoke, Shirling opened Daji's long hair, revealing the hickeys on her neck to Shi Yating. Shi Yating's eyes turned crimson, a frenzied murderous intent surging within them. Shirling, how dare you? He had been married to Qiaoanxin for 5 years, yet they slept in separate rooms. Aside from that one wild night 5 years ago, he had never touched her. You deserve to die. Seizing the opportunity while Shirling's attention was on Daji, Shi Yating launched a flying kick. Seeing this, Shirling released Daji and engaged in a fierce struggle with Shi Yating. Shirling's subordinates, witnessing the intense brawl and fearing they might inadvertently harm their leader, could only stand by and watch. Daji exclaimed, "What are you all looking at? Break it up." At that moment, several men in black jumped off the yacht, and the two sides immediately clashed. Daji found a large rock to take cover behind, gleefully watching the spectacle unfold. Someone fired a shot, escalating the conflict from hand-to-hand combat to a gunfight. Daji, observing the scene, commented, "Truly a splendid show, just lacking a few more extras. If we had another 100 or 200 people, now that would be a grand spectacle, even more thrilling. System, is it possible that so many people carrying guns might have to visit the police station first? No matter how well you're doing. Hiding a few guns is one thing, but hundreds of people, that's tantamount to rebellion." The sound of gunfire subsided, leaving the beach littered with casualties, the sand stained crimson. Both Shi Yating and Shirling had sustained injuries and lapsed into unconsciousness. Daji approached to examine them. They were not dead yet, but their wounds were severe. System, host, whom shall you save? One is the current beloved, and the other, an old flame once coveted but never possessed. Save? Daji found the question amusing. How naive. There was no possibility she would come to the aid of a man. Besides, the fate of either would not influence her mission. Chapter 99. The resplendent red rose 5. Daji knelt beside Shi Yating, retrieving his mobile phone. After the system cracked the password, she perused 5 years' worth of information. Within the device, she discovered a DNA test result, one pertaining to Shi Yating and the little dumpling. Glancing at the timestamp, she noted it had been released just 2 days prior. It seemed he had uncovered the little dumpling's true lineage. The yacht was deserted,